Welcome to King Manhwa Recap, your go-to spot for diving deep into the vibrant world of manhwa. Whether you're a seasoned fan or just curious about this thrilling form of comics, you found the right place to get your fix. Join us as we explore inspiring manhwa stories where characters rise from humble beginnings to extraordinary success. From tales of overcoming poverty to achieving wealth and power, our videos highlight the most captivating journeys of personal growth and determination. If you love stories of triumph, resilience, and the path from rags to riches, this is the perfect channel for you. Subscribe now for engaging recaps and stay motivated on your own journey to success. So let's get ready, subscribe, sit back and enjoy. Chapter 1: Gold worth $300 million. Surname he. How could I be blind and like a useless guy like you in the first place? Break up. We don't have any relationship in the future. On the street where people were coming and going, Zhao Feier angrily yelled at He Ming, then turned around and got into a BMW 5 Series car and left. The pedestrians on the road all turned their heads towards Wen Ming with a pitiful look in their eyes. Another poor man who was abandoned by his girlfriend. Wen Ming looked up at the sky, feeling that today's sun is particularly harsh. Freshman to senior, 4 years of youthful feelings, but finally lost to reality. Angry? How can you not be angry? But more than that, it is a deep powerlessness. Since entering the 4th year of college, all the students began to leave the school to look for internship units to work, not only for credit, but also in order to better integrate into the outside society after graduation, including Wen Ming is also the same. It's just that the continuous bumping into walls in the society has made them deeply realize the cruelty of the society, and realize that they are not the trendsetter leading this era, not to mention the protagonist of this world, but just the mud puppets in the dust of this city. On the contrary, Fan Yunhai in the BMW, but the Linen University student body president. The family has a sizable company, from birth on the starting line, and even reached a lot of people struggle for a lifetime cannot reach the point. Under his pursuit, Zhao Feier naturally had no resistance. When Ming lowered his head and let out a long sigh, coming from the countryside, he had been used to facing all kinds of difficulties and setbacks since he was a child, and had long since exercised an incomparably strong heart. Since things had already happened, he could only choose to face them. After returning to the rental house with Zhao Feier, Wen Ming took out his cell phone, wanting to call his good buddy over to drink together to relieve boredom. Just that, he had just opened his cell phone. A pop-up window suddenly appeared on the screen. Tomorrow's headline system is in the process of binding with the host. Here is the progress bar. 1%, 10%, 50%. What the hell? Shimming frowned and muttered in confusion. He had only heard of today's headlines. How come a tomorrow's headlines had popped up? Is the cell phone broken? The next moment, the top of the screen displayed binding successful. Immediately afterward, 2 news items popped up on top of the screen. Qin Lia, the president of Qin Shang Group, who was a young entrepreneur in linen, one of the top 10 youths in linen, and enjoys the name of the first beautiful president in linen, was killed last night. Push time, June 28th. A tenant in Linen City's Happy District dug out a ton of gold, worth $300 million, underneath the basement he rented. Push time, September 16th. Seeing these 2 news items, Wen Ming froze slightly. Qin Lia is dead? How is this possible? He had even gone to Qin Shang Group for an interview during the day, and just happened to see Qin Lia return to the company, and was amazed by Qin Lia's beauty and figure, not knowing which old colorful batch would end up being cheaper for such a superb woman. But this news, how to say she died in an accident last night? And this happy neighborhood dug out the gold news. He lives in the happy neighborhood. How not heard of anyone's basement dug out a ton of gold out? Such a big thing, if it is true, surely has long been rumored. It is impossible that no one knows and this time is not right. Said above is September 16th, but today is clearly only June 27th. It's been 3 months. I can't believe I've traveled back in time. That's ridiculous, isn't it? Wen Ming, with a heart full of doubts, clicked on the news. Immediately after, about the Happy District, a ton of gold news details appeared on the phone screen. Recently, the matter of digging out a ton of gold in the happy neighborhood has caused great concern in the society. It is reported that on the day of September 14th, the new tenants in the basement of the 2nd unit of the 5th building of the happy community, when carrying out renovations, from the sudden collapse of the floor underneath, found a total of 1 ton of gold, valued at $300 million. At that time, the landlord Bao Mao happened to be present. On the attribution of the gold problem and tenants to start a fight in the court. Eventually the court ruled that the gold was discovered because it was underground, and the citizens only had the right to rent the land, not the right to own it, and the gold in the land should belong to the state. And finally all of it was seized by the state. After seeing the ending of this news, Wen Ming straight called them insiders. Doesn't it smell good to him to split the gold in half? Wait a minute. Not right. Wen Ming suddenly froze for a moment. Immediately after that, asterisk 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 asterisk, he suddenly exclaimed, "The basement of the second unit of the fifth building of the Happy Community? Wasn't this the basement where he was? This house is his junior year when he rented. After all, have a girlfriend, cannot still with the dormitory inside those brown man mixed living it? So when the outside rented this basement to live, and then with Zhao Feier live a life without shame. But he had been living here for a year, and apart from the good soundproofing, he hadn't found any advantages in it. But now, the news said that there was $300 million worth of gold under the ground? I'm worried about money. If there's a ton of gold down here, wouldn't you be rich?" Chapter 2 Headline Pushing System. Thinking of a ton of gold, Wen Ming's heart instantly thrilled. Whether the news was true or not, it wasn't a crime to try. What if it was true? Wen Ming immediately climbed up from the sofa, found a small hammer from inside the corner, lifted the floor leather laid on the ground, and gently knocked it up in small pieces. Dang dang dang, dang dong, asterisk 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 asterisk, really empty? Wen Ming was instantly shocked. At this moment, Wen Ming instantly came to the spirit, used all his strength and smashed it hard. The good thing is that this is a basement. The sound insulation is better. Just how he tossed no one to care about him. Just smashed a few times. The cement floor cracked in response to the sound, revealing a hole as big as a pot lid, and underneath the big hole, there was a black patch. It's collapsed, Shimming said in surprise, and then immediately opened his cell phone flashlight and shined it inside. Probably because the house was too long. The foundation that should have been solid was full of damp soil. He reached inside and pulled 2 times. The result was just pick the second. Touched the hard object, taking it out and looking at it. Shimming's eyes instantly widened and his mouth opened. What he had on the surface of his hand was clearly a 3-finger wide and 1 palm long gold bar. Golden. At the very least 2 or 3 pounds. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This. He hurriedly put his hand into the hole again and touched it. Then, another gold bar was touched out. Looking at the 2 golden gold bars inside his hand, Wen Ming's whole body trembled with excitement, and even his face turned red. This was more than hairy. It was simply going crazy. The system was real. The gold was also real. A whole ton of gold. Wen Ming could not care about the soil on the gold. The gold in front of the chest, lying on the sofa into a burst of YY. After 10 minutes of time, only gradually calmed down, began to think about these gold as how. It is certain that the owner of these gold is definitely not the current homeowner. Otherwise it would not have been possible to rent the house to him. Much less like what tomorrow's headlines news, with the next tenant because of the gold matter to the court. And finally the gold was returned to the state. Since it's unclaimed, then this batch of gold is also his own. Shimming hurriedly laid the floor back and put the table on top of the big hole to block it. Although usually basically no one came to his rental house, but the thief's heart is weak. Now his heart can be weak. In case of discovery, can become the country's, to quickly find a place to transfer. Just transfer to where is a problem. After all, is a whole ton of gold. Cannot pull in the street above the wandering. Just finished these. Ding. Here, the phone suddenly received a message. Taking it out and looking at it, I only saw a system notification of tomorrow's headlines pop up on the screen. Congratulations to the host for participating in tomorrow's headline system push news. The system rewards beginner's fighting technique. Is it claimed? There was a claim button and a give up button below. Shimming looked at the screen and blinked in confusion. There was a system reward? Then, tapped claim. The next moment, a wave of something like an electric current suddenly passed through the cell phone to Wen Ming's body. Wen Ming only felt a violent numbness in his whole body, and when he recovered, there were suddenly many more fighting techniques in his mind, and it was as if they were imprinted in his mind, and he couldn't shake them off. Wen Ming's complexion was shocked. Fighting techniques, a ton of gold. A look of ecstasy immediately appeared on Wen Ming's face, and he even laughed out loud in excitement. After a short period of excitement, Wen Ming quickly recovered and began to think about what was going on with this tomorrow's headline system. From the point of view of this ton of gold under the ground, the news released by tomorrow's headlines were not things that had already happened, but things that would happen later or in the future. Just like this ton of gold. The time of discovery was September 16th. Wen Ming's tenancy period almost ended in early September, which just happened to be something that happened after the new tenants moved in. In other words, he could know what would happen in the future that everyone didn't know would happen through the tomorrow's headline system. Such a benefit was simply unimaginable. After all, in the current society, in fact, the essence of all business was poor information, and with him in possession of this information, no matter what he did in the future, he would be unbeatable. Not to mention the news pushed by this headline system. One would also receive system rewards after just participating in it, such as the beginner's fighting technique that he had just received. Shimming took a deep breath. With such a powerful tomorrow's headline system, why would he worry that he wouldn't be able to break through in the future? Before, facing the cruel reality, facing Zhao Fei leaving him into Fan Yunhai's embrace. He only had deep powerlessness and helplessness, but in the future, when he encountered this kind of thing again, he wouldn't be that powerless again. Wait a minute. Shiming suddenly remembered that he had just seen a push headline news coming. Qin Lia, the beautiful president of Qin Shang Group, died accidentally. Shiming's complexion was frozen. In other words, Qin Lia will really have an accident too? Chapter 3 Rescue Female President. Shiming immediately took out his cell phone and clicked on the piece of news about Qin Lia on tomorrow's headlines. The next moment, details of the news about Qin Lia appeared on the cell phone screen. Yesterday, a heartbreaking and extremely vicious incident occurred in our city. On June 27, Ms. Qin Lia, the president of Qin Shang Group, was kidnapped by thugs while passing through the Huaiping Road on her way home after leaving the company. The police searched for one night, and finally, on the morning of June 28, after a report from the public, they found Qin Lia, who already had no vital features, by the river, 5 kilometers away. Qin Lia, at present, the criminals are still at large. The police have mobilized the entire city police force to look for traces of criminals, and I implore the public to provide useful clues and will be rewarded. Push time, June 28, 8:35. At the end of the news details was a surveillance video. In the video, is a wide road. There is a construction site in the distance, opposite a bush, a red sedan quickly chugging, and then from inside the bush, suddenly sprang out a woman. Hard to force the red sedan to stop. Subsequently, from the red car inside came out a woman wearing a long black dress. It is Qin Lia, Qin Shang Group President Qin Lia. In the Qin Lia want to help the woman fell on the road, and from the bushes inside, rushed out 3 wearing a mask of youth. Qin Lia forced to take away. After that the video ends. The time display is June 27 night 7:38 p.m. Shiming hurriedly glanced at the current time, 7:10. In other words, in 28 minutes at most, Qin Lia would be in trouble. Shiming took a deep breath. His complexion was incredibly grave. What to do? Shiming scratched his head anxiously. Call the police? The key was, would the police believe his words? To take a step back, even if they did, how could he explain to the police how he knew about this in advance? He might even be arrested as the mastermind behind it. Call? Right. Although he did not have Qin Lia's phone number, but Qin Lia is the president of Qin Shang Group, and he just went to Qin Shang Group interviewed, left the front desk phone. When Ming immediately to Qin Shang Group front desk pulled over. As a result, he couldn't get through even a few times. It is assumed to be off duty. When Ming anxiously looked at the time, has been the past 5 minutes. Is it possible to just stand by and watch Qin Lia get into trouble? It's definitely not possible. Although he has been living at the bottom of society, just an ordinary senior student, but never lack of enthusiasm, not to mention the kind of people who stand by and see death. Quite the contrary. He has always been very righteous. The road to see the injustice to help. The road to see the injustice of a roar of anger. Although he had once been slandered and wronged, the blood in his heart did not diminish by a single bit. Since he knew that Qin Lia would be in trouble, it was impossible for him to sit back and do nothing. Now there was only one way left, to personally strike. With the system's rewarded fighting skills, it should be possible to stop the 3 thugs and let Qin Lia escape. Even if it's a bit dangerous, it's worth it to save a person's life. And after saving Qin Lia, the system may also give him a reward. After all, when he dug out a ton of gold just now, the system rewarded him with the primary fighting technique. Even if it was just for these rewards, it was also necessary for him to take this risk. Thinking about this, Shiming didn't dare to delay any longer and immediately set off. He just came outside, turned his head, he ran into his landlord, Bao Chou Mei. Hey, bastard, it's time to pay the rent. When Bao Chou Mei saw Shi Ming, she immediately shouted. When Ming had no intention of paying attention to her, he replied, we'll talk about it later. Immediately afterward, she hurriedly ran outside. The detailed location of Qin Lia's accident was not detailed in the news, but when Ming wandered through the streets and alleys of Linen City, he had an impression of the section of the road in the video. 20 minutes of time. Taking a cab should be able to arrive. Running to the entrance of the neighborhood, just as a cab walked up, when Ming hurriedly drilled in. Uncle, please hurry to take me to the Suanzhuan village section of Huaiping Road. I'm in a hurry. Rush time also can't Now this point is exactly off-duty time. Words did not finish, when Ming took out $20, handed to the middle-aged driver in front of the road. Big brother, my brother introduced me to a girlfriend waiting over there. This is to give you cigarette money, trouble you with the fastest speed to take me. I understand. Sit tight. The middle-aged driver took the money and directly took out his excellent driving skills, and in less than 20 minutes, he rushed to the Suanzhuan section of Huaiping Road. Shiming took out his cell phone and glanced at the time. It was 26 minutes past 7. There were still about 2 minutes to go. Shimming breathed a sigh of relief. Any later would be too late. Brother, where is your brother? Where to stop? The driver slowed down and asked. When Ming pointed to the bushes not far from the outside, and was about to say that he would stop there, when he suddenly saw a red sedan pass by the car window and run to the front of them. Seeing this car, when Ming's complexion stared, it was Qin Lia's car. He had just seen in the surveillance video. This car is the car that Qin Lia drove. But how was it 2 minutes ahead of schedule? Before he could think about it, the red sedan in front of him, which was traveling fast, suddenly braked sharply, emitted a burst of ear-splitting braking sound, drifted towards the front, and with a duong sound, hit the road teeth. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Something's wrong, the middle-aged driver exclaimed with wide eyes. Chapter 4, A Hot-Blooded Battle. The middle-aged driver kicked the gas and ran to the place where the accident was in front of him, walking over to take a look, only to see that in front of the red sedan, there was a shocked woman sitting. At this time, the door of the red sedan was also pushed open. Immediately after, a woman wearing a long black dress, looking very beautiful and very temperament, came out from the inside. A face of concern to the woman walked over, asked, "Sister, you..." The words were not finished. Just at this moment, from inside the bushes next to them, 3 youths suddenly rushed out, and without saying a word, they directly pounced towards Qin Lia. This, Qin Lia exclaimed, immediately realized that the situation is not good. She simply do not know these people, but look at their bad looks. Once fall into their hands, it is very likely that the little life is not guaranteed, so turned to run toward the car inside. Just that, in her haste, she made a mistake, and just after turning around, she directly fell to the ground. All of this was said late, but it only happened in a matter of seconds before the 3 youths rushed next to Qin Lia. "Stop!" Right at this moment, the middle-aged driver roared, stepping out from inside the car, angrily glaring at the 3 youths. "Broad daylight, clear sky, you guys are trying to..." The words were not finished. One of the youths suddenly took out a dagger from his pocket and pointed at the middle-aged driver and said in a stern and cold voice, "Hurry up and get lost, or else I'll kill you." The middle-aged driver looked stunned. Immediately nodded his head and said, "Understood." After saying that, he turned and got into the car. This is a knife-wielding gangster although he has a full-blooded chivalrous heart, but people to middle age, on the too old, under the young children, ultimately cannot resist the shoulders of the responsibility and burden, cannot do their own heroes, at most, can only leave here after the police to seek help. He just returned to the car, but found that the car he pulled the youth, even got out of the car, rushed toward the 3 thugs. Asterisk 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 asterisk. "Young man, you don't want to die. Hurry back." He stretched out his head and eagerly shouted to Wen Ming. "Didn't see that there were 3 people on the other side? Didn't see that they have knives? I brought you here, but if you die here, where am I going to argue?" He shouted as he anxiously took out his cell phone to call the police. Only, Wen Ming for his shouts, simply ignored. At this time, he had only one thought in his mind: save people. When a person is impulsive, the blood will madly rush out from the brain to the limbs, at the cost of lowering the IQ, or even sacrificing the sense of pain, in order to strengthen the fighting force, so as to survive the competition of the weak and the strong. This is the biological instinct. Only those very small portion of people, when in danger, the blood of the limbs will flow to the brain, at the cost of losing combat power, in exchange for the rapid functioning of the brain. And these people either become politicians or thinkers, either became barbarians. However, Wen Ming clearly did not belong to this category of people. He was a teenage hot-blooded, impulsive as a gale, determined things will be a sinewy to the end. Let go of that girl, only to see him burst out, directly rushing over. When one of the yellow-haired young thugs saw Wen Ming, he sneered and said, "TSK, still want to learn from others to heroically save the girl, simply don't know how to die." Saying that, pulling out a dagger, he directly charged towards Wen Ming. Wen Ming was about to dodge. A movement suddenly appeared in his mind, as if it was a movement he had learned long ago and had even gone through 1,000 refinements. Without even thinking about it, he raised his leg and kicked it, accurately sending the knife in Yellow Hair's hand flying out with a single kick. The huge operation almost tore the crotch. Yellow Hair saw this scene, directly dumbfounded. So powerful? He hadn't come back to his senses yet. "Eat my kick!" He only saw when Ming coldly shouted, followed by a pop of his right leg, coming with a very standard side kick, ruthlessly kicking Yellow Hair's stomach. Yellow Hair screamed miserably and directly fell out with a vicious dog pounce. Chapter 5, When the Swell Wen Ming. Not far away, the middle-aged driver exclaimed in disbelief when he saw Wen Ming's mighty appearance. He thought that Wen Ming would be killed by those 3 thugs in seconds, but he didn't expect that this just went up and put one down. This was at least too fierce. Not only him, including when Ming himself also froze for a moment. The fighting technique rewarded by this tomorrow's headline-pushing system was so powerful. For a moment, Shiming instantly swelled up. He waved his big hand in a bold and claw-dry manner, and stood with his arms folded in incomparable triumph, saying, "I told you that your buddies have kung fu in their bodies. Carry away." Next, not to mention, this frame a swing, there are really a few points of the appearance of the master, plus just a move to knock down the yellow-haired thugs. One of the thugs cannot help but gulp saliva, directly back a step, obviously was scared not light. "Be careful behind you." Right at this moment, Qin Lia suddenly exclaimed. At the same time, when Ming suddenly felt instant chills stand up on his back, his face changed, and he subconsciously sidestepped his body, but in the end, he was still a step too late, and a dagger cut directly across his shoulder. The one who struck was the tall thug who had previously drank back the middle-aged driver. "Don't waste time, come together and do him, then hurry up and take Qin Lia away," the tall youth drank coldly in a deep voice. At the same time, the fallen yellow-haired youth also climbed up from the ground, picked up his dagger, and surrounded Wen Ming with the other two youths. Together? Come. Wen Ming hooked his finger at them, his face full of confidence. The current him was extremely inflated, feeling like it was no problem for him to take on 5 of them one by one. "If you guys didn't engage in a sneak attack, could you hurt your buddies?" Woo! The sound of a siren suddenly came from the distance. The 3 thugs immediately panicked when they heard this sound, sprouting a desire to retreat. If they didn't run again, they wouldn't be able to run away. "Kid, this time you are considered lucky. You wait for us," the tall youth said coldly, and was about to run after saying that. Only, where did Wen Ming allow them to leave like this? Want to run? Too late. "Eat my brother's kick," only to see him roar. A side kick threw over, directly kicking the dagger in the short man's hand away. "Looking for death." The taller gangster shouted viciously and directly raised his dagger and lunged at Wen Ming. He was seeing the point. Without resolving Wen Ming, there was no way for them to leave. Just when Ming did not retreat but advanced, lifting his foot, a front kick violently kicked the tall man's crotch. "Ah!" The tall man screamed miserably, directly with a blue face kneeled to the ground. Both hands covered the crotch, flopped down on the ground, lying on the ground non-stop convulsions. When Ming action does not stop at all. A throw head, thigh in midair swung round a roundhouse kick, directly kicked in the chest of the last yellow-haired thugs, kicked him flying out on his back. Not far away, the middle-aged driver and Qin Lia were all dumbfounded at this scene. When did Ming actually knock over all 3 dagger-wielding thugs? So fierce? 3 thugs want to get up in a mess, but when Ming will give them the opportunity to see who wants to climb up to go up as a foot, not to give them a chance to slow down the strength. Side kicking, while cursing and swearing like a shrew scolding the street. "No wrong or not? Asterisk. You're still learning to be a gangster. Still want to do me? Come on, let's see which one of us will do it. If I have kung fu, I'm not afraid of you. You're forcing me to fight. Now you know what I'm capable of? I haven't even used my inner strength yet, and you're already down? If I had used my inner strength, you would have been blown out of the ground long ago." Bang! Thud! Bang! With every kick, the middle-aged driver and Qin Lia, who were not far away, couldn't help but follow with the corners of their mouths. "Big brother, spare your life. We were wrong, big brother. Big brother, we don't dare anymore, ouch. It's us who have eyes and don't recognize MT. Tai. Big brother, you do not fight, do not fight." Just now, these 3 people were no match for Shiming, and now they were all injured by Shiming, so how could they possibly resist? Chapter 6, A New Reward. Not long after, the police cars came, 4 or 5 police cars, flashing lights and sirens, all the way whistling and speeding. 3 knife-wielding criminals murder. This is a proper third-class A few years cannot touch this kind of thing. "Don't move. Hands on your head." A group of police officers rushed out from inside the car, and all of them were holding guns, pointing them at the people present and shouting, including Wen Ming was also pointed at. Wen Ming hurriedly put his hands up and said, "Don't get me wrong, comrade policeman. We are on our own. The criminals have already been restrained by me. You guys hurry up and arrest them." One of the police officers, who looked like a captain, glanced at the 3 daggers on the ground, froze slightly, and said in surprise, "3 knife-wielding criminals, subdued by you alone?" On the faces of the other policemen, a look of disbelief also surfaced. Even if they were professionally trained police officers, facing 3 knife-wielding criminals at the same time, they wouldn't dare to say that they would be able to knock them all down, and a carelessness might even lead to death on the spot. At this time, the middle-aged driver who was watching outside ran over and excitedly said to the police captain, "Comrade police, he is the one who subdued these 3. You guys don't know how powerful this kid is." Click. A kick to fly one. Bang. One leg flings one away. Like a movie. Captain Zhao glanced at the middle-aged driver and said, I'm a cab driver. I'm the one who called the police. I'm the one who brought this kid here, the middle-aged driver said excitedly. I originally brought this young man to go on a blind date, but as a result of passing by here I encountered these three thugs, and this young man rushed up without saying a word. Xin also walked over and said, Captain Zhao, just now these three thugs wanted to arrest me. Fortunately this little brother stepped in to help and I was spared. Captain Zhao saw Xin and was surprised. Mr. Xin, it's you? Xin nodded. Yes. After saying that, she turned her head to Wen Ming and said, Little brother, thank you. May I ask what your name is? Mr. Xin is polite. My name is Wen Ming. Wen Ming directly said back. Just kidding. How could Wen Ming miss such a good opportunity to showcase himself? Xin nodded her head and said, Mr. He, thanks to you saving me this time. Otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. How are the injuries on your body? Is it critical? Ximming glanced at the injury on his shoulder. Asterisk. It hurts. The clothes reddened a large area. At the same time, the pain at the wound suddenly came. Just now, he was only focusing on fighting as much as he could, so he forgot about the wound on his shoulder, and he didn't feel the pain. At this moment, when he looked at it, he immediately felt the pain. The more you look, the more it hurts. She thought when Ming's iron bone strong Iron Man was cut by the knife, flowed so much blood even did not say a word. The standard Iron Man. Result. I didn't expect him to be a nervous guy. Even his own received such a serious injury have forgotten. Was reminded to think of. Okay. At this time, Captain Zhao said, Young man, comrade driver, you guys first leave a contact information. Convenient to have something to contact in time, and then you will hurry to the hospital. General Qin with me back to the police force to assist in the investigation. Xin nodded. No problem. A team of police cars came and went quickly. Xin followed them to the police force. Of course, the three thugs and the woman were also taken to the police squad. The middle-aged driver helped when Ming said, Go, I'll take you to the hospital. Don't move. When Ming hurriedly pushed the middle-aged driver away. What's wrong? The middle-aged driver inquired worriedly. When Ming took a deep breath, looked melancholy and serious. Just now, when kicking the leg, the amplitude was too big. Accidentally, ripped the crotch. He was originally just a Battle 5 dregs. His physical quality was as much of a rookie as he wanted. As a result of the fight just now, and is a whirlwind leg and side swing leg, looks dashing incomparable, but the key strength does not allow has not kicked too, ripped the crotch. Cab driver. This painting style, the transformation of a bit fast Finally, the cab driver carried Wen Ming to the cab, and rushed to the hospital. Just after sitting in the car, Wen Ming's cell phone received a message. He took it out and looked at it. The next moment, Wen Ming's eyes widened in surprise. Congratulations to the host for participating in this headline system push. Rewarded a Bugatti Veyron supercar. It will be delivered within 2 hours of receipt. Please pay attention to sign for it. The host was involved in the Qin family's infighting due to saving Xin rewarding the host with 1 body strengthening serum. Please click to receive it. Chapter 7, Making Money to Pay Back Flowers. 2 messages in a row that, Wen Ming was directly confused. A Bugatti Kai Long supercar? Body strengthening serum? Wen Ming rubbed his face with his hands in excitement. The ecstasy in his eyes was hard to hide. Even when he got that ton of gold, he wasn't this excited. He had guessed from the beginning that there would be a reward from the system after saving Xin, but he didn't expect this reward to be so perverted. Not only did it give 2 at once, but they were both such powerful rewards. Bugatti Chiron. Wen Ming also have a certain understanding of the car. This Bugatti Chiron is more powerful than the Bugatti Veyron super sports car. Cannot simply use powerful to describe. Let's put it this way. This car, the whole of China are not more than 5. The so-called land rocket is what describes this supercar. If this kind of car appeared in Linen City, it was estimated that the entire Linen would be sensationalized. Receive. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a limited grade supercar Bugatti, with a bonus car god level driving skill. Within 2 hours, the Bugatti will be delivered to the designated location. Please choose a location. Immediately after, a slight electric current sensation spread throughout his body. Wen Ming suddenly felt that there were inexplicably many more driving techniques in his mind, especially the driving experience of the Bugatti. Now, all that was missing was the car. Wen Ming directly chose the parking spot at the entrance of his basement. Then, looked towards the second reward, body strengthening serum. I wonder what's the deal with this thing. If it came with a glow with lightning, wouldn't he or she be thrown into the river by an eager old driver? It's better to wait until he gets home to collect it. Inside the cab, Ximming chatted with the middle-aged driver without a word. The middle-aged driver's name was Wang Heng, professional taxi driver for 20 years, considered an old driver, has been working as a cab driver in Linen. Wen Ming was sitting in the back row, While chatting, he took out Qin Lia's business card from his pocket. The business card is very simple. Black card. On the card, Qin Lia in 3 red Yao font characters was exceptionally beautiful. Even if one looked at the entire linen, Qin Lia's posture was considered superior. No matter whether it was her appearance or body, she was very unbeatable. Otherwise, it was also impossible to be crowned as linen's #1 iceberg beauty president. However, according to the description, when the Tomorrow's headline system rewarded the body strengthening serum, it was given as a reward for being caught up in the Qin family infighting. I just don't know. What is the meaning of this Qin family infighting? The 3 people who attacked Qin Lia and the woman were arranged by someone from the Qin family? Could it be that they wanted to settle Qin Lia and then take her place? I just don't know. If he ruined their plans, would they come after him? Of course, these were not the focus of Wen Ming's attention. His focus is to save Qin Lia's life this time. I don't know if I can have something with this linen. No. One beautiful president? This was what Lao He was most concerned about. Whenever he saw Qin Lia on TV in the past, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion that such an excellent and beautiful woman. He didn't know which old colorful guy would be cheaper in the end. But in fact, if you can do this old color batchwords, or very desirable, well. When Ming touched his chin, heart a burst of YY. Driver Wang Hung is a good person. When the time Ming sent to the hospital, not to mention, but also accompanied him throughout the whole process of bandaging wounds, and sent him back home. When he arrived at the happy neighborhood, it was already almost 9 o'clock in the evening, and there weren't many people inside the neighborhood. How much? Shiming asked. Little brother, look down on me, right? Brother, I also have the chivalrous heart to help people. I'm short of this amount of money from you? Wang Hong frowned. Result, the words just fell. Buzz, accompanied by a blood-curdling roar, a blue and white Bugatti, stopped next to the cab. The next moment, from inside stood out a young man in work attire, respectfully handed the keys to Wen Ming's hands, said, Mr. He, this is your Bugatti. I'm your exclusive attendant Con Youngda, please sign for it. Wen Ming took the key and said, tough job, no hard work, it's my honor to serve Mr. He. There's my business card in the car. If there's anything you can contact me at any time. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Well, goodbye. Bye. Con Youngda finished. Turning his head to Wang Hong, he said, Master, leaving? Wang Hong? He looked at Wang Hong and then at the Bugatti next to him that had a smooth body, gulped and said, Bugatti? You bought it? Shiming nodded. Sort of. Wang Hong, what the hell is this world? Driving a Bugatti and hitting my cab for a ride? Chapter 8, Super Serum. Master, leaving? If not, I'll go myself. Con Youngda said, go, get in the car. Immediately after that, the cab sped away from the happy neighborhood. After they left, Shiming looked at the blue and white, exaggeratedly shaped, curvaceous and technologically advanced supercar Bugatti beside him. TSK, the second car of his life. The first car was the Phoenix brand 28 bar with a single bar that Dad gave him. And now, transitioning directly to a Bugatti Chiron with 16 cylinders. Exciting. When Ming excitedly stroked the blue and white Bugatti body, cannot wait to pull open the door to sit in. Just sat inside. When Ming's mind, there are countless about the Bugatti driving skills as well as the way, as if all this has long been integrated with him in general. Now, however, it was not the time for a test drive. It was not the time to test drive the car. It was already very late, and he still had a knife wound on his body. When Ming returned to the basement, turned on the lights, the first thing to do is to hurry to drill under the table, reach out and touch the underground a ton of gold. Aha! Still in. The heart is solid. In the past, he has always felt that this basement is relatively dull. Even the windows are not. Stay in the inside is very uncomfortable. But now is different. Just now outside, he has been missing his small basement. His heart is in a state of confusion. Just want to hurry to fly home to see. It didn't matter if it was gold or not. This, probably the feeling of being a homebody, right? When Ming drilled out from under the table, sat on the sofa, began to baidu how to deal with this batch of gold better. After all, 300 million it. As long as you sell it, you'll be able to eat and drink for the rest of your life. Just, half an hour later, when Ming's expression turned into a look of sadness, he realized that he was too naive. Baidu after half an hour, he found a very serious problem. That is the country's control of the strength of the gold. This batch of the wrong way, and there is no number certificate of the gold. If a bad treatment, not to mention the sale of money, it is likely to directly sit through the bottom of the prison. Just at this time, pushing the app suddenly popped out the invitation to answer the question. If you have a ton of gold, what would you do? What the hell? When Ming saw this invitation, he was instantly shocked. Big data can even detect this? This is too powerful, right? It is likely to be their own Baidu when the detection of big data screening results. When Ming clicked on the question, there were already a lot of people answering it, but when Ming casually flipped through a few pages, they were all nutrientless and chaotic answers, so also replied below, fret about how to sell it, and then, just directly turned off his cell phone. The matter of the gold. Forget about him for now. The most important thing right now was the body strengthening serum and the Bugatti supercar. Let's try the effect of the body strengthening serum first. This thing he had often seen on TV. Once taken, it could strengthen his physical quality in all aspects, just like the superhero Captain Rice. Captain Rice was a weakling from the start. After using the serum, he had the unmistakable rice buttocks that both men and women aspired for. As long as one took this liberalization strengthening serum, one's body physique would be strengthened on all fronts, and one wouldn't have to worry about kicking their legs and ripping their crotch when fighting again in the future. More importantly, can you also have such a great ass? When Ming excitedly opened the system, finding the serum interface, it showed a bottle of blue potion with a use button underneath. Click to use. The next moment, a huge and incomparable current suddenly passed from the cell phone into Sure Ming's body. When Ming's two eyes glazed over, his body jerked up, and he only had time to let out a asterisk before collapsing straight to the ground, jerking a little. His last thought is, this damn is not the same as what he thought. Chapter 9, Behind the Scenes. Police Force, Interrogation Room. Qin Leah, the statement is almost done. Please think about it one last time. Have you offended anyone recently? Captain Zhao held a paper and pen and asked Qin Leah across the table. Qin Leah frowned and pondered for 2 seconds. This matter, it did seem a bit fishy, and she also had her own guesses. However, there were some words, without sufficient evidence. Even saying them would be useless. Moreover, this matter, it was related to the internal affairs of the Qin family, so she didn't want to say more. No, I've never offended anyone. At most it's just normal competition in the business world. It shouldn't be a crime to treat me like this. Okay, I understand then. For now, this should just be a normal robbery of money, but we still have to wait for the results of the interrogation of those 4 people to come out. You go back first. We'll notify you if there's anything, and we also hope that you'll notify us in time if you have any new discoveries. Captain Zhao put down his pen and said, okay, by the way Captain Zhao, can you give me that Mr. He's cell phone number? He saved me after all. I want to thank him properly, Qin Leah said. According to what Captain Zhao had just said, those 3 thugs could all have a criminal record in existence. Once Qin Leah fell into their hands, the consequences were unimaginable. Fortunately, when Ming appeared in time, otherwise the police would not have been able to rush over there. She would have already been arrested. So she wanted to have a look at Wen Ming's cell phone number. To thank Wen Ming, after getting his cell phone number, Qin Leah asked for a copy of the surveillance video of the incident. When Qin Leah left the picket, had just arrived at the door, a woman in her 30s wearing professional clothes suddenly rushed over with a hurried look. What's going on? Xiao Ya? The woman's name was Zhao Shu, Qin Leah's personal secretary, responsible for handling some work matters for Qin Leah. Sister Zhao, it's fine, it's all settled. Take me back first. Qin Leah returned. On the way back, after listening to Qin Leah's story, Zhao Shu let out a long breath and said, it was too close. It's lucky that Wen Ming was there, otherwise I don't know what would have happened. I feel the same way, so I want to thank him properly. Qin Leah nodded. Zhao Shu nodded and said, that's how it should be. But, Xiao Ya, have you ever thought that this matter could be Wen Ming was behind it, just to get close to you? Saying that, a look of gravity surfaced on her face. You're overthinking it. There's no way. Qin Leah replied. Those 3 thugs are all fugitives from outside the province, and have been avoiding the sight of the pickets, and at that time, when Ming was risking his life to save me, he ultimately allowed the guards to succeed in capturing those 3. Other than that, I'm afraid that in the future, those 3 people will have to spend their lives inside the prison cell. Even if Wen Ming has a heavenly skill, he can't command the 3 outlaws to sell their lives for him. Trying to command outlaws to sell their lives was not something that an ordinary person could do. Zhao Shu nodded his head and said, all right, it seems like I was too sensitive. Xiao Ya, how are you going to thank him? Qin Leah pondered for 2 seconds and returned. Looking at his clothes, he should just be an ordinary college student. How about this? Invite him out for a meal and give him $5 million in thanks. 5 million? Would it be too much? Not much. 10 million is not too much for saving his life. 5 million. Then arrange a job for him inside the company, and the matter of him saving my life will be cleared. Otherwise I'm not down to earth. Alright, then I'll call him to make an appointment. After saying that, he took out his cell phone and called Qin Leah after asking for his cell phone number. Only after dialing it several times in a row, no one answered. What's going on? Zhao Shu frowned with a face full of suspicion. it's just that she didn't know that. Inside the basement of the second unit of the fifth building of the Happiness District, Wen Ming was lying straight on the ground, with electric light flowing unceasingly on his body, both legs a draw, a pump. Can't get through. Forget it, let's talk about it tomorrow. It's not early now. Sister Zhao, you go back first, Qin Lia said. Okay. Zhao Comfort said goodbye to Qin Lia and then left the place. Returning to the car outside, Zhao Shu immediately took out her cell phone and unplugged one of the cell phone numbers inside. Soon after, the call went through. As soon as it was connected, Zhao Shu angrily and coldly drank. Qin Xiao, how can you be like this? How could you even do something so heartless? Do you still have a conscience? He, what did I do that you're saying I'm heartless? A light laughter sounded inside the phone. Do what? Those three thugs that Mr. Qin encountered. Don't tell me it has nothing to do with you, Zhao Shu said in a deep voice. Chapter 10 Redeeming Supercar Bugatti. She was the one who told Qin Lia about her trip to Qin Xiao. It was because Qin Xiao told her that there was something he wanted to discuss with Qin Lia. It's just that she didn't expect that Qin Xiao would do something so excessive. Qin Xiao suddenly laughed when he heard Zhao Shu's words and said while laughing, so what if it matters? So what if it doesn't matter? Even if I tell you that those three people were arranged by me, what are you going to do? Report me? Don't forget that you can't get away with this either. You. Zhao Shu was directly infuriated by Qin Xiao's words and her face turned red. She originally just casually helped Qin Xiao with a sentence. As a result, she didn't expect that Qin Xiao would threaten her with this matter. Qin Xiao laughed and said, things have come to this, you only have one way to go, which is to continue to help me. Otherwise, I can confess to Qin Lia that you helped me deal with her. Anyway, Qin Lia can't help me, but you can be different. This consequence, you have to think about it, Zhao Big Secretary. You're shameless. Zhao Shu angrily shouted angrily. Overkill. I want to know who saved Qin Lia. You've been with Qin Lia, so you should know this matter like the back of your hand, right? Qin Xiao laughed and asked. Zhao Shu took a deep breath and said, this time, I won't help you even if I die. Oh, is that so? Qin Xiao chuckled. The next day, when Wen Ming awoke, he realized that it was already the next morning, having just woken up. A pungent fishy odor instantly rushed into his nose, almost causing him to enjoy 22 years. He hurriedly got up and looked left and right, but finally realized that the source of the stench was actually out of his own body. At this time, he was wrapped in a layer of black sludge, and the fishy odor was emitted from the top of this sludge. Asterisk. When Ming exclaimed, directly an arrow step rushed to the door of the restroom. A pull opened the door of the restroom. Want to go to wash off the stains on his body. As a result, ka-ching, accompanied by a crunching sound. When Ming looked at the broken door handle in his hand, a moment of confusion. This, just by touching it at least a little bit. How did this doorknob crack? In the next moment, he suddenly remembered that he had used the body strengthening serum last night, and the sludge on his body should be the impurities that were discharged from his body after using the serum. But this body strengthening serum, was it this powerful? Touching a door handle, and the door handle broke? Shiming's line of sight landed on top of the arm strength machine hanging on the wall. 40 kilograms class arm strength machine. When Ming usually used to practice arm strength, but just transitioned from 30 kilograms to 40 kilograms. Practicing is still very hard. When Ming had no time to go to the shower, he directly walked over and took the arm strength machine over and practiced twice. Result, it directly bent. This, when Ming exclaimed, his face filled with ecstasy. The system export must be a fine product. 40 kilograms great arm strength machine, now in his hands felt simply like a rubber stick. It felt like it hadn't exerted much force before it was bent. If it wasn't for the fact that when Ming had practiced this thing for a long time, he would even feel that this arm strength machine was a fake. Immediately after that, Shiming looked for something else to try. After crushing a bowl, breaking a water cup, and bending a steel bar, only then did Wen Ming finally have a rough idea of his body's condition. Compared to before, his strength had increased by roughly 5 times, and his sensitivity and reflexes had been drastically improved. What kind of one-horse, backflip, and so on, was even easier to do. Although it can't compare to the superhero Team America, but it should be more than enough to deal with ordinary people. If he is allowed to face the 3 thugs, he can directly and effortlessly kick a flying one, and do not have to worry about the crotch again. Originally, because of the system's reminder of being involved in the Qin family's infighting, Wen Ming was still a bit wary, but now after the body enhancement, Wen Ming could be said to be 100 times more confident. What Qin family infighting? No matter who it was, they all had to sit down when they came, but now I have to wash off the sludge from my body first. Otherwise, not to mention redeeming the Bugatti, he may really have to enjoy the age of 22. Running to the bathroom, Shiming took a cool shower. Immediately after drying his body, he walked to the mirror and admired his current self. subconsciously touching his chin twice in a narcissistic manner. TSK, masculine side face, robust muscles, strong arms, sensual 8-pack abs, the proportion of the lines of the whole body, more a piece of fat, less a piece of thin, can only be described as perfect. Turn around and look. Yo-ho, buttocks also have. Originally he was about 1 meter 8, now directly grew to 1 meter 85. The whole body exudes the flavor of a fierce man. Yesterday, he had originally suffered a knife wound on his arm, but now it was also all healed, not even leaving a scar. Then he looked down and smiled confidently. Bro, you're a bit bigger too. Ha! The idiom of bigger than life was simply tailor-made for himself. This body strengthening serum. Awesome. Chapter 11, Bugatti blows up the street. The effect of the serum that it made Wen Ming very satisfied. I have to say, when the system produces a product, it will be a fine product. The next step was to feel the Bugatti. Wen Ming casually put on some clothes. He locked the door and found the Bugatti parked outside. At this time, inside the neighborhood activity is still very few people. Not many people noticed this inconspicuous corner of the neighborhood. Parked a Bugatti. Sitting inside the Bugatti. Ignition. Acceleration. In one fell swoop. Direct ejection start. Morning. The whole happy neighborhood. A quiet. Most of the people are like not awake is quietly busy. Ready to repeat yesterday's life. Suddenly. Boom. Boom. A surging and blood-curdling sound of sound waves instantly exploded in the small district. Countless residents, curious, walked to the windows to curiously look outside. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A supercar? Ha! So handsome. Seeing the blue and white Bugatti downstairs, these people exclaimed in shock, instantly came to the spirit, and hurriedly took out their cell phones. Only when they took out their cell phones, the supercar downstairs was no longer even visible as a taillight. The entrance to the happy neighborhood is a wide large road. At this moment, the road was filled with busy pedestrians and vehicles. A blue and white Bugatti, a beautiful drift rushed to the street, into everyone's sight. Immediately afterward, the sound of brakes and exclamations rose. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What kind of car is this? This is a Bugatti? It's so damn rich. Which rich kid is this? He's out flirting with the girls again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Almost hit it. Scared me to death. Although they are not sure what type of Bugatti is next to them, but know that as long as it is a Bugatti, there is no cheap one. If you accidentally touch it, you may have to lose all your money. Not far ahead, a black BMW 5 Series car. Fan Yunhai is driving the car. Zhao Fei are sitting in the passenger side. The two people slowly traveling on the road. Fei, I've already arranged for your internship. Just hang out in my dad's company directly. You don't have to do anything. When the time comes, I'll let you get full internship credits directly. Fan Yunhai drove the BMW with one hand, his other hand caressing Zhao Fei's leg. He smiled and said. Zhao Fei let out a light laugh and said without the slightest bit of thought, that's really too much of a thank you, Yunhai. Hey, saying what thank you to me? What kind of relationship do we have? Tell you, as long as you choose brother, absolutely will not waste your youth like Wen Ming that poor bastard. In the future brother custodian what you want to have what? Zhao Fei gave him a blank look and said, who let you chase me so late? Fan Yunhai reached out and touched Zhao Fei's big white legs, and said with a smile, can you blame me for this? Why don't we find a hotel and take a rest? Zhao Fei's face turned slightly red, and she lowered her head and said, as you wish. When Fan Yunhai heard this, he immediately said excitedly, good, let's go. After saying this, he directly stepped on the gas. As a result, just as the side was about to speed up, he saw a car suddenly turn in front of him. Fan Yunhai opened his mouth and angrily cursed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Can you drive? The words did not finish. He instantly widened his eyes and desperately stepped on the brake to the end, almost stepping out the airbag. Zhao Fei screamed in fear, and when she came back to her senses, she angrily yelled at Fan Yunhai. What are you doing? Fan Yunhai ignored him and just let out a shuddering sound that came from his soul. Holy, where the hell did this pitiful rich second generation come from? As a rich second generation, his knowledge of cars far exceeded that of ordinary people, and with just a glance, he recognized the model of the car in front of him. This is a Bugatti. It almost crashed. Zhao Fei also saw Fan Yunhai's abnormality and turned her head to look ahead. Upon seeing the Bugatti in front, she immediately said in surprise, this car is so beautiful. Can it not be beautiful? Do you know what kind of car that car is? Bugatti Chiron. 16 cylinders, 1,500 horsepower. The system speed limit of 420 kilometers. The limit speed until now no one knows. The world's fastest supercar. Land rocket. There are no more than 5 of them in the country. Fan Yunhai said as if he was counting. His voice still trembled a little. This car, but it was the dream of almost all men's hearts, including him. Unfortunately, Dreams can only ever appear in dreams. Dreams can only appear in dreams. The selling price of this car, directly by their family's company, is not a problem, Zhao Feier said with wide eyes. So powerful? How much does that cost? Doesn't it have to be several millions? Several millions? Fan Yunhai rolled his eyes and said, millions you can at most buy a car label. This car comes down to at least $80 million. It's simply not for the average person. Ordinary people would be lucky to even get a glimpse of this kind of car in their lifetime. Wow! Wouldn't the person driving this car be very powerful? It would be great if I could sit in this kind of car, Zhao Feier said excitedly. Such an awesome car. If she could sit inside it, she would be willing to kneel and lick it. As she said this, she took out her cell phone and took a few pictures. You'd better save your breath. Those who can afford to drive this car usually have at least 40 or more supercars in their homes, 3 private airplanes, private yachts, racetracks, golf courses, and so on. You can't even find one in Linen. Not to mention you. Even my old man is not qualified to befriend them. Fan Yunhai let out a long breath and said, look at you with no talent. Not to talk to you. I have this heart. I will stop the roadside first to slow down, and wait for that car to go far away. Fan Yunhai said, their family runs a sizable company, but at best they are only worth $10 or $20 million. If he really accidentally touched that car, his old man would have to peel his skin off. Chapter 12 from the female president of the invitation. Fan Yunhai parked the car on our side, got off and lit a cigarette, turned his head and found that the other cars that were originally traveling with him, at this time, also stopped, an extremely tacit understanding of the car parked to the side. Obviously, these people have been that Bugatti to scare a lot. However, they did not idle, including passers-by. All took out their cell phones to take a few photos, and began to send a circle of friends. Headlines, Shake Y above. For a time, the news of the shocking appearance of $80 million of luxury cars in Linen City spread like crazy throughout Linen City. Only these, Shiming was completely unaware. His attention, all immersed in the excitement of driving a supercar, completely did not realize that all the cars around him had stopped in fear. Drift, accelerate. The feeling of driving a supercar was similar to flying on the ground, which made Shiming truly understand what is speed and passion. Without driving a supercar, one could never experience this feeling. With the body strengthening serum and the car god technique, no matter how he drove, he felt as if he was using his arms to make the car. It was very easy, and it was completely easy to use. Half an hour later, comrade, it's detected that you've exceeded the speed limit 3 times in a row. A fine of 609 demerit points. This is the ticket. If you speed once more, you'll lose your little book. A traffic police officer stood in front of Wen Ming, handed the open fine ticket to Wen Ming, and said expressionlessly. Wen Ming kept smiling and said, I understand. Although it was exciting to drive a supercar, it was even more damn exciting to be stopped by the traffic police. Directly heart thumped, almost did not give scared urine. Well, the traffic police said expressionlessly, no matter what kind of car you drive, you have to obey the traffic regulations. Otherwise, you'll be fined. Yes. Shiming nodded his head. Alright, let's go. The traffic police mounted the small motorcycle, no longer cared about Wen Ming, and directly left the place. Wen Ming drilled back inside the Bugatti somewhat resentfully. $600. Wen Ming turned over his pocket, a face of despondency. Although he drove a supercar Bugatti, but the whole body is only less than $200. A fine of $600. The fine of $600 directly let the already poor family worse. At that moment, a strange phone call suddenly called. Hello, is this Mr. Shiming He? A mature female voice rang out from inside the phone. I am. Who is this? Shiming He was puzzled. It's like this. I'm Qin Lia's secretary Zhao Shu, president of Qin Shang Group. Qin wants to thank you for Mr. He's righteousness yesterday, and is ready to treat Mr. He to a meal tonight. I don't know if Mr. He is free? Dinner? That must be free. Shiming immediately said, while unconsciously hemming and hawing. A beautiful woman inviting a girl to dinner. Where was the reason to refuse? The dream girl in the hearts of all Linen men invited her to dinner. I wonder if those perverts inside the school would drool with envy if they knew about it. Alright Mr. He, we'll be waiting for Mr. He's great drive. Hanging up the phone, Shiming burst out laughing. Forget about the fine and whatnot for now. It's still 3 days away anyway. If you really can't, directly rent out the supercar, even if it's just for 1 day. It's more than $600, right? Doing so, it's just a little bit of a loss of face for the godly hoe, but for the sake of life, can't care about this. It's still early in the evening, or first go home, find a bigger clothes, this body of clothes on their own, thin simply like a male model, wear this body to see Qin Lia, obviously some inappropriate. When Ming returned to the happy neighborhood, the car parked outside the neighborhood, Parking spaces inside the neighborhood are private. Other cars parked indiscriminately. It is easy to accident. Last month there was a foreign vehicle, casually parked in a parking space. The results of the car was scratched, and cannot find who scratched, and finally repaired themselves. Good in the neighborhood outside the road. There is a row of parking spaces. Just need to grab a parking space. Come back late will be gone. After parking the car, Wen Ming directly back home. Just walked to the basement door. I saw the original locked well the door of the room, but also greatly open. Asterisk 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 asterisk. My gold! Wen Ming exclaimed, was scared to death. An arrow step directly rushed over. Chapter 13 Unstoppable Charm. Entering the room. At a glance, Shiming saw a middle-aged woman wearing a wide nightgown and a head of short curly hair, lying on top of the small sofa in the living room, leisurely smoking a stuffy cigarette. This person was no other than his landlord, Bao Chou Mei. Think about it. The key to this place is only owned by Bao Chou Mei and her ex-girlfriend, Zhao Feier. Zhao Feier has already left, and is unlikely to return, so the only person who can come in here is Bao Chou Mei. When Ming subconsciously looked at the place where the gold was hidden, and found that there was nothing strange, which is considered a long breath. Fortunately, it was not discovered. It should still come to call for rent. You are not running? Why do not you run? If you're capable, why don't you keep running? When Bao Chou Mei saw Wen Ming came back, she stood up with a sneer and said. Wen Ming dryly laughed and said, Sister Bao, you're joking. Thirsty, right Sister Bao? I'll pour you some tea. Said, rushed to pour a cup of tea and handed it over to Bao Chou Mei. When Wen Ming turned around, ha! Bao Chou Mei stared at Wen Ming's arse, suddenly brightened up and said in surprise, Xiao He, how do I feel? You're not the same as before? Wen Ming walked back with a glass of water, and said in surprise, different? It's probably because we haven't seen each other for a long time. Bao Chou Mei walked around Wen Ming, sked and said, TSK, I didn't expect your kid to be so strong. Look at this arm. Look at this butt. It's so curvy. Saying that, he reached out and slapped his hand on top of Wen Ming's butt. Wen Ming hurriedly took a step back and laughed dryly. Recently, I've been jerking off in the gym, letting Sister Bao look at the joke. Nima, this ass is toxic, right? You can't even hide it if you want to. Hi, look at what you're saying. Bao Chou Mei winked at Wen Ming and said, what a joke. TSK TSK, these pecs, this ass, this look. Sis likes you the most as a strong young man. Do you want to work 10 years less? In the future, Sis can give you that dozen houses, and that BMW 5 Series downstairs is also for you. Said, Flavorful flicked a head full of short permed hair, to Wen Ming winked. Wen Ming scared teeth chattering said, no, I still want to struggle again. Isn't the most important thing in a person's life the process of struggling? You really don't want to think about it anymore? I heard that you broke up with your girlfriend. This society is too realistic now, but Sis can protect you, so you can do whatever you want in the future. How about it? Bao Chou Mei said without giving up. Thank you Sister Bao for your kindness. Really no need. Seeing Wen Ming refused again, Bao Chou Mei directly said with a cold face. In that case, Wen Ming, your rent will expire in 2 months. Pay next year's rent in advance. Otherwise I'll rent it to someone else. Sister Pao, I broke up with my girlfriend and I'm also graduating soon, so I don't think I'll continue to live here next year. Shiming said. Good, then I'll put the house up for sale. After Bao Chou Mei finished speaking, she directly turned around and left. After Bao Chou Mei left, Wen Ming hurriedly unlocked the door of the room, and then let out a long breath. So close, it was really too dangerous for a boy to be alone outside. It seems, whether it was for the sake of his self-chastity or for the sake of a ton of gold, he had to hurry up and find a place to move out. Only, where can he move to? To money no money, to house no house, cannot hide in the car? A ton of gold, the whole 2,000 pounds, hide the car? Are you kidding? As for renting another place, the nature is still the same? Just when Ming when thinking about what to do, the cell phone suddenly rang. It had been ringing before, but he hadn't bothered to pay attention to it. When he opened it, he was instantly happy. It turned out to be that his answer to that 1 ton of gold on Forced Harmony yesterday had surprisingly packed in a lot of likes and comments. Ha, the answer of the answerer is so true. Fretting about how to sell it is indeed a serious question. Other people only think about how to pretend to be a bully with gold. Only the answerer this is the most real. How can you pretend to be a bully if you can't sell it? Frankly speaking, I suspect that the answerer really has a ton of gold. Ha. When Ming saw these comments, shook his head and smiled. Real? Can it not be real? Dude, that's what I'm most fuming about right now. It's just the truth, okay? Chapter 14, The Bitterness of the Landlady. Another table was moved to block the hole under the floor leather. Only then did Shiming feel relieved. In this way, unless he was brainwashed enough to pickpocket the hole in the ground and show it to others, no one would even notice the gold in the ground. Then, then began to look for clothes to wear. Now, with bigger muscles and a taller head, all those clothes from before basically became scraps. After searching for a long time, finally, I could barely find a sweatshirt that I could wear. Not long after, Shiming's cell phone rang. Hey, hello mister. This is Zhao Shu. Do you want the driver to pick you up? No need. I'll just go by myself. Okay, the location is at the Ronghua building. Mr. Qin and I will be waiting for Mr. He's arrival at the Ronghua building. Hanging up the phone, when Ming glanced at the time. Oh, it was more than 5 in the afternoon. It was already mealtime. When Ming hurriedly took over a piece of clothing casually and put it on, then directly left the door. Before leaving, he deliberately added a lock outside to prevent Bao Qiu-mei from suddenly breaking in again. Just when came to the outside of the district, but found that the Bugatti around, and surrounded a group of people, and are also inside the district acquaintances, including his landlord Bao Qiu-mei are inside. A group of people are holding a cell phone there to take pictures. Just a car. As to so shoot it? Forget it. Or take a taxi to the hotel. When Ming has always been thin-skinned. In front of strangers can say, how to how, but in front of so many acquaintances, when Ming is simply too embarrassed to go directly to the car away. Too pretentious. As soon as he turned the corner, he went directly to the main road. Just as soon as he showed his head on this side, he was looked at by Bao Qiu-mei. Hey, Wen Ming, come over here. Bao Qiu-mei waved at Shiming. When Ming grinned and said, what's wrong, Sister Bao? Bao Qiu-mei reached out and pointed to the Bugatti next to her and said, let's show you this luxury car. Bugatti Chiron. 16 cylinders of car. Have you seen it? Shiming laughed dryly. It's just a car. No big deal. Being complimented so much on his own car? When Ming felt quite embarrassed, subconsciously modestly said, you know. Bao Qiu-mei rolled her eyes and said, do you know how much this car costs? More than 80 million My dozen or so houses combined is not enough to pay for the 4 wheels of this car. One of her houses was worth almost $500,000 or so. 10 sets of houses added up, only 5 million, compared with 80 million. The difference is more than 4 car wheels. When Shiming heard Bao Qiu-mei's words, the corners of his mouth suddenly twitched. I do not understand? Ha, my own car. You even said I do not understand this car? When Ming simply the whole linen. I'm afraid I can't find a person who understands this car better than me. Bao Qiu-mei patted Wen Ming's shoulder said, kid, see this car? This is the difference between the rich and the poor. Sometimes you don't even have any meaning at all even if you struggle until the end. That's why it's important to choose the right path. She still hadn't given up on her plan to bag Wen Ming. In her experience, with an ass as perky as Wen Ming's, exercising must be very powerful. Wen Ming dryly laughed. Yes, Sister Pao. You're right about everything. I still have things to do so I'll leave first. Goodbye. He was unable to stay for a second. It was too embarrassing. Slipping away. If he was late, Qin Lia and Zhao Shu would be waiting inside the hotel. Just as he turned around, a miniature minivan suddenly stopped next to him, followed by 2 people coming down from above. One of the slightly chubby youth glanced at the Bugatti, eyebrows raised, and then asked the people around. We are sewer repairmen. Sewer manhole cover under here. Who is this car? Trouble move it. Chapter 15. This is awkward. Hearing the words of the slightly chubby youth, the people present looked at me and I looked at you, and all of them quieted down for a while. They are just here to watch the fun. Who knows who the owner of the car is? If they knew the car, they would have blown it up long ago. In the end, Bao Qiu-mei stood out and said, we do not know the owner of this car, but this car has a QR code. You directly scan the code to call the past is not on the line? The others nodded along. They were also eager to see what kind of god was the owner of this 80 million plus Bugatti. The slightly chubby youth nodded his head and walked to the front of the car and scanned it with his cell phone, then directly pulled it over. At the same time, not far behind them, a cell phone bell suddenly rang. When the people present heard this sound, they all turned their heads to look, but they only saw that not far away, when Ming was standing there awkwardly, the cell phone inside his hand was ringing with the incoming call. At this moment, when Ming was about to go crazy, Nima I was about to take a taxi to go. These 2 sewer repairers came at too good a time, right? Bao Qiu-mei raised her eyebrows slightly and reminded, Xiao Ming, someone is calling you. Hurry up and answer it? The surrounding people also hurriedly urged. Sure Ming, you hurry to pick up your phone first. We are calling the Bugatti owner over here. You keep ringing this cell phone. We can't even hear what the Bugatti owner is saying. That's right. Hurry up and pick up your cell phone. It's okay to hang up. When Ming did not answer, just the corner of his mouth pumped, picked up the cell phone, picked up the answer button, and then put the phone to his ear, whispered, hello. In the crowd, the slightly chubby youth froze, looked at his cell phone that was already connected, and put the phone to his ear and said back, hello? The next moment, The people present instantly fell silent. All of them looked at Wen Ming with a bewildered face, and at the same time, looked at the microfat youth repairman, and then looked back at Wen Ming, and then looked at the microfat youth. Immediately after that, Mr. Sun exclaimed out, Xiao Ming, this Bugatti is yours? Other people are also wide-eyed, including Bao Qiumei. All dare not believe Wen Ming when looking, and even eyes are almost given out. Our neighborhood. They are more familiar with Wen Ming, just a college student rented in the basement, although it looks sunny and friendly, but just every day in front of the neighborhood who hot soup eat dog meat buns, no more than ordinary people only. As a result, now tell them, Wen Ming is the owner of Bugatti Keelong? This is funny, right? Wen Ming dryly laughed and put down his cell phone, somewhat embarrassed. Master Sun, if you are asking about this Bugatti, it may indeed be mine. Nima, being stared at by so many people, so damn shy, but there was a kind of inexplicable excitement. Wen Ming, you say this car is really yours? Bao Qiumei asked with wide eyes. She had just said that she would let Shiming have a chance to take a good look at this car, lest she didn't have a chance in the future. But it turned out that this car was actually Shiming's? Wen Ming shook the key in his hand and said to the slightly chubby mechanic youth, sorry to delay your work, I'll move the car this time. Saying that, he directly pressed the one key start. The next moment, boom! The quiet Bugatti Chiron instantly issued a blood-curdling sound. Immediately after that, Wen Ming drilled inside the car, accompanied by a roar of the engine. The Bugatti directly sped off into the distance. Chapter 16, Another News Push. Looking at the distant Bugatti, those present sked. This Wen Ming is really hiding too deeply. I always thought he was just an ordinary college student, but I didn't expect him to be so rich. Who would have thought that the owner of the Bugatti that was on fire inside the circle of friends was really from our neighborhood? I also looked away. TSK, with the Bugatti owner living in a neighborhood. This is enough for me to blow for a while. It's just that Bao Qiumei didn't continue chatting with these people. You guys chat first, I'll go back first. After saying that, Bao Qiumei directly turned around and left. She really didn't have the face to continue staying here. It was too embarrassing. Just a short while ago, she had also said that she would let Wen Ming stop working hard and she would support him in the future, only to be rejected by Wen Ming. At that time, she thought that Wen Ming was just being self-centered, and sooner or later, he would be beaten up by the cruel reality and come back begging to give her that he didn't want to work hard anymore. Now that she thinks about it, people were just keeping a low profile at the time and were too lazy to bother with her. The owner of a Bugatti Camaro? Don't say she has a dozen houses to collect rent, even if there are hundreds, thousands of houses, but also not qualified to raise a super rich second generation driving a Bugatti. Ah, it's too damn in your face. On the other side, when Ming followed the address given by Zhao Shu, he quickly arrived at Ronghua building. After parking the car, when Ming was about to walk inside, his cell phone suddenly rang. Taking it out and looking at it, he was instantly energized. On the screen of his cell phone was another headline news push for tomorrow. Seeing another news push, Wen Ming was overjoyed. Since the last time he bound the tomorrow's headlines system and received 2 headlines aside, this was the first time he had received it. He couldn't wait to click on the news and expand the news details. On the morning of June 29th, Qinshan Group warehouse burst into flames. A large number of goods were burned, causing losses worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Qinshan Group President Qin Lia's position was resigned by the board of directors, and Qin Xiao was temporarily appointed as the new Qinshan Group president. Currently the fire's proximate cause is still under investigation. Here to remind the general public, the weather is dry. Please do a good job of preventing fire to avoid unnecessary losses. Push time, June 30th. Looking at this news, Wen Ming frowned. It's the Qinshan Group again. This Qin Lia was really plagued with troubles, almost getting killed yesterday, and then being fired as president tomorrow. It seems that inside this Qin family, it really does fight quite hard. The person who has been dealing with Qin Lia is most likely this Qin Xiao, otherwise it should not be his turn to become the new group president. Everyone says that there is a lot of right and wrong in the family, and it seems that it is not without reason. But this kind of thing, Wen Ming cannot interfere, also not his qualification to interfere, at most can only remind Qin Lia. Let her pay attention to it. I think with her wisdom and means, she should have a way to cope with it, otherwise she can't sit on the seat of the president of Qinshan Group. Saving her once was already enough. It couldn't be her personal bodyguard, could it? It was just that he didn't know what the system would reward him with this time. Shiming's heart couldn't help but start to look forward to it. Hello, is this Mr. He? At this moment, a voice suddenly pulled Wen Ming's attention. When Ming looked up, he only saw that not far away, there was a woman wearing a black professional suit standing and looking at him with a smile. It was no one else but Zhao Shu. Zhao Shu originally did not recognize Wen Ming. However, After experiencing what happened last night, Zhao Shu's impression of Wen Ming was deep. Just that, the one in front of him, wearing an ill-fitting tracksuit, was really the one who had ruined Qin Xiao's plans? Chapter 17, A Date with the Beautiful President. Are you, Secretary Zhao? Shiming asked. Zhao Shu nodded and said, yes, Mr. President Qin is already waiting for you inside. Shiming let out a dry smile and said, I'm sorry, I was delayed on the road, so I've kept you waiting. I don't know if it was an illusion. Shiming always felt that Zhao Shu's eyes were looking at himself in a somewhat strange way. No, we just arrived as well. Please follow me, Zhao Shu politely said. No matter what, the other party had saved Qin Lia's life. Zhao Shu naturally had to treat him politely. Under Zhao Shu's guidance, Wen Ming arrived at a private room. Inside, Qin Lia was sitting inside on the phone. Today, she wore a white blouse, coupled with a slim short skirt and pulled-up hair, making her entire person look extraordinarily competent. Seeing Wen Ming came over, Qin Lia immediately hung up the phone and stood up with a light smile, saying, Mr. Hello again. Saying that, she extended her hand to Wen Ming. Wen Ming hurriedly stretched out his hand and shook Qin Lia's lightly, then immediately broke it up and said with a smile, Good day, Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin looks even more beautiful than yesterday. Qin Lia's small hand is really slippery. Ming couldn't help but reminisce for a moment. Thank you, Mr. For the compliment. Yesterday I wanted to invite Mr. For dinner. After all, Mr. saved my life, but I just didn't contact Mr. And I've been busy during the day today, so I've delayed until now. Qin Lia smiled and said, Mr. Qin is polite. If other people happen to see this kind of thing, they wouldn't stand by and do nothing. Shiming said back, that's not necessarily true. Qin Lia shook her head and said, the results of Zhao's interrogation have already come out. The other side is 4 people. That woman was only coerced, but the other 3, they are all wanted repeat offenders. If Mr. hadn't happened to show up yesterday, I probably wouldn't have seen the sun today. Qin Lia said with an emotional expression. Faced with 3 vicious thugs, in this society nowadays, there wouldn't be 1 in 10,000 willing to come forward to help her. Even if there was only 1 gangster, it was estimated that no one would dare to come forward to help her. There is no way. This society is like this. That was why she felt that the help she received from Shiming was very rare and valuable. When Shiming heard this, he barred his mouth. It was still counted that this female had a compulsion in her heart. According to the news inside tomorrow's headlines, right now Qin Lia had indeed turned into a lying corpse. Where could she still sit here and talk and laugh with him? This can only say that we have fate. I just happened to pass by there. You just had an accident. I doubt if this is a well-written script. Don't you think so, Mr. Qin? Shiming snorted. Qin Lia laughed out softly and said, Mr. He really likes to joke. How is the injury on your body? Should it be alright? It's definitely fine. Wen Ming directly patted the location of the wound and cheerfully said, it's been fine for a long time. No, he didn't dare to lift his sleeve for Qin Lia to see. After all, this was only his first exchange with Qin Lia, and letting people look at his body for the first time was always a little bit too good. Boys should also have boys' reserve. More importantly, yesterday a dagger cut over, shed a lot of blood. The result today not only healed, even the scar is gone. How can he explain to Qin Lia? Seeing Wen Ming's action, Qin Lia hurriedly said, well, Mr. Don't pat the wound. It's good that it's fine. She was really afraid that when Ming patted the wound like this, he would crack it again. However, when Mr. dared to pat it like this, it was assumed that the wound really wasn't very serious. Otherwise how would he dare to pat it like this? Qin Lia would never have guessed that the wound on Wen Ming's arm had long since healed through. Mr. What do you like to eat? Qin Lia changed the topic and said. Wen Ming spread his hands and said, whatever. Qin Lia frowned. Wen Ming froze for a moment and hurriedly explained, it's not whatever you think, it means eat whatever you want. Chapter 18, Qin Lia's thanks. Put. Qin Lia was directly amused by Wen Ming's appearance. Afterward, she gave Zhao Shu a wink. Zhao Shu immediately understood and turned around to walk out. After Zhao Shu left, only Qin Lia and Wen Ming were left inside the room. Wen Ming looked startled. This lonely man and woman sharing a room. Could it be that this Qin Lia wanted to return the favor by giving her body? Thinking of this, Wen Ming suddenly got excited. His heart puffed and puffed quickly. If this is the case, oneself is from or not from it? What is the name of the child? He Dong or he she? Mr. Shiming was just wandering off into the sky when he was suddenly called back by Qin Lia's voice. Cough. Shiming coughed lightly and said, what's wrong, Mr. Qin? Mr. I invited you here today, firstly, to treat Mr. to a casual dinner, and secondly, to express Lia's gratitude for Mr. He's help. Qin Lia said, took out a bank card from inside her bag and pushed it in front of Wen Ming. Inside this card, there is a total of 5 million. The password is 6 zeros. A little token of appreciation. Please don't refuse, Mr. He. 5 million? Wen Ming was instantly surprised. A rich big president is different. Out of the blue is 5 million. What's wrong, Mr. He? Too little, is it? If it's too little, I can still add more. Xin Lia saw Wen Ming's look and said directly, No. Wen Ming hurriedly waved his hands and said, how could I possibly think $5 million is too little? It's just that there's no need for you to be so polite. Mr. Xin, you saved me. This money is what I should give. Otherwise I would have a bad conscience, Xin Lia said. Wen Ming sighed helplessly and said, all right. Saying that, he graciously took the bank card over. If he didn't pick it up, it was expected that Xin Lia would get angry and even wonder if he, Shimming, had bad intentions towards her. Although it was true that he had a little bit of any bad intentions, but if he was guessed out, it would be embarrassing. Most importantly, he was short of money. $5 million. Doesn't it smell good? That's right, Xin Lia said with a light laugh. Thank you, Mr. Xin. Shimming put the bank card into his pocket and laughed. Xin Lia nodded and said, no need to thank me. It's something I should give. By the way, Mr. He, you are still in school as an internship college student, right? Well, I just entered my senior year of college, and the next year is all about internships. So have you found an internship unit? Are you interested in coming to work for our Qinshang group? In addition to the various department managers and supervisors, you can choose any of the other jobs, as long as you do a good job. I guarantee that I will definitely not treat you badly, Xin Lia directly promised. With such good conditions, Xin Lia felt that Ming would not refuse. Wen Ming shook his head and said, thank you for General Manager Qin's good intentions, but for now I don't need it too much. If it was said in the past, Wen Ming was definitely 100 times willing to be able to enter a big enterprise like Qinshang Group. But now, he had more important things to do. What kind of things? Of course it was to guard his ton of gold and be a qualified miser. Take Xin Lia's 5 million to buy a villa. Then every day holding a ton of gold does not smell good? Hearing Wen Ming's words, Xin Lia's face was even more surprised. Refused? To know, her Qinshang Group, the whole Linen College students are all rushing to want to get in. As a result, when did Ming turn it down? And from the beginning to the end, Wen Ming had a bland look, as if there was nothing at all that could move him. At this time, the food was brought up, plate after plate, and in a moment's time, more than a dozen plates were brought up. Hua, ordering so many dishes, we can't finish them all. Inviting Mr. He to dinner, naturally it has to be grand, otherwise how can I reflect my gratitude to Mr. He? Alright, where's Sister Zhao? Call her to eat with us. Aha. After saying that, she took out her cell phone and called Zhao Shu. She had just let Zhao Shu go out just to make it easier to give money to Wen Ming just now. After all men want to save face, and if there were outsiders present, there was a possibility that they would be embarrassed to accept that money. Outside the hotel, Zhao Shu was standing by the windowsill in the corridor, looking out the window at the night, lost in thought for a while. At this moment, two waiters walked past her back, talking as they walked. Brother Zhao, you went down to look just now, right? Looked and watched. I didn't expect Bugatti to come to our hotel for dinner. Yeah, it's so damn pretty. That car, worthy of $80 million worth of cars. I also touched it. It feels better than a woman's hand. You are not nonsense. A woman is not as fragrant as a Bugatti. I just don't know what kind of god is the owner of this car. I saw it. It's a young man, with a woman into the words were not finished. This waiter suddenly saw the woman standing on the windowsill turn back. Upon seeing Zhao Shu's looks, this waiter's face instantly changed and hurriedly lowered his head in a panic. I'm sorry, ma'am. I didn't know you were here. I'm disturbing you. Sorry. Chapter 19, Intelligence Error. Zhao Shu raised his eyebrows, his face filled with doubt. What was the situation? Was he so intimidating? This reaction was also too exaggerated, right? She had seen several waves of waitresses standing here, and she hadn't seen any that reacted so violently. The waiter finished, immediately pulled another chubby waiter on the go far away before whispering, see, that Bugatti owner is, and this she came in, scared me to death. Just this corridor is quiet. Zhao Shu's hearing and extremely sharp, word for word listened in. Bugatti? With her? What do you mean? Zhao Shu took a big step over and shouted, hey, stop. Short waitress was this voice, scared directly a jolt, turned back with a face of panic. That, big sister, I really do not know that you are here. We are not going to talk about you. Really just, what talk about me? What Bugatti? What are you guys talking about? Zhao Shu frowned. The short waiter froze for a moment, and said in shock, sister, the young man who entered the hotel with you is the Bugatti owner that our Linen is rumored to be crazy about today. You don't know? Bugatti owner? Zhao Shu looked stunned. Right, the short waiter said. The car is parked outside. When he parked I just happened to be next to him and saw him enter the hotel with you. You really don't know? When Zhao Shu heard this, her eyes suddenly shrunk together, her face unprecedentedly grave. She had always thought that Wen Ming was just an ordinary college student, especially when she had just seen the ill-fitting suit that Wen Ming was wearing, including Qin Lia. She had also thought so. As a result, in the end, the car this guy drove was actually a Bugatti Chiron worth over $80 million? For ordinary people, $80 million might just be a number. At most this number is a bit bigger. This was because this kind of figure of money was something that could never be seen in a lifetime for an ordinary person. But Zhao Shu was different. She clearly knew the significance of $80 million, and even more so, she knew what it meant to be able to afford an $80 million Bugatti. But how could Shiming, who looked no more than ordinary, be able to afford to drive such a luxurious car? Or maybe, he was just the driver? Just as soon as this idea appeared, it was passed by Zhao Shu. Have you ever seen anyone driving a supercar and hiring a chauffeur? Those who play with this kind of car are all in pursuit of excitement and driving fun. If they ask the driver to drive this kind of luxury car and sit inside it themselves, even the most foolish people would not be able to do it. Sitting in a business car is more comfortable than in this kind of sports car, isn't it? At this time, her cell phone suddenly rang, took it out and saw that it was Qin Lia's. Hey, Sister Zhao, are you done with the business over there? Qin Lia inside the cell phone asked. Zhao Shu took a deep breath and said, Xiao Ye, there's something I think I should tell you. When he came, he drove the supercar Bugatti that exploded in Linen today, inside the hotel's private room. When Qin Lia heard Zhao Shu's words, her complexion was slightly stunned, and she didn't move as she glanced at Wen Ming who was eating. Afterwards, she let out a light smile and said, Okay Sister Zhao, you can get busy outside first. After hanging up the phone, Qin Lia took a deep breath and glanced deeply at Wen Ming. A Bugatti supercar appeared on the streets of Linen. Such a big deal. Qin Lia naturally knew about it, and even inquired multiple times about who the owner was. After all, can have Bugatti this kind of supercar owner? In the whole Linen, can be said to be a pivotal existence? Naturally want to inquire clearly. Just so far, in addition to know parked outside the happy neighborhood, for the owner of the news, but did not inquire at all. Full of mystery. But she did not expect this mysterious Bugatti owner, actually sitting in front of her. Looks like a so-again ordinary youth. At this instant, Qin Lia suddenly understood many things. Why for the $5 million she took out, Wen Ming would be that kind of strange expression, in the face of her solicitation, but also the slightest bit did not move the appearance. For a person with an ordinary $80 million car, what was $5 million? Not to mention an ordinary position of Qin Shang Group, Wen Ming's power behind, absolutely far beyond her Qin Shang Group. Just that. What made Qin Lia not understand was why did Wen Ming act like an ordinary person? Could it be that rich people like to play like this? Chapter 20, He Shiming's reminder. Where's Sister Zhao? Isn't she done yet? He Shiming asked suspiciously. Well, there's still a little something left to be dealt with. Letting the two of us eat first. Qin Lia returned. In reality, she was just worried that if Wen Ming was really the owner of that $80 million Bugatti, Zhao Shu, who was just a secretary, would obviously be inappropriate to sit here. Wen Ming helplessly said, this dozen of dishes, the two of us eat, not to hold up Qin Lia pursed her lips and let out a light laugh. Looking at Wen Ming said, Mr. How is the taste of this dish? It's still to your liking, right? Aha, not bad. I've never eaten such a delicious dish before, Shiming said with his mouth full of oil. Qin Lia let out a light laugh and said, as long as you like to eat, right Mr. I wonder where your family lives. It will be convenient to visit you when something comes up in the future. My home. Hearing the first beautiful president of Linen ask for her own home address, Wen Ming excitedly replied, my home is in the Happy District. After saying that, Wen Ming was a little embarrassed. He said, it's just that my home is rather simple, so if Mr. Qin sees it, he probably won't be able to look at it. How can that be? I will definitely pay Mr. He a visit if I have the chance. Qin Lia replied with a light smile, while in her heart, she was already sure that He Ming was really the owner of that Bugatti. After all, that Bugatti was parked within the Happiness small area. Only, what made Qin Lia puzzled was, Wen Ming such a super rich second generation, why would he be so low profile, and even put on an appearance of an ordinary person, and would appear in front of her so coincidentally? Could it be that he was interested in her? Qin Lia's brain thought quickly. Although she was thankful for Wen Ming had helped her, it would definitely be impossible for her to say that she was thanking him with her body. However, such a super rich second generation, if it could be utilized properly, the benefits to her Qin Shang Group would definitely be great. Thinking of this, Qin Lia lightly smiled and said, Mr. Our Qinshan group, just now, lacks a general manager. I wonder if you are interested in coming to try. General manager? Shiming raised his eyebrows slightly, glancing at Qinlia in confusion. What's the situation? Didn't he just say that he could pick any ordinary position, and then he was suddenly asked to be the general manager? What kind of problem was there? However, immediately afterward, when Ming directly shook his head. Just kidding, he is a poor student who has not even graduated from university. At most he has set up stalls for a few days, and has been a tutor for a few days, so let him be the general manager? He was afraid that he would be able to straighten out Qinshan Group. I can't be a general manager. When Ming shook his head and said, if you let me be a gatekeeper and clean the toilets, maybe I'm okay, but you don't even have to consider me as a general manager. But, speaking of this, he remembered his good buddy Wang Jianba, that cargo in the financial aspect, but a top good hand, every month by speculation can earn tens of thousands. Recently, that guy is not looking for a job. As a result, he cannot find a suitable job, every day tired as a dog running around. Thinking of this, when Ming embarrassedly smiled and said, I have a classmate, in the financial sector is very proficient. If Mr. Qin does not mind, I can introduce him over. Qinlia immediately brightened up and said, okay, no problem. She was worried about how to establish a good cooperative relationship with Wen Ming. With his classmate here, wouldn't this relationship be another step closer? Soon, Shiming was full. This guy was already a fast eater, and there weren't many people who could snatch him up in school. I'm really full. Thanks to Mr. Qin's hospitality, this meal is really enjoyable. When Ming touched his resting stomach cheerfully, Qinlia gently laughed, and secretly said in her heart, you drive tens of millions of dollars of Bugatti. What delicious food have not eaten? But on the mouth said, Mr. He like it is good. By the way Mr. Let's add a VX. It's convenient to contact in the future. When Shiming heard this, he nodded excitedly and said, good. Afterwards, the two walked outside together, arriving at the entrance, when Ming stopped and reminded Qinlia, right Mr. Qin, the weather has been hot lately. Make sure you do a good job of preventing fires. If in case a big fire breaks out in any of the warehouses, it will be troublesome at that time. Chapter 21, The Black Hand Attacks. What do you mean? Hearing Wen Ming's reminder, Qinlia asked suspiciously. Wen Ming lightly laughed and spread his hands and said, nothing, just a kind reminder. After all, yesterday Mr. Qin almost had an accident. As the saying goes, misfortune does not come singly. Now this kind of weather, once the warehouse fire, this consequence I think Mr. Qin can't bear it. It's better to pay attention. Not afraid of 10,000. Afraid of the eventuality, right? Qinlia's eyes immediately shrank when she heard Wen Ming's words. She was not stupid. On the contrary, to be able to sit on the position of the president of Qinshan Group, she was smarter than most people. Now that she heard Wen Ming's reminder, Qinlia instantly woke up. Yesterday's accident, on the surface, it only looked like she had encountered thugs, but Qinlia had thought a lot about it, because those thugs obviously had a premeditated plan, and it wasn't just her that she happened to encounter. It was just that there was no relevant evidence. Even though she had thought of some situations, there was no way to say anything. If it was true that someone wanted to harm her, it didn't work yesterday. It would inevitably continue to think of ways. And if a fire broke out in Qinshan Group's warehouse, it would definitely be a fatal blow to her as the group's president. At this time, Zhao Shu walked over. Sister Zhao is here. You guys chat first. I'll go back first. Wen Ming said with a light smile. Then after bidding farewell to Qinlia and the recently arrived Zhao Shu, he directly left. After Wen Shiming left, Zhao Shu curiously asked Qinlia, Xiaoya, what's wrong? What did Mr. He just say? Qinlia took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, nothing, you go back first. Zhao Shu hesitated for a moment, then suddenly smiled and said, Xiaoya, why don't I take you out? I heard that there's a restaurant that cooks really good food. The task Qin Xiao had given her was to bring Qinlia out of the company tonight and not to affect his plans. Just that. When Qinlia heard her words, she didn't show any interest, but directly shook her head. Let's talk about it some other time. Sister Zhao, I have other things to do. After saying that, she directly got into her car. Looking at the departing Qinlia, Zhao Shu frowned. This was the first time Qinlia had alienated her. Before this, Qinlia would tell her everything, but today, Qinlia didn't even tell her what she was going to do. She stood in place and gritted her teeth, then took out her cell phone and dialed. A few seconds later, the call was connected. Zhao Shu took a deep breath and said, Qin Xiao, Qinlia didn't go out with me. Then where did she go? I don't know. Just now she had a meal inside with Wen Ming. Then the two of them went their separate ways. They didn't even tell me where they were going. I think Qinlia has already begun to suspect me. Ha ha. Qin Shao laughed out loud and said, then what if the two of them went to a room? Each left just because they were afraid that you would guess. How could they tell you? Don't think too much. Don't care where she went. The plan is as usual. Zhao Shu helplessly said. Well, by the way, there is something. Forget it, it's fine. She originally wanted to tell Qin Shao about when Ming drove the Bugatti, but thinking about it, this matter was better not to tell Qin Shao. She didn't have any good feelings towards Qin Shao, and if Wen Ming could clean up Qin Shao, she would clap her hands directly behind her. But for now, she only had to listen to Qin Shao's words and act. There was no other choice, because her handle was in Qin Shao's hands. Only, she did not know that. Qin Lia left the hotel, went straight to the Qin Shang Group warehouse and personally checked all the fire equipment. Result, do not check, do not know. This check, but found that more than 80% of the fire extinguishers are not working. Only the door of the few is good. Not only that, even the fire water emergency water inside is empty water. There is no water pressure. Qin Lia overnight to all the failure of the fire extinguishers are replaced. The fire emergency water inside the waterfall, and urged the duty officer must always keep an eye on the warehouse, in case of fire, and to give each of them an additional $200 overtime pay. The other side, when Ming drove the Bugatti, humming a little song while returning home. As usual, he parked the car on the road. When Ming walked directly towards the inside of the neighborhood. Result, just walked to the entrance of the neighborhood. In the darkness, suddenly rushed over 5 big men dressed in black. When the Ming group surrounded, the leader was a young man in his 20s. You are Wen Ming? The youth narrowed his eyes as he looked at Wen Ming and said. Wen Ming raised his eyebrows and said, it's me. Who are you? What is this about? Saying that, he swept a glance at these 5 big men around him. TSK. It looked quite intimidating. If it was in the time when Shi Ming was in the past, it was estimated that they would directly be scared and turn their heads and run away. But now, facing these 5 big men, Wen Ming had the confidence to knock them all down before they touched his clothes. The very brutal kind. What do I want? The youth raised his head and smiled heatedly. Introduce yourself first. My name is Zheng Tianjun. Kid, I heard that you're crazy, so today I want to find you to meet you. When Shiming heard this, his heart and mind stirred. Can't it be that these people are the ones Qin Shao sent over to deal with him? Just that. Sending just a few big guys to deal with him? It was too much to look down on him, right? Shiming shook his head and smiled. Alright, but how do you guys want to see it? You who? Zheng Tianjun raised his nose and said. Sure is quite crazy. Looks like you haven't seen the power. After saying that, took a step back and said, brothers, give me a beating. The words did not finish. A loud shout suddenly rang out from inside the neighborhood. Who dares to bully our little Ming? Zheng Tianjun turned his head and looked, only to see that inside the neighborhood, an army made up of a group of grandparents madly rushed towards him. Some were carrying baskets, some were holding garbage shovels, some were holding walking sticks, and some were holding photographs, but all of them had a ferocious look. Although they were all grandparents, they really looked like a torrent of steel. Zheng Tianjun? Shiming? What is this situation? The next moment, these grandmasters and grandmothers rushed closer. Dare to bully Shiming. Beat them up. Go! Asterisk 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 them. In the next moment, rotten eggs, tomatoes, and so on, smashed towards Zheng Tianjun and the others as if they didn't want to die. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Run! Zheng Tianjun exclaimed and hurriedly ran with his people, running to the outside of the neighborhood. He still didn't forget to turn back towards Wen Ming to put out a harsh word. Kid, I'll remember you. Wait for me. Finished speaking. Seeing that the grandparents over there were about to rush over again, he hurriedly turned his head and ran outside, fearing that he would run late and fall into the surroundings of these grandparents. I can't help it. Even if Zheng Tianjun was more powerful, he wouldn't dare to mess with these grandparents. In terms of fighting strength, these big grandparents are absolutely flood level. One cannot get it directly to the ground to give you a lie. This dam on the end of the cafe, looking at the fleeing Zheng Tianjun and others, a group of grandparents' face, suddenly emerged victorious smile. Shiming grinned and said to these people, thank you grandparents. It had to be said. These grandparents were truly awesome. After hearing Wen Ming's words, these people immediately greeted them and enthusiastically said, we're all from the same neighborhood. What are you talking about? That's right. How dare you bully our neighborhood? You don't even know what our neighborhood used to be. Xiao Ming, don't be afraid. If you encounter someone who bullies you again, just yell out grandpa and grandma. We'll kick his ass. Chapter 22. What is the experience of holding $5 million in your hand? When Shiming listened to these people, he only felt a burst of speechlessness. When these people usually met with him, they didn't even greet him, and even when Ming took the initiative to greet him, these people were indifferent. Seeing the warmth of these people, Wen Ming was really flattered. After all, People are the original residents of the neighborhood, and when Ming is just here to rent a room to live only, do not see him an outsider is normal. Result: these people's attitude towards him now unexpectedly came to 180 degrees big change. Led Wen Ming a burst of speechless. What is this about? However, immediately after, Wen Ming knew the purpose of these people's enthusiasm, only to see Wen Ming after a short period of politeness. These people immediately and enthusiastically pulled Wen Ming's hand. Xiao Ming, I am your Auntie Wang. This is my daughter. What do you think, Auntie Wang? Please forget it. Your daughter has a boyfriend, okay? Xiao Ming, this is a picture of my granddaughter. What do you think? Don't argue. Xiao Ming, I'm Mr. Zhang from upstairs. Why don't you come to my place? Shiming. It was only then that he suddenly realized that these people were suddenly so enthusiastic all of a sudden, originally coming to arrange a date for Emma. At this moment, Wen Ming were speechless. Not just a Bugatti? As for this, it's just a broken car. Does it smell so good? After a long while of politely talking to these grandfathers and grandmothers, Wen Ming was hard to get out of them, back to his own basement. The good thing is that the door to the basement was locked by him. The door to the basement was locked with 2 locks, so even the landlord couldn't get in. Otherwise, Shiming really doubted that these people would rush over directly. They were really too enthusiastic. It seems that moving was a top priority. Tomorrow, the house must be taken care of and moved out. After all, now he's considered a rich man, not to mention the rest. Just now, Qi Lia gave him $5 million, plus his own original more than $200. That is more than 5 million. So much money in hand. Direct full buy a set of ordinary villa should be almost. But all this is not as important as paying back the money. All these are not as important as paying back the money. I still owe a lot of money outside. I have to pay back the money first. Wen Ming immediately took out his cell phone. The result: suddenly a Q&A invitation popped up. What is the experience of suddenly having $5 million in your hand? Seeing this forced almost pop up, Wen Ming directly were dumbfounded. Is this pusher a roundworm in his stomach? Since I just got $5 million, this pussy already knew about it? The big data is so horrible? Wen Ming was silent for 2 seconds, clicked on the reply, and said back below, hand in hand more than 5 million, ready to buy a villa. Then he closed Pushy and checked the money inside the bank. TSK, 5 million. Previously, he had been frugal and saved all the money he had spent on his ex-girlfriend Zhao Feier, and now he only had more than $200 left on him, and still owed the traffic police $600. I was worried about what to do, even the idea of renting a car. And then the money came, and it's $5 million. It's like someone gave him a pillow when he fell asleep. It feels good to have money. Aha. First of all, the owed $2,000 chanting to pay back. There is still to give his ex-girlfriend Zhao Feier installment to buy Fruit 11 Pro money. At that time, 24 installments divided into interest to buy, and now there is still a year and a half of money left to pay it back, although now broke up. But this money cannot not return. The mistake that was made in the beginning, with tears also have to pay off. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. When Ming opened the mother's micro-X, intends to filial piety to the 2 old man some. The 2 old people are native to the countryside, in order to supply their own college, a dry outside to do loose work, one at home to help others sewing clothes, but also quite tired. But for fear of scaring mom and dad, Wen Ming did not dare to turn over too much at once, only turn 10,000. But even so, the money has just been transferred. Mom's phone call came. Hey, Shiming, where did you get so much money? Mom said with worry. Wen Ming laughed and said, Mom, recently with friends in linen do a little business, earned a little money. You and dad eat some good. That's not good. I'll give you the money to save first, put together later when you get married with a daughter-in-law. Mom said back. Wen Ming hurriedly said, do not need to save mom. Money to you to call the past is to let you spend. Nonsense. We 2 good arms and legs. How can we spend your money? Hang up first. I still have a little work in hand, did not do too much. Mom said. Hanging up the phone, Wen Ming helplessly sighed. Forget it. Mom is like this. Probably call over more money. Mom will also give him all the savings to marry daughter-in-law. Let's not worry about that. There is also the money owed to Lao Wang. Old Wang is his roommate in school, named Wang Jianba. Is his school inside the most iron brother? This Good's family is relatively rich. Wen Ming is also relatively good. Help him do not know how many times. Now Wen Ming still owes him more than 5,000. He directly transferred 8,000 past. Just turned over. Wang Jianba phone call over. Hello? Timing. What the hell are you doing transferring so much money at once? Robbed the bank? Wang Jianba inside the cell phone asked. Wen Ming laughed. Con. That illegal thing we can do. Oh, you 5,000. More than 2,000 is considered your help to me these years. Thank you my ass. Wang Jianba urgently said, you must not think. Zhao Feier and you broke up. That is, she is not lucky. Where are you now? brother to find you to take you to drink. What is not happy with brother, said Wen Ming. Does this Wang not think he wants to commit suicide? What a joke. Con. Don't worry about it, old Wang. I'm fine. Is always owed your money overly. Now in the hands of a bit of money. Just hurry to return to you. Well, it's good if you don't die. Have you eaten yet? Do you want to come out and drink? Brother's treat. Some other day. I'll treat you. It's a bit inconvenient for me right now. Shiming said back. Alright then. I've been out looking for an internship unit all day today. I'm tired as a dog. I just got back to school. I'm going to take a shower first. Then hung up the phone. Shiming looked at the cell phone and laughed. It had to be said that Wang Jianba was really good to him. The only drawback is that this good's at least surnamed Wang, so Wen Ming always a little wary. After hanging up the phone, another call came in. The cell phone suddenly rang, and the display on it was a real estate agent. After answering it, a girl's voice rang out from inside. Hello sir, are you thinking of buying a villa recently? Our side is the Jiangnan Water Country Villa Cluster, with beautiful prices and an elegant environment. Would you like to consider it? Shiming raised his eyebrows. How did they know they wanted to buy a villa? Wait a minute, pushy. This pussy who's selling ads was really a handful. Let's see. I'll take another look. Shiming said back. After saying that, hang up the phone. In the end, it was hung up for less than a minute. The phone came back with another one. This time it was a man's voice. Hello sir, we have a villa over here, worth about 5 million. 3 floors, within the 3rd ring of Linen City. Traffic. Phone call. One after another. Directly when Ming made a mental breakdown. After opening the stranger caller do not disturb, this is considered to be a little bit of peace and quiet. Nima. No more messy pretending to be a pussy. Afterwards, when Ming went to take a shower, narcissistic standing in front of the mirror to show off the muscles, went back to the house to rest. Night. Silence. The second half of the night, when everyone was asleep and the world was quiet, a scream that suddenly rang out from the Qin Shang Group's warehouse. It's on fire. It's on fire. Qin Shang Group warehouse office. Qin Lia, who was sleeping on the desk, heard the shouts and instantly stood up. Her complexion was grave. Chapter 23, Outrageous Hands. The next day, Shiming went to the mall, ready to buy some clothes first. He had wanted to buy them yesterday. After using the body strengthening serum, the clothes inside his house were now a circle smaller, and his underwear was even tighter around his butt. If he accidentally operated slightly larger, his brother might even come out to meet the audience. If that were to happen, this old face of his would have no place to put it. Just yesterday did not take the time to come from the hotel back directly after sleeping. After leaving the happy neighborhood, Wen Ming went straight to the mall. After coming to the mall, Wen Ming also looked at the name, just casually into a clothing store. He had never been very particular about the clothes he wore. There were 2 female shoppers inside. A slightly fat shopper was receiving a middle-aged male customer. Shiming looked at the other shop assistant. This shopper has a good figure, so Wen Ming subconsciously looked at 2 eyes. A slim-waisted hip dress. The body set off the best. Do not mention how eye-catching. At this time is standing inside to play with the cell phone. Wen Ming looked at this shopper. Shopper Song Lily also saw Wen Ming. Immediately afterward, Song Lily immediately felt her eyes light up. Handsome guy In her line of sight, Wen Ming stood in the doorway. His tall height, the exploding muscles lined under his skinny clothes, and his whole body revealed the flavor of hormones, which made Song Lily couldn't help but feel spring in her step. Just after seeing the clothes on Wen Ming's body, the bright light in Song Lily's eyes instantly dimmed. She had worked in the clothing industry for so many years, her eyesight was so poisonous. Wen Ming's clothes were all miscellaneous brands, adding up to less than $100. This time, Wen Ming, whose entire body exploded with muscles, in Song Lily's eyes, suddenly became a bricklayer. The cheapest clothes in their store have to be thousands of dollars. It's simply not something an ordinary bricklayer can afford to consume. Even if she wore out her mouth to introduce him, he would end up saying, "I'll just take a look," and then turn his head and leave. Then he would turn his head and leave. Blind for nothing. This body gluttonous, this very drooling muscles, but a pity is a poor pussy. If you can't get it, you have to destroy it. At this time, Shiming touched the clothes in the store one after another. Song Lily immediately shouted, "Hey, why are you touching them? Don't touch them if you don't want to buy them. You can't afford to pay for them if they get dirty. If the clothes are dirty, they won't sell well. Customers nowadays are very picky and will leave if there is any problem." Shiming rolled his eyes and said, "I'm not touching you. Why are you so nervous? You can't even touch it? How to buy clothes without touching? This woman is simply sick." "You." Song Lily instantly glared at both eyes. Shiming put down his clothes and said, "Guests are here, and there's no one to receive them? Is this how you treat your guests? Is this how you treat God?" Song Lily muttered in a small voice, "If everyone was God, then wouldn't the world still be in chaos? At this time, the middle-aged customer inside the store left without buying anything after looking around. Song Lily immediately shouted to the chubby female shopper, Xiao Wan, there's a customer who wants to be a god. You receive him. Sister Lily, wait for me to drink some water first. Xiao Wan's voice was a bit hoarse as she returned. She had already received 6 or 7 waves of customers all morning, only to not sell a single one. On the contrary, it was Song Lily, who had only received 1 wave but managed to sell it, and in this regard, she knew that there was no way for her to compare with Song Lily, so she could only try to learn what water to drink. God is waiting here. Do you still want to do it? Song Lily said impatiently. Xiao Wan heard Song Lily's urging and helplessly hurried over. She was just a newcomer, but Song Lily had been working here for 2 years, and the boss even had the intention of promoting her to become the store manager. Hello sir, may I ask what style you need? I can introduce them for you. Xiao Wan smiled with a somewhat husky voice. Shiming lightly smiled and glanced at Xiao Wan and said, your name is Xiao Wan, right? Xiao Wan nodded and said, yes. Aha. Wen Ming responded, then glanced inside the store and reached out to point to a few other pieces and said, this one, and this one. A total of 10 or so pieces of clothing were pointed out. Xiao Wan's face turned red with excitement and said, sir, are you sure you want so many? It's hard to believe that you've met a tycoon today. With so many clothes sold, the commission was equivalent to a week's salary. Song Lily, who was sitting next to him and resting, also looked this way in surprise. A dozen clothes? Can't it be that you've gone astray? No, by one she believed. Although the clothes here are expensive, but not absolutely cannot afford to buy, but a dozen pieces down, add up to more than 20,000. According to Wen Ming's taste in clothes, simply impossible. Must be in the pretense. In the end, surely when checking out, say money did not bring enough or something like that. No, Wen Ming shook his head. Hearing Wen Ming's words, Xiao Wan's glowing eyes instantly dimmed. Next to her, Song Lily was smiling coldly. I knew you were pretending. Only next, Wen Ming's words directly stunned her. It's except for these pieces, the rest of the clothes on these shelves. I'll take 185 yards and wrap them up for me. What? What? Hearing Wen Ming said, Xiao Wan and Song Lily all exclaimed with wide eyes in disbelief. Wrap it all up? So many clothes, but it would cost over $300,000 at the very least. She had seen people who could casually take out $300,000, but so casually take out $300,000 to buy clothes, she has never seen, not even heard of. Xiao Wan's voice trembled as she said, Mister, are you sure you want all of them? These clothes add up to more than $300,000. With 300,000 sales, she can withdraw almost $30,000, equivalent to her yearly base salary. How can she not be excited? Shiming nodded. Right, $300,000 to buy a bunch of clothes. If he put it aside in the past, he definitely couldn't afford to give it up. But right now, all of his clothes all had no way to wear them anymore. It was only $300,000. He could still afford to spend it. Alright, I'll order with you to see how much is needed, Xiao Wan said excitedly. At this time, Song Lily walked over and said in a deep voice, Sir, is it fun to brush your presence here? I've already done you a favor by not kicking you out. What more do you want? Do you think I'm attracted to you or Xiao Wan is attracted to you? Xiao Wan sneered and said, I'm just playing with you. Are you really serious? Xiao Wan froze for a moment and was at a loss for words. When Ming glanced up and down at Song Lily and let out a light laugh. You want to be played? I'm still too lazy to play. You. Song Lily glared with both eyes. When Ming is ignoring her, directly took out a bank card and said, I hurry. Clothes do not need to order. I believe you. 300,000 is it? Directly swiped the card. Password 60. Chapter 24 Beauty. Are you done shooting? Xiao Wan took the bank card with a bewildered face and walked to the counter. Song Lily sneered. You can't even take out 30,000. Can you? I'll see how long you can pretend. If you can't swipe out the money, I'm going to call the police to say that someone is messing with us. Before the words were finished, a voice suddenly rang out from the counter. Payment successful. Payment amount, $300,000. This, Song Lily's words off the counter were directly swallowed back, her eyes widening in surprise, including Xiao Wan, who was also looking at the trading platform with a bewildered look on her face, and for a while, she was still somewhat in disbelief. The next moment, Song Lily instantly said in a hurry, Sir, sorry, buying $300,000 worth of clothes in one breath. This was a big customer. If she offended such a customer, the boss would definitely find her in trouble. At this time, from outside the door walked in a woman in her 30s, wearing a white low-cut wrap-around long dress, looking extremely mature and sensual. Seeing the anxious Song Lily, the woman immediately said to Wen Ming, This gentleman, what happened to upset you? I am the boss here. Ding Chuanxiang. When Ming glanced at the woman, a hint of amazement surfaced in his eyes. Such a posture, such a body, all exuding the charm of a mature woman. It was simply a special thing on earth. Just that. I don't know what's going on. When Ming always felt that this woman looked somewhat familiar, but couldn't recall where he had seen her before. Sir, there is something you can give me. If there is something we did wrong, I can apologize to you. Ding Chuanxiang smiled. When Ming let out a long breath and moved his attention back from Ding Chuanxiang's body, shaking his head, ask yourself, such a charismatic woman. If nothing unexpected happened, it should have nothing to do with herself. If an accident occurs, I don't know if accident insurance is still too late now, so, it's better not to think about it. He turned his head to Xiaowan said, don't forget to send the clothes to me. The second unit of the 5th building in the Happiness District. This is my cell phone number. After saying that, after leaving his cell phone number, he turned around and left. Shiming wasn't worried that Xiaowan wouldn't send the clothes to him, unless one didn't want to do it. After when Shiming left, Ding Chuanxiang turned to look at Song Lily and Xiaowan and said with a slight frown on her willow eyebrows, how did you make that guest angry just now? Both of them lowered their heads. Song Lily didn't dare to say, while Xiaowan didn't want to offend Song Lily. Don't say? Then I'll call up the surveillance to see for myself. After Ding Chuanxiang finished speaking, she directly walked towards the back lounge. A few minutes later, Ding Chuanxiang walked out from inside, and with an iron face, she said to Song Lily, I'll settle your wages later, and you don't have to come in from tomorrow. Song Lily looked startled and said urgently, don't ask Sister Ding, it's not what you think. I just looked away. You're not looking away, but you only have money in your eyes. There are so many unimaginable people in this world, not to mention your ridiculous eyes. When I came here just now, I also saw a Bugatti Keylong worth more than $80 million in the parking lot. The words were not finished. Song Lily suddenly looked puzzled and exclaimed, I'll go. Can't be such a coincidence, right? After saying this, she immediately ran to the outside of the mall. When Shiming arrived at the parking place outside the mall, he helplessly saw that beside his car, there were many people taking pictures with their cell phones. There was even a girl wearing a white t-shirt and hip-hugging jean shorts, revealing her long, slender, white legs, sitting directly on the hood of the car and taking crazy selfies. When Ming stood beside the speechless look for a while, the other party never stopped the intention, went forward to remind, beauty, shoot finished yet? The girl slanted when Ming a glance, rolled his eyes and said, I shoot finished or not shoot finished with you have anything to do with? You also want to take a picture with this car? Stinking beggar. Know what car this is? You girl to this, a girl to this car's great are pulled down. Get lost. That is, want to take pictures also have to line up. Can't you see that there are so many of us waiting? Get in line at the back. The surrounding people also spoke in a chorus. When Ming's face darkened, he said in a deep voice to the girl on the hood of the car, sorry, please come down. I'm in a hurry. Screw you. What do you care about me if you're in a hurry? The girl said, directly lying down on the hood of the car, pressed her heavy breasts on the hood and took a close-up. When Ming let out a long breath and said, fine, don't come down all the time if you're capable. Cut. Whether I come down or not has nothing to do with you. The words were not finished, when Ming took out the remote control key inside his pocket and pressed it. Boom! The blue and white Bugatti Kellen, which had been staying there quietly, suddenly let out a surging roar, scaring the long-legged girl on the hood with an ah and hurriedly climbed down from the hood. At the same time, there were cries of alarm all around. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This guy is the owner of the car? The owner of a Bugatti is dressed like this? Are all rich people so low-key? Rich people are called low-key. No money is called beggars. Ha ha. Really special yards interesting. Pretend to the owner of the head to go. This hit the face also came too fast. Just when Ming did not pay attention to them, directly pull open the car door and walked in. Long-legged girl in a short period of time after the stunned, immediately rushed to the driver's side outside. Anxiously tapped the car window said, handsome you open a door. We add a VX ah. This is my two-dimensional code. You scan ah. The words did not finish. The car suddenly issued an ear-splitting sound. The girl was scared involuntarily back a step. Immediately after, the Bugatti directly sped away from here. When the people around saw this scene, they immediately laughed and scoffed. Humph. The long-legged girl angrily glared at these people and angrily said, what are you laughing at? It's not even worthy of lifting my mother's shoes. A bunch of stinking beggars. After saying that, she directly turned around and left. At the same time, at the entrance of the shopping mall, a woman wearing a white low-cut hip-hugging dress hurriedly ran out from inside. It was Ding Chuanxiang who rushed out from the mall just now. It was just that she had just come out, just saw a blue and white Bugatti, directly adrift, rushed to the main road above, exudes the explosive roar speed away. Seeing this scene, Ding Chuanxiang instantly beautiful eyes flow. Although she couldn't see the person inside the car, the guest just left, and this car followed. And to be able to buy $300,000 worth of clothes in one breath and not even look at them, such boldness wasn't something that just anyone had. Back inside the store, Ding Chuanxiang took a deep breath and said with a serious look, Xiao Wan, wrap the clothes that the guest just now asked for. I will personally send them over to the other party. The other party's outlay is so generous. It's a big customer. If they can make friends, this business will come. I just don't know whether this kid has a girlfriend or not, and whether he can get together with his own niece, who is the recognized school flower of Linen University, and has always listened more to this sister-in-law of his. Ding Chuanxiang squinted her eyes, her mind calculating. Afterwards, she took out her cell phone and pulled it out. Chapter 25, You guys know each other? When Shiming returned to the basement, he started looking for a suitable listing. It didn't take long. An unfamiliar phone call suddenly came in. Hello, mister. I'm Ding Chuanxiang from Kenyali Men's Clothing. I'm here to deliver your clothes. Are you at home now? Come over directly. Shiming replied back. At the entrance of the happy neighborhood, a white pickup truck slowly sped into the neighborhood. Inside the driver's cab of the car, Deng Chuanxiang, wearing a low-cut long dress, intentionally or unintentionally glanced at the Bugatti that was being surrounded by a group of people on the road outside the neighborhood, and the light in her beautiful eyes flowed. If the time he saw this Bugatti outside the shopping mall before was a coincidence, then outside the happy neighborhood, seeing this car again, Ding Chuanxiang was basically 99% certain that the young guest who came to her store to buy clothes was the owner of this car. Fu Wei, help me move the stuff in later. I'll tell you, this guest is not only brash, but he's also a big handsome guy, Ding Chuanxiang said as she drove in the direction of the co-pilot. On the co-pilot sat a beautiful girl in her 20s, with a pair of blue skinny leg jeans on her legs, setting off her slender legs to the fullest. For this girl, Ding Chuanxiang also had some headaches. The girl's name is Tian Fuwei. Her parents are abroad, entrusted her to herself, to look like a model, to have the temperament of the temperament. From the entry into Linen University, has dominated the name of Linen University's most beautiful school flower, up to 4 years long. The only thing that gives Ding Chuanxiang a headache is that this niece of hers is not interested in anything except studying, not to mention talking about friends. Study is every year first, but 4 years of college, even a boyfriend have not talked about. This makes Ding Chuanxiang deeply suspicious. This MI will not be bent, right? Auntie, you like people themselves directly to chase, not on the line. If my mom knows that you finally have a favorite man, absolutely happy dream can wake up laughing, no matter what the status of the other party. How old? My mom will certainly not have any opinion. Tian Fuwei blinked her two big soulful eyes at Ding Chuanxiang, looking very playful and cute. Ding Chuanxiang whitened Tian Fuwei with a flirtatious look and said, You little ninny, you dare to tease your sister-in-law. I asked you to come over to help, mainly because I want you to take a look at this young man and see how you feel. She didn't say anything about the Bugatti owner outside, because she really knew Tian Fuwei too well. Although Tian Fuwei couldn't talk about being very puritanical, but a car only, it couldn't impress Tian Fuwei yet. It was even possible that she would be ridiculed by Tian Fuwei because of this. I don't need it. Tian Fuwei directly shook her head like a plucked drum and said, I don't have the idea of finding a boyfriend right now. I just want to do well in graduate school. Auntie didn't say that she won't let you go to graduate school, but graduate school is graduate school, and there is no conflict with finding a boyfriend. If you have a boyfriend, you can still go to graduate school. When graduate school is over, where will you find a boyfriend? Ding Chuanxiang advised. If I can't find one, I can't find one. Just like your sister-in-law, you can be a single person, eat when you want to eat, sleep when you want to sleep, play when you want to play, and you don't have to be bound by anyone. Tian Fuwei lightly laughed back. Hey, you little ninny, your sister-in-law, I've missed out in this life. It's not that I'm not willing to find one, that's why I'm here to rush you. It's because I don't want you to miss out like me, understand? Ha? Missed out? Which handsome guy did you miss? Auntie, can you tell me? Scram! Ding Chuanxiang cried and laughed as she glared at Tian Fuwei. Soon, the two arrived in front of the second unit of the fifth building. We're here. Ding Chuanxiang got down from the car, straightened out the low-cut wraparound long skirt that was wrinkled on her body, and shouted upstairs. When Shiming left last time, he said that he asked them to send the clothes to the basement of the second unit, but did not say where he himself lived. According to what Ding Chuanxiang thought, a person of Timing's kind of status would at the very least have to live in the duplex above, right? This place should just be someone's temporary storage. Result. She had just finished shouting on her side. She saw when Ming came out from inside the basement and smiled. You guys are quite efficient here. You sent it over so quickly. Ding Chuanxiang smiled softly and said back, Mister, he is our big customer. Of course we will send it over at the first time. Fu Wei, Come give Mr. He a greeting. Tian Fuwei looked back to Wen Ming with extreme reluctance. The next moment, it's you? Tian Fuwei and Wen Ming were surprised at the same time. Ding Chuanshan looked at Tian Fuwei in confusion, then twisted her head to look at Wen Ming, and said in shock, "You know each other?" Wen Ming grinned as he looked at the long-legged girl in front of him. For this beautiful girl who had dominated the top of Linen University's school flower list for 4 years and stunned countless teenagers, how could he not recognize her? Although Wen Ming and Tian Fuwei were not in the same major, his ears were calloused from hearing her name, not to mention how many times he had rubbed shoulders. Just let Wen Ming is puzzled. He knows Tian Fuwei normal. Tian Fuwei how will know him? After all, the two of them, simply not a level. Tian Fuwei was a 4-year school bully, but also a gorgeous school flower, while he, Wen Ming, was just an ordinary to no longer ordinary student. Even the dormitory management grandfather did not know him very well. Hearing Ding Chuanshan's question, Tian Fuwei's eyes strangely glanced at Wen Ming and nodded. Recognize, Auntie, we're both 4th-year students at Linen University. How could we not recognize each other? Wen Ming grinned. Just because of a school? You guys are from the same school? Ding Chuanshang said in surprise, while her heart became even happier. In that case, this matter was even more promising. Mr. He, how come I haven't heard Fu Wei mention you? Shiming awkwardly waved his hand and said, there are a lot of students in our school. How can we mention them all? Also, Ding Chuanshang nodded her head and said, since they are classmates, then in the future, Mr. He will take care of our Fu Wei more. I am always a bit uneasy when this child is alone outside. When Shiming heard this, the corner of his mouth involuntarily twitched. Did Tian Fuwei lack someone to take care of her? If she sneezed, the boys in the entire school couldn't wait to rush to hold her up. Okay? Linen University's Vivian Protection Team. Is that a joke? There was once an international student who coveted Tian Fuwei's beauty and whistled at her. As a result, this international student was beaten up by the Vivian Protection Team in the toilet that night, and he couldn't get out of bed for a week. After recovering from his injuries, he directly asked the university to seriously deal with the student who beat him up, and asked for Tian Fuwei to be his companion. As a result, not only did they not find any of the students who beat him, but they were blocked in the toilet and beaten up again, and he couldn't get out of bed for a month, and it was said that his balls were kicked to pieces. After that, this international student, when he saw Tian Fuwei, he was so scared that his legs trembled. Chapter 26, Once that teenager. This was the strength of the fanatical Vivian protector. If he, Wen Ming, dared to pass a cup of hot water to Tian Fuwei, he would probably have to die in the street the next day. It turned out that Ding Chuanshan was Tian Fuwei's sister-in-law. No wonder he looked familiar. The two of them simply look like they were carved out of the same mold, and both of them are of the type that has an incomparably stunning posture. Thinking of the time when he was at the shopping mall clothing store just now, he actually eyed Tian Fuwei's sister-in-law's stunning body. A sense of guilt immediately rose in his heart. Himself, simply too beastly. Wen Ming, did you buy all these clothes? Tian Fuwei asked as she looked at Shiming strangely. Wen Ming laughed and nodded his head. Yes, those clothes in the past I don't want to wear anymore. I want to change them all, so I bought so many at once. Tian Fuwei looked deeply at Wen Ming and nodded meaningfully. I understand. Wen Ming, what did you understand? Ding Chuanshan looked at Wen Ming, then at Tian Fuwei, and the color of suspicion on her face increased. These two, why do they look so impure? Mr. He, Xiao Wei, let's talk later. Let's move the clothes in for you first, Ding Chuanshang said. Shiming hurriedly walked over and said, I'll do it. It's just a few pieces of clothes. I can finish moving them myself, he said. One step ran in front of Ding Chuanshan. Tian Fuwei was not only the dream girl of many boys in Linen University, but also his dream goddess. Now that he had a chance to perform in front of the goddess, how could he give it up? At this moment, Wen Ming, his whole body was filled with infinite power, and he directly carried a big bag above his head with one hand, striding towards the basement. When Ding Chuanshang and Tian Fuwei saw this scene, their eyes widened in surprise. These clothes were the bags that they had packed with their own hands, and the 2 bags added up to more than 200 pounds. When did Ming even pick up one with one hand as if he was carrying a baby chicken? This guy's strength was too great, right? Ding Chuanshang and Tian Fuwei picked up the rest of the clothes and followed when Ming entered the basement. When the two women walked into the basement and saw the furnishings inside, they all froze. Ding Chuanshang said in surprise, Mr. He, this. She thought that this was just a warehouse for Wen Ming, but she came in and realized that there were sofas and stools, hangers and closets, and the kitchen and toilet were all here. So it was like a warehouse, but it was a normal residence. When Ming put the bag on the ground, Dry Smile said, humble house is relatively simple. The two do not see strange. Won't. Ding Chuanshang smiled and said, how can we see strange? Mr. he is really so elegant. Driving a Bugatti and living in the basement. This elegance, it's really unique. What's elegant or not? Just have a place to live. I'll pour you guys some water to drink first, ha. Wen Ming said. He hurriedly took the blackish boiling kettle over and poured a cup of water for the two big beauties, Ding Chuanxiang and Tian Fui. Afterwards, the three of them briefly chatted a few more sentences before getting up to say goodbye and leave. After all, they were originally here to deliver goods, not to be guests. Just after coming outside, Ding Chuanxiang immediately asked Tian Fui, why do I feel that the relationship between you and Mr. He is not as simple as an ordinary classmate? Tian Fui shook her head and said, Auntie, if there was any relationship, would I not tell you? When Ming and I originally had nothing, then why did you look at Shi Ming so strangely just now? Judging from your sister-in-law's experience in life, there's absolutely no way that it's that simple between you two. There must be some kind of ulterior secret. Ding Chuanxiang pressed. In the face of Ding Chuanxiang's pressing question, Tian Fui was lost in thought for a moment. Her thoughts, in an instant, returned to 3 years ago, when she had just entered Linen University. At that time, she had just entered her freshman year, and once she went to a high school reunion and came back a little late, only to be stopped on the road by a few punks. She thought she was done for, and just when she was in despair, a male classmate rushed out and stopped the youths. At that time, Tian Fui was so frightened that she didn't even see the male classmate's appearance, so she hurriedly pulled her legs out and ran away, running far away before she thought of calling the police. Just when the picket arrived, those punks have run away. The picket can only take the male student to the hospital. Later, Tian Fui knew that the male student was called Wen Ming, but Wen Ming did not know who the girl he saved, and even do not know what the other looks like. Just see the righteousness. Because of that incident, Tian Fui has been feeling sorry for Wen Ming, but do not know how to apologize, just secretly concerned about him, but also gradually understand him. Wen Ming comes from a rural family. Academic performance is not too good, but very sunny, always put a smile on the face, no matter to whom is a happy look, like to help others, but sometimes, but also seems to be very low self-esteem, such as when facing her, always coy a smile, even dare not look at the second glance. Slowly, Tian Fui concerned about when Ming time is long, actually gradually like him, but never know how to speak. After that, she heard that Ming had a girlfriend, a girl from the countryside, but also very beautiful. Since then, Tian Fui put all her thoughts into her studies, and never paid attention to anything else. Look at you, there must be something between you guys. Still wanna hide it from me? It's simply impossible. When Ding Chuanxiang saw Tian Fui's appearance, she instantly smiled with a sophisticated smile, which is not true. Tian Fui took a deep breath and pretended to look calm. You're overthinking, Auntie. I only know about him because the student president of our school, Fan Yunhai, just talked about a new girlfriend yesterday, and this girl was previously Wen Ming's girlfriend, and many people in the school were spreading the rumor, and that's how I knew about Wen Ming. His girlfriend broke up with him? Ding Chuanxiang asked suspiciously. Tian Fui nodded. Yes, his girlfriend disliked him for being poor, so she threw herself into the arms of another rich second generation, and he bought so many clothes at once, presumably because he wanted to say goodbye to the past and start a new life. It's just a pity that Wen Ming didn't hear those words, otherwise, he probably could have spewed out a mouthful of old blood directly. Zhao Feier had dumped him, and although it had dealt him a certain blow, it hadn't reached the point of seeking death. The reason why he bought so many clothes was purely because his previous clothes were easy to embarrass. This Tian Fui was completely overinterpreting. Hearing Tian Fui's words, Ding Chuanxiang barred her mouth and said, "Tsk, that girlfriend of his is really blind. This Wen Ming can't be as simple as it seems on the surface. Just low profile, even low profile to just living in a damp basement like that." Chapter 27, Breaking Up Can Make People Grow. You're overthinking it, Auntie. Although I'm also very curious as to where the $300,000 for Wen Ming came from, but Wen Ming is really just an ordinary student. I've even seen his parents come to school. They're just ordinary farmers. Tian Fui said back. Ordinary students? Ding Chuanxiang sneered and said, have you ever seen an ordinary student drive a Bugatti Chiron worth $80 million? What Bugatti Chiron? Tian Fui frowned. Saying that, the two of them had already arrived outside the happy neighborhood. Ding Chuanxiang reached out and pointed to the blue and white supercar that was not far away and was surrounded by the crowd in the middle of the photo shoot. This is the one. Wen Ming drove this sports car to buy clothes. See it? This. Tian Fui directly stared wide-eyed. Ding Chuanxiang continued. That's why I say, this kid definitely doesn't look like the kind of ordinary student that he appears to be on the surface. It's all just him in disguise, wanting to be an ordinary student. The real identity is definitely very scary. If his ex-girlfriend knew about this, she would definitely regret all her intestines. Tianfu looked at the blue and white supercar not far away and suddenly lost her mind for a while. At this moment, she suddenly felt very unfamiliar with Wen Ming. If that's the case, the previous 2 years of shimming were all just a pretense on his part? This kind of Wen Ming, was it still the sunny teenager Wen Ming she knew? How about Fu Wei? Such a divine classmate, and just recently broke up. It is the time of spiritual emptiness. Believe in sister-in-law. Directly take the initiative to go after it. Don't step on sister-in-law's old path. Ding Chuanxiang encouraged. Tianfu shook her head in disarray and said, Auntie, don't mention this matter anymore. I only want to take the exam properly now. I don't have any interest in other things. Send me to school first. Hey, you Nini. Seeing the insistent Tianfu, Ding Chuanxiang could only let out a helpless sigh in the end. She still had a better understanding of Tianfu. The more she pushed her, the more useless it would be, and it would also have the opposite effect. She could only take her time. In the basement, Shimming didn't know that Ding Chuanxiang and Tianfu were using him as a topic of conversation. Now he was happily going through his unpacking journey. 2 large parcels of clothes were unpacked one by one. For Wen Ming, the happiest thing in life was buying new clothes. His family's condition was not very good. The first new clothes in his life is the day before the midterm. Mom took him to the market to buy. Hope he can get a good grade. $50, just buy a body. Before that, he wore all the clothes given to him by his relatives and neighbors. And although a large pile of clothes could not be worn, none of them were new, and none of them fit. For many people, they might not like the smell of new clothes, but not Wen Ming. To him, the smell of new clothes simply smelled better than a big beautiful woman standing in front of him. If hundreds of new clothes were placed in the room, Wen Ming felt like he was about to die of happiness. Then, in a large pile of clothes, Wen Ming directly took off all the clothes on his body, and then he began to try them on one by one. There were a lot of clothes. There were casual ones, formal ones, sports ones, denim ones, and so on. With each piece on, Wen Ming had to make a few good poses in the mirror, until his cell phone rang, and only then did Wen Ming reluctantly stop and bring it over. While he was immersed in the deliciousness of his new clothes, he was awakened by a cell phone ringing. Taking it out and taking a look, it was Wang Jianba calling, and it was only then that he got out of the pile of clothes and answered the cell phone. Brother Wang, what's wrong? Counselor, let's submit graduation materials today. Now many students have returned. Where are you now? Do you want me to go pick you up? No, I'll go by myself. Hanging up the phone, Wen Ming let out a helpless sigh. It was time to submit the graduation materials again. Originally, he was thinking that after picking out his clothes later, he would go outside to take a look around and get the villa done. Looks like it can only wait until tomorrow. After simply scrubbing up and preparing the required materials, Wen Ming went straight out the door. But this time, he learned to be smart. Not directly from the front door. Not to mention not to go to the road in front of the neighborhood to drive, but directly from the back door to sneak out. There was no way. These people inside the neighborhood were really too enthusiastic. He didn't even need to think about it. He knew that at this time around his car, there must be a group of people surrounding him, just waiting for him to go over, or don't go good. This has nothing to do with harm or not afraid. More than 20 years of life at the bottom of the class, so that he has no way to young and not inferiority complex. From the depths of his soul is very resistant to in front of so many people to show their faces, not to mention that these people are still so enthusiastic about him. It's better to take a taxi. 1. To avoid contact with those people outside the following. The second is to go to the school rather than go to other places. The school is inside their own classmates. If he drove a Bugatti directly to the school, I do not know how many people will say that he intentionally pretending to be a bully to come. It's better to keep a low profile. No matter what, there is nothing wrong with keeping a low profile. Soon, when Ming came to the school, Wang Jianba was waiting for him in front of the school. He was not tall, barely 1.7 meters, but his body type was very inflated. A standard guy who weighed more than his height. Seeing Wen Ming arrive, Wang Jianba immediately greeted him happily and said, "You kid, why do you look a bit different from before? And it looks a bit taller than before?" Wen Ming laughed and said, "Don't you know that breaking up can make people grow?" "Wang Jianba," he said with a confused face, "I've heard that breakups can make people grow, but how the hell can they still grow in size? Are you serious?" Shimming nodded. "Of course, or else how did you get this fat? Wasn't it only after the breakup that you started gaining weight?" Asterisk 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 asterisk. When Wang Jianba heard this, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "You broke up and grew a head. I grew fat after breaking up? Ha ha, just kidding. Let's go. Let's go hand in the information first. The other students have almost handed it in." Shimming laughed. Then the two of them walked inside together. On the road, there were very many students coming and going, and among them, there were many students of the same grade who had returned today. "Brother Wang, how's the job search going these days? Did you find the right one? Shiming asked Wang Jianbo in front of him as he walked. Wang Jianbo, who was walking, sighed when he heard Wen Ming's words. Don't mention it, I found it, but it turns out that people don't want me, said I eat too fat. I'm looking for a job and not looking for an object, and I eat fat or not fat have anything to do with it? Speaking here, Wang Jianbo was close to crying out directly. Ha ha, Wen Ming laughed, who let you eat so fat? Now how much? Have 300 yet? Nope, only 278. Brother Wang, the essence of your use of the word only. Chapter 28, Jean Lia's phone call. Alas, Wang Jianbo let out a long sigh, full of sighs. If I can't find a job again, I'll have to go back to my hometown and inherit my old man's right to raise those 500 plus pigs. Wen Ming, every time Wang Jianbo said this, he had a long face, but every time, Wen Ming wanted to hit him. Inside their class, Wang Jianbo's family's family conditions were considered very good. When he was a freshman, when Wang Jianbo introduced himself, he said with a bitter face that his father had sold the 2 pigs that his family had raised in order to send him to college, and he became the most pitiful person in the class for a while, until the sophomore nearly graduated. Wen Ming realized that this goods home raised more than 500 pigs. The first time I saw this, I was able to see it. In the current era of pork in the sky flying wildly, more than 500 pigs is what concept? Millions of dollars. Ah, it is a pity that Wang Jianbo does not want to go back to raising pigs, that raising pigs is not compelling, so he desperately looking for a job. As a result, every time he failed to find a job, he pondered about going back home to raise pigs, making people laughable and infuriating. Brother Wang, I have a job here. I wonder if you're interested. Shimming hemmed and hawed. Ha? Wang Jianbo raised his eyebrows and said, really? What kind of job? How about Qinshang Group? Shimming said with a smile. Ha? Qinshang Group? Really? If you can really get me into Qinshang Group, I'll directly send you a pig. Wen Ming, Nima, can we still chat properly? The two talked and came to the counselor's office. For the students who were about to graduate in their senior year, other than those who were preparing to go to graduate school, all the other students had already started working, and basically wouldn't come back to school except for submitting their graduation materials, or defending their dissertations. However, today they needed to submit their graduation materials, so basically all the students outside had returned, including Wen Ming's ex-girlfriend, Zhao Feier. Right now, however, Zhao Feier was assisting the counselor in collecting materials with the student president, Fan Yunhai, and a few members inside the student council. Wang Jianbo looked at the busy Fan Yunhai and Zhao Feier and rolled his eyes. This pair of dogs. Bah! Then he said to Shimming, this Fan is not even from our department. He has to come and intervene. It's disgusting to look at him. Wen Ming lightly laughed and said, people are the student council. Come over to help the counselor to deal with some work matters. It is their duty. This point is nothing. I know you are to take care of my face. It's okay, I've already looked away. Saying that, he glanced at Zhao Feier in the crowd. Zhao Feier also saw him early, but just kept pretending not to see him and continued to busy herself. Wang Jianbo patted Wen Ming's shoulder and said, brothers, we have more women in the future. This gold-digging woman is not worth cherishing at all. Shimming pursed his lips and didn't answer, although he said on his lips that he had looked away, but in his heart there was still a knot in his heart, just pretending to be dashing. For a moment, he even wanted to tell Zhao Feier out loud that he was now rich. However, he didn't do so. The knot in his heart was just that, a knot in his heart. However, some things are in the past, never to be repeated. He even felt a little glad that he saw through Zhao Feier's true face of gold worship early. The office was empty. There were a lot of students who came to fill out the materials, and it wasn't until noon when He Ming and Wang Jianbo filled out the required materials, and the other students were pretty much the same. Afterwards, Counselor Zhou Sheng stood out and said, students, come. Zhou Sheng, a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a black-framed glasses, looked a bit serious, but only those who were familiar with him would know that he was actually a talker. Hearing Zhou Sheng's words, the students all gathered around. Zhou Sheng laughed and said, other than the graduation ceremony, today might be the last time we get together normally. Come on, let's go to the school cafeteria and have a big meal together. Good, thank you, Mr. Zhou. A group of students immediately chimed in. Inside their school class, there was still quite a bit of class money left. It would be a waste if they didn't eat. It was just that when Ming didn't want to go, he had never been interested in any class parties. Any party required money, and he was always short of money, so he basically never attended any party. And even more so, he was very resistant to parties from the bottom of his heart. Even now that he had money in his hand, it was still the same. And compared to these, he had more important things. Finding a room, then move the gold over. As long as he didn't move it over, he wouldn't be able to feel solid in his heart. Wang Jianbo looked at Wen Ming's absent-minded look and carefully said, I say old he, what's your expression? Don't tell me that you don't want to go. At first our classmates have made an appointment to go over for a meal whenever we come back together. Shiming was about to refuse. At this time, the cell phone suddenly rang. Taking it out, he was surprised to find that it was actually Qin Lia calling. Wait, I'll take a call, Shiming said to Wang Jianbo. Afterwards, walked to the side and answered the call. Hey, Mr. Qin, what are your orders? Shiming said with a smile. Mr. He, are you at school right now? I'm looking for you for something. Qin Lia inside the cell phone quickly said, her tone sounding anxious. Well, I'm at school now. Come over here, Wen Ming said. After saying that, he suddenly remembered something, then said, by the way, Mr. Qin, go directly to the school cafeteria. I'll wait for you over there. Since he was going to stay here for a while, he would go to the cafeteria with them piece by piece. Otherwise it was likely to be gossiped about. It was better to do more than less. Okay, I'll see you later, Qin Lia said back. Hanging up the phone, Shiming returned to Wang Jianbo's side and said, let's go to the cafeteria. I thought you didn't want to go. Why did you suddenly change your mind? Wang Jianbo asked suspiciously. Waiting for someone, Shiming said back. Hearing this, Wang Jianbo was surprised. Waiting for someone? Who is it? Qin Lia, Shiming truthfully returned. Who? Qin Lia? Which Qin Lia? Wang Jianbo asked with wide-eyed astonishment. Which Qin Lia can it still be? Naturally it's Qin Lia from Qin Shang Group. You're talking about the first beautiful president of Linen? You're joking for me, right old he? Is this joke funny? Wang Jianbo said breathlessly. Shiming shook his head and said, no joke. Didn't I tell you that I introduced you to work for Qin Shang Group? Cut. Wang Jianbo immediately rolled his eyes and said, keep pretending. Why don't you say it's the king of real estate in Linen? Li Goen? Look at this awesome for you to pretend. Simply fast blowing up to the sky. Wen Ming. Chapter 29 Warehouse on Fire. Shiming shook his head and didn't give Wang Jianbo any further explanation. It was useless to explain. Compared to explaining, letting Wang Jianbo meet Qin Lia later would be more convincing. Afterwards, under Zhou Shang's leadership, a group of people went directly towards the cafeteria in a vast manner. On the other side, Qin Shang Group, President's office. Qin Lia hung up the phone and let out a long breath. Next to her, Zhao Shu asked doubtfully, Xiao Ye, do you really want to personally go to the school to meet Wen Ming? You're the president of Qin Shang Group after all. Would it seem too much to go directly to the school to meet a student like this? No way. Qin Lia shook her head and turned her head towards Zhao Shu. Sister Zhao, you should have heard about the fire in the warehouse last night, right? Just last night, the Qin Shang Group warehouse burst into flames. Fortunately, the preparatory measures were sufficient before, and as soon as the fire started, the employees over there immediately mobilized and extinguished the fire, so that it didn't cause much damage. Otherwise, once the south warehouse really burned, the consequences were unimaginable. I've been busy until now. Only then did they take care of the fire. When Zhao Shu heard Qin Lia's words, he looked flustered and hurriedly nodded his head. Yes, I know. What's wrong? Hasn't it already been extinguished? Qin Lia took a deep breath and said, it's good that it was extinguished. If it hadn't been extinguished, do you know what would have happened? The equipment stocked inside the entire warehouse, all finished. Do you know how much damage this would have caused? Hearing this, Zhao Shu's face turned white as he returned. The board of directors will definitely be held accountable. Qin Lia nodded and said, accountability is light, and my position as president will be removed, and I'll even be held criminally liable. Luckily, I went to check all the firefighting facilities in the warehouse last night and gave instructions to the employees on duty, which prevented these losses. Zhao Shu's eyes widened, her face filled with surprise. Until this moment, she didn't know what Qin Lia did after leaving her yesterday. However, how could she somehow do all this? To know, Qin Lia had never paid attention to these things since she became this president. At this time, Qin Lia stood up and said, and all of this is because of Wen Ming's reminder for me to do a good job of fire prevention, especially on the warehouse side. That's why I checked all of the firefighting equipment, all last night, to avoid the huge losses caused by this fire. This is too godly, isn't it? Zhao Shu said incredulously. That's why I feel surprised. Qin Lia said with a grave expression. It was reasonable to say that this kind of thing was a sudden event, and it was impossible for Wen Ming to know about it. Yet, it was really said by him. There were only 3 possibilities for such a thing to happen. One was that the fire was originally set by him, but this possibility was basically non-existent because the fire was ignited from within. The second is that he relied on guessing. From the known clues, guessed that behind the scenes someone wanted to deal with her, and it is very likely that they will use the way of setting fire in the warehouse to achieve the purpose of self-sanctioned by the board of directors. If this was the case, it meant that this person was really too smart. So smart that it was terrifying. A person who just by relying on mere clues, guessed that someone might use the method of setting fire to deal with her. What kind of intelligence is this? To describe it as inhuman would not be an exaggeration at all. One must know that even she and Leah, currently only guessed that someone was going to deal with her, but did not know exactly who it was, not to mention guessing what method would be used. As for the third scenario, that would be when Ming himself had the skill of foreknowledge, using the art of extra square to calculate that the warehouse would catch fire. So he reminded me, if that was the case, she and Leah didn't dare to think about it, because this is really too much for people to feel unbelievable. To be able to foretell, this is already inhuman. This was already an inhuman means that could only be expressed in terms of being divine. However, regardless of the second or third possibility, it showed that this Wen Ming was a very powerful existence. Such a person, as long as one was able to befriend him, the benefits would definitely be immeasurable. Therefore, she had to go find Wen Ming immediately now, and it was imminent. Good, I'll go prepare the car now. Zhao Shu finished speaking and immediately walked outside. After Zhao Shu left, Qin Leah looked at Zhao Shu's back as he left. His eyes gradually narrowed as his eyes gradually became deeper. Zhao Shu, I hope you won't let me down, she muttered. After saying that, with a long sigh, she closed her eyes. She wasn't stupid. On the contrary, she was very smart, or else she wouldn't have been able to become the president of Qin Shang Group at a young age. Her last attack, although on the surface it didn't seem to have anything to do with Zhao Shu. However, only Zhao Shu knew the most about her trip. She didn't want to suspect Zhao Shu. She really didn't, because she didn't have any friends, and Zhao Shu was the only person she felt she could talk to. If this matter had anything to do with Zhao Shu, she really didn't know what to do. Linin University. A group of students, led by Counselor Zhou Shang, came to the school cafeteria in great numbers. Inside the university, not many people usually came to the cafeteria to eat, because the university campus is open. Will not be like high school. Middle school is closed management, plus the campus door is the snack street. Inside a variety of snacks are available, and inexpensive, plus the students have money in hand, so they like to eat outside. However, only after leaving the university, what they miss the most is probably the university cafeteria. Under Zhou Shang's arrangement, a group of people directly chartered several large tables. A group of people, directly sitting a large area. Zhou Shang stood in the forefront, smiling. Classmates, today this party, I think it is one of the few times we have a party. The teacher in my heart, but also some of you can't bear to part with you. Yun Hai, go to let the cafeteria aunt, let her get a few more dishes. Okay, Fan Yun Hai answered, then made a wink to Zhao Feier, and the two of them directly stood up and walked inside. Ha ha, Yun Hai, letting you go shout for a dish and still not forgetting to bring your girlfriend? Still afraid of being snatched away by us? Zhou Shang laughed and joked. Zhao Feier's face reddened. Fan Yun Hai naturally laughed and said, Mr. Zhou is amusing us again. I'll go first, ha. After saying that, took Zhao Feier and ran towards the inside of the cafeteria. Zhou Shang laughed and shook his head. This Fan Yun Hai. Saying that, he subconsciously glanced at Wen Ming. It wasn't a secret that Zhao Feier used to be Wen Ming's girlfriend. Many people knew about it, including of course Zhou Shang as a counselor. After Zhao Feier agreed to be Fan Yunhai's girlfriend 2 days ago, Fan Yunhai had bragged about it on top of the campus forum, and now the whole school knew that Zhao Feier was his girlfriend. Otherwise Tian Fuwei wouldn't have known about it. As Zhou Shang looked towards Wen Ming, the other students present also turned their heads towards Wen Ming. Fan Yunhai and Zhao Feier were paired up, and they wanted to see what kind of face Wen Ming had, including Wang Jianba. He also looked towards Wen Ming, fearing that he would not be able to keep his face up. After a few years of getting along, he really didn't know Wen Ming any better and knew that he had a very thin skin. Chapter 30, The Righteous President. Scene. Almost all of them looked towards Wen Ming. They thought that Wen Ming would be grief-stricken, and might even lash out in public. Only to their disappointment, Wen Ming just sat there with his head lowered, playing with his thumb as if nothing had happened. Old he, are you alright? Wang Jianba saw the scene and whispered in shock. Wen Ming looked up at him, let out a long breath and laughed lightly. Do I look like I'm not okay? Like, Wang Jianba said with certainty. He really knew Wen Ming too well. All along, Wen Ming had been very sentimental and righteous. Although on the surface Wen Ming was never an optimistic look, but the surface of the strong he was inwardly very low self-esteem. Seems to get along very well with the world, but inwardly there is a closed, isolated self. From time to time will be alone when standing there in a daze, and when he Ming in front of him, the smile was too fake, too unreal. Old he, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have persuaded you to come over, Wang Jianbo said helplessly. Had he known this, he wouldn't have brought Wen Ming over no matter what. Shiming shook his head and said, it's fine, I was the one who wanted to come. We don't have to care about anything today, just eat. If it wasn't for waiting for Qin Lia, he wouldn't have stayed here. As for any classmate reunion, he was not even half interested. Hearing Wen Ming's words, the surrounding students immediately exuded a look of disappointment. His girlfriend has been robbed, but he can still eat. If it were me, I would have lifted the table and left long ago. One of the girls lowered her voice and whispered, that's right, any man with a bit of blood, whose girlfriend has been snatched away, wouldn't sit here without saying a word. I think it's because he's afraid of Chairman Fan, so he doesn't dare to say anything. TSK, I wanted to see the action, but I didn't expect. Enough. Wang Jianbo gave a cold shout and angrily looked at the girls who were exchanging words. Have you guys said enough? Can your mouth accumulate some virtue? What did we say? One of the girls violently stood up and glared at Wang Jianbo. We can say whatever we want. What do you care? Wang Jianbo angrily said. Zhao Meng. You. Alright. Counselor Zhou Shang saw that things were about to get out of control, and hurriedly stood up to beat back the scene. Everyone say less, okay? All our classmates. It's not easy for us to get together today. In the future this kind of time is getting less and less. Let's talk about something happy. Happy ha. Humph. Zhao Meng snorted coldly, rolled Wang Jianbo's eyes fiercely and sat down. Shiming narrowed his eyes and glanced at Zhou Shang. Just now, when Zhao Meng and the girls were talking about East and West, Zhou Shang didn't utter a single word, and now that he was arguing with Wang Jianbo, he hurried to dissuade them. Typical of him to take sides, but Wen Ming did not blame Zhou Shang. After all, he is just a counselor, cannot afford to cause trouble, can only make peace. As long as things do not make a big deal, he will not intervene. It's just that by doing so, he made the tiny bit of goodwill that Wen Ming had towards him completely lost in an instant. Forget it, brother Wang. Shiming pulled Wang Jianbo and said, there was no need to get angry with these people. Wang Jianbo heaved a few rough breaths and sat down with an exasperated sigh. At this time, Fan Yunhai returned with Zhao Feier. Teacher Zhou already gave Auntie Zheng a good deal. It will be ready soon, and it will be cheaper for us to count. Fan Yunhai laughed and said. Zhou Shang laughed out loud and said, it's still President Fan's face, but we still have more than 10,000 left in our class fee. Enough to eat. After saying that, patted Fan Yunhai's shoulder and said, Yunhai, just now the work thanks to your help. Otherwise I myself estimate that I can't finish the whole day. More will you have to eat more. Fan Yunhai politely said, helping you guys is our student council's job. It's what we should do. Ha ha, Zhou Shang laughed out loud. It's still Yunhai who knows how to talk. By the way, students, how is your job search going? If you haven't found one, you can look for Yunhai's help. His family's company is specialized in supplying to Qin Shang Group, and is in need of manpower right now. Whoever wants to go can talk to Hit, but you have to treat him to a meal to show your appreciation. Woohoo! Qin Shang Group's supplier? President Fan, your family is really too good. One of the male students exclaimed. There was no way. Qin Shang Group's reputation in linen was really too big. It was not too much to say that it was linen's leading enterprise. Fan Yunhai let out a light laugh and said, of course it's true. We are Qin Shang Group's special partner, so you don't have to have any worries at all when it comes to various treatments. Wow, that's really great. President Fan, do you think it's okay if I want to go? One of the slightly chubby students said. Fan Yunhai nodded his head and smiled lightly. Of course, but when you arrive at our company, you have to work well, or else I won't have a way to explain to my father. That's for sure. Thank you, President Fan. Chairman Fan is so righteous. Chairman Fan, there's me and there's me. I haven't found a job either. Chairman Fan, help me. In a moment's time, more than 20 students stepped forward. Good, no problem. Regarding the requests of these students, Fan Yunhai agreed to all of them without missing a beat. This was what he had promised Zhao Feier from the beginning, and it was also what he had agreed to with Counselor Zhou Shang. Otherwise Zhou Shang wouldn't have said that. Fan Yunhai's company needed people, especially college students. An internship college student doesn't need much salary, and is also very obedient and has a strong working ability. So even if it's not suitable in the future, they can just fire it. This way they would have both face and face. Why not? Feier, you really found a good boyfriend. That's right, we've really dipped into your favor. I'm really envious of you, Sister Feier. If only I could have a boyfriend like that. President Fan, do you think I can be your girlfriend? The group of students kept complimenting each other, their words becoming more and more blatant. Zhao Feier, who was sitting next to Fan Yunhai, had an increasingly smug look on her face. Fan Yunhai was her boyfriend, and her vanity was greatly satisfied when her classmates came to her boyfriend for help. This was something she had never experienced before with Wen Ming. and this feeling simply made her drift away. Fan Yunhai coughed lightly and said, "Stop it, stop it, I only like fair." Zhao Feier also hugged Fan Yunhai's arm with a happy face and said, "You guys, there's no chance. I'm in love with Fan Yunhai. Wow, this dog food is perfect. That's enough. In front of all of us. These days, it's really important to find a good boyfriend. Look at Sister Feier. With such an excellent boyfriend like President Fan loving her, she's simply happy. Compared to before, she's really judged by two people." As soon as this sentence fell, the scene suddenly quieted down, and they all subconsciously turned their heads to look at Wen Ming. Compared to before, everyone in the audience knew who Zhao Feier's boyfriend was in the past. Those words were a bit of a put-down. Just then, Fan Yunhai suddenly stood up and said with a hefty smile, "That's for sure. For a girl, choosing a boyfriend is the same as reincarnating. Casting differently, the result is naturally different. Don't you think so?" Finished speaking, provocatively glanced at Wen Ming. Chapter 31 Old He's Fire. As Fan Yunhai's words fell, a chorus of voices of agreement rang out from the scene. Right, right, right. President Fan's words make too much sense. So President Fan is not only handsome, but also so talented. Exit is philosophical. This is our President Fan. This is a real man, unlike that guy, Shiming, who's useless, just like a waste, and wasted so much of Zhao Feier's youth for nothing. Enough, Wang Jianba shouted in a cold voice. Are you guys done? Lick Fan Yunhai as much as you want. Don't ing move and drag everything to Wen Ming. Fan Yunhai laughed lightly and said, "What, do you feel they're wrong? Wen Ming did waste a lot of Zhao Feier's precious youth, but couldn't give her anything, and I can not only give her glory and wealth, but I can also make her happy for the rest of her life. Make up for all the youth that she had mistakenly paid for in the past. Can Shiming?" As the words fell, the scene immediately resounded with a burst of screams. Wow, that's so well said. President Fan is really too sweet. Not only is he handsome, but he's also so gentle. Envious. I want this kind of love too. I really envy Feier. This is the kind of love a girl should have. It's really too sweet. The previous Feier lived a pitiful life, but the current Feier is enviable to the core. Wen Ming, look, that's what a man is. And then look at you, simply disgracing our men. The students present chimed in. Even those boys in the scene stomped on Wen Ming. Eating someone's mouth is soft. Taking someone's hand is soft. Who wouldn't be able to say the words of the scene? Moreover, just now, Fan Yunhai had offered many job positions. These people were still counting on Fan Yunhai. It was too late for them to kneel and lick. Where would they go to actively offend him? Ha, it's really ridiculous. Right at this moment, an extremely untimely cold laugh suddenly rang out. Upon hearing this voice, the people at this moment instantly turned their heads to look, only to find Wen Ming was looking at them with a cold smile on his face. Wen Ming originally did not want to bother with these people in general. After all, we were all classmates, and Wen Ming always preached that it was better to do more than less, and not to cause trouble if you could, but these people were provoking him again and again. Even a man can be angry, not to mention a living human being, being bullied in the face. If he doesn't fight back, then he's really a man in vain. Stomping on me to curry favor with Fan Yunhai? Very well, then I will accompany you to lick yourselves. Wen Ming, what did you say? What do you mean? Does he know he's wrong? I think it's because he knows how ridiculous he is. After wasting so much of people's Zhao Feier's youth, is he ready to repent? The people present blamed Wen Ming to show their loyalty to Fan Yunhai. Wen Ming shook his head and laughed coldly. Nonetheless, I just feel that the behavior of a group of college students who have received more than 10 years of education, who came from a formal university, and who are about to graduate and become a new batch of pillars of the country, and who are now barking like dogs in order to ingratiate themselves with Fan Yunhai, makes me feel very disgusted. For the first time in my life, I realized that people can be so shameless. What did you say? Who are you calling shameless? Surname he, you dare to say it again? Who are you calling a dog? When they heard He Shiming's words, the people present instantly exploded. Even Wang Jianba looked at Wen Ming in surprise. Wen Ming's temper had always been relatively good, and he would rarely get angry. When he was so angry like now, he had even never seen it before. Facing the angry crowd, Wen Ming's expression did not change at all, and he sneered. What the school teaches us is that no matter what we face, we cannot lower our ambitions, not humiliate our bodies, not catch up with fashion, not avoid risks, rise to the challenge, and be indomitable. But you guys, however, have only learned to wag your tails at people. Is it wrong to say that you guys are wrong? Wen Ming, that's enough. Are you done? We already broke up a long time ago. Is it fun for you to make such a fuss here? I can't be with you anymore. Can't you grow up? Do you know what it means to be humiliated? Zhao Feier angrily yelled at Shi Ming. Wen Ming turned his head to look at Zhao Feier and said, "For you, Zhao Feier, don't feel so good about yourself, okay?" When they were together before, Wen Ming was willing to do anything for her. In relationships, Wen Ming was the one who gave completely. But since seeing Zhao Feier's true face as a gold worshipper, Wen Ming no longer had any feelings for her, and his current behavior, even more so, had nothing to do with Zhao Feier, but just couldn't look at these several years of classmates who desperately stepped on him to curry favor with Fan Yunhai for the sake of a little benefit. He is good-tempered, is generally do not want to get into an argument with people, but not no temper, not to mention not a soft ball, let others step on it. If he is really angry, not to mention his classmates, even the dean of the school, he dared to scold. When I was in middle school, I was bullied and angry, directly carrying a kitchen knife chased to the other side of the house. Forcing the other side of the family did not dare to go out half a step. Zhao Feier's face turned red from when Ming was angry. Counselor Zhou Shang hurriedly stood out and said, Wen Ming, you're going overboard with your words. Hurry up and shut up. Otherwise don't blame me for deducting your credits so you can't graduate. If these students keep arguing, how can he, as a counselor, show his face? If these people couldn't help but get into another fight, then he as a counselor might just roll over and leave. Shiming narrowed his eyes and said, threatening me with credits? Teacher Zhou, I'll handle it, just watch from the side. Fan Yunhai walked out and said, after saying that, turning his head to look at Wen Ming sneered, Wen Ming, the way you look now is really pathetic, you know? You can't keep your woman. It's your own incompetence. Is it interesting to show off your power of speech here? This world is an era where everything is based on money. If you're poor, you're nothing. Even breathing is wrong. Understand? Shiming swept a glance at him and said with a cold smile, is having a lot of money terrific? If it was before, he was naturally not qualified to say such words, but sitting on a ton of gold worth a whole $300 million, there weren't many in the entire linen whose wealth could surpass his. Ha ha. As Wen Ming's voice fell, there was a burst of laughter around him. Wen Ming, are you? It is. It's really ridiculous. You don't have any money yourself and still dare to say that money is meaningless? You want to have money, but is it possible? Wen Ming, having more money is marvelous. See this gold necklace around Zhao Feier's neck? Chairman Fan just bought it for Zhao Feier, over $8,000. Can you do it? He can my ass. I'm afraid he'd have to think twice about eating an $8 ramen noodle dish. Funny, a guy who doesn't even have a job says to Chairman Fan, is it a big deal to have a lot of money? Do you realize how pretentious you are? Why don't you be practical? Begging Chairman Fan, asking him to arrange a job for you as a gatekeeper doesn't smell good? Fan Yunhai hemmed and hawed. For Feier's sake, of course. It just so happens that the grandpa who looks after the gate at my company is about to retire. So if Wen Ming begs me, I can consider it. President Fan is too generous. Wen Ming, why don't you hurry up and beg President Fan? Exactly. It's fortunate that Chairman Fan is willing to take you in, or else a loser like you wouldn't even be wanted to sweep the roads. The surrounding classmates mocked with their mouths, their words getting meaner and meaner. Anyway, they had already torn their faces apart, so there was nothing to worry about. In order to please Fan Yunhai, not to mention letting them taunt Wen Ming, even if they were to directly beat up Wen Ming in public, they had no problem with it. Take me in? Wen Ming sneered. You guys ask him if he has the guts to dare to ask for it? Chapter 32 Qin Lia is here. When Shiming's words fell, the surrounding students burst into contempt, especially the few roommates sitting next to Wen Ming, were even filled with disdain and mocked. Wen Ming, who doesn't know who? Can you die without pretending? These days blowing awesome is really too easy. Just have a mouth. You really don't know who you are, do you? How dare you ask Chairman Fan if he's qualified? Who do you think you are? Wen Ming, with you in the dormitory, is the most unlucky thing in our lives. We won't have a brother like you in the future. Wang Jianbo was so angry that his face turned red, and he said in an exasperated manner, you, Prince Yang, Su Kaming, after all, we are in the same dormitory for a game. You guys don't have to make things so excessive, right? He did not expect in any case. The others stepped on when Ming was just. These dormitory friends who used to call themselves brothers and sisters, would even choose to turn their backs in order to curry favor with Fan Yunhai. Shiming sighed and said, Brother Wang, forget it. In the past, he had always heard that only through suffering could one understand who around them was sincere in their treatment of self. And nowadays, Shiming finally understood this saying, affliction reveals true love. In the face of Fan Yunhai's hostility, the only person who was still willing to stand in front of him was finally Wang Jianbo. How can we forget about it? These people of theirs have simply taken things too far. Wang Jianbo said angrily. Prince Yang said in a deep voice, what do you mean we did too much? It's his own problem. Okay. A few other housemates followed suit and clamored. That's it. A loser still learns to act like a bully. Su Kaming also followed. Blame it on the fact that he messed with President Fan. No one can help him. People like him, whoever is with him is in bad luck. You still dare to be in his gang. Aren't you afraid of being sold by him? You. Just then. Wow. A sudden scream rang out from outside the cafeteria. What's going on? Fan Yunhai and the others were stunned and looked over outside the cafeteria in confusion. At the same time, outside the large cafeteria, a red Maserati was parked. Next to the Maserati, there stood a woman wearing a white top with a bit of purple, and a lavender long skirt underneath, the hem of which swayed in the wind, and her beautiful chestnut-colored long hair fluttered in the wind. Surrounding, the students who saw the scene were all wide-eyed. There were quite a few students outside the cafeteria. Some had just come to prepare for dinner, some had already eaten, and some were passing by. And now, all of these people, both male and female, were attracted to the woman next to the Maserati. Inside the university, there is actually no lack of beautiful women, especially Tian Fue, who has dominated the name of the school flower for 4 years, is really the best among beautiful women. But these girls, all of them were just youthful beauty that was like a mirror. But Qin Leah was different. She has long since left the campus, and in the shopping mall and all kinds of people to fight, so that Qin Leah's whole person, the whole body is full of wild, a kind of flowers bloom to the extreme, a kind of full of aggressive charm. Let a person just look at a glance on the desire to stop. After only a short period of shock, Qin Leah's identity was instantly recognized by the surrounding people, triggering a wave of shock. Wow, oh my god, it's Qin Leah from Qin Shang Group. Why is Mr. Qin here? It can't be that Qin Shang Group wants to recruit from our school, right? Is our school that good? How could it be? Didn't you see that it's only Mr. Qin alone? There's no school leader with her. It must be because of something else. Then what is she doing here? That's who knows. Wow, she's coming towards me. At this moment, Qin Leah suddenly took a step and walked in front of one of the boys, spreading a smile and said, "May I ask, classmate, is this the cafeteria?" The boy's face instantly turned red with excitement and stammered, "Yes, yes, thank you." Qin Leah nodded with a light smile, and headed straight inside. My god, General Manager Qin spoke to me, the male student couldn't help but say in excitement. The other students, on the other hand, immediately followed Qin Leah inside. Many students even took out their cell phones and secretly took pictures of Qin Leah. After all, the opportunity to get so close to Qin Leah was very, very rare. Usually, when Qin Leah came to Linen University, she was followed by a group of reporters, and after staying here for a few minutes and saying a few words to the university leaders, she left directly. Whereas now, appearing in front of many students, they were curious to know why Qin Leah was here. Inside the cafeteria, Fan Yunhai was originally planning to go up outside to see what was going on. After all, he was the president of the student council and was responsible for dealing with emergencies in the school. As a result, before he could even move, a valiant figure suddenly walked into the cafeteria. While seeing this figure, Fan Yunhai and the others instantly recognized it. It wasn't just him that, including the other students present. As senior internship students, they had already been in society for some time, so how could they not recognize the president of Qin Shang Group? It's President Qin of Qin Shang Group? My god, how did she appear here? And is it just her alone, without the school leaders accompanying her? It is. Mr. Zhou, did you get the notice? Zhou Shang raised his eyebrows. He was also wondering. In the past, when Qin Leah came to the school, she was accompanied by the school leaders themselves, and at worst, there had to be a few directors. Why was Qin Leah alone now? And he hadn't received any notice from the school that Qin Leah was coming? What's even stranger, what was Qin Leah doing in the cafeteria? Mr. Zhou, Mr. Qin is coming towards us. At this moment, one of the students said excitedly. At the same time, the other students also discovered this. The direction Qin Leah was traveling in was exactly where they were. There were simply no other students here besides them. Seeing this scene, the excitement instantly surfaced on the faces of these people. Mr. Qin is coming towards us. My goodness, Mr. Qin wouldn't be coming for me, right? Just you? You've got to be kidding me. You don't even know what kind of toad you are. I feel that Mr. Qin should be looking for me. I submitted a resume to Qin Shang Group yesterday, and Mr. Qin must have been convinced by my resume. He directly condescended to accept the virtuous man. Don't argue. At this time, Fan Yunhai coldly shouted, frightening the students next to him to all shut their mouths at once. Right now, Fan Yunhai's reputation was in full swing, so who would dare not give him face? Fan Yunhai took a deep breath and looked at Zhou Shang. Teacher Zhou, Mr. Qin is not here to find you? Right, Teacher Zhou. I feel that President Fan thinks the same way. I also feel that Mr. Qin is here to find you. Another student followed suit and chimed in. Wow, Teacher Zhou is really awesome. He actually knows Mr. Qin. The other students around them hurriedly followed suit. It had to be said that as long as a person had money, even there smelled good, and a random fart would have a group of people amazed by the heavenly music. Zhou Shang listened to the compliments of the surrounding students and coughed lightly in embarrassment. Qin Lia came to him? These words even Zhou Shang himself felt a little suspenseful. Just how could Qin Lia suddenly come here? Even the school leaders did not know? Could it be that she was convinced by his stunning talent and handsome appearance? Thinking of this, Zhou Shang instantly fluttered up. His heart was on fire, unconsciously touched his hair, coughed lightly, and directly greeted the past. Chapter 33, Fairy Senior. Amidst the countless lines of sight in the cafeteria, Zhou Shang walked to Qin Lia's front, took a deep breath, revealed a self-confessed suave smile and said, "Hello Mr. Qin, I'm Zhou Shang, you, aha." Qin Lia face expressionless then, directly walked past Zhou Shang and continued to walk inside. Zhou Shang froze and stood there, directly dumbfounded. This damn, just one one of his old faces instantly reddened. Nima, I'm a senior counselor, don't I want to lose face? This is too much of a slap in the face, isn't it? But facing Qin Lia, he didn't even dare to let out a fart. Not only him, the entire Linen University, except for the dean and vice dean and a few other high-level leaders. Who else dared to give Qin Lia a hard time? When Fan Yunhai and the others saw Zhou Shang, who was left out in the cold, puzzled colors all surfaced on their faces. Not here to find Zhou Shang? Then what is it for? Wang Jianba was the only one who, the moment he saw Qin Lia, stared at Wen Ming in surprise and disbelief. Before coming to the cafeteria, Wen Ming seemed to have said something about Qin Lia. It was just that at that time, he completely thought that Wen Ming was blowing awesome. As a result, after only a short while, Qin Lia had really come here? Coincidence? But this was too much of a coincidence, wasn't it? Under the gaze of countless eyes, Qin Lia confidently, naturally, and self-assuredly continued to move forward. Every step she took, all of them moved everyone's hearts and minds. The direction she was traveling was the group of students that Zhou Shang had brought with him. Seeing this scene, Zhao Mengmeng excitedly said to Fan Yunhai, "President Fan, your family is a supplier of the Qin Merchant Group. Isn't Mr. Qin here to see you?" When Fan Yunhai heard this, he was immediately shaken. Right, within their group of students, other than him, no one else was even qualified to have Qin Lia personally come here. Thinking about being here, Fan Yunhai took a deep breath and directly stepped forward, coming before Qin Lia. Then, a standard gentleman smile flowed out on his face as he faintly smiled and said, "Hello Mr. Qin, Qin Lia directly sidestepped and walked past his heels. From start to finish, she didn't even look at him at all, and didn't even give a aha sound, before directly walking past, leaving Fan Yunhai alone, directly petrified there, with embarrassment on his face, directly able to fill up a basket. Nima, not looking for himself? Then who was he looking for? Fan Yunhai immediately looked towards the remaining students. At this moment, Wen Ming suddenly stood up. Next to him, Prince Yang's eyes glared as he hurriedly pulled back Wen Ming. "Brat, it wasn't enough for you to mess with President Fan just now, but you also wanted to offend Mr. Qin, didn't you? Sit here honestly." The other roommates beside him all glared over angrily as well. Who was Qin Lia? That was the #1 beautiful president of Linen. Even when their dean saw Qin Lia, he had to be polite for a few moments. Although I do not know why Qin Lia suddenly appeared here today, but even their counselor, with the president of the student union Fan Yunhai, have eaten a dumb loss, and now Wen Ming still want to go up. This is not to Qin Lia find pain? They are not worried about Qin Lia looking for trouble, but they are afraid that they will be involved. If it wasn't for Shimming, how could they sit at the last table? But the next moment, they were shocked. They saw Qin Lia walk straight to their table, and then, standing, a powerful aura, directly scared Prince Yang and the others did not even dare to breathe. There is nothing more flattering than this. Immediately after that, in the unbelieving eyes of the crowd, Qin Lia's face, which was like a 1,000-year-old iceberg, suddenly blossomed into a brilliant smile. Her eyes curved like the crescent moon, and she tilted her head and said, "Hello, Mr. He, it's good to see you again." Hiss. Seeing this scene, Fan Yunhai and the others suddenly widened their eyes. "Mr. He, Shimming? Qin Lia was actually here to find Wen Ming? Are you kidding me?" This was Linen's #1 beautiful president, the dream goddess in the hearts of countless men in Linen. At the same time, in the entire cafeteria, all the people, one by one, all got quiet. The silence was terrifying. The next moment, the clamor directly exploded. Exclamations of surprise rose in all directions. "I go. Who is this kid? Even can let Mr. Qin personally come? I haven't heard that there's such a powerful existence within our senior year's cousins. Geez, who knows who this immortal senior is? Hell no. Although I've seen him in school, I've never paid attention to him. Who would have thought that he'd be so powerful? Unlike these people, the group of people that Chen Jijun, Zhao Mangmang and the others were part of were clearly aware of Wen Ming's identity was, but precisely because they knew, the surprise in their hearts was even greater than the other students around them. In any case, they are difficult to resemble. Wen Ming is how to recognize with Qin Lia? Qin Lia was the president of Qin Shang Group. What is Qin Shang Group? It was Linen's leading company. A large company that countless people dreamed of entering. Even the Fan family's company is only a supplier to Qin Shang Group. From this, the influence of Qin Shang Group could be seen. Not to mention Qin Lia, who was the president of Qin Shang Group. No matter where she went, Qin Lia was the complete center of attention. But now, Qin Lia came to the university cafeteria to look for Shi Ming, and she called him Mr. He. This is too unbelievable, isn't it? When did Shi Ming become so capable? They felt like their three views were about to be turned upside down. They were madly mocking Wen Ming as a waste, saying that he was holding up Zhao Feier's youth, and wanted to use this to curry favor with Fan Yunhai, only to find out that Wen Ming was actually acquainted with the president of Qin Shang Group. Based on this alone, Wen Ming had to be many times more powerful than Fan Yunhai, because even Fan Yunhai's old man had to nod his head when he met the president of Qin Shang Group, let alone Fan Yunhai. At this moment, they felt like they were going crazy, especially Prince Yang and a few other roommates who had spent time with Shi Ming. They were just saying that whoever was with Shi Ming would be unlucky, but in the blink of an eye, they were slapped in the face, and it was still being personally slapped in the face by the president of Qin Shang Group. This is impossible. How is this possible? Zhao Feier muttered with a pale face. Today, for her, it could be said that it was the most scenic day since she was born, but her scenery lasted less than a day before it was torn apart by someone. And the one who tore apart this scenery of hers was none other than Wen Ming, this guy that she had abandoned like a piece of trash, that was worthless in her eyes, that had wasted her precious youth. Now, he had instantly become the center of attention in the entire cafeteria, stealing all the scenery that should have belonged to her, and all of this was only because of Qin Lia's sudden arrival. No matter how, I can't understand, Wen Ming how to know Qin Lia? She had been with Shi Ming for such a long time. If Shi Ming knew Qin Lia, she should have known it long ago. But she never knew that they knew each other, and she had never even heard Shi Ming say it. Zhao Feier at this moment hated her teeth. Wen Ming, you bastard. Chapter 34. A wailing. For the shock and anger of Fan Yunhai and the others. Shi Ming didn't know. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He looked at the smiling Qin Lia and asked, why is Mr. Qin smiling so happily? Of course I'm happy to see Mr. He again. Qin Lia continued to smile. After saying that, glanced around at the other students. How flexible was her mind, just by glancing at where these people stood. Qin Lia, even if she didn't know what had happened before, knew that He Ming had been isolated by these people. Seeing the look in Qin Lia's eyes, the hearts of the surrounding students stuttered. Although Qin Lia's age was not much older than theirs, she had been in a high position for a long time, and her eyes were so stern that in the feeling of these students, Qin Lia's eyes were simply like a sharp knife, scaring them so much that they didn't dare to even breathe a single breath. Only, Qin Lia, however, ignored them and instead turned back to look at Wen Ming. Mr. He, I would like to invite you for a meal. There are some things I would like to ask you for advice. I wonder if Mr. He would be able to show his face? Hiss. Hearing Qin Lia's words, the surrounding students no longer knew what to say. They only thought that He Ming was just acquainted with Qin Lia, but it turned out that they didn't expect that Qin Lia would not only invite him to dinner, but also ask him to teach him something? This was too ruthless, wasn't it? Shi Ming nodded and said, that's fine. He stayed here originally to wait for Qin Lia to come over, otherwise he would have already left. This is a friend I wanted to introduce to you before. Wen Ming pulled Wang Jianba over to Qin Lia. This is the friend I told you about, named Wang Jianba, wants to work for Qin Shang Group. I don't know what Mr. Qin thinks? Of course. Qin Lia lightly smiled back, followed by Wang Jianba. I'll say hello to the personnel department. If you want to come, you can report to work at any time, and you can pick the job position. When Wang Jianba heard this, he immediately turned red with excitement. Wen Ming actually directly introduced him to Qin Lia. How could he not be excited? The other students around him all looked at Wang Jianba with eyes full of envy. They had also gone to Qin Shang Group for interviews and were all mercilessly brushed off. Then look at Wang Jianba. Just Wen Ming a sentence. Qin Shang Group casually into job positions randomly pick. What kind of treatment is this? I don't even dare to think about it. For a while, these students' eyes were bleeding with envy. If they had known earlier, they would have built up a good friendship with Shi Ming, and now this good thing would have fallen into their laps. Yay, old He, you can do it. Surprisingly, you really know Mr. Qin. I'm really going to love you to death. Wang Jianba said excitedly. Go go go. Don't be so disgusting, Shi Ming said breathlessly, and then asked, Are we going to eat together? No no no. Wang Jianba hurriedly waved his hand and said, you guys go, I won't get involved. Going to dinner with Qin Lia? I'm kidding, he wouldn't dare to give him 10 more guts. Thinking of this, he looked at Wen Ming with envy on his face. This grandson, he's hidden deep enough. However, now is definitely not the time to ask these questions in detail. When there is an opportunity, we must make sure that Wen Ming explains all these things clearly one by one. Then, we will leave first. After saying this, Shi Ming walked outside with Qin Lia. When passing by Fan Yunhai, Wen Ming faintly glanced at him before turning back and continuing to walk outside. Wherever they passed, all those who were in the way retreated to the side, making way for a wide path to come out. It was just this glance that, but it directly infuriated Fan Yunhai to the point where he almost spat out blood. The look that Shi Ming gave him was simply too bland as looking at a clown. In other words, all of his previous clamor was just like a clown in Shi Ming's eyes. This look, he simply couldn't accept. In the cafeteria, under the gaze of countless people, the two of them, Wen Ming and Qin Lia, walked out in the front row and then got into Qin Lia's car. Such a scene caused the eyes of the surrounding people to turn red with envy. That was Qin Lia, the first beautiful president of Linen. To be able to have a word with her, they would be willing to lose a year of their lives. And now, their dream girl, their favorite woman, even let Wen Ming directly into her car, but also with him to go to the world of two people to eat? Thinking about this, many boys were simply going crazy. Nima, this fairy senior is awesome. More than awesome. It's simply a cow in the sky. That's Qin Lia. It's over. My dream girl is gone just like that. A group of boys whooped and wailed. At the doorway, Prince Yang, who followed the group out together, immediately said to Wang Jianba after Timing left, Brother Jianba, what's the relationship between Brother Timing and Mr. Qin? Seeing this scene, the other students also hurriedly came over. To say and Wen Ming relationship nearest, that is certainly Wang Jianba. Other do not know Wen Ming thing, but Wang Jianba certainly know. If he could borrow Wen Ming's relationship to enter the Qin Shang group, it would definitely make countless people envious to death. At this time, these people, directly next to the gloomy face of Fan Yunhai to ignore the past, compared to Qin Lia, Fan Yunhai is not a star and a half point. For a while, many students flocked to Wang Yunhai. Many students immediately flocked to Wang Jianba's side. Brother Jianba, give us a few words? Wang Jianba slanted a glance at Wang Xiang and sneered. What's their relationship? Does it have anything to do with you guys? How is it not related? It has a lot to do with them. We were classmates for 4 years. That's right. We've lived in the same dormitory for 4 years as roommates. Even Chen Jijun smiled and said, can Brother Jianba tell us about it? Wang Jianba sneered and said, I wouldn't dare. Didn't you guys say that we don't deserve to be your friends? Is being in the same dormitory as me and Shi Ming the most unlucky thing in your life? It's better to stay away from us, lest you encounter bad luck and then push it onto us. He was originally a master who had a grudge to avenge. Now that he had found an opportunity, how could he not make a few sarcastic remarks? How could I? Brother Jianba, what are you talking about? Are we that kind of people? We are the best of brothers. Next to him, Su Kaming said, but don't. Wang Jianba hurriedly waved his hand and said, you guys, it's better to stay away from us, lest President Fan sees it later and blames you guys again, and then you guys blame me. The surrounding students from other departments and grades, seeing this scene, pointed in this direction. These seniors' cheeks, they really are too thick. That's right, just now inside the cafeteria, I clearly heard how these people sarcasm others. I heard it too. Not only did they steal someone's girlfriend, but they also taunted them. As a result, they were slapped in the face by Qin Lia. A group of people immediately changed their attitudes. They flip-flopped faster than a book. Ha! If you don't want to be a good person and have to be a dog, who can blame you? Wang Ziyang and a bunch of other students, when they heard the murmurs of the people around them, even if their skin was thicker, now they felt their faces couldn't hang on, and hurriedly left the place. At the very back of the crowd, Fan Yunhai's expression was incomparably gloomy. He was the president of the student union, but he had never lost such a big person in front of so many people. Kid, don't be complacent. You'll see, Fan Yunhai murmured in a low voice. Chapter 35, New System Reward. The Maserati car. When Ming sat on Qin Lia's co-pilot, he let out a long breath and said, Mr. Qin, in the future, don't come to the school to look for me. What's wrong? Qin Lia asked suspiciously. Shi Ming grinned and said, you didn't see the eyes of those boys, hating as if they wanted to kill me with their eyes. To this day, I still feel like a sword in my back. If you make 2 more trips, I feel that within a few days, someone might take the risk and just finish me off with a brick. He'd never been watched by so many people before, not to mention that these gazes were all filled with terrifying killing intent. Just now, he looked as stable as an old dog on the surface, but in his heart, he had already panicked. If he were to experience it again, he wouldn't dare to die. It was too scary. Xinlia couldn't help but let out a laugh and said, "Hearing you say that, am I so popular in your school? That's not true. You don't know. The boys in our school all see you as their ideal dream girl. They can't wait to sleep without chanting your name." Shiming said directly, "What about you, Mr. He?" Xinlia suddenly tilted her head and asked. Wen Ming, who had been poked and prodded in his heart's dirty thoughts, suddenly turned red in his old face, instantly panicked, and said incoherently, Xinlia immediately giggled. "Mr. He will even be shy? It can't be that I've hit the nail on the head?" Previously, she didn't know much about He Ming. Together with the time she saved her, she had only met twice, and the first time she had parted after a hasty meeting. The second time she treated her to dinner, but also just sat together and casually chatted for a few moments, not talking too much, and Wen Ming behaved normally from the beginning to the end. In her impression, Wen Ming should be the kind of sophisticated, calculating, have a brocade of transcendent existence. After all, the person who could casually point out the warehouse fire hazard, how could it be simple? But now she suddenly realized, Wen Ming is such a shy boy, how could he be so easily shy and blush at her casual remark? How cute is that? She couldn't believe that there were still such cute boys in this society. Ahem. Shiming coughed lightly and said in a fidgety manner, "No, it's not like that. You don't make a wild guess. I was just thinking about things." Yeah, thinking about other things. Anyway, in the future you do not go to school to find me on the line. About outside on the line. This guy originally had a face as thin as paper. At most, he was a bit more dirty and sultry in his mind and thoughts, but his soul was still very pure and shy. Pure as fresh water. Okay. Xinlia let out a light laugh and said, "I'll listen to Mr. He. When you want to find Mr. He in the future, make a date directly outside." She was after all begging for Mr. He this time, although teasing Mr. He made her feel quite amused, but in case she pissed off Wen Ming, it would be too late for her to regret it then. Aha! Wen Ming hurriedly nodded his head, and at the same time, he let out a long sigh of relief. When this woman's aura opened up, she was simply like a queen, stealing a glance at Xinlia. Was concentrating on driving and didn't continue talking, not to mention, looking at Xinlia from the side. It really is canon. The front face looks beautiful, the side face is even more invincible. Small nose, gentle mouth, white cheeks, hair hanging lightly by the ear, more than a beautiful word can express. This face value can simply kill most of the female stars. More importantly, from the side, you can feel Xinlia's chest. This at least, must have 36 FA. See when the old color batch when Ming a heart fluttering wildly more than, if, with such a big beautiful woman, can happen some wonderful things between men and women words. At this moment, when Ming's heart cannot help but once again why up. Ding. At this time, the cell phone suddenly rang a message tone. He took his phone out to take a look, and on it was a pop-up message. Congratulations to the host for participating in tomorrow's headline push news content. Rewarding super bad luck sticker, a sheep that lasts for 5 minutes, during which time bad luck lingers, unlucky to the extreme. Reminder, use with caution. Seeing this message, Wen Ming was slightly stunned. What the hell? This time, the reward should be the news reward for the Qinshan Group's warehouse fire, which meant that the warehouse had caught fire, and this time, Xinlia came to him. It was estimated that it also had a lot to do with the warehouse fire. Just this super bad luck sticker is a what? When he dug up the gold, the system rewarded him with fighting skills. Saved Xinlia that time, very dangerous, and even injured. It was not easy to save Xinlia's life. The system directly rewarded him a sports car, a body-strengthening serum. When Ming frowned tightly and thought, the first system reward, it was him digging it out of the ground. The second time, it was him risking his life to save it from the hands of 3 thugs. But this time, he himself hadn't done anything from the beginning to the end, but only reminded Xinlia. In that case, the size of the system reward should have a very direct relationship with the size of the incident, and probably also with the extent of his involvement in it, as well. Thinking of this, the eyes of Shiming's eyes gradually deepened, and Inzetsu searched for bad ideas. If at first he did not remind Xinlia of fire prevention, but waited for the fire to burn up, and then he brought the fire department to rush over. I wonder if the reward, would it be bigger? Just as soon as this idea appeared in his mind, it was thrown out. Can't do that. This unconscionable and unethical thing was not done by a human being at all. If he really did this, there was a possibility that he would have a son without a butthole in the future. Besides, this super lucky sticker isn't bad. It's better than nothing, right? I can't say it's good, but I can't say it's bad either. It depends on how it's used. For example, how about trying it on Fan Yunhai? Although in the cafeteria, In the face of Fan Yunhai's provocation, Wen Ming did not say anything, but this goods but hold a grudge, belonging to the kind of typical sullen type, encountered what things do not like to say, but all remembered in their own little book, then, turn around and give you a hard time. It's a pity that this reward came a little late. If a few minutes earlier, he just did not hesitate to stick directly to the body of Fan Yunhai, the tortoise grandson, so that he can experience the power of the prudent use in the end. How? This bad luck sticker above the prudent use 2 words, can really let Wen Ming look forward to, do not know exactly can reach what point. Thinking about this, Shiming immediately hemmed and hawed and laughed. Chapter 36, Grievance. Mr. He, you should be curious as to why I came to find you, right? At this moment, Qin Lia suddenly asked. Because of what? Shiming deliberately asked. Qin Lia took a deep breath and said with a serious expression, just as Mr. He reminded me last night, Qin Shan Group's South Warehouse caught fire last night. Fortunately, with your reminder, we made sufficient preparations. The fire did not ignite before it was extinguished, which avoided huge losses. Otherwise, the consequences are unimaginable. It didn't matter if she inhaled this, the fullness of her direct chest was held high. When Ming's eyes instantly straightened, it was quite enough to hold up during normal times. This deep breath directly burst the eyeballs. Okay, good, quite. Shiming subconsciously said back. What's good? When Ming instantly came back to his senses and hurriedly withdrew his eyes from the 2 large mountains, saying with an embarrassed face, quite good. I said quite good. It's quite good when there's nothing to lose. Qin Lia raised her eyebrows suspiciously. Just one quite good? Nothing else to say? Could it be that reminding her about the fire yesterday was just a good intention, without any other requirements or conditions? Even if it was just kindness, it should have been a pretense or something, right? What does this quite good mean? Mr. He, is there nothing you want to say to me about this fire? Qin Lia asked suspiciously. Shiming's complexion changed, and being a thief, he hurriedly waved his hands and said, I didn't put it there. I can guarantee that it really wasn't me. I was at school all morning today. Everyone at school can prove it for me. Qin Lia, she was directly amused by Wen Ming's words. I didn't say you put it there either. Why are you so eager to deny it? Mr. He is overthinking it. I didn't say you put it there. Qin Lia didn't want to cause any misunderstandings from He Ming and hurriedly explained. I came to find Mr. He this time, mainly because I wanted to thank Mr. He for his reminder yesterday. Nothing else. Please don't misunderstand Mr. He. Hearing these words from Qin Lia, only then did He Ming let out a long breath. I thought you were going to send me to the police force. Wen Ming took a long breath out and said, he was so frightened just now that he almost jumped straight into the car and escaped. How could that be? It's too late to thank you. In order to express my gratitude to Mr. He, I ran over here at the first opportunity to convey my as well as Qin Shan Group's gratitude to you. Qin Lia said, no need to be polite. Shiming waved his hand and said, it's just a small matter, not enough to worry about. As long as you guys have nothing to lose, it's fine. After saying that, he laughed, deeply hiding his achievements. At this moment, he felt that Comrade Lei Feng was waving at him, and the red scarf on his chest became even more colorful. Soon, the two came to the parking lot. Qin Lia parked the car, but did not rush to get off. Instead, she twisted her head, 2 big beautiful eyes, unblinking, looking at Wen Ming, looking left, looking right. Inside the dark car, the atmosphere suddenly became charming. Wen Ming blinked his eyes and said with a bewildered face, Mr. Qin, do you have flowers on my face? Qin Lia shook her head and said, no, Wen Ming, no flowers, you staring at me like this? And so on, these adoring eyes. It's hard to believe that you're looking at your buddy? Or maybe, are they asking for a kiss? Shiming was instantly excited. Shouldn't he take the initiative? But what if he gets beaten up? If he meets lawyer Zhang Wei again? Or Yingtian-Fu's judge? Self's life will be finished. But, when Ming looked at Qin Lia's exquisite cheeks, pretty red lips, suddenly ruthless, the rich and powerful are in danger. Spell it out. Otherwise how to waste this charming atmosphere? Shiming took a deep breath and cheered himself up. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, 4 breaths. When he was about to take the 9,999 breaths, Qin Lia suddenly asked with a face full of doubt, Mr. He, can you tell me how you knew the warehouse would catch fire? This was the thing Qin Lia couldn't understand the most. If Wen Ming said that it was a coincidence, Qin Lia would not believe it to death. This Wen Ming was definitely a very powerful person who was just pretending to be an ordinary person. When Sure Ming heard this, his expression froze. Immediately following that, the heart was suddenly disappointed to the extreme. Nima, it's not gluttony buddy's body he coughed lightly and said, this matter, whether you believe it or not, but these are really just coincidences. Qin Lia's eyes narrowed when she heard Wen Ming's words. Sure enough, People who went around blindly bragging about how powerful they were often a sign of incompetence. The more powerful a person was, the more low-profile they were. Just like the current Wen Ming. This Shi Ming really wasn't an ordinary person. And she, most likely, was the first to discover this secret. Such a person, all the more reason to befriend. This was a chance given to her by the heavens, and she must grasp it. This way, maybe in the future, Wen Ming will be able to help her a great deal. Just like this time, a fire was avoided. Let's go, mister. Let's go in first. It's the same room as last time. Qinlia smiled lightly and pulled open the car door. Immediately after that, the two of them walked together towards the inside of the hotel. When Yiming passed by the entrance of the hotel, inside the door on one side, a burly youth who was sitting there shaking his legs was suddenly startled when he saw Wen Ming pass through the doorway. Then, immediately towards the door of a private room next to it, tapped on the door with great force. Brother Tian, I am Zhao Gang. There's something to find you. Come in. A voice resounded from inside the private room, pushing the door open. Inside, Zhang Tianjun and a few others were sitting on the sofa chatting with laughter, their palms constantly stroking back and forth on the thighs of the beautiful woman next to them. What is the matter, Gangzi? Zhang Tianjun laughed as he withdrew his hand on the beautiful woman's thigh and asked Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang ran to Zhang Tianjun and said, Brother Tian, guess who I just saw? How does Laozi know who you saw? Speak quickly if you have something to say. Have a fart and let it go. Can't you see that Laozi is busy? Zhang Tianjun said in a deep voice. It's Wen Ming, Zhao Gang hurriedly said. It's the kid we saw yesterday. It's him? Zhang Tianjun said with a condensed expression. Yesterday, he had received benefits from Qin Shao and brought a few guys to find trouble with Wen Ming. As a result, before he could even make a move, he was blasted out by a group of grandparents. He had never been so humiliated since his debut until now. So, he had been looking for an opportunity to deal with Wen Ming. Brother Tian, who is this Wen Ming you guys are talking about? Do you need any help? Another youth inside the private room asked. Zhang Tianjun shook his head and said, It's fine, young Master Li, just a small trouble. After saying that, he looked at Zhao Gang and said, Where is that kid now? Just inside this hotel. I saw him go inside with a girl just now. Zhao Gang quickly replied back. Chapter 37 Long Drunk in This Mountain. When Zhang Tianjun heard these words, his eyes narrowed. Good brat, how dare you show your face in front of me? Today, I'll let you know just how many eyes the Horse King has. Walk, call the brothers over. Let's go meet him. After saying that, Zhang Tianjun immediately walked towards the outside. When he came outside, Zhang Tianjun directly found the person in charge of the hotel and asked when Ming was in the private room. Unfortunately, he didn't find this person. The person who booked the private room was not Wen Ming at all, but Qin Lia, so how could he possibly find him? Brother Tian, what should we do? Zhao Gang asked. Zhang Tianjun pondered for 2 seconds with his brows furrowed. Go room to room and break in? This would indeed be able to find Wen Ming, but who knew who was inside these rooms? If he messed with any existence that he couldn't afford to mess with, he would be finished. It was not worth it to deal with just one Wen Ming. Zhang Tianjun took a deep breath and said, You guys just wait for them outside. I don't believe they won't come out. As soon as he comes out, you inform me immediately. Good. Zhao Gang immediately replied. Immediately afterward, he immediately walked outside. On the other side, Shiming entered the private room with Qin Lia. Mr. Please take a seat. The meal will be here in a moment. Qin Lia laughed. In a short while, the meal was served. The names of the dishes were all unknown to Mr. Ming, but they were much more plentiful than the last time, making Mr. Ming sigh in relief. It's good to have money. Think about yourself. Think of yourself when you wanted a bottle of beer with your bowl of noodles. You had to think about it. And now, a whole table of sumptuous meals, but also Qin Lia, the top of the big beautiful woman as a companion. When Ming corner of the eye without trace skim Qin Lia. TCH, really ing beautiful. Other than that, as long as you can take a look at it every day, when Ming's heart is satisfied, this is ing life. At this time, Qin Lia stood up and smiled to Wen Ming. Mr. I won't say any more words of thanks. In order to show my gratitude, I'll pour you a glass of wine to toast you. Saying that, picking up the wine bottle, he bent down to pour wine for Wen Ming. At this time, Qin Lia, not the slightest bit of the usual as the president of Qin Shan Group, that kind of high color and cold arrogance, but like an ordinary woman, looked so delightful and pleasing to the eye. Wen Ming stood up and politely said, No need to be polite, Mr. Qin. You. The words didn't finish. His eyes suddenly straightened, staring straight at Qin Lia's chest. Nima. This angle. This position. Absolute. Normally when sitting, one could feel Her Majesty. If you bend down to face Wen Ming directly sunk into 2 big ravine inside, never come out again. Before he even started drinking, Wen Ming felt that he was already drunk and unconscious. I only wish to be drunk on this mountain for a long time. Come, mister. I toast you. Qin Lia picked up her wine glass and said to Shiming. When Shiming saw Qin Lia lifting the wine cup, he immediately withdrew his eyes and coughed lightly. Mr. Qin is polite. Immediately following, receiving the wine cup, he drank it all in one go. Qin Lia let out a light smile, took out a card from her bag, and handed it to Shiming in front of her. Mr. I won't say any more superfluous words. Inside this card is $20 million. It's considered as my expression of gratitude to Mr. I hope that Mr. He won't reject it. When Shiming heard this, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Last time, Qin Lia had given him $5 million. He didn't expect this to give him $20 million again. $20 million. This little rich girl was too rich, right? Shiming almost blurted out, rich woman begging for a thigh. It was simply too exciting. Shiming coughed lightly and said, Mr. Qin is really too polite. Since Mr. Qin is so courteous, then I'll accept the honor. It's only a cutie if you don't want money when it's in front of you. Shiming wouldn't pretend to be noble. Whoever likes to be noble can be noble. When Qin Lia saw Wen Ming took the money, she said happily, great. Since Shiming was willing to accept the money, it meant that he wasn't treating her as an outsider, and it also meant that there was a possibility of friendship. This was the best news for her. Afterwards, Qin Lia sat down across from Wen Ming and began to chat while eating. If it was usual, when Ming faced with the great beauty of Qin Lia's status, he would definitely feel constrained. Even if he had a ton of gold to back him up, he was so by nature that it simply wasn't that easy to change. However, it was different with wine. 2 cups of wine down. This guy directly drank dizzy croak. Flirty talk up. Wen Ming is a senior internship student. Qin Lia also just left the university not long ago. The two have a lot of common topics. A chat on the chat for almost an hour, which ended up leaving the private room. To the outside. Outside, the sky was already dark. The two had just appeared inside the hotel lobby. The person who was guarding the inside of the lobby immediately unplugged Zhang Tianjuan's phone. Hello, brother Tian. Surname he has come out. Good. Don't let him get away. Understood. There are people outside to stop him. Won't let him get away. At the entrance of the hotel, Qin Lia laughed and said to Wen Ming, Mr. Are you still satisfied with this meal? Satisfied. How can I not be satisfied? Thank you for your hospitality. Ms. Qin. Wen Ming smiled back. This was probably the most sumptuous meal he had ever eaten in his life. As for what he ate, he didn't know. He couldn't name a single dish, and didn't even know what ingredients the dish was made from. It had to be said that poverty limited his inside. Let's go. I'll send you home. Qin Lia reached out. Shiming nodded and said, good. He was worried about how to go home. Bugatti parked in front of the neighborhood. This midnight taxi is not good. By Qin Lia, this big beautiful woman, to send himself home. Think about it, all great. Only, they were just about to walk towards the parking lot. A black big G suddenly stopped in front of the two. Immediately after, from inside the car, 5 big burly men in black clothes walked down and surrounded the two of them. Seeing these people, Wen Ming's eyes narrowed. These people looked familiar. Who are you guys? What do you want? Qin Lia looked at these people and said in a deep voice, what for? You'll find out later. One of the burly men said. Saying that, an inch-headed youth walked over from the hotel. Brother Tian. Seeing this youth coming over, the 5 youths immediately bowed and saluted. When Shiming turned his head, he was instantly happy. Surprisingly, it was Zhang Tianjun. This guy was really shady towards him. Surname He. This time, I'll see who can help you. Zhang Tianjun looked at He Ming and hemmed and hawed. At this moment, Qin Lia, who was standing next to Wen Ming, suddenly said with a tight frown, Zhang Tianjun, it's you? Zhang Tianjuan's expression froze as he turned his head to look at Qin Lia. His attention was on Wen Ming's body, and because it was dark, he did not notice the woman next to him. As a result, this woman actually called out his name in one breath. Only then did he look towards the woman. Chapter 38. The arrogant Zhang Tianjun. At first glance, he was stunned by Qin Lia's stunning beauty. At the second glance, immediately recognized the other party's identity. The president of Qin Shang Group, the most beautiful president of Linen. How could he not recognize it? No wonder he directly called out his name. Qin Shang Group had many interests with their family. He and Qin Lia, too, had met more than once. It was normal for Qin Lia to recognize him. Mr. Qin, it's you? Why are you with this kid? Zhang Tianjun asked in shock. The one who had asked him to deal with Wen Ming was Qin Xiao. As a result, now, Qin Lia was actually staying with Wen Ming. This was too strange, right? Not only was Zhang Tianjun curious, But Wenming was also incomparably curious as he looked at Qin Lia. He was also very curious as to how Qin Lia knew Zhang Tianjun. Qin Lia took a deep breath and said, "It's none of your business why I'm with Mr. He. But what do you want to do by putting up this kind of show in front of me?" After saying that, she introduced to Wenming, Mr. He. This person is Zhang Tianjun, the young master of the Zhang family of Tianhao Entertainment Club. His father is Zhang Deshuan. He is a black and white man in linen. His means are endless. When Shiming heard in these words, he immediately raised his eyebrows in surprise. Only then did he understand Zhang Tianjuan's identity. The so-called entertainment club, it was an individual who understood what kind of venue it was. Under normal circumstances, it was just a business, but such a business could basically only be described with two words: dirty, black. No wonder Zhang Tianjun dared to directly bring people to run to the happy neighborhood to find his trouble. It turned out that there was such a background. After Qin Lia explained, she turned her head and stared at Zhang Tianjun with a gloomy face. "Zhang Tianjun, Mr. He is my friend. What are you trying to do by stopping us this suddenly?" Zhang Tianjun raised his eyebrows and sneered. "I don't care who he is. For the sake of our acquaintance, you hurry up and get lost. But this kid has to stay." After saying that, reaching out, he pointed to Wenming. He didn't care what Qin Lia's relationship was with this matter. He had received money from Qin Xiao, so he naturally had to do things for Qin Xiao. As for Qin Lia, had nothing to do with this matter, and Qin Lia was, after all, the president of Qin Shang Group, so he didn't want to have any trouble with Qin Lia until he had no choice. "Zhang Tianjun," Qin Lia said in a deep voice, "Mr. He is my friend, and even more so, he is an honored guest of Qin Shang Group. What exactly do you want?" "Ha ha." Zhang Tianjun directly laughed out loud when he heard Qin Lia's words. Originally, he was still a bit curious about Wenming's identity was. However, now that he heard Qin Lia say that Wenming was a VIP of Qin Shang Group, Zhang Tianjun suddenly understood. If Wenming was really a VIP of Qin Shang Group, Qin Xiao would still let him deal with Wenming? This surnamed Qin. It was obvious that she was just fooling him, and it was even possible that Wenming was her gigolo. That's why she was so concerned. However, no matter what Qin Lia's relationship with Wenming was, Wenming he was set to beat up. If you are entrusted by someone, you are loyal to them. Otherwise, how can the Zhang family still hang out on the road? And how do his friends on the road look at him? Moreover, last time he was in front of Wenming, he was beaten up by a group of grandparents. And this debt he also remembered on Wenming's body. If he didn't beat up Shiming, it would be hard to get rid of his anger. As for Qin Lia, although Qin Lia had a lot of influence in linen, their Zhang family wasn't a vegetarian, and his dad, Zhang Deshuan, was even less of a vegetarian. "Qin Lia, if you're smart, hurry up and leave. Otherwise, don't blame me for not being polite." Zhang Tianjun hemmed and hawed. "How dare you?" Qin Lia said in a deep voice. "See if I dare." Zhang Tianjun sneered and directly waved his big hand. The five big men in black next to him immediately walked towards Wenming. "Stop." At this time, the hotel security personnel suddenly walked over. Among them, Manhwa building security captain Xia Yongsheng was also inside. Xia Yongsheng hurriedly stopped in front of Zhang Tianjun and the others and advised with a smile. "Friend, have a good conversation." He had just met Qin Lia and Wenming yesterday. One was the president of Qin Shang Group, and the other was the owner of a Bugatti worth more than $80 million, all of which were lords they couldn't afford to offend. If anything happened to these two people here, he, the security chief, would be finished. So seeing Zhang Tianjuan's aggressive scene, he rushed over to stop him. Seeing that someone dared to stop him, Zhang Tianjun cursed angrily and said, "Asterisk asterisk 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 you, what the hell are you? How dare you stop me?" After saying that, he directly raised his foot and kicked at Xia Yongsheng. Xia Yongsheng sidestepped and dodged it. His face instantly became gloomy, and he said in a cold voice, "Friend, this is Ronghua House. Please show some respect, or don't blame us for being impolite." At the entrance of their hotel, making a move on him, the hotel security captain. This kid was also too rampant. Bull asterisk 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 Ronghua House. Zhang Tianjun chortled coldly and said, "A tiny security captain also damn dare lousy's idle business? Do you know who I am?" Xia Yongsheng shook his head expressionlessly and said, "I don't know, but no matter who you are, you have to follow the rules." Zhang Tianjuan's eyes narrowed as he said in a deep voice, "Young man, you must have just taken office not long ago, right? What do you mean?" Xia Yongsheng frowned and said, "The meaning is simple. You're finished." Zhang Tianjun said, taking out his cell phone. "Hello, I'm Zhang Tianjun. Your hotel security is so bold. Right, now I'm at the entrance of your Ronghua building. I'm limiting you to arrive within 3 minutes." Hanging up the phone, outside the gate of Ronghua building, security captain Xia Yongsheng saw Zhang Tianjuan's calm and relaxed appearance and frowned. "Just now you called our boss?" Zhang Tianjun sneered. There are some people that you can't afford to mess with, or you'll have to pay the price, Xie Yongsheng said in a shocked voice. Who the hell are you guys? He suddenly had a premonition that he had possibly messed with some terrific big shot. At this time, Liang Kaitai hurriedly ran out from inside the Ronghua building and said to Zhang Tianjun with a smile on his face, Young Master Zhang, I'm sorry, the people below don't know any better. Please don't blame young Master Zhang. After saying that, he backhandedly slapped Xie Yongsheng's face and angrily roared, The hell are you looking for death? You even dared to mess with young Master Zhang. I'm telling you, you're fired. When Shiming saw this scene, his eyes narrowed. This Xie Yongsheng had helped him, after all. As a result, now, yet he was treated like this. When Xie Yongsheng heard this, his face instantly turned white and he said in horror, Don't boss Liang, I still have parents to feed, and my daughter needs to go to school. Shut the hell up. If you mess with young Master Zhang, no one special can protect you. From now on, get the hell out of here. Liang Kaitai drank coldly. After saying that, hurrying to Zhang Tianjun with a smile, he said, Young Master Zhang, please come in with me. We'll waive the bill for all of today's consumption. No rush. Zhang Tianjun hemmed and hawed and said, I still have important things to do. Boss Liang should know how to do it, right? No. Liang Kaitai immediately nodded his head and said, Our hotel's cameras have all gone down. All the surveillance can't be tuned out. Chapter 39, The Might of the Super Bad Luck Sticker. Smart. Zhang Tianjun hemmed and hawed, and then immediately walked over to Xie Yongsheng, reached out and slapped his hand on Xie Yongsheng's face, his face full of disdain. Kid, now do you understand what kind of person you're messing with? Xie Yongsheng stood there with a pale face, having long since been too frightened to even move. An eye-opening thing. Zhang Tianjun let out a cold snort and directly reached out and slapped his hand towards Xie Yongsheng. Only, the slap was just halfway down when it was stopped by someone, none other than Wen Ming. Young Zhang, right? Let's spare people where they can be spared, Wen Ming said. Seeing Wen Ming's actions, everyone present opened their eyes wide in surprise. Wen Ming dared to stop Zhang Tianjun. One must know that this was the young master of the Tianhao Entertainment Club. As long as he said a word, it was very likely that Wen Ming would not see the sun tomorrow. Xie Yongsheng looked at Wen Ming gratefully. This guy, how could he help him? Was it because he had just said a few words for him? Zhang Tianjun broke away from Shiming's arm and looked at Shiming with a chilling expression. Bastard, I haven't even looked for your trouble, but you've come to mess with me first? How do you want to die? When Ming's eyes narrowed, he suddenly realized that there was nothing at all to say to such a foppish black second generation, the weak and the strong. In their eyes, perhaps it was the law of survival in this world. Such a person, beating him up would not be of any use at all, but would instead fuel his momentum, unless one directly killed him. But killing someone or something was not Wen Ming's style of action. Wen Ming's eyes lit up. Right, super bad luck stickers. Ha. Let you know what happens when you offend your buddies. I don't know if I'm dead or not. Wen Ming laughed and said, but I see that your seal is black. But I see that young Master Zhang's seal is black. It's a typical bad luck in feng shui. It should be caused by doing too many bad things with a lack of heart. I'm afraid that there will be a big disaster coming soon, he said. While taking out his phone, he found the super bad luck sticker. Click on use. The next moment, a transparent bad luck sticker, which only Shi Ming himself could see, appeared in front of Shi Ming's eyes, waiting for Shi Ming's command. When Ming silently chanted go, the bad luck sticker was instantly pasted onto Zhang Tianjuan's chest, and then merged in. As when Ming's voice fell, a burst of laughter rang out from the surroundings, and a great misfortune. It's simply hilarious. That's it. At such a young age, you're still learning to be a fortune teller. Young Master Zhang is blessed with great fortune. You're just talking nonsense. Even Liang Kaitai, the owner of Ronghua House, snapped at Wen Ming. How dare you say that young Master Zhang is in great trouble? Boy, I think you're tired of living, aren't you? Zhang Tianjun also said angrily with a chilly expression. Brat, what the hell are you? How dare you come to teach me what to do? Do you really think you're safe with Qin Lia around? Qin Lia was about to speak. At this moment, Shiming suddenly patted the back of her hand, signaling that she should just watch. Zhang Tianjun said with a sneer all over his face, to not be able to see the situation when it comes down to it, you're simply a jumping clown. After saying that, turning to the 5 big men, he waved his hand and said, come on, brothers, give me this little bastard who doesn't know how to die. The words did not finish. A small child playing with marbles just happened to pass by, resulting in the marbles accidentally rolling to the ground. At the same time Zhang Tianjun turned around, the marble happened to roll to Zhang Tianjuan's feet that were about to fall. The next moment, Zhang Tianjun let out a cry of surprise and stumbled and fell directly onto the ground, and the place where he was lying down. There happened to be a pile of fresh poop that the dog had just pooped, the kind that was steaming hot. almost didn't make Zhang Tianjun die on the spot from nausea. Fortunately, his eyes were quick, his hands propped up the ground. His face was only a fist's distance away from this fresh pile of dog poop, but he didn't lie on his back. Crowd? Who? So close, Zhang Tianjun exclaimed. If he really plopped down on this pile of poop, Zhang Tianjun felt that self would go crazy. Young Master Zhang, what happened to you, young Master Zhang? The surrounding Liang Kaitai and a group of other people, seeing this scene, exclaimed in shock and hurriedly surged towards Zhang Tianjun. If something happened to Zhang Tianjun under their noses, when the time came, Zhang Dishuan would definitely find them in trouble. That was the boss of Tianhao Entertainment. They were just ordinary people. How would they dare offend Zhang Dishuan? Just at this moment, a banana peel suddenly fell down from the nearby upper floor, and just happened to land at Liang Kaitai's feet. The next moment, Liang Kaitai exclaimed in shock. His body was instantly unbalanced, and he directly sat down with his butt towards Zhang Tianjuan's head. Zhang Tianjun was celebrating his own luck and wanted to get up. Suddenly, an undeniably large but that could not be denied steeply enveloped down towards his head. Then, bar key, Zhang Tianjuan's head, directly and solidly snapped onto the pile of fresh dog poop below. Crowd, Shimming secretly clenched his fists. Yes, Xinlia had already been dumbfounded when she saw this series of changes. This, young Master Zhang. Quickly help young Master Zhang up. Are you alright, young Master Zhang? A group of people panicked and pulled Liang Kaitai away from the collapsing Zhang Tianjun and pulled him up from the ground. After Zhang Tianjun climbed up, the first thing he did was to hurriedly wipe the dog poop off his face, feeling the sticky inside of his hands and smelling the sickening odor on his face. Vomit. Zhang Tianjun directly vomited out everything he had just eaten. The smoke caused the people around him to immediately take a step back. Nima ah! There was an internal odor. Zhang Tianjun vomited several times before straightening his back and roaring loudly in anger. Who the hell is this? The words did not finish. On the road not far away, a middle-aged female driver's alarming voice suddenly rang out. Careful ah! Slippery car ah! Get out of the way! Zhang Tianjun and the others turned their heads to look. In the next moment, instantly their eyes widened, only to see that on the road, a black SUV that had just parked was quickly rushing this way. Behind the car, a woman's face was filled with anxiety as she chased after the car. Obviously, it is parked and forgot to pull the handbrake. The result is skidding. The direction of the SUV is exactly where they are. When Liang Kaitai and the others saw the scene, their faces suddenly changed wildly. Not good. Let's get out of the way. Young Zhang, run! Liang Kaitai exclaimed in shock and immediately ran with the others towards other places. Zhang Tianjuan's face changed once more, and he didn't care about screaming and cursing, not to mention letting out vicious words. He directly turned his head and ran. As a result, his foot stepped on top of the thing that he had just spit out, and he directly slipped, directly falling on his back on top of the thing that he had just spit out. Crowd, Zhang Tianjun. He didn't care about the nausea and hurriedly had to get up, because the car was coming. Just that, it was already too late. Before he could get up, the black SUV directly pressed through his left leg. Click. Ah! Zhang Tianjun opened his mouth wide and let out a hysterical cry of pain, cold sweat raining down on his face. Chapter 40. Gazing behind the window, Zhang Tianjun could clearly feel that his left calf bone was crushed by the car. He had been pampered since he was a child. Where had he been subjected to such pain? The pain caused him to cry out in pain directly. Xinlia. Crowd. Seeing Zhang Tianjun, who was holding his legs and wailing, all the people present were dumbfounded. What happened? What kind of luck is this? It's poisonous, isn't it? Young Master Zhang, what's wrong with you, young Master Zhang? Liang Kaitai and the others rushed over, trying to help Zhang Tianjun up. Result, before they could run next to Zhang Tianjun, bang! The black SUV that passed over Zhang Tianjuan's legs went without stopping, and directly crashed into the streetlight pillar next to him. Click! The originally sturdy street lamp post suddenly issued a click. Immediately after, in the crowd's unbelieving eyes, the thick pillar swayed from side to side for a moment, then directly smashed towards Zhang Tianjun. Liang Kaitai and the others, they who were about to go and help Zhang Tianjun, were immediately scared by this scene and took a step back. As for Zhang Tianjun, bang! The streetlight pillar smashed solidly onto Zhang Tianjuan's right thigh. Ka-ching! It was accompanied by a teeth-chattering fracture sound. Ah! Zhang Tianjun let out a miserable cry with his eyes wide open. Then, his eyes rolled over and he directly passed out. Before passing out, his last remaining realization was, lousy again? Surname he. I'm going to your grandma's. You're ing toxic. And then, he completely lost consciousness. Xinlia? Liang Kaitai? Crowd? Seeing the motionless Zhang Tianjun, these people were all confused. Just a few seconds ago, Zhang Tianjun was still a living, breathing person, standing here and ordering people around, but in the blink of an eye, he's gone? What's going on here? It's too weird, isn't it? Falling, chewing on, being run over by a car, being smashed. One unlucky thing is enough, one after another, and all of them are in Zhang Tianjuan's body. At least then the chance of being struck by lightning is also at least small. Okay. At this time, Liang Kaitai suddenly remembered something. When Ming said that Zhang Tianjun had done too many bad things, and now the Hall of Fame is black, the evil spirit is haunting the body, fearing that there will be a big disaster. At that time, they only took it as a joke, but now, it's less than a minute now, and there's one evil thing after another. Could it be, today is Zhang Tianjuan's unlucky day? It's not just him. Followed Zhang Tianjun to the five strongman. At this time also thought of these, all faces full of incredulity to when Ming looked. Just at this moment, when Ming also looked over towards them, then, grinning, a kind smile appeared on his face as he said, "Everyone, you." Before the words were finished, Liang Kaitai and the others' faces changed wildly, immediately retreating a distance of more than 10 meters, their eyes staring at Wen Ming in horror. "Nima, don't scare people, okay?" Just now, because of Wen Ming's words, half of Zhang Tianjuan's life was almost gone. This guy's entire body revealed an evil energy. With just one look from him, Liang Kaitai and the others immediately wimped out. When Shiming saw Liang Kaitai's reaction, he was immediately happy. This guy's also too goat, right? But this super bad luck sticker was really powerful. From the time he used the super bad luck patch until now, it was only 2 to 3 minutes, and half of Zhang Tianjuan's life was almost gone. No wonder the system prompted use with caution. This was a way to bring people to their deaths. Kid, young Master Zhang is the reason why so many accidents happen because he met you. Young Master Zhang will never let you go, Liang Kaitai said in a deep voice. Shiming spread his hands. The bad luck sticker was 5 minutes long, and now, only 3 minutes had passed. Come over here, quickly send young Master Zhang to the hospital, Liang Kaitai anxiously said to those 5 strong men. After all, this hotel was his word. If something really happened to Zhang Tianjun in his place, he could not say anything even if he had 100 mouths. The others immediately nodded their heads. Then, a group of people immediately lifted Zhang Tianjun into up and ran towards the big G parked not far away. Result, just before running 2 steps, the marble that was kicked away by Zhang Tianjun before, did not know where it came from again, and ran to the feet of one of the black-clothed men. The black-clothed big man stepped on it, followed by his body instantly losing its balance. The black-clothed big man screamed and directly fell to the ground. The place he lifted was Zhang Tianjuan's waist. With this fall of his, Zhang Tianjuan's waist lost its support and also directly fell to the ground. Along with the other people around him, they all fell to the ground as well. Then, one of the black-clothed big men, directly sat on Zhang Tianjuan's broken bones. Zhang Tianjun, who had already passed out, was sat on this buttocks and directly opened his mouth wide. His face twisted as he screamed in misery. Then, with a roll of his white eyes, he passed out once again. Xin Lia, Liang Kaitai, this is okay? Shiming laughed and glanced at his cell phone. There's still half a minute left for the effect of the bad luck sticker. Not far away, a few black-clothed hunks climbed up in a sorry state, carried Zhang Tianjun and drilled into the big black G inside in a puff of smoke, speeding away. Just walked not far. Duong, accompanied by a loud bang, the black big G, because the start is too fast, did not see the normal straight line of a minivan, directly hit by the minivan tumbled out of the road rolled 2 or 3 times, which came to a stop. Xin Lia, Liang Kaitai, when Ming saw this scene, the corners of his mouth twitched. There was even such a fierce bit at the end? Exciting. Glancing at the time, a notification appeared above. The effect of the bad luck sticker is over. TSK. 5 minutes. Not only Zhang Tianjun, including those close to Zhang Tianjun were all lying down. More than a fierce upstairs of the Manhwa building, behind the window of a private room, young Master Li, who had been playing with Zhang Tianjun earlier, retracted his sight from the big black G rolling on the road outside and felt a toothache. If there were no surprises, this Zhang Tianjun was afraid that he had been ruined. Originally, he was playing with Zhang Tianjun in the private room, but Zhang Tianjun suddenly said that he had to go out to deal with someone and asked him to wait in the private room. However, he didn't wait there honestly, but found a private room that could see downstairs, wanting to see what kind of person Zhang Tianjun was going to deal with. After all, for now, in the whole of Linen, there shouldn't be many rich kids who dared to mess with Zhang Tianjun. After all, Zhang Tianjun is a famous mixer, hard and black, and there is Zhang Dishuan, this black and white people cover him. Really anything can be done. Result, just saw the scene in front of him, saw Zhang Tianjun being wasted by a youth he had never seen before. with just one sentence. He rubbed his face and, immediately afterward, he suddenly laughed and muttered, "This is interesting." Although he didn't know who that youth downstairs was, but since he was able to stand with Qin Lia of Qin Shang Group, he was definitely not an ordinary person just right, and he had wasted Zhang Tianjun. In that case, I'm afraid that there's going to be a hilarious scene. Chapter 41, When will the broomstick sound? Downstairs. Soon, the ambulance came and moved all the people inside the big black G into the ambulance. However, when carrying Zhang Tianjun, the nurse who had seen a lot and had seen all the big scenes also vomited. After the ambulance left, Qi Lia's eyes flowed and looked at Wen Ming like a demon. "Mr. He, this mouth of yours, is highly poisonous, right?" Wen Ming grinned and said, "As the saying goes, good and evil will be rewarded in the end. This brat has done too many bad things, and has long since had bad luck. Today it just exploded." After saying that, looking towards Liang Kaitai, the owner of Ronghua House, he said, "Do you think it's Boss Liang?" Liang Kaitai's eyelids jumped straight up and said, "Farewell." After saying that, he ran towards the inside of the hotel as if he was fleeing for his life. Wen Ming, is dude that scary? Wen Ming touched his nose and said to Xie Yongsheng, who was standing not far from the security captain, "Captain Xie, just now, no need to thank, farewell." Xie Yongsheng turned his head and ran. Wen Ming, just now. Xie Yongsheng was slapped by Liang Kaitai and dismissed for helping him. Shiming had wanted to give him an apology and then sought to see if he could introduce him to Qin Shang Group. Result, the words hadn't even been finished yet, and this bastard just ran away. Is the self really so terrible? In the blink of an eye, there were only two people left at the scene, Shi Ming and Qin Lia. "Mr. He, you've now turned into a sweeping star that people are afraid of," Qin Lia said with a derisive smile on her face. Shiming rubbed his nose and said, "You can't blame me for that." Qin Lia nodded her head and said, "It's true that you can't be blamed, but if you hadn't said that at the beginning, Zhang Tianjun probably wouldn't have gotten into trouble. As a result of your words, half of Zhang Tianjun's life was lost. Not to mention them, even I was afraid. Then you still dare to stand beside me?" Shiming asked. Qin Lia smiled playfully and said, "Because I know Mr. He won't hurt me, right?" Wen Ming lightly coughed. "Let's go first. The smell here is really unpleasant." Immediately after, the two of them walked together towards the parking lot and found the car parked there. Qin Lia drove Wen Ming back. On the road, Qin Lia asked curiously, "Mr. He, I'm curious, how did you mess with Zhang Tianjun?" "The hell knows." Shiming grinned. "After meeting with you from the hotel yesterday, just after returning to the neighborhood from the hotel, I was blocked by Zhang Tianjun and the others, saying that they were entrusted to fix me, but they were blown away by the grandparents in our neighborhood. You say, I haven't offended anyone, why are they fixing me?" Finished speaking, turned his head and glanced at Qin Lia. His words were for Qin Lia, wanting to remind her. He couldn't directly say that Zhang Tianjun was arranged by Qin Shao to come over to deal with him, and that Qin Shao was the mastermind behind the conspiracy. Because of all this, he didn't have any evidence. If he said it directly, it would instead make Qin Lia suspicious. But if self-casually point out a sentence, Qin Lia rely on self-guess out, will be convinced of self-guess, and then go to deal with Qin Shao. In this way, your own trouble will also be solved. Sure enough, after hearing Wen Ming's words, Qin Lia's eyes instantly froze, and a look of gravity appeared on her face. The speaker had no intention to speak, but the listener had an intention to listen, not to mention that the speaker had a heart. Wen Ming had just returned from the hotel. Zhang Tianjun was entrusted by someone. These elements blend together, and it is easy to figure out what is going on inside. Wen Ming helped her and offended certain people, so this person looked for Zhang Tianjun to deal with Wen Ming, and this person was very familiar with her and even knew about her meeting with Wen Ming in the hotel. In just a moment, Qin Lia thought of a lot. She took a deep breath, her face filled with apologies as she said to Wen Ming, "Mr. He, I'm sorry, I should be the one who got you into trouble." Shiming waved his hand and said, "What's the point of getting involved? I don't have any other skills, but I have thick skin. If they want to fix me, it won't be that easy." Qin Lia, who was originally filled with sadness, was directly amused by Shiming's words. "Mr. He, not only did you help me twice, but you also got into such trouble. I feel like I can only repay your great kindness by being an ox in my next life." Qin Lia said. Wen Ming, Nima. Wen Ming took out his cell phone and looked at himself from the screen. Not ugly? It's not even an exaggeration to say type of man. Shouldn't it be promise me your life? How did it become be an ox in the next life? Isn't this bullying? Is it because I'm not attractive enough? Soon, the two of them came to the happy neighborhood. It was late, so Qin Lia didn't go to Wen Ming's house to sit down, and Wen Ming didn't dare to let her go to his basement for fear of losing face. After saying goodbye to each other, Wen Ming went straight back to the basement. and Qin Lia drove her car and directly rushed towards Qin Shang Group. At the same time, her eyes gradually became cold. Zhao Shu, the person she trusted the most, and also the person she didn't want to suspect the most. But judging from when Ming's accident happened, this matter definitely had nothing to do with Zhao Shu. All along, she had always treated Zhao Shu as her own confidant. As a result, now something like this had happened. However, immediately after, her complexion instantly became harsh. It didn't matter who it was, even if it was her confidant. As long as she did something that was detrimental to the interests of Qin Shang Group, she would definitely not condone it. Qin Lia let out a long sigh and said, "Sister Zhao, why did it have to be you?" Soon, Qin Lia returned to Qin Shang Group, only she did not directly go to rest, but began to busy for self the next plan to prepare. There were no words for the night. The next day, Shiming was huffing and puffing in his basement rental house. Happy neighborhood. Shiming was sleeping soundly when he was suddenly woken up by a ringing cell phone. Taking it out and looking at it, it was Wang Jianba calling. After the call was connected, Wen Ming listlessly said, "Big morning. Still not let people sleep by you. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Something happened. You still have the mood to sleep? Where are you now?" Wang Jianba's anxious voice rang inside the phone. Shiming laughed and said, "What? You still have the mood to laugh? Do you know that the whole school is talking bad about you right now? The campus forum is also hung all over the top. It makes me so angry that I want to hit someone." Wang Jianba huffed. "Ha?" Shiming raised his eyebrows and was surprised. "Saying bad things about me? I didn't mess with them. What are they saying bad things about me for? Aside from that bastard Fan Yunhai, who else could do something like blowing up the ancestral tomb? Take a look on the campus forum. By the way, as a friendly reminder, keep a good supply of quick-acting heart-saving pills. Don't get pissed off by those people." Wang Jianba was extremely angry and said, "Okay, I'll take a look at the situation first." Shiming replied back. After hanging up the phone, he went straight to Linin University's campus network. Chapter 42, The First School Flowers Help. On the subpage of Linin University's campus official website, there was a special student forum for students to communicate as well as gossip here. Just as soon as he opened it, Shiming's eyes narrowed. The entire forum looked from top to bottom, and basically 8 out of 10 headlines were about Wen Ming. Wen Ming read them one by one. Gradually, his face became increasingly gloomy. Wen Ming was bagged by Qin Lia of Qin Shang Group. "This guy is just a gigolo. I thought how powerful that Wen Ming was. It turns out that the so-called divine senior is just a gigolo. No wonder Mr. Qin would personally come to the school, so it's for his own gigolo. These days, it's really true that if you're shameless, you can do whatever you want, at the loss of me wanting him to do me a favor. It turns out that he's such a person. It's really disgusting to the extreme." In here, Shiming also saw a few familiar IDs. They were all students from one of his departments. But not only did these people not explain for him, they instead cursed even more ferociously than the others. Surname: he has always had character problems. Dating Zhao Feier and at the same time making a move on me. He's simply worse than a beast. Surname: he has always been a piece of trash. I thought he was suddenly powerful, but it turns out that he's been Mr. Qin's gigolo. In order to pretend to be a bully, he didn't even want the most basic bottom line. This kind of person, disgusting to the extreme. I can kind of see through him. This is just a hypocritical villain to the extreme. I won't have any dealings with him in the future. Looking at these messages, it would be impossible to say that there were no feelings in one's heart. After all, Wen Ming was also a human being, and still an ordinary person. It was impossible to not have the slightest feeling when so many people drank in the scolding. Was this the influence of the student president? Ding dong! Right at this moment, a pop-up window appeared on the phone screen. It was someone inside the forum at him, tapping on it. "At Wen Ming, hurry up and get out here and let the big guy see what a piece of work you really are." The one who posted this caption was one of his classmates. Below, instantly a group of people accounted for likes and replies. Right, directly at him. Give such a person no face. Treat him ruthlessly. At this time, the top of the forum, a posting suddenly appeared. The poster was Fan Yunhai. Be humble and do things in a low profile. Advise students not to do things that are detrimental to their character for the sake of momentary fame and fortune. Not only do they lose their own face, but they also lose the face of the school. Once Fan Yunhai said this, a group of people below immediately chimed in, including Wen Ming's roommate, Prince Yang. President Fan, although I'm in the same dormitory as Wen Ming, I swear that I don't have any relationship with him, and I'm ashamed to be in the company of such a person. It's simply a disgrace to the scum of our Linin University. Su Kaming, this kid likes to help people everywhere. I thought he was a righteous gentleman who helps people, but I didn't expect that he would be this kind of person. It's really a case of knowing the face of a man and not knowing his heart. More others were even more so, almost one-sidedly supporting Fan Yunhai. What was being a good friend to goodness? Probably this was it. almost all of them, wanting to rush to hurriedly get rid of all relations with him, proving that it was as if they were not all the way with Wen Ming at all, even if Wen Ming had a good temper. Seeing this scene, a wave of anger rose in his heart. The person whose ass is crooked. It was impossible to speak words that were square. Fan Yunhai was pushing this behind the scenes just to embarrass him. Thinking of this, Wen Ming sneered in his heart. High profile? Since you say that dude is high profile, then dude will be high profile to you. Let you see what is truly high profile. Originally, he only wanted to be just an ordinary student. But now, these people have already stepped on his head. If he continues to be low profile, then it will really become the case. Some people, the kindness and understanding you show him will only become his motivation to bully you. If you want others to respect you, you can only make them afraid of you. Just then, a post suddenly appeared at the top. Title, Certain people, please pay attention to your own image. The way you're all jealous, it's really ugly. Ha! Seeing this posting, Wen Ming raised his eyebrows. Upon seeing the poster, Wen Ming's eyes directly widened. It was her? This person was no other than Linen University's #1 school beauty, Tian Fuwei. Wen Ming curiously clicked on the posting. A paragraph appeared. All are people who have gone to university. Please pay attention to your own quality, and at the same time bring your own brain. Don't be used as a gun and follow whatever others say, and be sold by others without even realizing it. Last but not least, I don't think He Ming is such a person. Above. After reading this posting, Wen Ming frowned in surprise. How could Tian Fuwei come forward to help him? To know. Now even many of his good brothers from the beginning had chosen to leave him and join the army of crusaders against him. This shows how bad his reputation is now. In the entire Linen University, there is only one Wang Jianba left who is still standing by his side. Tian Fuwei, as Linen's #1 school flower, had nothing to do with this matter at all. No matter how far this matter developed, it would not have any effect on her. Now that the whole school is scolding him, why would Tian Fuwei risk the price of getting covered in fish to come out and help him? Shouldn't she? Was it just because she had sent him clothes? But that's impossible. He knew Tian Fuwei very well. She was an extremely cold heavenly goddess. Between himself and her, it seems like the last time she gave him some clothes, she casually chatted with him. Other than that, there was no other contact. While he was thinking hard about the reason, Tian Fuwei's post suddenly exploded. Goddess Fuwei actually helped when Ming spoke? What the hell? What's wrong with you, goddess? Was your number stolen? Goddess, you can't talk nonsense. That Wen Ming was originally just a poor. How could he know Qin Lia? It's obvious that it's been bagged. Goddess Fuwei, the will of the people is unchangeable. Never be an enemy of the people. These people, basically all doubtful questioning voices. But immediately afterward, the picture changed suddenly. Goddess Fuwei is here? Where's the Vivian Protection Team? Calling the Vivian Protection Team. Who dares to say my Goddess Fuwei is not? All of the vigilantes are on the move. Team Vigilantes no. One requesting to fight. Team Vivian #2 is here. Goddess Fuwei is right about everything. Unconditional support. Vivian Protection Team no. 3 is here. We believe in whatever the goddess says. We also believe in Wen Ming. Team Vivian 9 reporting for duty. Goddess Fuwei even helped a boy to speak. I'm so heartbroken and jealous, but still unconditionally support Goddess Fuwei. Just ask Goddess Fuwei to look at me. Not long after, the inside of the posting was buzzing with activity. When Shiming saw this scene, he was instantly happy. The legendary Wei Protector team had descended. Chapter 43 Disturbed Heart. Regardless of any time, there were those who agreed, there were those who opposed. After the campus forum was brought up to speed by the Wei Protectors, curses followed. A bunch of stupid licking dogs upstairs. A little bit of IQ okay? That's it. What Tian Fuwei says is what she says? We don't care. What the goddess says is what she says. Team Weiwei, follow me. Support the goddess unconditionally. Continue to vocally denounce Wen Ming. Add whenever Ming. If you dare to come to school, I'll spray you to death. Exactly. Same spray. For a while, the entire campus forum that was occupied by 3 kinds of voices, and Wen Ming, who was originally denounced by a clear voice, suddenly gained many more supporters inexplicably. Then, the 3 groups of spammers, licking dogs, and spraying licking dogs spammers, fought inside the forum, hilarious and incomparable. However, seeing this scene, the original mood of Wen Ming was very upset. This time also eased some. At least it's no longer a one-sided spraying of him, isn't it? And the person who supported him was still Tian Fuwei, Linen's #1 school flower. Wen Ming's mood was inexplicably better. However, Tian Fuwei helped him after all. How to thank her? Since Tian Fuwei had helped him, he naturally had to say thank you to the other party. After all, without a relative, and in a situation where everyone was reviling him, including his brother who chose to betray him, he was still able to stand up and speak out for him. That was very rare. However, he didn't have Tian Fui's social account, so there was no way to contact him directly. Replying directly inside the forum? He was afraid that once he bubbled up, he would immediately be overwhelmed. After all, those people were worried about not seeing him show up. Of course, what Shimming was most afraid of was the existence of the Vivian protection team. He didn't know that if he interacted with Tian Fui on the forum, these Vivian protection teams would directly hang him on the flagpole of Linin University. Shimming thought for a while, then opened the campus forum and clicked on Tian Fui's private message box. Just, how to express gratitude. Regarding Tian Fui, the feeling in Wen Ming's heart was still quite strange. Using the goddess in his heart to describe it could not describe how Wen Ming felt about Tian Fui. If he really wanted to describe it, Tian Fui was like his dream. A dream of youth. It was the kind of dream that even in a dream, as long as he saw her, even if it was just a simple glance, he would immediately tense up. His brain would lose its ability to go, and he would be completely unable to control himself. This kind of feeling, whether it was on Zhao Fair or Qin Lia, it had never been felt before. Shimming thought seriously for a while, and then began to write. In a short while, a thank you letter spilling out several hundred words was written. These several hundred words, Shimming almost played out his highest cultural standard. It even exceeded some. Just look back. The more I looked, the more dissatisfied I felt. Would Tian Fui have the patience to read so many words? In this regard, Shimming was extremely apprehensive. Moreover, several hundred words, in fact, from beginning to end, can be summarized directly with the word thank you. In the end, Shimming directly deleted all the words, and finally typed the word thank you and sent it directly. Then, it was time to anxiously wait for the goddess to reply. Wait. After waiting for 10 minutes, Tian Fui didn't reply to him. Presumably she didn't see it. Forget it. When we have time to meet, let's say thank you to her in person. Wen Ming sighed helplessly, closed the message board and exited the forum. At the same time, inside a villa in Jiayi district, Linin City, Ding Chuanshan packed up her breakfast dishes and returned inside the hall. As a result, as soon as she entered, she saw Tian Fui sitting on top of the sofa with her legs crossed, staring at her cell phone in a daze. Not even noticing that Ding Chuanshan had walked up to her, Ding Chuanshan quietly stretched her head and glanced at Tian Fui's cell phone screen. Above was a message panel. There was only the word thank you on it. Tian Fui just looked at the thank you on the cell phone screen and stayed in a daze, not knowing how long she had stayed here. Seeing this scene, Ding Chuanshan's eyes immediately surfaced with a puzzled look. She had never seen Tian Fui lost in thought like this before. This lost in thought looked like her back then. Xiao Wei? Ding Chuanshan gently shouted. Tian Fui instantly woke up, hurriedly put her cell phone aside, and said with some panic, "Little auntie, what's wrong?" Ding Chuanshan patted Tian Fui's shoulder and softly said, "Xiao Wei, is there something on your mind?" No. Tian Fui hurriedly waved her hands and said, "Look at your panicked face, and you still say you don't have it. Auntie has watched you grow up. Can she still not understand you? When have you usually been as flustered as you are now?" Ding Chuanshan cocked her head and asked. She was someone who had been there. What hadn't she experienced? Just by looking at Tian Fui's expression, she knew that Tian Fui was hiding something from her, and it was most likely an emotional matter. Tian Fui wanted to speak. Ding Chuanshan let out a light laugh and said, "It's fine, you can directly tell your sister-in-law what's going on. Your sister-in-law also came from your age and knows the things of children of your age. You give me a word, perhaps I can give you a note. Don't worry, I'll definitely help you keep it a secret, and definitely won't tell anyone, including your mom." Tian Fui pondered for 2 seconds, and finally shook her head. "Thank you, auntie, but this matter, I want to handle it myself." "Fine." Ding Chuanshan lightly smiled and spread her hands. "Little auntie won't force you, but auntie only wants to remind you that life is short. You must know how to cherish it. Don't wait until you lose it and then regret it, just like little aunt." Saying that, a color of emotion surfaced on her face. Tian Fui froze for a moment and asked tentatively, "Little aunt, can you tell me your story? I'm eager to hear it." "All right." Ding Chuanshan smiled and sat down next to Tian Fui, pulling her hand and twisting her head to look out the window. Afterwards, on her pretty cheeks, a color of reminiscence surfaced and said, "Actually, there wasn't anything earth-shattering, it was just some ordinary childish love. I remember at that time, I was still in my sophomore year, and there was a boy who transferred over." Tian Fui looked at Ding Chuanshan's beautiful cheeks, which were still exquisite despite being over 30 years old, and listened to her narration. Her face gradually appeared with a look of longing, as if she had returned to the years when she could spend her youth recklessly. The other side. "Happy neighborhood. You are my little apple. How to love you." Wen Ming hummed a pentatonic ditty while washing his face and brushing his teeth. Just then, jingling bell. His cell phone suddenly rang. Or Wang Jianba called. After the phone was connected, Wang Jianba's exclamation of surprise resounded inside at once. Asterisk 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 surname he you're awesome ah? With Jean Lia no also just, now even our Linen University's first school flower, even stood out to support you, want to be so six? When Ming swished a mouthful of water, spit it out, followed by a laugh, base do not six. Chapter 44, shutting them up. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I said you're fat and you're still panting. When did you meet our school beauty? How come I don't know? You think too much. I don't know Tian Fuwei. Shiming wiped his mouth and said, don't know each other? Then why did she come out to help you? Wang Jianba asked with skepticism in his tone. I'm also wondering about this. It should be because she saw that I was too wronged. Saw that those people inside the school were too much, and couldn't see past it before she stood out to help me. Shiming guessed. This was the only reason. Otherwise there was no way to explain why Tian Fuwei chose to speak out. Could it be that it would still be because she had sent him clothes? Just kidding. When Wang Jianba heard this, he let out a sigh of relief and said, no wonder. I thought that Yu Yet and Tian Fuwei also knew each other. I understand. But what are you going to do next? Are you just going to let these people scold you like this? Just tell them to shut up. Shiming said back. Ha? Wang Jianba was surprised. Shut them up? How easy is that? Not to mention the fact that this matter was already unexplainable, and there's still Fan Yunhai pushing behind it. How could they shut up so easily? Secret. You'll find out later. Alright, in that case, I'll wait to see what you're up to, Wang Jianba said, then hung up the phone. Shiming briefly took a bite of breakfast. Then, taking the Bugatti key thrown on the table, he went straight out the door. At the same time, took out his cell phone and dialed Qinlia. The meal can be eaten carelessly, but the words cannot be said carelessly. Some words are nonsense, but it is against the law. For example, Linen University Campus Forum inside those words, strictly speaking, has already Qinlia constitute reputation infringement. This kind of thing can be big or small. On the small side, it's just the internal forum of Linen University. On a larger scale, it was a smear campaign against Qinshan Group. After all, Qinlia was the president of Qinshan Group. Qinshan Group, president's office. Qinlia was sitting behind her desk. At this time, Zhao Shu walked in and smiled. Good morning, Mr. Qin. Qinlia took a deep breath and said with a serious expression, Secretary Zhao, there's something that I think I should have a good chat with you about. When Zhao Shu heard this, he immediately looked flustered and said, how? What is it? Qinlia was about to speak. At this time, her cell phone rang, took it out and saw that it was when Ming called, and hurriedly pressed the answer button. Hello, Mr. Qin, let me tell you something. Qinlia quietly listened for more than a minute, during which she only nodded her head and hummed a few times. After the other party finished speaking, Qinlia took a deep breath and said, okay Mr. I understand this matter. I will send the group's legal corps to negotiate with Linen University. Handle this matter properly. Hanging up the phone, Qinlia raised her head and looked at Zhao Shu again, saying with a serious expression, Sister Zhao, Linen University, Student Union Office. Fan Yunhai heatedly laughed and patted Zhao Feier's shoulder, softly saying, now, you should be happy, right? I'll see how that little bastard Shiming's scenery will be. Zhao Feier nodded and said, thank you, Yunhai. From the moment Qinlia appeared until now, her face had never looked good. She was the one who had dumped Wen Ming, and she definitely wouldn't allow Wen Ming to have a better life than her, even if it was just a little bit better. She only wanted Wen Ming to be inferior for the rest of his life and never be able to raise his head. Only then could she prove that she had made the right choice. And now, seeing Wen Ming who was reviled by 10,000 people, only then did Zhao Feier finally smile. This was the result she wanted. Breaking up. Then they were enemies who only wanted to see each other cry, and didn't want to see each other laugh. No need to thank you. I see that kid is also very unpleasant. Do you really think that by hugging Qinlia's thigh, you can walk sideways in Linen University? This time is to let him taste the power and let him know who is the boss of this school. Even with Qinlia around, he won't be able to protect him. Fan Yunhai smiled with a chilling expression. Earlier, when he was in the school cafeteria, the way He Ming looked at him when he left, to this day, when he thought about it, he all felt like he had been greatly humiliated. This breath that, he would remain unhappy in his heart if he didn't take it out. It's still Yunhai, you're great. Zhao Feier laughed happily. Blame it on the fact that this kid is too high profile, and there are many people who are upset with him in itself. Fan Yunhai said with a hefty smile. Morning, Linen University. After breakfast, the students also gathered in groups and exchanged words. Have you guys looked at the campus forum yet? Nonsense. Of course I did. It's all about he being bagged. I also read it, and the forum was spewing before dawn. I really don't know what that kid was thinking, Being bagged is just a matter of course, but he dares to blatantly let everyone know. Do you think he's a disgrace? Definitely humiliated. I think he'll never even have the face to enter the school. It's no one's fault but his own. It's his own fault. On the playground, dormitory building, road, teaching building and so on, almost as long as there are students, all are talking about this matter. After all, this matter was really too hot in Linen University. Even if there were some people who didn't pay much attention to the campus internet forum, but with the addition of Tian Fuwei, the #1 school flower, it directly fired this matter to an uncontrollable level, reaching a level where the entire staff knew about it. Just at this moment, the campus radio suddenly rang out. Hello everyone, I'm Fan Yunhai, I'll be today's announcer. Hearing this voice, many people turned their heads sideways. The student council president as the announcer? Unless something important happened to be announced, there was usually a specialized announcer, and Fan Yunhai couldn't even intervene. Many people turned their ears sideways, wanting to hear what Fan Yunhai had to say. On the radio, Fan Yunhai's voice echoed throughout the campus. A lot of things have happened on campus in the past 2 days, and some of them have touched me deeply. And today I'm here, and I'd like to tell you about the topic of youth and ideals. What is youth? Youth is wild and lovely, beautiful but short-lived. Youth gives us the pinnacle of life. We are no longer ignorant. We only persistence. We are full of motivation for the ideal. What is ideal? Ideal is the indicator of life, is the power of struggle. But life is ultimately difficult. Need us to ideal and thorny. Just some people, but is early to give up the ideal, give up the goal of life. In the age that should be struggling, not the slightest regard for the back of the shame of the label, the early abandonment of dignity and personality. In the boys' dormitory, Wang Jianbo stood in front of the window, listening to Fan Yunhai's voice on the radio, looked in the direction of the broadcasting room and cursed, "Grandpa, shameless." Although Fan Yunhai didn't directly refer to Wen Ming's name, but anyone with a bit of brain could hear that all these words that Fan Yunhai said were directed at Wen Ming. Chapter 45, Driving a Bugatti to School. It wasn't just Wang Jianbo. At this moment, everyone on campus who heard Fan Yunhai's broadcast understood that Fan Yunhai was referring to Wen Ming and whispered, "There's a good show now." Although Tian Fuwei stood up for him, her influence, after all, is no match for the president of the student council. You're wrong. When it comes to influence, Tian Fuwei is definitely greater than Fan Yunhai's, but when it comes to the energy of power, there's no way for Tian Fuwei to compare to the student council president. That's the main thing. Look at Fan Yunhai's posts. They are directly topped. Tian Fuwei can only manually top it. That's the difference. Blame it on Wen Ming for being too high profile and pissing off President Fan. TSK, being wrapped up by Qin Lia. I'm so envious and jealous. This kind of thing can't be envied. But this matter has become so big. Wen Ming is estimated to be likely to be expelled. That's for sure. If this kind of person isn't expelled, could he be kept to plague the entire school? The entrance to the campus. At this time in the morning, there were many students at the entrance. Those who had gone out to eat and those who had come back from eating, walking and chatting in groups of 3 to 5. And the content of the chat was basically the matter of Wen Ming and Qin Lia. Suddenly, boom! A deafening sound of a sports car's sound wave rang out violently, scaring many people into stopping their steps and hurriedly looking backward. Immediately after that, all of these people stared wide-eyed. Not far from the line of sight, a blue and white Bugatti Chiron was traveling towards the school at an extremely fast speed. The students who saw this car were all stunned. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's that Bugatti, a boy exclaimed. Oh my god, take a picture. Is this the Bugatti worth more than $80 million that has been on fire in the circle of friends in the last 2 days? Why did it come to our school? It's not here to get a girl, is it? What's wrong with a girl? As long as I can sit inside this car, even if it means being slept with. I don't know how many girls are willing to do it. A girl said. After Wen Ming was bagged by rich girl Qin Lia, another beautiful girl is going to be bagged by a rich second generation. I feel like our school is going to become the backyard of these rich second generation. You can't be serious. Can Qin Lia be compared to the owner of a Bugatti? How much is the market capitalization of the entire Qin Shang Group? How much does a Bugatti cost? Not to mention as CEO, even the chairman of Qin Shang Group, can he afford to drive this supercar? What the hell? This is the life of the damn rich. It's really enviable to the point of being eye-catching. Wherever the Bugatti passed, the students on both sides all stopped in their tracks and exclaimed. In the eyes of many of the female students, there was even a constant flicker of light. For them, Fan Yunhai's BMW was full of temptation for them, not to mention the more than $80 million Bugatti Chiron. If it was just a $1 or $2 million car, even if it was a $6 or $7 million Lamborghini parked in front of them, they wouldn't be so out of it. But the Bugatti Chiron was different. This is a supercar worth more than $80 million, nearly $100 million, known as the terrifying existence of the land rocket. Who the hell can be calm? How did the Bugatti go over to the boys' dormitory, right? Shouldn't it go directly to the girls' dormitory side? Asterisk. It's not like there's a rich white girl sitting inside, is it? Going to the boys' dormitory to look for a handsome guy? Go and take a look. I feel like there's a chance too. A group of horny wolves instantly got excited. At the same time, the dean's office. Besides Dean Chui Ziyuan, there were many people standing inside the office at this moment. These people were all leaders of Linen University. Chui Ziyuan was an old man in his 60s. His hair was a bit gray, but his entire person looked very spirited. Dean Chui, have you heard about the person that Fan Yunhai mentioned? A short, middle-aged man said to Chui Ziyuan, who was sitting at the very center. This man was Ding Guankuan, the school's political affairs director, specializing in this area of political affairs. Chui Ziyuan nodded and said, the whole school is spreading the word. How could I not hear about it? It's just that I'm a little confused. This kind of thing happened in the school before, but it didn't make such a big mess? It's because this time, it's about Linen's #1 beauty president Qin Lia, and even more so, there's Tian Fuwei stepping in, and Fan Yunhai pushing behind the scenes, which has led to this matter developing to such a point now. Another leader in the office said. This person's voice fell, and the other people present followed suit. Yes, if it was just a general matter, even if there were people talking about it, it wouldn't have developed to this point. That student's name is Wen Ming, right? This matter has gotten to this point, and this student bears the main responsibility. Dean, I suggest a direct expulsion to correct the school spirit. The other teachers inside the room spoke up. Ding Guankuan also followed. Dean Chui, I also suggest expelling such a student. We absolutely can't keep them at Linen University. Otherwise it will definitely cause the school spirit to be corrupted. Chui Ziyuan pondered for a while and said back. First find Wen Ming to come to me. I will ask him before saying. If things are really like this, such a student, we Linen University definitely can't stay. Dean is wise. That's how it should be done. Such a black sheep must be eradicated to prevent future problems. A group of teachers immediately complimented. Only, just at this moment, boom, boom, a low car engine roar suddenly entered the office from outside. Hearing this sound, the people inside the office all frowned. Although there was no ban on driving on campus, it was usually quiet. Who would dare to blast the gas pedal in here? What's going on? Director Chen, go and take a look, Chui Ziyuan said. A middle-aged man in his 40s immediately walked out from the crowd and said, okay, I'll go now. After saying that, he immediately turned around and walked out. The others looked at each other, and several of them walked out as well. They would like to see what kind of person it was that dared to drive recklessly inside the campus. At the same time, boys' dormitory. Wang Jianba had just washed up when he received a call from Wen Ming. Hey, what's up oldie? Wang Jianba said as he changed his clothes. Are you in the dormitory yet? I'll take you to Qinshan Group. Wen Ming on the opposite side of the phone asked. Really? Do you want me to drive my Grand Cherokee to pick you up? Wang Jianba said excitedly. No, I'll be downstairs in the dormitory right away, so come down directly. Good. After hanging up the phone, Wang Jianba looked at his self-styling in the mirror before turning around and walking outside. Soon, Wang Jianba came downstairs, only he didn't see Wen Ming's shadow. Where is the person? Couldn't have stood me up, right? Wang Jianba said with a face full of suspicion. The words just fell. Boom! A low roar of an engine suddenly entered his ears. Turning his head, he looked. Supercar. Seeing the supercar that sped towards self, Wang Jianba exclaimed in shock and was about to dodge, but it was already too late. The blue and white Bugatti, roaring, rushed directly to his front, scaring Wang Jianba's face white. Nima, finished, he exclaimed, while he was thinking that he was going to die under the Bugatti. Bugatti Keelong suddenly came to a tail-flopping sharp braking, steadily stopped at the side of Wang Jianba. Then, the car door opened. Wen Ming walked out from inside. Then, waved to Wang Jianba and said, Old Wang, how are you, Wang Jianba? Chapter 46, The Whole School Sensation. Downstairs of the boys' dormitory, the blue and white Bugatti Chiron, quietly parked there, next to the car door. Shiming held the car door and looked at Wang Jianba, who hated his eyes, with a smile on his face. At the same time, the students who followed the Bugatti also rushed over, including the students inside the dormitory building, who all stuck their heads out and looked outside. Upon seeing Wen Ming who walked out from inside the Bugatti, those who were present, there was one who counted. All of them were confused. The next moment, the scene instantly exploded. The Bugatti that set Linen on fire these past 2 days is actually Shi Ming's car? Oh my god, I'm going crazy. How is this possible? This must be a dream. How come I've never seen him drive here before? Oh, my god. This guy is the owner of a Bugatti? This is too low profile, isn't it? For a while, cries of astonishment rose in all directions. All the people who saw this scene, none of them could remain calm, including Wang Jianba. He looked at Wang Jianba and froze for a good assembly before timidly and tentatively whispering, "You, old he?" When Ming spread his hands and said, "Otherwise, we only separated yesterday. You will not be so quick to not recognize me, right?" Asterisk. Wang Jianba directly jumped 3 feet high and said with a face full of disbelief, "This, Bugatti Chiron? Yeah, when did you get the Bugatti?" Said, went up and carefully touched the Bugatti. That appearance, as if touching the world's richest thing in general, afraid of a careless touch bad. Yesterday, when Xin Lia came to look for Wen Ming, he was already amazed. As a result, he has not yet had time to ask Wen Ming what is going on. Today Wen Ming directly drove a Bugatti Chiron to come? This is to scare the old man's rhythm. Wen Ming spread his hands and laughed lightly. Secret. At the same time, broadcasting room, Fan Yunhai was holding the manuscript in his hands and reciting it into the microphone with impassioned voice. The manuscript in his hand, which was 3 pages long, was written by a special person that he had spent a large sum of money on, specifically to incite the school students to anger against Wen Ming, and beside him, Zhao Feier was sitting there with a smile, holding a small fan and fanning Fan Yunhai so that he wouldn't get tired. Bang! Right at this moment, the door to the room in the broadcasting room was suddenly opened, followed by a student council member bursting in from outside in a panic. Coming up for air. It's no good, President Fan. Wen Ming came to school. Fan Yunhai frowned and hurriedly turned off the microphone, looking angrily at the visitor. What are you shouting for? If he comes, just come, just let him taste the power of the people. No. The visitor took a few deep breaths, before continuing, he drove a Bugatti Chiron. What Bugatti Chiron? Fan Yunhai and Zhao Feier were all startled. At the same time, their minds, conjured up the supercar that they had seen 2 days ago, when they were driving on the road. Only, subconsciously, from the depths of their consciousness, they were unwilling to believe this matter. It's that one, the blue and white Bugatti Chiron that has been swiping the screen inside the circle of friends for the past 2 days, setting Linen City on fire. That car is Wen Ming's. What? Fan Yunhai and Zhao Feier all stared wide-eyed. The same scene that also happened elsewhere in Linen University. Library. Everyone, come and see. That Bugatti has come to our school, and Ming is the owner of this car. Classroom. When did Ming come to school in a Bugatti? Girls' dormitory. Oh my god. When Ming is the owner of a Bugatti? Boys' dormitory downstairs. Countless students kept pouring over, not only to see the Bugatti, but they also wanted to see when Ming was driving the Bugatti. After all, in these 2 days, when Ming was the hottest topic, everyone was talking about him. As a result, today, this guy directly drove a Bugatti to school. How could he not make people feel surprised? Not long after, Bugatti was already surrounded by 3 layers of people, looking at Wen Ming next to the Bugatti. The doubt in their hearts now instantly disappeared, leaving only endless shock. It's really hard to believe that inside our school, there is such a horrible rich second generation. 4 years in college, and no one has even discovered his identity. This is too low-key. Right. Yesterday I thought that Ming was too high profile, only to find out today that this guy surnamed he has always kept a low profile, and today he's just back to normal. Nima, that's what a high profile is. Now who still dares to say Wen Ming was Xin Lia package Bugatti owner? Just kidding. I do understand now. Wen Ming wasn't bagged by Xin Lia, but rather Xin Lia clearly knows who Wen Ming is. Just now, Fan Yunhai was still talking about ideals inside the radio, saying that Wen Ming disregarded dignity and abandoned his self-respect and personality. Now that I look again, people have already stood at the pinnacle. Suddenly, I feel a pain in my face for Chairman Fan. Even though Chairman Fan's family owns a company, their entire fortune is just over $30 million. It doesn't even compare to half of what someone else has in a car. The surrounding students murmured. Previously, the entire school's smear campaign against Ming was directly shattered with the $80 million Bugatti. Someone who could afford to drive an $80 million sports car simply couldn't be bagged. Just then, all get out of the way. All get out of the way. What are all standing here for? At this moment, a cold cry suddenly rang out from outside the crowd. The other people surrounding them turned their heads and immediately changed their faces, exclaiming, "It's Director Chen." In the next moment, all the people present quieted down and hurriedly retreated to the sides. There was no way. This person was the leader in charge of disciplinary supervision for the entire Linen University. Big and small matters basically had to pass through his hands. Throughout Linen University, There was no student who was not afraid of him. Chen Jiwei, looking for that car that bombarded the campus, has been looking for a good conference. The result has not been found. Then he heard the commotion over here and rushed over. Look at you guys, what's the decency? Chen Jiwei gave a cold shout towards the students on both sides, and then directly crossed over the crowd and walked inside. Result: just as he was about to start cursing, he caught a glimpse of the blue and white Bugatti sports car. Even though he had lived for decades, he didn't see what kind of car it was. But look at this sports car exaggerated shape. Definitely not cheap. He, who was originally furious, immediately eased up a bit. No way. Generally those who can afford to drive this kind of sports car are basically people with status. Even if he is the disciplinary inspection director of Linen University, he doesn't dare to casually scold, in case he messed with any big brother that he couldn't afford to mess with. Even Dean Chui Ziyuan couldn't protect him. But in front of so many students, an attitude was still necessary. Whose car is it? He directly stepped forward and asked with a serious and earnest face, but without seeing much reproach. Chapter 47, The Shock of Qin Shang Group's Legal Affairs Corps. My car, Shiming directly said back to Chen Jiwei. Yours? What's your name? Chen Jiwei said in a deep voice. My name is Wen Ming. Wen Ming said back. What? Hearing this name, Chen Jiwei suddenly widened his eyes in surprise. You're Wen Ming? Dean Chui was asking him to find Wen Ming. He had just come to deal with the campus drag race first, but it turned out that the one who raced was Wen Ming? Yeah, what's up? Wen Ming asked suspiciously. Chen Jiwei took a deep breath and said, Nothing, you've been very hot in school these past 2 days. Probably. Shiming spread his hands non-committally. For more than 3 years in college, he had been slogging along, an even more ordinary student. Even he himself hadn't expected that after having already left school and started his internship, he would still be able to suddenly catch fire at school, and to the extent that the whole school knew about it. At this moment, Chen Jiwei patted the Bugatti next to him and asked with an expressionless face, I'm asking you, who told you to race your car in school? That sound can be heard by the whole school. Is it because you want the whole school to hear the sound of your engine? Wen Ming grinned. Director Chen, 16-cylinder Bugatti. Try driving one and see if you can drive away quietly. Sports cars are all about sound waves. If there is no sound wave, who still buys a sports car to play a 16-cylinder Bugatti? When Chen Jiwei heard this, the corner of his mouth involuntarily twitched. 16 cylinders. Bugatti. Nima. This is the Bugatti big brother that has been rumored in Linen recently? It turned out to be Bugatti. With such a big voice, it really wasn't surprising that it couldn't be measured against an ordinary sedan. Well, let's leave this matter aside for now. Dean Chui said for me to find you over. There is something to ask you. Chen Jiwei said. Dean Chui? Shiming said in surprise. He had only met the dean twice in his few years at the university, and both of them were on top of campus celebrations. Now the dean actually wanted to talk to him? Right, come with me, Chen Jiwei said and directly walked out. When Ming said to Wang Jianba, Brother Wang, I'll go over there first, you go back and wait for me first. After saying that, he quickly walked a few steps to follow Chen Jiwei. Shiming's side had just left with his front foot. The next moment, the surrounding students immediately surged over to where Wang Jianba was. There were those who took pictures of the Bugatti Kelvin and sent them to their friends, and there were those who got close to Wang Jianba. There are even some girls. Directly ask Wang Jianba when Ming has a girlfriend. Want to be his girlfriend? A time to let Wang Jianba screaming. When Ming followed behind Chen Jiwei and quickly arrived at the door of the dean's office. The door was open. At this time, inside the office, only the Dean Chui Ziyuan was left, and those teachers who were inside the office before had all left by now. Chen Jiwei stood at the door and knocked on the door and said, Dean Chui, Wen Ming is here. Chui Ziyuan raised his head and said, come in. Only then did Chen Jiwei walk in with Wen Ming. Chui Ziyuan looked at Wen Ming and asked, you're Wen Ming, the student whose school has been on fire for the last 2 days, right? Wen Ming nodded. Yes. Chui Ziyuan stood up and walked over to Wen Ming and said, do you have anything you want to explain about these 2 days? Wen Ming shook his head and said, explanations and whatnot. I don't feel it's necessary. Those who smeared me know better than I do how wronged I am, so it's meaningless for me to explain any further. Kid, what do you mean by that? Could it be that President Fan could still intentionally wrong you? Next to him, Ding Guankuan snapped. When Shiming saw Ding Guankuan, he immediately frowned. Director of Political Affairs, Ding Guankuan? He and Ding Guankuan could be said to be old enemies, because there was a time when Ding Guankuan cheated on his wife with a schoolmate. He was inadvertently seen by Shiming, and also roared at him when he saw. Because of this, Ding Guankuan had looked for his trouble more than once. That schoolmate was successfully bailed out of graduate school, but Wen Ming was several times, were almost expelled by this Ding Guankuan. Ha! Wen Ming sneered and said, whether or not I was wrongly accused, you go ask Fan Yunhai not to know? Ding Guankuan, Speak with evidence. Humph. Empty holes don't come from the wind. If you haven't done these things, how could things be like this? I think you're just greedy for fame and fortune. So you became Chin Lia's gigolo. Ding Wankuan pressed on step by step. The words had just finished. Suddenly a few people walked in from outside. Shut up? A middle-aged man at the head angrily stared at Ding Wankuan and coldly drank. Chui Ziyuan frowned and said, We are the legal core of Qin Shan Group. I am Zhao Ming, the general manager of the legal core. Regarding the matter of your school's smearing of our company's president in the last 2 days, I've come to deal with you seriously. The middle-aged man at the head of the group said in a deep voice. Hearing Zhao Ming's words, the people inside the office all froze. Qin Shan Group's legal affairs core? How had this group of people been invited over? If the Qin Shan Group's legal affairs core held onto this matter and looked for trouble from Linen University, they would all be finished. Just let them do not understand is, these people from the legal affairs core would not normally make a move, let alone something within their Linen University. The next moment, they understood what was going on. They only saw Zhao Ming immediately look at Wen Ming after he finished speaking, and said with a respectful expression, Hello Mr. He, General Manager Qin asked me to convey to you that she deeply apologizes for the trouble caused to you because of her. I hope Mr. He won't be offended. Hearing Zhao Ming's words, Chui Ziyuan and Ding Wankuan and the others instantly widened their eyes. Qin Lia apologized for this matter? This wasn't like an adoption? There was also this Qin Shan Group's general manager of legal affairs, Zhao Ming, a person of Zhao Ming's status. If Wen Ming was really a gigolo, how could Zhao Ming treat him with such respect? What exactly was this Wen Ming? Wen Ming waved his hand and said, It's fine, just a little trouble. It's nothing. Zhao Ming nodded and said, Alright Mr. He, for this matter at hand, we will handle it appropriately and will definitely not let this matter have any impact on Mr. He. Alright, then there's nothing for me to do next? Shiming asked. Yes, Mr. He, you go and get busy. We'll handle the rest. Zhao Ming said back. Wen Ming gave a hum and looked at Ding Wankuan and Chui Ziyuan. Director Ding, Dean Chui, if there are any problems, you guys talk to Brother Zhao. I'll leave first. The corner of Ding Wankuan's mouth twitched, but he didn't dare to stop Wen Ming. How to stop? Qin Shan Group's legal core was standing here. One bad move, and there was a chance that this group of legal affairs would sue him for various reasons. I can't afford to mess with them, okay? Not to mention the reputation of Linen University was at stake. So even if he wanted to take this opportunity to expel Shi Ming, he could only swallow his breath for the time being and watched as Shi Ming left the place. Unlike Ding Wankuan, Chui Ziyuan, who was the dean, saw the background of Wen Ming left, and a color of interest emerged in his eyes. This was the first time he had recognized Wen Ming. Although Wen Ming was a student of Linen University, there were tens of thousands of students in Linen, and every year there would be a new batch of them, and more than 99% of them Chui Ziyuan did not recognize. He had never thought that, inside their Linen University, there was actually someone as interesting as Wen Ming. Facing so many of them, not only was he not humble. Chapter 48, The School Flower Appears. Wen Ming laughed as he came out of the dean's office. As for the results of the talks inside, Shiming wasn't worried in the slightest. If Qin Shan Group's battle-hardened legal corps couldn't even handle a few leaders inside the university, then this legal corps should also be disbanded. However, it was obvious that Qin Shan Group's legal corps was one of the best in Linen. Moreover, the fact that the students of Linen University had smeared Qin Lia was there, and Linen University had no way to deny it. With this group of lawyers, enough for Ding Wankuan and Chui Ziyuan to drink a pot. From the office building down, Wen Ming just walked not far, was stopped by two female students. Shiming, are you free? We want to invite you to dinner. One of the female students with a shy face said. The other schoolgirl was really direct. Don't you have no girlfriend when timing? What do you think of me? The faces of the two schoolgirls were filled with anticipation as they looked at Wen Ming. Wen Ming was speechless and coughed lightly. He didn't even recognize these girls. So what the hell kind of girlfriend would he be? I still have things to do. Goodbye. When Ming finished speaking, he turned around and left. Just before he could take a few steps, another girl with a big heart walked in front of him and suddenly dropped the book in her hand to the ground with an ack. Then in front of Wen Ming, slowly bent down, revealing a deep bottomless gully, but also seemingly unintentionally with both arms clamped a little. Wen Ming, what does this want again? So proactive? He never thought that these girls would be so proactive. It's true that as long as there's a sports car, the beautiful girls themselves will stick up. It's not that all girls are gold worshippers, but there are tens of thousands of students at Linen University. Even if such a girl is only 1 in 1,000, in the tens of thousands of students, this number is still very considerable. Wen Ming, right at this moment, a shout suddenly came from the front. Wen Ming was puzzled. He turned his head to look, and immediately his eyes lit up. only to see that not far ahead, a beautiful girl wearing a white shirt with a tall figure was slowly walking this way. Her straight legs were like cranes standing on a flock of chickens, attracting everyone's attention. This girl was no one else but the number one school flower of Linen University, Tian Fuwei. Tian Fuwei. Seeing Tian Fuwei come over, the girl who stopped in front of Wen Ming's face showed hesitation and finally turned away. The name of Linen University's No. 1 school flower wasn't just a random name. Rather, it was the result of countless selections, whether it was her looks or her temperament. There was no girl in the entire Linen University who dared to compare herself to Tian Fuwei. Now that she saw Tian Fuwei coming over, if she still stopped here, wouldn't she be asking for trouble? Seeing this girl leave, Wen Ming finally let out a breath. It was finally clear. Afterwards, he walked over to Tian Fuwei and said with a smile, "Thank you, big school flower Tian. Otherwise I wouldn't know what to do." Standing in close proximity to Tian Fuwei, when Shiming looked at Tian Fuwei's fair melon cheeks, a pair of aura slightly curved eyes, and slightly lifted corners of her mouth, his heart suddenly skipped a beat, and his face couldn't help but appear nervous. Tian Fuwei spread a smile and said, "It's nothing, I just happened to walk here, so I stopped by to say hello to you. I hope I didn't spoil your good deed." "Which is which?" Shiming hurriedly waved his hands and said, "I was worried about how to get rid of them. Luckily you came. By the way, yesterday you helped me out above the campus forum. I haven't had a chance to thank you yet. I left you a message on the message board. I guess you didn't get it." "Thanks. Really thank you so much. No need to be polite." Tian Fuwei laughed softly. "I've long been looking at Fan Yunhai in a bad light. Relying on himself as the president of the student council, he often bullies other students. Don't take what they said to heart, and don't even bother with them, as long as you have a clear conscience. This I know." Wen Ming laughed and said, "Originally, I was still a bit angry, but when I saw that you brought a group of people to help me speak, I immediately stopped being angry." When Tian Fuwei heard Wen Ming's words, she immediately laughed out directly with a p sound. This laugh directly caused Wen Ming to look at his heart and soul, feeling as if the flowers of the entire world had instantly bloomed. Not knowing what was going on, as long as he stood in front of Tian Fuwei, Wen Ming's heart was filled with nervousness, completely uncontrollable. Now seeing Tian Fuwei smile, Wen Ming felt his heart melt. "Right, where are you going?" Tian Fuwei suddenly asked. Wen Ming instantly came back to his senses and replied, "I just came out of the dean's office." "Where are you planning to go?" "Tian big schoolgirl?" If it was on the way, maybe he could even take a walk with Tian Fuwei. If it's not by the way, is there a possibility of not passing by? It must be by the way. I'm going to go to the library and just happened to pass by here," Tian Fuwei said back. Actually, when she heard that Wen Ming was brought to the dean's office by Qin Jiwei, she immediately came over, wanting to see if she could help Wen Ming. As a result, before she could walk to the office building, she saw Wen Ming came out. She then breathed a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to leave, she saw a group of girls going to pester Wen Ming. In the end, she couldn't stand it anymore, so she stood out. When Shiming heard Tian Fuwei's words, he immediately picked up. That's too much of a coincidence. I'm also going to go to the library. Together? Not to mention the library, even if it was a mountain of swords and fire, it would still have to be a coincidence. Tian Fuwei nodded her head and said, "All right." Subsequently, the two walked side by side in the direction of the library. Along the way, many girls saw Wen Ming and were about to come up to introduce themselves, but after seeing Tian Fuwei, they all backed off. This was the power of the number one school flower. Wherever she went, the group of beauties retreated. On the contrary, many boys, after seeing this scene, all of them hated to directly rush up and kill Wen Ming. Too angry. Not just driving a Bugatti. Dude, that's an $80 million Bugatti, not an $800,000 BMW. Are you sure just is the right word? More than $80 million was an astronomical figure for more than 99% of the people in this world. Even if one struggled desperately, it was still out of reach. Ugh, didn't think that Tian big schoolgirl would also be moved by money. That's right, big school flower Tian really disappointed me too much. The pure, simple, kind and lovely Tian Dashue in my heart. Is she going to leave me like this? A group of male students looked to the sky and sighed longingly. At the same time, the campus broadcasting room, Zhao Feier was sitting on a stool in a state of disorientation, muttering, "How is it possible? That Bugatti is actually Wen Ming's? Yunhai, how is this possible?" Fan Yunhai was also a bit stunned. He had seen that car when he was preparing to bring Zhao Feier to find a hotel. The result was that he just accelerated and almost crashed into the Bugatti in front of him, scaring him for half a day. And the hotel didn't go. More than 80 million Bugatti when looking at Wen Ming, but just Linen University. And ordinary cannot be ordinary, poor students only. Who could link Ming to a Bugatti? And then, when Ming drove a Bugatti to school, even the circle of friends have seen it. This is absolutely not fake. Chapter 49, Love in the City. Fan Yunhai pondered for a moment. Afterwards, swallowing a mouthful of saliva, he said, "This guy, could he be the son of some big family, hiding his identity to come to our school to attend? Impossible." Zhao Feier directly denied. "He is a poor only. From the remote countryside, ran over the countryside only. I've also seen his dad and mom. Both are just ordinary farmers." Until now, she was still somewhat unable to accept when Ming was the Bugatti owner. At first, just entered the university not long, never seen the outside world of the broad world of her, is to see when Ming's simple, helpful reasons, plus with her are out of the countryside. Common topics more, so only choose to be with him. However, with the growth of age, she gradually realized the cruelty of this world, gradually know the difference between people. Her feelings for Wen Ming slowly faded. In the end, finally could not stand the ordinary days when she was with Wen Ming, and felt that there was not a shred of hope in her life, so she directly dumped him and chose Fan Yunhai. But this is only after 2 or 3 days. First, Qin Lia personally came to Linen University to look for Wen Ming, and now Wen Ming even drove a Bugatti directly to the school. One thing after another, constantly refreshing her perception of Wen Ming. Then what's with this Bugatti? Fan Yunhai frowned. How can a country bumpkin afford to drive a Bugatti of over $80 million? Rented it? But who would rent out such a super luxury car? It's simply impossible. This he's identity must be extraordinary. He's just been hiding his identity. When Zhao Feier heard this, she suddenly looked shocked. Could this really be the case? What Shiming had shown before was all a disguise, and he was actually a super rich second generation with a very terrifying identity? Thinking of this, Zhao Feier's heart suddenly rose with a strong unwillingness. Fan Yunhai's family's company was only a supplier of Qin Shang Group, and Qin Lia, the president of Qin Shang Group, was also very respectful to Wen Ming. In other words, Wen Ming's identity might be even more powerful than Qin Lia, but it was letting a low-profile super-rich second generation not want, and kicked him, and then followed Fan Yunhai? This appears to be very much like her. If she had known that Wen Ming was so powerful, not to mention breaking up with Wen Ming, as long as she could be with Wen Ming, even if she was asked to kneel and lick every day, she would be willing to. At this time, the door of the broadcasting room suddenly opened. Chen Jiwei walked in from outside and said to Fan Yunhai, "Fan Yunhai, the dean has asked you to come over. Come with me." Fan Yunhai stood up and said, "What's wrong? You'll know when you go." Chen Jiwei replied. Fan Yunhai nodded and said, "All right." After saying that, with Chen Jiwei, he directly walked out, leaving Zhao Feier sitting there alone in a daze. Time slowly passed. 5 minutes later, Zhao Feier suddenly stood up. "I'm not willing." She wasn't willing to let this matter go just like that. Wen Ming was hers. The woman sitting inside the Bugatti should also be hers. Everything belonged to her. She was the one who deserved this. The woman who should be envied by everyone. She's going to find Ming and get back everything that should belong to her. As for Fan Yunhai, compared to the current Wen Ming, Fan Yunhai was nothing. If she knew from the beginning how powerful Wen Ming was, she wouldn't have even looked at Fan Yunhai. The next moment, she took a deep breath and walked directly outside. Library. At this time in the morning, there weren't many people inside the library. It was usually in the afternoon or evening that there were more people here. When Tian Fuwei arrived here, she chose a book, found a place near the window and sat down to read. Shiming also pretended to take a book. In fact, he didn't come here to look at books at all, but purely to look at people. When he stayed with Tian Fuwei, Shiming felt that his whole body and mind were happy, making him enjoy this feeling very much, and he couldn't get enough of it. After casually picking up a book on the bookshelf, Shiming sat directly opposite Tian Fuwei, pretended to open the book, and then sneaked a glance over to Tian Fuwei. Tian Fuwei was reading a book called Love in a Fallen City. Not to mention, the way Tian Big School Flower read the book was really nice to look at. Crystal eyelashes, soulful eyes, careful and serious face. Right at this moment, Tian Fuwei suddenly raised her head and looked towards Ming. When Ming's face changed, as if he had been caught doing something bad by a teacher, he hurriedly lowered his head in panic. "Ha!" At this time, Tian Fuwei suddenly let out a light eep. "What's wrong?" Wen Ming raised his head in confusion and said. Tian Fuwei pointed at Wen Ming's book and said with an odd expression, "Wen Ming, do you like reading this kind of book?" Wen Ming? He hurriedly glanced at the cover of his self-same book, then was directly dumbfounded. Breeding and production care of sows. Nima, why did you take this book? Wasn't this the book that only Wang Jianba should have studied? Only that he didn't know that. At this time, Wang Jianba is under the siege of a group of students, physically and mentally exhausted to cope with. At the same time, in the heart of the crazy cry, hope Wen Ming can quickly come back to save him. Library. Cough. Wen Ming coughed gently to hide the embarrassment in his heart, trying to make himself look calmer. Then, secretly glanced at Tian Fui, after determining that she was not angry, hurriedly explained that Wang Jianba's family is not a pig breeder. That guy is not too fond of reading books. Let me look at it and then teach it to him. Well, that's it. Tian Fui gently smiled and said, well, Wang Jianba is really quite good. Yesterday, under that kind of situation, he also stood out to help you. In the forum with those people spraying for more than 2 hours, you help him should also. That's for sure. Speaking of Wang Jianba, Wen Ming blew up at once. Wang Jianba is my best buddy. Simply closer than a blood brother. No matter what happens, he's the first one to come forward to help me. And the one who unconditionally supports me no matter what the situation is. If it wasn't for him, being scolded by so many people, I would probably have been depressed long ago, Shiming said happily. When a person lived a life, it was more important than anything else to be able to have a brother who was truly able to befriend him. It's a pity that not everyone was worth befriending him. For example, his other good brother, Prince Yang, was the first to stand up and clear the air with him when Shiming was being smeared by the entire school, and even scolded him more fiercely than the others. That's really quite good. I envy you for having such a good brother, Tian Fui said with a soft smile. Shiming scratched his head and said, what's there to envy? A big beauty like you that everyone likes should have more good friends. That's not necessarily true. Tian Fui shook her head and said, you should also have heard of plastic sisterhood. Although there are a few friends with good relationship, but it is far from the same as you and Wang Jianba. Even they are still looking forward to me making a fool of myself. Wen Ming grinned and said, I understand this feeling. Only recently, there were some things that only after experiencing them personally could one truly understand that feeling. That, right at this moment, Tian Fui suddenly said with a desire to speak. Wen Ming, what's wrong? Seeing Tian Fui stammering, Wen Ming asked in confusion. Tian Fui took a deep breath and said, would you think that I am also like those girls just now? I saw you driving a Bugatti, so I approached you? Chapter 50 Schoolgirl's Little Thoughts. Shiming looked stunned and surprised. How could that be? I've never thought about it like this. Truly, and it's not like you're approaching me to help me. It's not the same thing. How do you know it's not? Tian Fui asked back. Wen Ming froze. How do you know that? He didn't know how he knew. Anyway, it was from the depths of his heart that he simply didn't believe that the goddess in his heart was definitely not this kind of girl. Do not even dare to think about it. Otherwise it is the blasphemy of his goddess. I believe you are not anyway, Shiming firmly said. Tian Fui happily smiled slightly and said, well, thank you for your trust. Seeing Tian Fui's happy smile, Wen Ming was suddenly in a state of mind. Was this the feeling of happiness? Just then, Wen Ming, a shout suddenly rang out. Hearing the voice, both Shiming and Tian Fui turned their heads to look over. Immediately afterward, Shiming instantly furrowed his eyebrows, only to see that on the aisle not far away, there was a tall girl standing with red eyes looking at him. This girl was no other than his ex-girlfriend, Zhao Feier. Shiming couldn't figure out how Zhao Feier could appear here. Shouldn't she be with Fan Yunhai? At this moment, Zhao Feier suddenly walked straight towards him, her voice somewhat choked. Shiming, I've been looking for you for a long time, and I only realized that you're here after asking several people. You're looking for me? Is there something wrong? Shiming asked suspiciously, while his brows furrowed tightly. Looking for him? You've already broken up, and you're still looking for him? What a joke! Zhao Feier ignored Tian Fui, who was sitting next to her, and reached out to pull Wen Ming's hand. Seeing this scene, Tian Fui's brows frowned slightly, and her eyes couldn't help but look twice at Wen Ming's hand. Afterwards, silently raised her head and looked towards Wen Ming's face. Only after seeing the surprise on Wen Ming's face did he let out a sigh of relief. Entangled? Ming, when I broke up with you 2 days ago, it wasn't actually that I really wanted to break up with you. Zhao Feier pulled Wen Ming's hand and said with a pained look. Wen Ming frowned and said, what do you mean? He was completely confused by Zhao Feier. What did this woman want? Zhao Feier hurriedly explained. Shiming, the reason why I told you to break up was just to add some pressure and motivation to you. In fact, my heart also hurts. Seeing you now, I'm very relieved. Let's continue to go back to the old days. Continue to be together as we were in the beginning, okay? When Shiming heard this, he frowned slightly. He then realized what Zhao Feier was running over for. It turned out to be seeking to get back together. But thinking about it, he understood. Even a girl that he hadn't even recognized before had taken the initiative to run over to him to court him. Not to mention Zhao Feier, his ex-girlfriend. Frankly speaking, seeing Zhao Feier's supplicating appearance, Wen Ming's heart fluctuated a little. After all, they had been dating for 2 whole years. 2 years of feelings, not a joke, but the habit of spending time together. Just that. After understanding Zhao Feier's gold-digging nature, Wang Ming knew that Zhao Fei now came back to find him to get back together, not because she couldn't bear to part with him, but just because she saw that Bugatti of his. So, that's why he hurriedly ran over to beg for a reunion, and even therefore couldn't even care about Fan Yunhai. But without that Bugatti, Zhao Fei will not even look at him. This is the reality. Wang Ming pulled his hand out of Zhao Fei's hand, took a deep breath and said, Zhao Fei, you are now Fan Yunhai's girlfriend. Please respect yourself. Across the desk, Tian Fuwei suddenly laughed when she heard Wen Ming's words. Zhao Fei grabbed Wen Ming's hand once again and said sharply, I have nothing with Fan Yunhai. It's all just us pretending. It's just to motivate you. Really, you must believe me. I'm true to you. Because the voice was so loud, it instantly attracted many students inside the library to look this way. Seeing Zhao Fei's face full of eagerness, many students whispered, what's wrong with this girl? Does this girl not even want to have the least amount of self-respect? Fan Yunhai? Ha? Isn't this Fan Yunhai's girlfriend from 2 days ago? Zhao Fei? Why is she here? Ha? Why does this boy look familiar to me? I remember. This boy is Wen Ming who's been very hot in school these past 2 days. I'll go. It's really him. I heard that this guy's girlfriend, Zhao Fei, was snatched by President Fan Yunhai, and then ran off to be Qin Lia's gigolo. It's been all over the school forum for the past 2 days. Then why did Zhao Fei come to look for Wen Ming to beg to get back together? And why is Timing sitting with Tian Fuwei? As Linden's #1 school flower and a frequent visitor inside the library, these people instantly recognized Tian Fuwei. However, these people had been inside the library all morning and didn't know about when Ming came to school in a Bugatti. And even more so, they couldn't figure out how Zhao Fei would look for when Ming got back together. Who knows about that? Who cares why? All I know is that when Fan Yunhai chased after Zhao Fei, he was bragging about it on the whole school's radio. But as a result, Zhao Fei is now running back to Wen Ming begging to get back together. President Fan is wearing this hat. The students inside the library were talking. Wen Ming listened to the people around him and looked at Zhao Fei in front of him with a face full of supplication. He only felt like vomiting for a while. If it was the beginning when Zhao Fei gave him these words, he might have been naive enough to believe them. However, upon seeing Zhao Fei's well-behaved appearance beside Fan Yunhai, Wen Ming knew that these were simply impossible. After 2 years of dating, Zhao Fei had never behaved like this in front of him. Moreover, Fan Yunhai had madly targeted him in the past 2 days. If there was no shadow of Zhao Fei behind this, Wen Ming would not believe it no matter what. Now Zhao Fei ran over and told him that none of this was true? Wen Ming just liked to act stupid, but he wasn't really stupid. Sorry. Wen Ming directly pushed Zhao Fei away and took a deep breath. Zhao Fei, please respect yourself and the feelings you once had. I don't want the feelings I once had to turn into a joke because of you. Understand? Then let's get back together? Wouldn't it be better if we got back together? You can't let go of me. I also can't let go of you. We are together again is not good? Zhao Fei excitedly said. Only. Wen Ming but just expressionless back. Sorry, you misunderstood. Maybe Zhao Fei didn't care about her feelings for him, but Wen Ming cared. This care, not care about Zhao Fei, but care about his own past. Regardless of whether this relationship was successful or failed, wretched or humble, dashing or miserable, it was all part of his past, the 2 years of youth that he had spent minute by minute. He didn't want to, nor was he willing for his past to become a joke in people's mouths because of Zhao Fei. Chapter 51 Schoolgirl Swears Sovereignty. Why? Zhao Fei yelled excitedly when she saw Wen Ming's determination. Why can't you give yourself another chance? And give me a chance as well? Why? She had resentment in her heart. She had resentment in her heart. Wen Ming was her boyfriend. The girl sitting inside the Bugatti should also be her. All the glory should be hers. It was because Wen Ming deliberately hid it from her that she made the mistake of judgment and left Wen Ming. If Wen Ming had told her all this from the beginning, it would have been impossible for her to leave Wen Ming, and she would have even been more loyal than all the women. Wen Ming, we dated for 2 years. Are you so heartless to leave me behind? Did I treat you badly in these 2 years? 2 whole years of affection. How can you bear to leave me behind? Zhao Fei roared as if she was crazy. Wen Ming frowned slightly and said, Zhao Fei, you've had enough. Since you've already become President Fan's girlfriend, follow him and have a good life. Don't act like a crazy person, okay? You forced me to be crazy too. If it wasn't for you, would I have become like this? Why did you lie to me? You've been lying to me for 2 years. It's all your fault. Zhao Fei was agitated. Ming frowned. In the end, taking a deep breath, he said, Fei, the past is in the past. If you say it's all my fault, for the sake of our 2 years together, I'm willing to take all the blame. I just hope that you can live a good life with Fan Yunhai. Go! Tian Fuwei, as well as the people around her, glanced at Wen Ming in surprise when they heard his words. They thought that Wen Ming would take the opportunity to mock Zhao Fei. After all, it was Zhao Fei who dumped Wen Ming in the first place, and if it was any other boy, he would have already cursed Zhao Fei. Just look at what Zhao Fei and Fan Yunhai did to Wen Ming. Instead, he took the initiative to take on all the faults and then blessed his ex-girlfriend, not to mention the other things. Just to say this kind of temperament and demeanor, it was already not something that ordinary boys could compare to. But, at this moment, Zhao Fei had already lost all her senses, and dragged on Wen Ming's arm as if she was crazy. Wen Ming, you can't do this to me. We're not over yet. Give me another chance. Let's continue to be together like before. I'm begging you. Promise me. Okay. Zhao Fei screamed with excitement, and tears even escaped from her eyes. Just then, Tian Fuwei, who was sitting across from Wen Ming, suddenly stood up. Zhao Fei, please let go of my boyfriend. I can allow you to apologize to him, but I won't allow you to make a move on him again and again, or else don't blame me for not being polite. Tian Fuwei looked at Zhao Fei with a serious expression and said, her eyes filled with coldness. Wen Ming, he looked shocked and suddenly stared at Tian Fuwei with wide, unbelieving eyes. What did she say? Her boyfriend? Me? Geez, I didn't hear it wrong. In an instant, Wen Ming's heart instantly became excited. He wasn't the only one. At this moment, all the other boys and girls inside the library, including Zhao Fei, also all stared at Tian Fuwei with wide eyes and surprise. Wen Ming was Tian Fuwei's boyfriend? This Lin no. One school flower who had never had a boyfriend since she joined the school. When did she become Wen Ming's girlfriend? As if she felt that the people around her couldn't understand what self meant. Tian Fuwei took a deep breath and looked at Zhao Fei with a domineering look in her eyes and said in a cold voice, Zhao Fei, didn't you hear what I said? Now Wen Ming is my boyfriend. Stay away from him. After saying that, directly pushed away the bewildered Zhao Fei and pulled Wen Ming towards the outside of the library. Zhao Fei stared blankly at Tian Fuwei and Wen Ming's backs, her entire being completely dumbfounded. What a situation! Tian Fuwei had already become Wen Ming's girlfriend? Self or slow? The next moment, Zhao Fei suddenly sat down on the ground and cried loudly. At this moment, she felt like Self was the biggest sizable cutie in the world. She couldn't wait to get rid of the smelly beggar. In the blink of an eye, she was snatched away by Tian Fuwei, who had the reputation of being the #1 school flower of Linen University, and treated it like a treasure. As for competing with Tian Fuwei, she didn't even dare to have this idea. Throughout Linen University, who doesn't know that Tian Fuwei is the dream girl of all the boys? It's a pity that during the 4 years of university, Tian Fuwei was only focused on her studies. She never thought about falling in love. And even more so, she didn't have a scandal with anyone. Even the richest people, even some big bosses in the society wanted to hit on her idea. All were rejected by her. It was also fortunate that it was this that gave the other female students a way to live. But it was also because of this that, when Tian Fuwei said Wen Ming was her boyfriend, Zhao Fei could only resign herself to her fate even if her heart was not willing to do so. At this moment, her heart was full of regret. If she had known about Shi Ming's identity, she wouldn't have broken up with him no matter what. Even if he beat her and scolded her, letting her cry from morning to night, she was willing to do it. Unfortunately, there is no if. On the other side, Wen Ming was pulled by Tian Fuwei and ran all the way out of the library. From the beginning to the end, Wen Ming was in a state of confusion, as if he had lost his soul. He followed Tian Fuwei's back and ran outside, looking at Tian Fuwei's tall and charming back in front of him, smelling the fresh fragrance of Tian Fuwei's long hair in the air, and feeling the soft and boneless hand in his hand. He only felt like he was dreaming. If it was a dream, he hoped that this dream would never wake up, until the two of them came to the outside pavilion. Tian Fuwei only then let go of Wen Ming. Looking back to Wen Ming, her exquisite pretty face had already turned red. This scene straight away caused Wen Ming's heart and soul to flutter. He swallowed his saliva with difficulty and said excitedly, Tian, don't misunderstand me. Tian Fuwei interrupted Wen Ming's words and said with an embarrassed face, just now, I said that because I saw that Zhao Fei had been pestering you and saw that you had been unable to get away. So don't think nonsense. When Shiming heard this, his excited mood instantly calmed down. He had thought that he could develop a bit with Tian Fuwei. Originally it was just to help him get rid of Zhao Fei. Blindly excited, Wen Ming coughed lightly to hide the embarrassment in his heart and smiled. Thank you, Tian Big School Flower. If it wasn't for you helping me, I really don't know how I would have gotten rid of Zhao Fei just now. But speaking of which, if it wasn't for Tian Fuwei's help just now, he really didn't know how to get rid of Zhao Fei. After spending 2 years together, he was really too familiar with Zhao Fei. This woman just belonged to the stalker type. With over 10,000 fruit machines, he didn't know how long he had been stalking with Wen Ming. If Zhao Fei had desperately stopped him just now, could he still violently beat Zhao Fei up? He couldn't do such a thing. As for other methods, it seemed even more impossible to escape from Zhao Fei's hands. It had to be said, Tian Fuwei had really helped him a lot. What's there to be thankful for? Tian Fuwei laughed lightly and asked with some constraint, Wen Ming, you won't blame me for breaking your good deed, right? After all, a beautiful woman threw herself at me, and I ended up messing it up. Will you blame me? Chapter 52 Fan Yunhai who vomited blood. Khan. Hearing Tian Fuwei's words, Wen Ming was speechless. He returned, what throwing yourself at me? I can't wait to thank Big School Flower Tian. How could I blame you? Put. Tian Fuwei couldn't help but let out a light laugh and said, don't call Tian de School Flower Tian de School Flower. It sounds weird. Shiming scratched his head and said, we all call you this way? If we don't call you that, then what should we call you? When they boys called Tian Fuwei, they all called Tian Daxwewa, and very few of them would directly call her by her name. Even some of them had already forgotten what Tian Fuwei's original name was. Anyway, mentioning it was Tian de School Flower, and only the 4 words Tian de School Flower could represent Tian Fuwei's status and influence. Directly call my name Tian Fuwei laughed lightly. Isn't it good to call Tian Fuwei directly? Why do you have to call Tian Big School Flower? Won't you guys feel awkward? Shiming looked happy and said tentatively, well, Tian Fuwei? Aha! What's wrong? Tian Fuwei asked. When Shiming heard this, his heart immediately became excited. In the entire Linen University, he should be the first boy to directly address Tian Fuwei by her name in front of her, right? This honor made Wen Ming couldn't help but feel his heart stirring. Why did you call out and not say anything? It can't be just trying to shout out, right? Tian Fuwei asked with a face full of suspicion. Wen Ming coughed lightly and said, no, I wanted to say, just now you said that I was your boyfriend. There were quite a few people around at that time. If it spreads out, it will probably have a bad effect on your reputation. Tian Fuwei laughed lightly, waved her hand indifferently and said, I don't really care about this. Anyway, it doesn't have any effect on my graduate school exams. Whatever they say, I should do what I want. When Shiming thought about it, he was right. Indeed, with Tian Fuwei's influence in Linen University, even if there was some gossip, what could be done about her? She was still the unattainable goddess and would not be affected in any way by these words. This was the confidence of Linen University's #1 school flower. Shiming took a deep breath. No matter what, not only did you help me on the forum, but you helped me once more this time, so I have to thank you. Tian Fuwei blinked her big soulful eyes and suddenly asked, then how are you going to thank you? Shiming froze for a moment. He only thought about the words of thanks. As for how to thank, he hadn't thought about this matter at all. When Ming hesitated for a while, and tentatively said, how about treating you to dinner tonight? Good it's so happily decided Tian Fuwei smiled back. Shiming instantly stared in surprise and said, you agree? He was just casually testing a sentence. He didn't expect Tian Fuwei to agree at all. It's not that he didn't want to invite Tian Fuwei to dinner, but he didn't have the luxury at all. After all, he and Tian Fuwei were only talking for the first time and were not very familiar with each other. Although Tian Fuwei and Ding Chuanxiang had been to his house once last time, he had only talked to Ding Chuanxiang for the first time. However, he only chatted with Ding Chuanxiang for a couple of minutes, not with Tian Fuwei. Between him and Tian Fuwei, it would not be an exaggeration to describe them as strangers. In Wen Ming's mind, Tian Fuwei was the kind of goddess who was high above the world, a divine abode that could be looked at but not touched. As a result, when he tentatively and casually said that he would invite Tian Fuwei for dinner, Tian Fuwei even accepted without saying a word, without even considering it. This gave Wen Ming the feeling of a dream. Of course, why don't you go if someone invites you to dinner? Don't you want me to go? Tian Fuwei smiled lightly and stroked a strand of hair in front of her eyebrows and said, of course I want to go. It's a deal. Wen Ming was excited and directly slapped his thigh. This was Linen University's #1 school flower, thinking about having a candlelight dinner with Tian Fuwei in the dancing candlelight, admiring Tian Fuwei's moving face. What kind of wonderful feeling would that be? Just thinking about it, Shiming instantly felt himself getting excited. Then it's a deal. I'll leave first. After Tian Fuwei finished speaking, she happily turned around and ran away. When Ming looked at Tian Fuwei's back end, with her long leaping ponytail and beautiful back, she looked like a dancing elf. Shiming looked at Tian Fuwei. He felt like he was surrounded by happiness. He had never felt such a happy feeling before, until Tian Fuwei disappeared in the line of sight for a long time. When Ming only came back to God, gently smacked himself, cursed himself a old pervert, then happy as back to the boys' dormitory to look for Wang Jianba to go. At the same time, Dean's office, Zhao Ming and the others from Qin Shang Group's legal affairs group had already left, leaving only Cui Ziyuan and Fan Yunhai. Fan Yunhai lowered his head and did not say a word. Cui Ziyuan looked at Fan Yunhai with a gloomy face and said in a deep voice, Fan Yunhai, what should I say about you? Fan Yunhai shrunk his head lowered even harder. He didn't dare to say anything. His arrogance was only because his family had a sizable company. But, their family's company, in front of Qin Shang Group, in front of the legal team of Qin Shang Group that was as strong as the god of thunder, he didn't even count as a fart. Originally, he just wanted to borrow Qin Lia, let Wen Ming make a fool of himself, but did not expect Qin Lia will be so important Wen Ming, and even because of this matter, directly mobilized Linen long-known Qinshan Group legal team, ran to Linen University to make a big fuss. In the strong Qinshan legal team, he was like a small bird in the storm, feeling like he could be devoured at any time. Fortunately, with Cui Ziyuan and the others at the front, apologizing non-stop with a sincere attitude and promising to delete all the postings, punish the publisher of the rumors, apologize to Wen Ming in public, and promised that this kind of thing would never happen again, and then compensating the Qinshan Group with more than $300,000 in damages. Zhao Ming and the others only then gave up. These, Fan Yunhai had all seen it in his eyes, and had already been scared to death. Now that Cui Ziyuan was scolding him again, how would he dare to say the word no? Tell me, what's going on inside this brain of yours? How could you even do such a stupid thing? To provoke Qinshan Group? Cui Ziyuan sat on top of his chair and asked in a deep voice. Fan Yunhai opened his mouth, but nothing came out. It's just, Cui Ziyuan let out a long breath and said, I don't care why you did it either. You're already an adult, and since you've done something wrong you have to take it on. Given that your performance this time is very bad, you will be given one demerit, dismissed from the position of student president, apologize to Wen Ming in public, and be responsible for the $300,000 in compensation this time. Any comments? Fan Yunhai smiled bitterly and said, Thank you Dean Cui. How could he dare to have an opinion? If it wasn't for Cui Ziyuan maneuvering around, he would have been sent to the prosecutor's office by Qinshan Group's legal affairs by now, and with Zhao Ming and the others' legal abilities, he basically wouldn't be able to come out as long as he went in. Compared to all this, just getting a demerit once was already considered the best ending. Cui Ziyuan let out a hum and said, Go back. Fan Yunhai turned around, and with heavy steps, walked outside and, coming outside, Wen Ming, Fan Yunhai roared in a low voice. It was all because of Zhao Feier, otherwise how could things have turned out like this? This matter shouldn't be like this to be right. He was not willing to do so. He took out his cell phone and prepared to call Zhao Feier over. Result, just after taking out his cell phone, he heard the murmur of two people around the corner. Did you hear? Just now, Wen Ming's ex-girlfriend Zhao Feier ran to the library and kneeled down on the spot for Wen Ming begged to get back together with him. I heard. She even cried a lot and hugged someone without letting go. I'd say this woman is cheap. After she dumped him and saw that he was rich, she came back and begged to get back together. I don't know if Chairman Fan is happy wearing this green hat on his head. As he was talking, the two of them turned the corner and ran into Fan Yunhai, who was holding a cell phone, his face as black as ink. President Fan. The two people's complexion changed and they hurriedly said sorry, followed by running away in a puff of smoke. Bang! Fan Yunhai slammed his fist on top of the wall next to him and hissed angrily. Wen Ming, Zhao Feier, you too. Poof! The words were not finished. With a poof, a mouthful of old blood was directly sprayed out. It was only a pity that Wen Ming didn't see the scene. Otherwise he would have been clapping his hands and praising. Spraying people with blood? Awesome! Awesome! Chapter 53, Dementia. Wen Ming hummed a pentatonic ditty as he marched towards the boys' dormitory. It had to be said that the effect of Tian Fui's appearance was really times better. The girls who were courting him before were one after another, either walking in front of him, dropping pens or books, and also dropping bags, dropping money, and the neckline is all low enough to expose the belly. But since Tian Fui said Wen Ming is her boyfriend, these female classmates immediately honest, no longer come to harass him. This was Tian Fui's killing power. The only thing that gave Wen Ming a headache. The only thing that gives Ming a headache is that when he walks, the boys who pass by all stare at him with murderous intent, making him feel like he's on the back of his neck. He had to look back from time to time, fearing that the fanatical Vivian protection team would suddenly give him a brick. It was not easy to return to the boys' dormitory. When Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, there were no more students gathered in front of the dormitory. They had all gone clean. It should be the school that had stepped in. Originally, he asked Wang Jianba to wait for him downstairs, but this will be no one. It is estimated that they have returned to the dormitory. Walked to the front of the dormitory. When Ming was surprised to find that the dormitory door was unlocked from the inside. Hello, Brother Wang? Are you in there? He tapped the door twice forcefully and shouted. Inside the dormitory, Wang Jianba, who was lying on the bed covered with a quilt, heard Wen Ming's voice. As if he had encountered a savior, he hurriedly climbed up and rushed to the door, pulling it open with a hand and said, *********. You finally came back. Where to go so long did not come back. When Ming was about to speak, suddenly saw the appearance of Wang Jianba, suddenly exclaimed, ********. What's wrong with your big flowery face? Only to see Wang Jianba's face, everywhere is being scratched out of the marks. Clothes are also this rotten piece, that rotten piece. As soon as Wang Jianba heard this from Shiming, his eyes reddened and his voice choked. Do you know how I've spent these few hours, you asshole? Wen Ming blinked his eyes and asked in confusion. What? You're still asking what? Do you know how many of your classmates came looking for you once you parked your Bugatti here? Especially those women. Like crazy looking for me to ask for your phone number. See these scars on my face? I don't know which girl scratched me, but it broke my face. You told me to wait for you. How long have you been waiting? Do you have so much to talk about with the dean? Wang Jianba glared at Shi Ming with red eyes. Looking at Wang Jianba's pitiful eyes, a wave of apology rose in Shi Ming's heart. A bit. I can't apologize to old Wang. Wen Ming dryly coughed and said, sorry, in the dean's office to chat a little more. You also know how much the dean can say. Just chat with me there. The words were not finished. Two male students just happened to pass by the door, chatting as they walked. Did you hear? Tian Fuwei actually became Wen Ming's girlfriend. Who did you hear that from? Of course I saw it with my own eyes, just now in the library. Tian Fuwei and Wen Ming were reading books inside the library. Zhao Feier came to find Wen Ming to get back together, and Tian Fuwei admitted it herself, saying that Wen Ming is her boyfriend. That's my dream goddess. Shu, Wen Ming is there. When the two boys saw Wen Ming, they hurriedly stopped talking and walked through the doorway. Wang Jianba looked at the backs of those two men, then twisted his head to look at Wen Ming. The pitiful expression on his face instantly disappeared. Then, he tilted his head and pulled out his ears, glaring at Wen Ming with an icy expression. Just now, you said that you've been in the office with the dean? Wen Ming coughed lightly and said, this is not important. What's important is, no. Wang Jianba reached out and interrupted Wen Ming's words, his face serious and incomparable. This is important. Tell me again. What the hell did you do just now? I was in the front row helping you carry the damage. My face was being scratched like a squid, but you even went to the library to pick up a girl? And the one you picked up was my dream girl, Tian Fuwei? Said, throwing the quilt that was draped over him, sleeves upwards, revealing arms thicker than thighs, arm muscles churning. The friends who like, at skirt 9 Lumio 999999999999999 Lu 9999, to spray. When Ming's face changed, hurriedly grabbed Wang Jianba's arm and said, Brother Wang, we have something to say. Say a fart. Wang Jianba directly threw Wen Ming's hand away and angrily yelled, I want to duel with you. Come on, let's fight for 300 rounds. Either you die or I die today. Wen Ming, when the whole world abandoned me, you were still unfailingly devoted to me. Now just because I chatted with Tian Fuwei for a while, you want to fight me to the death? Seeing color and forgetting your friends? Drink! Eat my fist! Wang Jianba yelled and directly stabbed his fist towards Shi Ming's shoulder. Wen Ming reached out and grabbed Wang Jianba's wrist, instantly stopping him. With the fusion of the body-strengthening serum, a few unusual people couldn't even get close to him. Although Wang Jianba was heavier in tonnage, but if he really had to fight, Wang Jianba wouldn't even be able to touch Wen Ming's clothes. Hey, surprisingly blocked me. There's growth. Wang Jianba sneered and said, eat another Dragonfall pendulum. 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 As a result, the foot just kicked over, but it was caught by Wen Ming, and it didn't swing for a few times. The next moment, Wen Ming directly caught him and suspended him upside down in the air. Asterisk. You. This time, Wang Jianba was directly shocked. He seemed to weigh more than 240 pounds, but he was directly lifted into the air by Shiming? How much strength did this guy have to have? This dead pervert. You let go of me. Wang Jianba, who was hanging upside down head first, screamed, call daddy. Shiming hemmed and hawed. Wang Jianba angrily yelled, I call your grandpa a roll. Son smash. Your grandpa me. Result. Before the words were finished, Wen Ming carried him towards the window and then threw him directly outside the window. Dad! Wang Jianba screamed in terror. Dad, I was wrong. Spare me, Dad. He. That's more or less the same. Shiming laughed in satisfaction before he put Wang Jianba back on the bed. Dementia. Wang Jianba let out an explosive cry and suddenly leapt up from the bed, his entire body directly jumping and smashing down towards Wen Ming. Wen Ming. He quietly took a step back. Then, flop. Wang Jianba fell solidly into a mouthful of mud, and it was only after a good assembly that he climbed up from the ground, his eyes staring straight at Wen Ming, like he was recognizing Wen Ming for the first time. At this time, Wang Jianba's heart was screaming madly. When did this grandson surnamed he become so powerful? Not only did he paw him up with one hand, but his reaction speed was so fast that his heavenly descent of justice, all of them damn straight descended into loneliness. Chapter 54, Fan Yunhai's Apology. Come on, go on huh? Shiming laughed and hooked his finger. When Wang Jianba saw this scene, he immediately took a step back. Continue my ass. At this time, Shiming's cell phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number calling. Shiming walked aside and picked up the phone. Hello? Hello, Mr. He, I'm Zhao Ming, the legal affairs of Qin Group. Regarding these rumors, we've already finished dealing with them. The person who spread the rumors will apologize in public and pay compensation of 300,000. According to Mr. Qin's intention is to give you this 300,000 as compensation for your reputation. Looming inside the cell phone said in a serious tone. When Ming lightly smiled and said, thanks brother Zhao. Say thanks to Mr. Qin as well. It's only $300,000. If Shiming didn't take it to heart, Qin Leah wouldn't either. Qin Leah gave him the 300,000 directly, just expressing her thoughts. Because this 300,000, because of the previous rumors from the school fine over. Good, then if there's nothing else, we'll go back to Qin Group first, Zhao Ming said, hanging up the phone. At this time, inside the campus radio, Fan Yunhai's voice rang out. Hello everyone, I'm Fan Yunhai. I'd like to apologize to Wen Ming for spreading the words that discredited him. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. As the president of the student council, I shouldn't have said that, much less led such bad remarks. As of today, I resign from my position as president. Along with Fan Yunhai's voice, almost all of the students of the entire Linen University, one and all, stopped what they were doing and looked in the direction of the broadcasting room. They had all watched what happened between He Shiming and Fan Yunhai earlier. Moreover, a large portion of the students had even been brought up to speed by Fan Yunhai, following along to blacken Wen Ming. As a result, now, just because Shi Ming drove a Bugatti to the school, Fan Yunhai not only apologized in front of all the students, but also voluntarily resigned from his position as president of the society? Who doesn't know President Fan's arrogance? Such a haughty person. He actually bowed his head and apologized in public? This was too unbelievable, wasn't it? Including Wang Jianbo were surprised and stared wide-eyed, unbelievingly looking at Wen Ming said, Old he, this, how did you do it? Wen Ming laughed. How did you do it? Not him, but the legal team of Qin Group did it. It wasn't him that Fan Yunhai was afraid of. It was the Qin Group's legal team. Even now that the legal team had left the campus, Fan Yunhai had to follow the agreement and apologize to Shiming in public. Otherwise, once Zhao Ming and the others knew that he hadn't honored the agreement, it wasn't a consequence that Fan Yunhai could afford anymore. Don't worry about that. Shiming laughed and said, I said to shut them up. How's that? Did it, right? Wang Jianbo immediately gave a thumbs up to Wen Ming and said, awesome. Other things aside, this wave of operation by Wen Ming simply brightened his peptide alloy dog eyes. Ha ha. Wen Ming laughed out loud and said, go, brother take you to Qin Group. When Wang Jianbo heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched, reaching out and pointing at his face and clothes. Go to Qin Group? Look at me. Can I go? Shiming, as if. Indeed cannot Wen Ming light cough. Today brother happy. Change clothes. Brother take you to eat kebabs to go. Hearing kebabs, Wang Jianbo's eyes lit up and immediately nodded. Good. After saying that, without saying anything, he hurriedly went to change his clothes. The two came downstairs and Wang Jianbo stroked the blue and white Bugatti supercar with a marvelous face and said, Nima Bugatti, day, old he, can I sit down? Shiming laughed lightly and said, sure, go, brother will take you for a ride. Said, pull open the car door. 5 minutes later, Wang Jianbo stood beside the blue and white Bugatti, his face of vicissitude and unwillingness. When Ming patted Wang Jianbo's shoulder, said in a serious tone, old Wang should lose weight otherwise, with your body type, and then go on like this, only public transportation can accommodate you. Finished speaking, shaking his head and sighing, he turned around and walked outside. Wang Jianbo blinked his eyes, looked at the supercar in front of him, and suddenly wanted to cry. An $80 million supercar there was just less than half a meter between him and the $80 million supercar. Moreover, the door of the supercar was open to him at any time, but he can't get in. What is the experience of not being able to get into a supercar because you are too fat? Now Wang Jianbo knows it well. He want to cut meat. On the snack street opposite Linen University, Wang Jianbo ate his mouth full of oil and said, old he you told me clearly earlier. Tian Fuwei only said that you are her boyfriend in order to help you to get out of it. How could I find you to do it? Shiming filled a skewer into his mouth, rolled his eyes and said, who the hell knows that you would fight for a woman, even a good brother? I can see right through you, a typical bigot. Cut. I don't want to see who is the real bigot. Wang Jianbo rolled his eyes and said, Wen Ming, come to think of it, it was still Wang Jianbo who was heavy on color and light on friends. Right, it's him. When Ming huffed and puffed and stuffed a skewer in his mouth, Wang Jianbo ate and said, I say old he, what exactly is your status? Can you tell me? It's not a good idea to always hide it from me, right? Hi, Shiming lightly laughed and said, "Don't care about that. Don't care what my identity is. I'm still me, your best brother. Nothing else matters, isn't it? Go go go." Wang Jianba said with a disgusted face, "Don't organize these disgusting ones. You say you girl is so powerful rich second generation. In front of Lao Zi pretend 4 years of poor. You girl conscience will not hurt?" When Ming shook his head and said, "Will not," Wang Jianba rolled his eyes and said, asterisk 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 asterisk. "I am you're fat. And you're stuffy." Wen Ming, Nima, can you chat properly? Buddy, this is called true nature. How can he be sultry? Alas, Wang Jianba said with a long sigh. I don't know if Qin Shang Group can be a place for me to show my talent. Shiming laughed lightly. Don't worry, with your ability, there is definitely no problem. What you lack is a real bull. Borrow your good advice. Wang Jianba said. Shiming laughed and suddenly his eyes turned. Wait a minute, old Wang is a good hand at playing finance without a teacher. Self couldn't figure out how to play with a ton of gold, but old Wang didn't necessarily not know cough. When Ming lightly coughed and asked, Old Wang, 2 days ago I saw a very interesting question on top of the force, saying that if you were given a ton of gold, what would you do? Have you seen it? No. Wang Jianba shook his head as he ate a kebab. I don't pay attention to such impractical questions, so it seems that they don't push such a boring topic to me either. Wen Ming, Chapter 55, The Right Way to Open a Ton of Gold. Hearing Wang Jianba's reply, Wen Ming wanted to hit someone. What do you mean unrealistic? Buddy asked the practical question, right? If it wasn't afraid of scaring you to death, dude would directly call a ton of gold on your face. Just tell me, in case there is a ton of gold in the hand, in your opinion, what should be done? Wen Ming again asked. It wasn't that he wasn't willing to tell Wang Jianba about the gold in his hand. In Wen Ming's heart, Wang Jianba was his best brother without one. But because of this, Wen Ming did not dare to talk nonsense to him. Human nature can't stand the test. All the people who try to test the human nature, in the end, all lose. Even if it is a brother has become a war. It was his unwillingness to lose a brother like Wang Jianba that made him unwilling to tell him about this matter. Otherwise, it was very likely that he wouldn't even have a brother to do it with. Wang Jianba held the skewer and pondered for 2 seconds. His face was serious as he said back, first of all, gold trading is not allowed between private individuals, and a ton of gold needs almost 300 million. If a person has so much money, he won't be stupid enough to use all of it to buy gold. So in this case, there is no such thing as an eventuality, unless it was dug out from the ground. Wen Ming looked shocked. This old Wang, absolute. He admired to the ground to Wang Jianba poured a glass of beer, and said with a sincere attitude, then what? Oh, Wang Jianba directly drank the beer and said, then it is the gold dug out from the ground. Basically before the founding of the country, there is definitely no certificate and number, that is, no sales license, private stash such a ton of gold, once discovered by the state, that is all confiscated plus 7 years free jail, not to mention selling it, it's too late to hide it. Wen Ming, so ruthless? What the hell have you dug up? Wen Ming looked serious. If someone really dug out a ton of gold, is the only way to rebury it back? In that case, that would be too much of a loss, right? A ton of gold let him stuff it back into the ground and pretend he doesn't know about it? It would be better to slap him to death. Wang Jianba lightly laughed and shook his head, saying, there is definitely a way. After all, the so-called regulations are also made by people, and even more so, they are enforced by people. When Ming heard this, immediately looked happy, and hurried to Wang Jianba poured a glass of wine said, what way? Wang Jianba laughed and said, the general approach is to find underground traders, bit by bit to sell them. These people have a wide range of channels, even 3 gold can be sold. When Shiming heard this, he immediately frowned. Underground traders? That just didn't sound reliable. Sure enough, Wang Jianba continued, but doing so, the drawbacks are also great. Underground traders can be people from all 3 religions. If you sell them a little bit of gold it's okay, at most they will suppress the price. If the quantity is large, it may be targeted by them, and then give you a pot of money with a person. It's not impossible. Not to mention you this whole ton of gold, sooner or later under the meal material. Wen Ming, this damn still play Wang Jianba continued, there is another way, that is to engage in gold futures. Not only can you realize all the gold, but it can be more than 3 times higher than the market price. Gold futures? What does that mean? Shiming said in surprise. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. Wang Jianba explained. The so-called gold futures is to take the concept of gold to speculate on it, capitalize on it, and then exchange the gold out in batches. However, if you do this, the departments and enterprises involved will be very many, such as the Shanghai Futures Exchange, the Securities Institute, and so on. If you do this, one is to have enough connections to support the relationship. and the other is to have enough financial resources to maintain. You can't have one without the other. When Shiming heard this, his eyebrows slightly raised. Relationships and financial strength? He had just over 25 million points in his hand right now, and that money, he had used to buy the villa. As for connections, those with higher status, he knew at most one Qinlia, and none of the others. I don't know if this is enough. Shiming poured another glass of beer for Wang Jianba and asked, what kind of relationship and financial strength is needed? Wang Jianba looked at Wen Ming with surprise and said, why are you so concerned about this? It's hard to. Speaking here, he looked startled, staring at Wen Ming with big eyes in disbelief and said, asterisk 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 you are trying to take my program to force almost cheat praise? Are you not cheating people's feelings? Do you still want face? Do you still have a conscience? Wen Ming. He turned his head to the busy boss inside and shouted, old Lu, another 50 skewers. Okay. The boss inside, Lu Yunwei, cheerfully returned. Wang Jianba heard this, immediately came to the spirit, directly inside the beer inside the hand a drink. He smiled and said, enough brother. Want to engage in gold futures? Must have a financial company that has its own credentials. This is very easy to get. There are a lot of these companies on the market. There is also the relationship between the Shanghai Futures Exchange must also be opened. And after all, it is futures, at least there must be enough financial support. You just directly say a number on the line. Shiming urged. Wang Jianba hemmed and hawed and poured himself a glass of wine, calculating as he drank. A glass of wine was finished. He placed the glass on the table and said, financially, at the very least, $10 million to hit the bottom. I don't know exactly how much. After all, I haven't touched this stuff, and I can't get in touch with this level. It's just an estimation. Shiming nodded. Estimation is fine. At least there is a reference value. But 10 million bottoming this. Originally, Qinlia gave him 20 million 5 million. He thought he was going to be awesome. Result. So much money merely also enough to pad letter gold futures bottom child? This is also too much of a blow. Wang Jianba continued, as for the connections, this is no way to estimate, but at least you can put on the futures exchange, as well as all aspects of the formalities and problems to be fixed. After all, it is not clear the way of gold, even with gold futures as a cover, but also needs someone in front of the road. Otherwise it is easy to be red-eyed people to halfway hijack. When Shiming heard this, he rubbed his nose. The person who opened the way for his gold futures. This, Qinlia seems to be a bit dangerous. Alas. At this time, Wang Jianba suddenly let out a long sigh. Full of emotion, this is also you ask the right person. Found me. After all, I used to want to invest in gold. So research more, replaced by others. Press simply do not know these, but then understand more. I dare not think. Too damn burn money. Can't afford to play Finished, picked up the wine cup, a drink and finished the road. Long pouting and sighing, so much gold. Like you this kind of big family's young master. Maybe there is a possibility to get. I'm counting on you when you can get so much gold. Then I free to help you manage. Over a manipulation of the gold futures market addiction. Cough. When Ming lightly coughed and said, that, truthfully, I am not talented. On hand, there is indeed such a ton of gold. Want to, put. Wang Jianba just drank down the beer. Directly all sprayed out. Sprayed Wen Ming a face. Chapter 56, New News Push. Shiming was confused. Wang Jianba was dumbfounded. The two of them were wide-eyed. Shiming wiped a handful of beer from his face and said with a disgusted look, are you a ing spray can? Isn't it just to tell you about a ton of gold? Are you going to react so strongly? Just at this time Wen Ming, but has long forgotten, when he just got this ton of gold, lying on the sofa for a whole 10 minutes of excitement, only to ease over. Wang Jianba was Wen Ming's words pulled back to God, hurriedly wiped his mouth. Shocked and unsettled looked at Wen Ming said, what did you just say? There is a ton of gold on hand? Really? Right, really. Wen Ming nodded while wiping the beer on his body. Nima too damn disgusting. As for the matter of a ton of gold, he hadn't planned to tell Wang Jianba, but since Wang Jianba had mentioned it, there was no need for him to hide it anymore. He to Wang Jianba is 100 assured, not the slightest bit. He is 100% assured, not the slightest worry that he will betray himself. No matter what the situation is, he trusts Wang Jianba unconditionally, just like Wang Jianba trusts him. Sometimes, a simple look is enough to make people trust him. And Wen Ming and Wang Jianba, this is the kind of relationship. They are not brothers. It was more like a brother. Puff. When Wang Jianba heard Wen Ming's words, he directly sat on his butt on the ground, blinking his eyes and said, where the hell are you? Saying this, he hurriedly climbed up and looked around vigilantly, then plopped down in front of Wen Ming and whispered, where the hell did you get so much gold? Wen Ming sighed and said, just take. This is the starting capital for my business inside my house. but also a test for me to see if I can realize this gold. This ton of gold was dug up when getting the system. Strictly speaking, it was also considered to be his startup starting capital. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Hearing Wen Ming's words, Wang Jianba directly exploded in foul language and said, Nima ah, your family actually took a ton of gold as startup capital? How can you be so powerful? This is not only inhuman, it's simply inhumane. I'm going crazy. People are more angry than people. Look at Wen Ming, then look at yourself. Wen Ming's family gave him a ton of gold, and his father only gave him a pig as a startup capital. Shiming patted Wang Jianba's shoulder and said with a serious look, Wang, I know your ability. That's why I'm asking you on the side. It's because I want you to do me this favor. And if it comes to fruition, the two of us will split the money 50-50 at that time. This ton of gold, if you put in your own hands, it is a pile of scrap. Maybe one day we'll face the disaster of prison. Now let Wang Jianba help self-operation. He out of technology and ability. Their own out of gold. 50-50 is also reasonable. After all, even if he really sells all the gold, it's only $300 million. Now after Wang Jianba's hand, that's 1 billion. 50-50 after their own 500 million. Earnings directly doubled. When Wang Jianba heard this, he was so excited that he couldn't help himself. The market price of a ton of gold, almost in 300 million or so. If the gold futures market baked, the value of this ton of gold can reach almost 1 billion. 50-50, then, that is self to get 500 million? Thinking of this figure, Wang Jianba immediately panicked. No, no, no. Wang Jianba immediately waved his hand and said, Old he, 50-50 can't work. We are brothers. I should help you. 1-9 on the line. I won you 9. On this I can have $100 million of the split, and then higher words I cannot want, and do not dare to want. If you don't want it, I won't take the job. $500 million. I don't even dare to think about it. Not to mention 500 million, even if it is $500,000, he cannot pull out. The reason why he insisted on 1-9, completely because he cannot, also do not want to take advantage of Wen Ming. 3 or 7, don't resist, or I'll find someone else, Wen Ming directly said. Wang Jianba froze for a moment, and then immediately stretched out his hands, with a touching face, hugged to Wen Ming. His voice choked, Good brother, get lost. Wen Ming reached out and pushed him away and said, Don't be so disgusting, just say yes or no. That must work. Wang Jianba excitedly patted his chest and said, Of course there's no problem, not for anything else, just for the sake of your trust, I'm absolutely obliged. Finished speaking, he asked curiously, Old he, this is a ton of gold, are you really so assured of me? Shiming let out a light laugh and said, Old Wang, since I'm giving you this, it means that I have absolute trust in you. Even if you really end up seeing wealth and can't help but roll away the money, I won't say anything. $1 billion or so is just a blessing for a brother. I wish you a bright future. When Wang Jianba heard Wen Ming this, his eyes suddenly reddened, inside tears wandering, voice choked and said, Old he, thank you for your trust. You really let me don't know what to say. I'm here to give you an oath. Must do this thing well. If I do something that I'm sorry for you, tell me to be struck by heavenly thunder, not to die well, and to be haunted by bad luck for the rest of my life. Alright. When Ming shook his head and said, Don't be so fleshy, I have goosebumps at least. Wang Jianba hemmed and hawed and said, I'm really too touched. You don't even know old he. Since I was a kid, no one has ever been so trusting and supportive of me. I want to have a PY friendship with you. Scram! Shiming kicked over in disgust. Result. Wang Jianba hugged Wen Ming's leg and said excitedly, This thigh. I'm going to be the richest man in linen. I want to be the richest man in linen. I want to be the richest man in the country. I want to be the richest man in the world. Around. A burst of blank stares as well as contemptuous eyes drifted over. Where did that psycho come from? Still the richest man in the world. If you're really this powerful, why are you still eating barbecue? You look like a poor bastard. You're here to brush up on your existence. That's right. From the moment you guys sat down, I heard you guys bragging about how great you are. And ing gold. And ing billions of dollars in assets and stuff. Do you guys brag about how great you are? Aren't you embarrassed? He's not embarrassed. It's us who are embarrassed. Now I'm embarrassed. My whole body's goosebumps are about to rise up. Wen Ming, being overheard? This is so damn embarrassing. Humph. Wang Jianba stood up, a big fat man of more than 200 pounds, and coldly glanced across at them and said, I love how it is. What do you care? Say something if you want to fight. Seeing Wang Jianba's brutal appearance, these people immediately quieted down. There was no way. Those who are rash are afraid of those who are cross. Not to mention that they are just a group of ordinary people, who has nothing to do and wants to cause trouble. Just that. When Shiming looked at Wang Jianba, whose face was trembling with horizontal flesh, he suddenly somewhat regretted self's previous decision. Nima a ton of gold to such a miserly guy, can it work? At this time, boss Lu Yunwei came. Xiao Ming, Bo, your skewers are here. 60 skewers, the extra 10 are for you. Lu Yunwei, who was in his 30s, smiled and said, thanks old Lu. Shiming laughed. They often came here to eat barbecue and were old acquaintances with the boss here. A very bright and atmospheric boss. Ha ha, you're welcome. Lu Yunhao let out a laugh and headed inside. I'll start eating first. Wang Jianba excitedly picked up a skewer directly, disregarding the high temperature on it, and shoved it directly into his mouth. Shiming let out a light laugh. Just at this moment, his cell phone rang, took it out and looked. There was another news push from the Tomorrow's Headline System. Chapter 57, Godlike Old Wang. Upon seeing the content of the news push, the next moment, his eyes narrowed. It is reported that on the morning of June 30th, Jianyang Province Linen City Linen University opposite the snack street suddenly exploded, resulting in 5 people as a death. More than a dozen people were seriously injured. Linen City, the urgent promotion of fire prevention and disaster prevention publicity and education. Push time, July 1st. Seeing this news, Wen Ming's eyebrows suddenly wrinkled. An explosion? More than a dozen people dead or injured? Such a serious accident had never happened in Linen at all. Wen Ming immediately clicked on the news to check the details. Immediately after, a news detail that appeared on the phone screen. At noon on June 30th, a heartbreakingly serious accident occurred in Linen City, Jianyang Province. At 12:45, the Yunwei barbecue shop on the snack street opposite Linen University suddenly exploded. Lu Yunwei, the owner of the barbecue store, and 4 guests died on the spot, and more than a dozen people were seriously injured, and are still in the process of rescue. Lu Baoquan, the father of Lu Yunwei, the chairman of the Shanghai Futures Exchange, SFE, cried bitterly in front of the fire and resigned from the position of chairman of the SFE as a result. The preliminary judgment of the cause of the accident is the gas tank rupture and caused the cause of the fire. The publicity section of Linen City urgently promoted fire prevention and disaster prevention publicity and education. Push time, July 1st. Below is a photo. In the photo, the entire Yunfeng barbecue had collapsed, and the scene was a mess with flames. In front of the sea of fire, a man in his 50s was kneeling there facing the sea of fire and crying loudly and painfully. After reading this news, Wen Ming's complexion was gloomy. Yunwei barbecue? Lu Yunwei? Isn't this the damn barbecue restaurant where he is? This is the son of the chairman of the Futures Exchange? No, the barbecue store is exploding. Shiming hurriedly glanced at the time. It's 12:40. It was only 5 minutes to 12:45. Asterisk 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 asterisk. He exclaimed and immediately stood up, glancing around. A piece of normal. All the people were eating and chatting, and inside the entire restaurant, it was calm, with no appearance of an impending explosion. But Wen Ming knew that, at most 5 minutes, there would be an explosion here, and 5 of these people would die on the spot, with more than a dozen being carried into the resuscitation room to be rescued, and the scene becoming a mess. Old he? What's wrong with you? Wang Jianba asked suspiciously as he looked up when he saw Shi Ming's appearance, his mouth stuffed with kebabs. Wen Ming didn't have time to explain to him and immediately shouted inside, Old Lu! Old Lu! Lu Yunwei laughed and walked out saying, What's wrong? Finished eating so soon? Don't you smell the smell of coal? Run! Shiming said anxiously. Right now he didn't have the time to go back in and check which gas tank had a problem, because there was no time left. The most important thing now was for everyone to evacuate in a hurry. After saying that, Wen Ming then shouted to the dinner guests, The gas is leaking. Run quickly. Those guests looked stunned and thought that Wen Ming was joking. After all, Ming and Wang Jianba had just made a mess. They simply couldn't believe what Wen Ming said, including Wang Jianba. He frowned and said, Old he, are you damned alright? Lu Yunwei was also puzzled when Ming said, Where is the gas leak? How come I didn't smell it? It'll be too late when you smell it. When Ming reached out and grabbed his clothes, picked up and ran outside. While running, he shouted to Jianba, Old Wang, run. If you don't run, you'll die inside. Wang Jianba's face changed, picked up the kebabs inside the plate and ran outside. As the saying goes, 3 people make a tiger. When the remaining guests saw this scene, how dare they continue to stay inside? They also followed in a hive and ran outside. Result, just ran to the door of the barbecue store. Boom, bang bang. Inside the barbecue store suddenly issued a muffled sound, as well as a continuous crash. The next moment, boom, a violent and loud explosion sounded steeply, directly shaking the crowd at the entrance to the ground. At the same time, fierce flames of fire wildly surged in the direction of the doorway and window. The guests who had originally run to the entrance of the barbecue restaurant and were about to stop to see the situation were instantly scared to death by this scene, rolling and crawling desperately to the distance to hide, running out dozens of meters away in one breath before they dared to stop, and then turned back, discovered that the original barbecue restaurant has collapsed, was flooded by a sea of fire. Seeing this scene, all the people present involuntarily gulped a mouthful of saliva, their faces filled with the color of the aftermath of the robbery. Wang Jianbo blinked his eyes and froze as he took a bite of the skewer in his hand. Nima. If they had been 3 seconds later, they would have already been engulfed by the flames. Shiming looked at the flames in the distance, then glanced at the intact crowd around him and let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, no one was injured. At this time, the people around him suddenly all turned their heads to look at him, their eyes filled with gratitude. Young man, thank you, really thank you so much. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have been able to get out. I'm sorry lad, we shouldn't have talked about you just now. A group of people spoke up and apologized to Wen Ming. Just now, they were still bad-mouthing Wen Ming. As a result, in the twinkling of an eye, they were saved by Wen Ming, which filled their hearts with a sense of indebtedness. Wen Ming waved his hand and said, "No need to be polite. My nose has been more agile since I was a child. I smelled the smell of coal and was worried that something big had happened, so I hurriedly called everyone out. I didn't expect that something had really happened." Lu Yunwei waved his hand and said, "No matter what, thank you. If it wasn't for you, I would have been finished this time, and there are so many people to be involved." After saying that, bowing deeply to those around him, he said, "I'm sorry everyone. Are you guys alright?" "Yes boss, we're all fine, except for the shock. Nothing else." Lu Yunwei was relieved when he heard the words of these people. "It's good that none of them are hurt. It's a pity about your barbecue store, Boss Lu. It's gone straight back to pre-liberation all of a sudden. It's better not to talk about this. Hurry up and call the fire rescue." Right. I'll call. A group of people spoke in a chorus. Lu Yunwei turned his head to look at the barbecue restaurant in the sea of flames and was lost in thought for a while. At this time, Wang Jianba handed over a skewer and said, "Old Lu, have a skewer to suppress the shock?" Crowd. Only then did they see that Wang Jianba was holding a kebab in his hand, and they were stunned. Fleeing for his life without forgetting to bring the skewers with him? Is this damn life worth money or food worth money? Shiming couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Wang Jianba and said, "Awesome." The huge commotion that the people on the entire snack street were all startled. Almost all of them poured out from inside their rooms, their faces filled with shock as they looked towards the sea of fire, and many of them exclaimed in shock. However, when they heard the exploding restaurant, and all the people inside were unharmed, these people were suddenly surprised and all looked over this way. Chapter 58 The System Reward That Makes Old He's Heart Flutter. Not long after, the fire truck came. After all, it was the city center. Basically the fire trucks were 5 minutes away, unless the fire lane was blocked by private cars. Shiming looked at Lu Yunwei who was standing in front of a pile of rubble. The news said, Lu Yunwei was the son of Lu Baoquan, the chairman of the board of directors of the Shanghai Futures Exchange. He just didn't know if he could make friends with Lu Baoquan because of this matter. But with Lu Yunwei's current state, it is obviously not appropriate to talk about such things, and just helping someone else to curry favor with them would also fall short of the mark. Wen Ming did not want to be so utilitarian. If Lu Yunwei's father and son are willing to help themselves the best, not willing to help themselves, they cannot force themselves, and then think of other ways. Old Lu, we are leaving first. When Ming said goodbye to Lu Yunwei, he took Wang Jianba back. On the way, Wang Jianba said to Wen Ming, "Old he, you're not really a dog, are you? This nose is too smart, isn't it?" Wen Ming gave him a blank look and said, "You're really good at eating. I'm convinced." He. Wang Jianba laughed dryly and said, "When it comes to eating, I recognize the second. No one dares to recognize the first. Right. Speaking here." He lowered his voice and said, "Old he, your 1 ton of gold thing, in the end is really false? It won't be fooling me, right?" "No." He Ming shook his head. "You can start planning now. Make all the specific progress in notes." "But," Wang Jianba frowned, "I want to go to Qin Shang Group. I want to work with my #1 beautiful president." Shiming rolled Wang Jianba's eyes and said, "You think you'll be able to work with Qin Lia even if you get into Qin Shang Group?" Wang Jianba looked stunned. Shiming continued, "And I've already told you about this ton of gold. If you don't follow me, aren't you worried that I'll kill and destroy the body?" Wang Jianba. Shiming patted Wang Jianba's shoulder and said, "Brother, follow me. When the time comes, you'll be able to eat and drink. What kind of beautiful women don't you have? What do you care about Qin Lia? $300 million, aren't you moved?" Wang Jianba swallowed a mouthful of saliva and asked, "Do you have the connections and financial power? You don't have to worry about this. You just take care of the preparations. I'll figure out these aspects, Shiming said. Good. Wang Jianba extended his palm and said, come on, high five. It's a deal. Shiming rolled his eyes and said with a disgusted face, look at your big oily pig's hooves. High five my ass. Let's go. Said, walked towards the inside of the school. Wang Jianba entered the campus. On the road, curiosity surfaced on the faces of many students when they saw Wen Ming. Although only half a day had passed, the fact that Wen Ming's Bugatti had been parked downstairs in the boys' dormitory, and that the owner was Wen Ming, this matter had already spread throughout the campus. The number of people who knew Wen Ming was not many, but it wasn't small either. However, for the line of sight of these people, Wen Ming took it all as not seeing, and instead looked out of his cell phone. Just now when he was near the fire, he heard the notification ring of his cell phone. It should be that the system reward had arrived. Opening his cell phone, 3 notification messages that were being displayed on the screen. Congratulations to the host for participating in this tomorrow's headlines news content. Given that the host saved several lives, the system rewards Song God Skill Proficiency as well as Master Piano Proficiency. Please click to receive. For the heroic performance in this mission, the system rewards a Rui sticker. Seeing these 2 rewards, Wen Ming instantly raised his eyebrows. Song God Skill Proficiency as well as Master Piano Proficiency. Somehow, when Shiming looked at this reward, he always had the feeling of being mocked by the system. Did this system know that he had a hard time singing, so it purposely rewarded a Song God Skill Proficiency? All along, Shiming had always been called the master of remnant sound by others, not for anything else, probably because this guy sings. Not only is it incomplete, simply as the magic sound to the ear. A mouth can be scared to cry a group of people. Sophomore year, when the class chorus, Wen Ming rely on their own strength, the rhythm of the whole class to the eggplant to go. Off-kilter couldn't be more off-kilter. And then, the class chorus kicked out Wen Ming without even considering him. As for the piano, I know how to play it. Beethoven's Symphony of Fate. He can't play it, but he can play Little Star. Twinkle, twinkle, bright and shiny, the sky is full of little stars. This is the only piano piece he can play. He originally wanted to learn another one, Little Donkey, but after learning it for 3 years, he didn't learn it and finally gave up. Now rewarding him with this Master Piano Proficiency. It's kind of complimentary. Aha! Complimentary. Claim it. Shiming pictured himself in the spotlight, playing the piano song Little Star to his heart's content. Not right. It was the elegance of playing the Symphony of Fate, and excitedly pressed claim. Zip! A burst of electric current suddenly emanated from inside the hand and traveled through the arm to the limbs. Then, Shiming followed with a wild shiver. Old he! I'm coming! Wang Jianba, who was next to him, thought that Wen Ming had suddenly been electrocuted and shouted explosively, directly kicking at Wen Ming. Wen Ming! He reached out and raked Wang Jianba to the side, saying breathlessly, you damn well want revenge, don't you? I just had a cold shiver, and you want to kick me? Wang Jianba laughed dryly and said, this is not concerned about you. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. Asterisk 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 Q. Shiming glared at Jianba. Immediately after that, the frowned. What's wrong? The electricity had also been applied, but how come I didn't feel the piano and singing skills inside my brain? When the fighting techniques were first extracted, inside the brain, there was a brain full of fighting skills. But now, how come I don't feel anything? There were no singing skills, no piano skills, and nothing inside his head. Can't it be that I've failed? Then I was just electrocuted for nothing? Shiming hurriedly opened his cell phone and found the reward page. As a result, it shows, reward has been collected. Wen Ming, this. What the hell is this? But how nothing? Nima, it won't be pitched. Shiming touched his big brain and was dumbfounded. This isn't right, is it? Even if there was a little effect, not letting him sing so hard would be fine. What the hell is going on here? Didn't they say that the system's output must be of the highest quality? How can you cheat people? Shiming studied for a while, and finally decided, I've been trapped by the system. This ing nothing, completely fooled. Oh, sure enough, the system looked down on him, and he didn't deserve to get the God of Song skill. Chapter 59, Singing When You Say Sing. The only thing that makes Wen Ming don't understand is, I know how to play the piano, right? At least he can play Little Star, right? Why don't you even give me a piano? What happened to complimenting each other? However, the system won't give it to him. If the system doesn't give it to him, he can't drop the phone. We can't do that, can we? Forget it. There is still a third reward. Shiming looked towards the last reward. Rui sticker. Click to receive it. The next moment, the Rui sticker flashed and ran into the props bar of the Tomorrow's Headline system, hovering at the bottom of Tomorrow's Headlines. After Wen Ming tapped on the Rui sticker, there was a description below. Rui, as I wish. Use the Rui sticker and stick it to your head. You can have your heart's desire come true within 10 minutes. Cautions: 1. Invalid for women, note, valid for men. 2. Invalid for lotteries. 3. Invalid for thoughts that break the law and discipline. 4. Invalid for thoughts with impure purposes. 5. Host can self-control the progress of things and discontinue it at any time. Wen Ming, seeing this description, when reading the previous instructions, he was excited as hell. The heart wants what it wants. This kind of function was simply unbeatable, although it was only for a short 10 minutes, but often 10 minutes can change a lot of things. But upon seeing the instructions at the back, Wen Ming's heart grew cold. Seeing the end, it was cooler and cooler. Ineffective on women and whatnot, reasoning he understood, otherwise it would be too counterintuitive. Standing on the street, looking past all the beautiful women, who could stand it? It made sense to have this restriction. But what does this note, effective for men, mean? This system is afraid that it has some misunderstanding about itself, right? Am I such a person? And then there's the back. Invalid for this, invalid for that or something. The girl is invalid. This Rui stickers still have a use? As a diaper? After these limitations, Wen Ming really do not know this Rui sticker in the end what use. Originally, because of these 3 rewards, Wen Ming was quite excited. Now it was suddenly a bit deflated. Right, old he? Do you know about the matter that big star Liu Xinu is going to have a concert in our linen? Coming downstairs to the boys' dormitory, Wang Jianba suddenly asked, "Is that the female singer you posted on your bed?" Shiming asked. For the past 4 years in college, Wang Jianba had always had a poster pasted on his bedside. It was rumored that it was a signed poster of the great singer Liu Xinu, which he had spent a good $1,000 to buy back and had been pasted on his bedside. While talking, the two of them walked upstairs. Right. Wang Jianba slapped his thigh and said, "That's my goddess. Thinking that she's coming to linen soon. My heart is flying." Shiming rolled his eyes and said, "How many goddesses do you have? For Tian Fuwei to duel with him, for Qin Lia to duel with him, and now a Liu Xinu appeared." This Wang's surname was really a scum. "Shut up, don't you dare slander my goddess." Wang Jianba's eyes glared and said, "Do you know how popular my Dayue is? I've already booked the tickets for the concert, and I've been practicing like crazy every night for the last 2 days, preparing for the time when I can sing with Big Moon." He. Shiming slanted a glance at him and said, "Just you? Singing with Big Moon? Do you think you're worthy? Even if people Big Moon find fans to sing along, do you think Big Moon will order you?" When Wang Jianba heard this, he immediately crossed his eyes and said, "Do you know my current strength? Let me tell you, I'm no longer a wuxia a meng. I've been practicing like crazy lately, and my singing level has skyrocketed, so I'm already very good. Look at the ranking of the song I sang on this Big Moon in the daily K-song above. 8,000 K-song records. I have ranked within the first 2,000. Wen Ming laughed and said, "You're blowing up within 2,000. If I let you rank in the top 200, you're still not going to the sky?" Humph. Wang Jianba gave a heavy cold snort and said, "You know a hammer. Do you know how hard it is to get into the top 1,000 or 2,000? This is a nationwide singing competition, and there are a lot of professional musicians. Do you know how hard I worked to get into the top 2,000? I bought a professional microphone. I got up at 5 a.m. every day and sang until 12 o'clock at night. I finally made it into the top 2,000. Don't you think that's something?" Shiming nodded and said, "It's true that it's nothing, just 2,000. Is it something to be proud of? Asterisk. Wang Jianba directly exploded a foul language, kicked the dormitory door open and angrily said, "Looking for trouble, aren't you? If you're capable, you can sing one too? If you can at least squeeze into the top 7,000, I'll eat live." Shiming pondered for 2 seconds and returned, "Although I don't have proof, I suspect you're cheating on your food." Wang Jianba, what the hell? You're looking for a beating, aren't you? Shiming laughed and said, "Why don't you come and try?" When Wang Jianba heard this, he instantly wimped out and glared hatefully at Shiming. "You do know that your singing is hard to listen to, and you don't even have the confidence to sing in the 7,000th place, right? Old he, I can bet with you, if you win, I'll stand upside down and myself." When Ming shook his head and said, "No matter what you say, I just don't sing anyway." Although let Wang Jianba upside down diluted very tempting, but his own a few pounds, he is still clear. At his level, if he really sang, he would definitely be able to refresh the lower limit of the charts, the kind that scares a group of people. At that time, will not be Wang Jianba laughed to death? "So, I won't sing, just don't sing." When Wang Jianba saw Wen Ming's appearance, he sneered and said, "You don't dare to sing, right? If you don't dare to sing, apologize to me. Apologize to me very sincerely. Say that you were wrong. Say that you shouldn't have slandered me. Say that you will never be like this again." When Ming laughed and shook his head, "That's impossible. I'm your boss. It's impossible for a boss to apologize. Want me to apologize? Just kidding. It was absolutely impossible for a father to apologize to his son. Absolutely impossible. Right now you're not my boss. Wang Jianbo slapped his hand on top of the table and said angrily, you must apologize to me. Otherwise, I won't give you a job. So go find whoever you want. This is the dignity of the master. No matter how much money. I cannot swallow this breath. Are you serious? Wen Ming frowned. Wang Jianbo sneered and said, right, either sing for me, or apologize to me. These are the only two ways to choose. Shiming looked vicious. Apologizing was impossible to apologize for. It was impossible to beat him to death. Just sing, compared to apologizing for losing his dignity. Wen Ming would rather sing and be mocked by Wang Jianbo than ever apologize. Good, I'll sing. Bring the microphone. Let's show you Dad's amazing singing ability. Wen Ming waved his hand and stood with his arms folded, rather like the wind is dashing and the water is cold, and the ambition is gone and never to return. Chapter 60, What is the experience of being openly drunk? Soon, Wang Jianbo brought over his microphone. It looked quite high-end. Wen Ming held the microphone. He said to Wang Jianbo, the deal was, as long as I can make it into the top 7,000, you'll stand upside down and poop? Bull asterisk. Wang Jianbo slapped his hand on the table and said, a man is a man of his word, but what if you don't get into the top 7,000? As Wen Ming's best iron buddy, he really couldn't be more familiar with Wen Ming's singing ability. Although Wen Ming when the school has been lukewarm, not at all famous, but back then he to his own strength, the entire department of the chorus to bring Crooked Legend, to the present is still in the Jianghu circulation it. Every time the school held a large-scale activities, about his legend will inevitably be brought up again. Wen Ming's strength, this can be seen. Wen Ming laughed and said, if I can't get into the top 7,000, I'll run naked in the schoolyard in public. It wasn't just a naked run. It doesn't say running on top of the playground in broad daylight, taking advantage of the middle of the night when no one is around, quietly going over to run a lap. Isn't this just like playing? As for the public, what can I do if there's no one there? And does it have to be a live person? There were a bunch of wiggly things playing on the playground in the wee hours of the morning. Too, okay? Yes. Wang Jianbo thought Wen Ming gave him a word game, directly excitedly slapped his thighs and said, good, this is what you said. Whoever doesn't run is a grandson. Sing. Wen Ming opened Daily K Song and found the song that Wang Jianbo said. This song is a song with a very high degree of popularity, called, Saying Goodbye to Smiling. Wen Ming used to listen to it often. It can be said that it is familiar. He looked at the karaoke record below. Oh boy, 8,999 people. That is to say, if he wanted to squeeze into the top 7,000, he would have to beat at least 1,000 people to reach 7,999, 2,000 people. Shiming was suddenly a bit abashed. Even if there were some scrappy ones in here, the entire 2,000 people, with his world-shattering singing skills, he wouldn't necessarily be able to do it. Why don't you sing? Wouldn't be a wimp, right? Wang Jianbo sneered. Shiming laughed and said, who said that? You'll just wait for the upside-down diarrhea. After saying that, clicked to start karaoke. The next moment, the karaoke panel appeared on the cell phone screen. Immediately after, the familiar introductory rhyme slowly sounded inside the dormitory. Listening to the rhythm, Wen Ming originally turbulent heart, instantly quiet, the whole person instantly immersed in the tune, face surfaced a smile, but a closer look but some sad expression. When Wang Jianbo, who was next to him, saw this scene, he immediately stared. This expression, how is it the same as being constipated? Not right. It is the expression like constipation finally pooped out, but with an anal fissure. Wang Jianbo laughed coldly. Pretend. Continue to pretend. Your expression pretend again intoxicated. The singing cannot come out. Or singing cannot come out. The opening let you thin broken. At this time, the introductory rhyme ended, and it was time to start singing. The next moment, in Wang Jianbo's eyes that narrowed into a line, Wen Ming took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Then, saying yes to smiling, saying yes to letting go. Why can't I? Hearing the first sentence, Wang Jianbo then instantly widened his eyes. This song accent, this vocal line, instantly led Wang Jianbo shocked into heaven. Just now he also thought Wen Ming when opening broken it. The results of this damn just open drunk Wen Ming is still forgetting to sing, more and more into, and even the slightest bit did not realize that the self-singing out of the tune of the song. But Wang Jianbo has been listening to the intoxicated, the whole completely immersed in Wen Ming's song. Disoriented vision, gradually surfaced when separated from his girlfriend. The kind of heartbroken feeling. Soon, singing ended, but Wen Ming is still in that state, did not recover, until, ********, Wang Jianbo exclaimed, grabbed his arm and said excitedly, "Old he, your singing is too good, right? How did you sing it?" When Ming was shaken by Wang Jianba, he instantly came back to his senses and froze. What just happened? I was singing just now? I sang that song just now? At this time, Wang Jianba grabbed the cell phone inside his hand and exclaimed, asterisk 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 this. This directly took more than 10,000 points? Directly run K-song ranking list first place to go? Said, rushed to point open and replayed it again. The next moment, a male voice full of magnetism, slowly rang inside the cell phone. When Ming listened to the song inside the cell phone, only felt a burst of disbelief. The song that came out of the cell phone was really too good. Different from the original singer Liu Xinyu's female voice. Liu Xinyu's was soft and tender, sounding like it gave people the urge to pamper her. But the song that was being played out from within the hands now was full of infectiousness, giving people a sense of heartbreak. People who don't know might have thought that it was sung by the original singer. This song, is it really a self-sung song? When Ming hurriedly snatched the cell phone to take a look. Score, 10320. Name, Beaten Little Monster. Ranking, first place. It was indeed what he had just sung. The point was, when did he himself sing so well? How did himself not know? Wait. Shimming suddenly remembered the previous system rewards, singing God skill proficiency as well as master piano proficiency. At the time when he received them, after a moment of shivering, they were tasteless and didn't feel anything at all. He thought that he had been screwed over by the system. Could it be that he had wrongly blamed the system? It wasn't that the song God skill mastery given by the system wasn't good enough, but his insight was too low. It was that tomorrow's headlines were too powerful. What was the highest level of martial arts? No move is better than a move. Zhang Wuji practiced Taiji to the end, practicing to forget, practicing to return to the origin, and the song God skill mastery given to him by the system was the same, directly giving him the pinnacle of song God skill, not some ordinary pronunciation techniques and skills, but a talent that was integrated into his body and melted into his soul. He couldn't feel it, much less experience it, but he was able to play it out directly as if it was instinctive, and it was played out directly to the peak realm. Put it this way, piano skill mastery was surely the same, directly giving him the pinnacle of piano ability? Not the kind of 10th grade pianist that was evaluated through skill and ability. A 10th grade piano skill may look impressive in the eyes of an ordinary person, but in the eyes of a true piano master, it was still just like a child playing. For these real piano masters, there is no such thing as technique. These are simply the end of the matter. It's like Tai Chi, and he, Shimming, is just missing a piano. He just lacks a piano. As long as a piano was placed in front of him, he could play a beautiful piano song just like singing, and he didn't even need to think about it. At this moment, when Ming instantly became excited, it had to be said, when the system produces a product, it must be a masterpiece. Chapter 61, A Date with the Big Schoolgirl. Looking at the karaoke ranking on top of the cell phone, when Ming laughed, a wonderful sense of satisfaction came out of nowhere. Buddy, finally can sing. Dude is no longer a pentatonic loser. Old he, when the hell did this? You sing so well? Wang Jianba asked incredulously. When Ming laughed and said, this is nothing. In the past, I was just too lazy to sing. It's not that I can't sing. You have to compare with me. I have to let you know how good I am. Old Wang. Next, shouldn't we perform something exciting? Wang Jianba looked stunned and said, what content? When Shimming heard this, he immediately narrowed his eyes and said, you said that as long as I made it into the top 7,000, I'll be upside down and pooped out. You wouldn't have forgotten, right? Now that brother has rushed straight to first place, where's your upside down diarrhea? Come, said, took out his cell phone and opened the camera, ready to save this classic scene. Wang Jianba immediately rolled his eyes and said, I said the first 7,000, not the first place. As long as it's not within the 7,000, you've lost. Naked running and whatnot. Your brother Wang. I'm generous, so I'll give you a waiver. How's that? Brother is good to you, right? Shimming? Originally, he wasn't the only one playing word games with Wang Jianba. This dead fatso was actually playing word games with him as well. Bitchy old he, teach me how to sing? Wang Jianba pulled on Wen Ming's arm, blinking his two small eyes and said. Wen Ming laughed and said, no time, farewell. He came up just to rest for a while. After all, inside the fire scene, he had been startled. However, looking at Wang Jianba's appearance, he was unable to rest, or hurry to bolt. Go home and lie on top of the gold to rest, it does not smell good? Ignoring Wang Jianba's shouting, Wen Ming directly out of the dormitory, driving the Bugatti out of the school. Now, the things in front of him, there are a total of 3. The first was to buy a house to transfer the gold. The second was to sell the gold. The third was the date with Tian Fuwei. The first 2 are important, but neither is as important as the third. The night was his date with Tian Fui. Imagining the scene of having a candlelight dinner with Tian Fui, Wen Ming immediately let out a piggy laugh. Back to the happy neighborhood. Shiming parked his car on the side of the road, then circled around and went in through the back door of the neighborhood. If there were no surprises, there should be a group of bored people standing at the front door of the neighborhood right now, waiting for him to go back. Shiming was afraid of this kind of scene. So, it's better to hide if you can. Back to the basement. When Ming touched the gold inside the basement, he immediately felt a burst of satisfaction in his heart. Then, when Ming began to cheerfully clean up his hair and then picked out his clothes to prepare for the evening's date. On the other side, Jia neighborhood, villa number 37. In front of the floor-to-ceiling balcony, Deng Chuanxiang, who was wearing a white wraparound slimming dress, walked to the balcony and said to Tian Fui, who was reading a book, Fui, young Master Lu is looking for you again, do you want to see him? At the same time, under the room, a man's voice rang out, Fui, are you at home? I'm Lu Open, come down and meet me, okay? Tian Fui frowned and said in a deep voice, no, tell him to let him go. But, Fui, his dad is after all the major shareholder of the 5-star hotel, why don't you go out and say a word to him? At least let him know that you're not interested in him as well? Ding Chuanxiang asked. Tian Fui sighed and raised her head. Auntie, this guy has been pestering me for a long time. I've rejected him countless times, but it's no use. He's been pestering me all this time, so I can only avoid him. Saying that, Tian Fui's face surfaced with a look of distress. As Linen University's reigning schoolflower for 4 years, not only did she have countless suitors inside the school, but there were also many inexplicable suitors in the society, especially those rich second-generation people in Linen City. From time to time, they would all be stopped to show their love, but basically, they would all give up after being rejected, except for Lu Open. This son of the 4-hotel 5-star hotel, Lu Open, could be said to be extremely roguish, coming to pester her from time to time. There was even a time when she was so exasperated that she called the police. It was a pity that when the pickets came, they would at most verbally criticize a few sentences. After all, this kind of thing is not even a civil case. Because of this, she was bitter for quite a while. Alright, then I'll go get rid of him. By the way, how's the talk going with that guy called Wen Ming? Ding Chuanxiang asked with a light smile. Last time, she told Tian Fui about her own story and encouraged Tian Fui properly, and Tian Fui said she'd give it a try. Then there was no more then. Since coming back in the morning, just here holding a copy of Love in a Fallen City has been reading there. Tian Fui took a deep breath and looked at Ding Chuanxiang and said back, Auntie, don't worry about it, I know how to do my own things. Good, I don't care, I'll send Lu Open off first. Saying this, Ding Chuanxiang walked outside. A few minutes later, Ding Chuanxiang re-walked back and said to Tian Fui, I've already dispatched Lu Open, but the way I see him, I guess he won't take kindly to you. Tian Fui said without lifting her head. Don't bother with him, annoy me, directly. The words did not finish, her cell phone suddenly rang. Taking it out, she looked at it. Immediately afterward, the surprise surfaced on her face. She put her book aside and picked up the phone. Okay, got it, okay, no need. Well, hanging up the phone, Tian Fui said to Ding Chuanxiang, Auntie, I have something to go out, so I won't be back for dinner tonight. After saying that, standing up, she was about to leave. Only just as she stood up, Ding Chuanxiang suddenly stopped in front of her. Ding Chuanxiang raised her eyebrows and said, look at you in a panic, where are you going? It couldn't be that you're going on a date with the one called Wen Ming, right? Tian Fui, who had always been indifferent, heard Ding Chuanxiang's words, and her cheeks rarely blushed slightly. What are you saying, Auntie? It's not. After saying that, she hurriedly bypassed Ding Chuanxiang and was about to run outside. Seeing Tian Fui's appearance, as a person who had been there before, Deng Chuanxiang, how could she not know that Tian Fui was being spoken to by herself? Otherwise, it was impossible to have this reaction. Wait, look at you. Your hair is a bit messy. If you go to meet people like this, won't it ruin the good impression you have in people's mind? Ding Chuanxiang shouted again tentatively. Sure enough, when Tian Fui heard her voice, her body gave a start, then hurriedly ran to the front of the dresser and looked at her own hair. But it turned out that her hair was fine. Long black straight draped over her shoulders. No problem at all. Put. Ding Chuanxiang directly couldn't help but laugh. Tian Fui pursed her lips. Her cheeks became reddish in an instant, and she exasperatedly said, Ignore you sister-in-law, just bullying me. Chapter 62 Stalker. Looking at Tian Fui, who had fled and left, Ding Chuanxiang's face was filled with a wry look. Then, smile. As someone who had come from adolescence, she knew what was going on with one look from Tian Fui. Fighting with her? Tian Fuwei was still far from it. After Tian Fuwei left, Ding Chuanshan picked up the Love in a Fallen City that Tian Fuwei was reading, and softly read, "It was you who said, this peach tree blooms in 2 years, and bears fruit in 3 years. You've already missed its 2 years of blooming, and this year, I can't let you miss it anymore." Immediately after, Ding Chuanshan put the book down, a look of interest appearing on her face. It seems that this little girl has a story, right? Her eyes lit up. Then, following Tian Fuwei closely, she walked outside. She wasn't trying to follow Tian Fuwei, but anyway, she was alone at home and had nothing to do. Moreover, she was eager to see what was going on between the two of them. When Ming and Tian Fuwei, when she came downstairs, Ding Chuanshan just happened to see Tian Fuwei driving her Mercedes-Benz C-Class and was traveling outside. Then, Ding Chuanshan placed her sight inside the garage. Not long after, a white Audi A4 ran out from inside the garage. This was the car that Ding Chuanshan used to drive, but then she changed to a Mercedes-Benz C-Class, so she threw this Audi inside the garage, just in case. Like now, if she didn't have this car, she could only watch Tian Fuwei leave. Just as Tian Fuwei and Ding Chuanshan left Jiayi neighborhood one after another, inside a black Porsche Cayenne, Lu Open was smoking a cigarette to vent his anger. Next to him, another man advised, "Brother Open, don't be discouraged. Sooner or later, you'll be able to take Tian Fuwei down one day, and let her sing conquests to you at that time." "Sing my ass," Lu Open exasperatedly said. "I can't even see anyone. ing." Before he finished speaking, Huang Weikai beside him suddenly said. Next to him, Huang Weikai suddenly said, "Open brother, look, isn't that Tian Fuwei's car?" Lu Open turned his head to look, and immediately exclaimed, "Asterisk asterisk asterisk asterisk. It's really true." Since he was trying to pursue Tian Fuwei, he naturally had a certain understanding of Tian Fuwei. Usually when Tian Fuwei went to school, or other places, she drove this car. Didn't her sister-in-law say that she was going to prepare for the exam at home? How did this run out again? Huang Weikai asked suspiciously. Lu Open said in a deep voice, "Whatever, just follow over and take a look. I'd like to see what this woman really wants to do, and if she already has a boyfriend." "What if there is?" Huang Weikai asked. Lu Kaiku sneered and said, "If there is, I'll snatch it for him. Snatch it from the tiger's mouth to have a good time." After saying that, directly started the car and followed towards Tian Fuwei. Ding Chuanshan followed behind. After not long, she suddenly saw a Porsche Cayenne in front of her, chasing after Tian Fuwei. When she saw it just now, she didn't pay attention to it. As a result, all the way along, this car was all the way in front of her, and it immediately caught her attention. She remembered. Wasn't this the car Lu Open drove when he went to her downstairs just now? Could it be that Lu Open was following Tian Fuwei? Ding Chuanshan took out her cell phone and was about to notify Tian Fuwei. However, after hesitating for a while, she finally chose to give up. Even if she told Tian Fuwei, it would be useless. Moreover, if she said so, wouldn't Tian Fuwei know that she was following her? In case Tian Fuwei was angry with her, she would have no way to explain at that time. Moreover, with her following behind, she also didn't believe that Lu Open dared to cause any trouble. On the other side, Rose Restaurant. For this date with Tian Fuwei, Wen Ming could be said to have taken great pains. The clothes were picked and picked. Then he thought for a long time about what gift to prepare for Tian Fuwei, and finally picked a cluster of roses. After that, a lot of places were searched on the internet. In the end, set the date at the Rose Restaurant on the banks of the Linshui River. The atmosphere here was very romantic, and the main target was young men and women, and there was a special candlelight dinner at night. In Linen City, if someone asks what are the 5-star and 6-star hotels in Linen City, someone may not know, but to talk about the most romantic, the most suitable for youthful men and women dining restaurant, that in addition to the Rose Restaurant, absolutely can no longer find the second. I don't know how many love stories spread throughout Linen, all happened in the Rose Restaurant. Although there are factors in the Rose Restaurant's own publicity, but also from the side to prove that the Rose Restaurant itself is for love to build out. The confession stage, love memorial wall and so on, everything is available. And whenever a man or woman confesses successfully, not only will they get the Rose Restaurant's True Love discount card, but the entire hall will even have roses floating around, getting everyone's blessing. When Ming arranged to have dinner with Tian Fuwei here, in his heart, he also stored a little bit of his own flirty thoughts, wanting to dip into the Rose Restaurant's True Love atmosphere, although he knew that this stuff was all fake. But what if it has a plus effect? I'm not sure if it's a good idea, but it's a good idea. Originally, when Ming was going to pick up Tian Fuwei, however, Tian Fuwei did not allow to pick up, presumably for fear of being discovered by her sister-in-law. So let Wen Ming self first come here. Then Wen Ming put the booking to hurry to run over. According to the booked position, quickly found the corresponding 33 table. Then, he sat down while considering what he should say and how to get Tianfui's favor when she came over later. Wen Ming. At this time, a soft shout suddenly came from the side. Wen Ming turned his head to look. Then, frozen, under the dim light, not far away, a beautiful young girl is smiling quietly stationed there, long hair shoulders, such as a small family. Usually in school, Tianfui usually tied a ponytail, never like today such a long hair, now long hair down, coupled with a delicate face, charming smile, beautiful blue floral dress, for a time actually let Wen Ming gave a look of infatuation. At this moment, what kind of clever language, all of them were thrown to the back of Wen Ming's mind. Right now, he only wished that the world would stand still at this moment and never move forward again. Hey, what are you staring at? A shout brought Wen Ming back from his daze. Wen Ming looked at Tianfui who was walking towards him. His cheeks instantly turned red and he nervously said, I was half a day, scratching his head anxiously, and as a result, not a single word came out. The more he couldn't say it, the more nervous he became. It made his face as red as a monkey's butt. So humiliating. He felt that his mental quality was already not bad, especially after the recent exercise in the past 2 days. Facing life and death without changing his face, he felt that his mental quality was already very hard, but he didn't expect that when he came to Tianfui. Before he finished his sentence, he was so nervous, he didn't even know what was going on with him. Could it be? Is it because he cares too much? Shimming took a deep breath, at the same time secretly celebrated. It was good that the light was dim, otherwise, he would really have to shyly find a hole to drill in. Put. When Tianfui saw Wen Ming was anxiously scratching his ears, she suddenly couldn't help but laugh and asked, look at you. You couldn't have done something wrong, right? Say, is it some kind of bad idea? When Shimming heard this, he was immediately shocked and his heart thumped. How did Tianfui know that he was fighting bad ideas? Chapter 63, He Shimming's Gift. Facing Tianfui's questioning, He Shimming panicked a batch. Luckily, she didn't pursue the question. Then He Shimming was relieved and hurriedly invited Tianfui to sit down. And as Tianfui sat down, in less than 3 minutes, a woman wearing a white hip-skimming dress, full of mature flavor, also walked into the Rose restaurant. Then, she sat down in front of the 36th restaurant 2 tables away from Wen Ming and Tianfui. This woman was no other than Ding Chuanxiang. However, her line of sight was not on Wen Ming and Tianfui, but rather looking towards the door. When she got out of the car just now, she saw Lu Kaiku. However, Lu Kaikong didn't see her. At this moment, Lu Kaiku should be arriving soon. Sure enough, Lu Open Huang Wei Kai walked in from outside. Brother Open, there are quite a few people here. How are we going to find them? Huang Wei Kai asked in confusion. Don't you know Tianfui? Split up and look. Lu Open said. Good. Huang Wei Kai said back. The other side. Table number 33. Shimming took the menu handed over by the waiter and asked Tianfui. Tianfui, what do you like to eat? Order whatever you want. I'll eat anything. Tianfui said back. Shimming laughed and said, it's even more indifferent for me to eat. Just watch and order a few. Tianfui spread her hands and said, all right. Then she took the menu, ordered a few on it, and handed it over to Wen Ming. Wen Ming took a look. He was surprised and said, you drink left bank coffee? Well, always drink left bank coffee. Wen Ming slapped his thigh and said to the waiter, give me left bank coffee as well. Tianfui, wait a moment, both of you, it'll be right there. The beautiful waitress finished and left with the menu. Shimming sneaked a glance at Tianfui, but found that she was sitting there, eyes and nose, not knowing what she was thinking about. Cough. Shimming coughed lightly and said, I prepared a gift for you. What kind of gift? Tianfui asked curiously. Wen Ming laughed, reached under the table and took out a cluster of roses from underneath, handing it to Tianfui. Here, for you. At the same time, his heart was apprehensive and his nervous heart was thumping. Generally, roses were only sent to girlfriends. If he sent roses directly, it would be ugly if Tianfui rejected them. When Tianfui saw the roses sent by Shi Ming, she immediately blushed and asked, why did you send me this gift? When Ming's old face flushed, he hurriedly explained, you can't go empty-handed, can you? And since this is the Rose restaurant, sending you a cluster of roses is also considered to be a complimentary gift. I hope you won't refuse. When Tianfui heard this, a lost color surfaced in the bottom of her eyes, but it was only a flash before she took the roses and said with a light smile, thank you. When Shimming saw Tianfui take the rose he gave her, his heart burst with joy. Gosh, Tianfui had accepted the rose he sent her. The beginning of everything was difficult. And now, doesn't this count as a beginning already? Ha! At this time, Tianfui suddenly let out a light eep and said, there's even a card? Then she pulled out a card from inside the rose. When Shimming saw this card, His heart once again became apprehensive and thumped. This card was written by his own hand. Tian Fuwei tilted her head and read, I wish Tian Fuwei will always be beautiful, always be happy, always be 18, always be forever. Shiming scratched his head and said with a flirty red face, these are the only blessings I can think of. Don't mind, haha. Put. Tian Fuwei let out a light laugh and said, what do you dislike? Thank you for your blessings. I didn't expect you to send me gifts and blessings. I didn't even prepare anything for you. It's weirdly embarrassing. No. Shiming hurriedly waved his hand and said, I'm already happy that you're willing to accept my gifts and blessings. Tian Fuwei nodded her head and said, alright, then. Little frowned tightly and said, but Wen Ming, you wrote my name wrong, didn't you realize? Shiming instantly widened his eyes and said, no way? Where? Said, took the card back and looked at it carefully. Immediately afterward, a look of embarrassment appeared on his face. Tian Fuwei, written as Tian Fuwei. This is very embarrassing. Tian Fuwei slyly stared at Wen Ming said, Wen Ming, when you this rose, it will not be one to give a girl called Tian Fuwei. To give people I went to confess. The result is that people do not want, and then you cannot afford to throw it away. So you turn around and give it to me, right? Ha? Shiming's face changed and he hurriedly waved his hand. No. I was too nervous when I wrote it. Really? I didn't notice that I wrote a wrong word at all. Put. Tian Fuwei was directly amused by Wen Ming's nervousness, and laughed in a flamboyant manner. Just kidding, although I wrote a wrong one of my name, but the thought came through. Thanks, haha. When Shiming heard this, he breathed a sigh of relief. Nima, he thought Tian Fuwei would gamble and leave. It turned out to be a joke. It's just that this joke, it was really too exciting. Then, the two of them hid into silence. No one knew what to say next. At the 36th dining table, when Ding Chuanxiang saw the scene, she shook her head speechlessly. After all, she was a person who had been there before. What hadn't she experienced? As long as there was a look between Shiming and Tian Fuwei, he knew that there was a story between these two and that they liked each other. It was just that no one dared to poke through that thin sheet of paper first, fearing that once they did, it would destroy their current harmonious relationship. The two little cuties, they are just trying each other out there. Just they try like this. See Ding Chuanshan really anxious straight to burn eyebrows. 33 dining table. You, Shiming and Tian Fuwei said at the same time. Tian Fuwei let out a light laugh and said, you say it first. When Ming's pretty face flushed and he scratched his head in embarrassment. Tian Fuwei, you look very pretty today. Put. Tian Fuwei couldn't help but laugh outright, saying as she laughed, I thought you were going to say something. Does this young lady's pretty need you to repeat it? You mean this young lady isn't usually pretty, right? Saying that, her long hair was flicked. When Shiming saw this scene, he suddenly looked dumbfounded, almost showing a piggy face, and hurriedly coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment. Not far away, Deng Chuanxiang, hearing Tian Fuwei's words, grinned breathlessly. It was the first time she knew that this niece of hers was so stinky. However, Tian Fuwei did have the qualifications to be stinky. Whether it was her looks or her literary skills and knowledge, she was steadily surpassing all the other students of Linen University. If such a person did not have the qualifications to be a beauty queen, who else would have the qualifications? No. Shiming hurriedly waved his hand and said, I don't mean that. You are usually pretty too, but today is extraordinarily beautiful. Chapter 64. Tian Fuwei's not too bad. Not far away, Ding Chuanshan almost laughed outright as she listened to Wen Ming chatting with Tian Fuwei. These two people were still really interesting. However, what she wanted to see was not this. Inside the Love in a Fallen City, it says, this year, I can't let you miss it anymore. She wants to see, this Tian Fuwei is how not to miss it. At this time, she suddenly heard Tian Fuwei say, come on, I'm just joking with you, don't be so nervous, let's talk about something serious. Hearing these words, Ding Chuanshan instantly came into the spirit. A good show is coming? At the same time, she prayed that Lu Kaiku would not come out so soon. If the good show was spoiled by Lu Open, she would definitely not let Lu Open go. Isn't he just the owner of a 5-star hotel? If she was pissed off, she would directly smash the 4-hotel 5-star Grand Hotel. What is it you say? Shiming immediately said with a straight face. Tian Fuwei let out a light laugh, put down her coffee, and said with a somewhat serious look, do you have any plans for your own life next? Next? What plan? Shiming asked doubtfully. It's the life plan. Tian Fuwei returned. Now that you are in your senior year of internship, and soon your college career will be over and you will step into the society, do you have any plans for your future, or a goal to strive for in life? Ding Chuanxiang? Hearing Tian Fuwei's words, Deng Chuanxiang, the sister-in-law, was dumbfounded. Is this Tian Fuwei's not missing out? She had a hunch that this Tian Fuwei would most likely bring Wen Ming along to graduate school. She originally thought that Tian Fui's words of persuading Wen Ming to go to graduate school were just words. She didn't expect Tian Fui to actually persuade him to go to graduate school. Until this moment, she suddenly felt that this niece of hers was really too extreme. When people met a boy they wanted to be with, they would try to find a way to be with him. But on the contrary, this niece wanted to persuade him to go to graduate school. Shimming froze for a moment and asked, "Life plan? Does earning money count? Does finding a daughter-in-law to get married count?" Tian Fui's cheeks blushed and shook her head. "Earning money doesn't count. One's life shouldn't only have money in it. And since you can afford to drive a Bugatti, it means that your family is not short of money, which means that your so-called earning plan is the same as having no life plan. As for marriage, it's even less of a necessity in life. Without love and marriage, life can go just as far. The important thing is to have someone who understands you, even if it's only for a moment." Shimming? He scratched his head with a blank expression. What Tian Fui said felt somewhat profound to him. From the sound of it, this state of life, he had only read about it inside books, but he didn't realize that it existed in reality. "What about yours? Can you talk about yours first?" Shimming asked with a puzzled frown. "My plan is simple," Tian Fui returned. "I will continue to go to graduate school, study to enrich my culture, increase my cultural heritage, enrich my soul, not to be happy with things, not to be sad about things, and to do what I like to do, just like how steel is made. When I look back, I won't regret for wasting my time. I won't be ashamed for doing nothing. My life and time, all of them are dedicated to my most magnificent cause." When Shimming heard Tian Fui's words, his tumultuous heart trembled. He didn't quite understand what Tian Fui said, because it was too lofty. This kind of life ideal was too lofty and too difficult to understand, let alone execute. Feeling, it was just like a dream to get out of this world. However, this did not prevent Wen Ming from capturing the keywords inside. Graduate school. Tian Fui wanted to go to graduate school. Wen Ming slapped his thighs and said excitedly, "Tian Fui, I've decided. I'm going to go to graduate school too." "Ha?" When Tian Fui saw Wen Ming made such a decision, she was puzzled and said, "Wen Ming you decided so quickly? No longer think about it?" It was simply unexpected that Wen Ming would listen to her advice so easily. It wasn't just her, including Ding Chuanxiang at table 36. All of them were a bit confused when they saw Wen Ming agreed so painfully. This guy surnamed he, so quick to make a decision. The exam is not so easy to take, not to mention that it is not just a matter of saying it. This kid made up his mind without thinking. It can't be just purely for the sake of picking up Tian Fui, not really wanting to go to graduate school at all, right? Wen Ming laughed and replied, "Not fast. I am also very interested in what you just said. Just like you said, only money in your eyes, only know to run around for money. No matter how much money you get in the end, life will not be happy, because the desire is never ending. Don't be happy with what you have. Don't be sad with what you have. Be your true self. That's what life should be like. That's why I'm going to graduate school and want to be like that too." Finished speaking. In order to express his firm attitude, in order to hide his mind that he was only doing it to pick up girls, he solemnly nodded his head and said, "Really, you must believe me." These words, all of which he had made up, he had only one purpose, to be with the goddess Tian Fui. The goddess said to go to the library. Wen Ming immediately threw Wang Jianba away and followed Tian Fui to the library to read books. The goddess said she wanted to go to graduate school, so she took the exam with her. Even if the goddess said she wants to go to the Sea of Knives, Wen Ming will accompany her to walk a bad, as long as he can be with the goddess. Whatever. Hearing this, Tian Fui smiled and nodded her head. "I didn't say I don't believe in you either. Why are you so excited? But, have you really decided? You won't regret it in the future?" "Won't. I never regret the decisions I make on my own," Shimming said with a firm and incomparable look. "That's fine, but I'm directly guaranteed graduate school by the school. If you'll have to take the exam yourself," Tian Fui said. "Ha?" Shimming was surprised. "You don't have to take the exam?" He thought he could pick the lamp with Tian Fui and study together. If Tian Fui didn't take the exam, wouldn't he have no way to review with her? "I definitely don't need to take the test. The counselor discussed with me several times, advised me to continue to graduate school. The guaranteed place has been reserved for me." Wen Ming, "Oh, this is the school bully. But I can help you make up your homework. After all, with your usual academic performance, it's hard to go to graduate school, so I can help you make up your homework for free." "Really?" Shimming instantly brightened up. "Of course." Tian Fui laughed lightly. At this time, the dishes were brought up, one after another. No matter if it looked good or not, it looked very good. Wen Ming enthusiastically placed all the dishes in front of Tian Fui and smiled. "Really, thank you too much. Come, Fui, clip whatever you like to eat." At the same time, carefully looked at Tian Fui. This was the first time he called Tian Fui Fui. He didn't know if Tian Fui would get angry. Tian Fuwei smiled and said, "Thank you, Wen Ming." Wen Ming's complexion was delighted, not angry. Chapter 65. He's explosive temper. Put. Deng Chuanxiang, who was at table number 36, couldn't help but squirt out in direct laughter as she looked at He Ming and Tian Fuwei, who were not far away. She hadn't realized that this niece of hers was so funny. When the sudden laughter came, Shiming didn't care. But Tian Fuwei had lived with Ding Chuanxiang for so many years, how could she not hear Ding Chuanxiang's voice? She frowned and twisted her head towards the 36th table. It was just that in the middle of each table, there was a partition present, so at most, she could only see a corner of the 36th dining table, but she couldn't see inside at all, let alone see what people were inside. She took a deep breath and said to Wen Ming, "Wen Ming, wait for me here first." After saying that, immediately stood up and walked towards table 36. There were only 2 tables in between the 2 tables originally, and it took a few steps to get there. Then, Tian Fuwei caught a glimpse of Ding Chuanxiang at table number 36, her head stationed on her palm, looking at her with a smile on her face. "Auntie, why are you here?" Tian Fuwei asked in a lowered voice with a tightened expression. Ding Chuanxiang whispered back, "To eat. What a coincidence. You guys are here too?" Tian Fuwei, believe your ghost. Edit. Continue to make up. She was about to sit down and give her sister-in-law a good lecture. At this time, Wen Ming suddenly asked, "What's wrong, Fuwei?" Tian Fuwei twisted her head to look at Wen Ming and found that Wen Ming was looking at her with a puzzled expression. Once she sat down, the fact that Ding Chuanxiang had also come would definitely be known by Wen Ming, and at that time, Wen Ming would definitely misunderstand Ding Chuanxiang's explanation, and there was no way for her to explain to Wen Ming. She took a deep breath, glared hard at Ding Chuanxiang, and twisted her head back to the 33rd table. In response to Tian Fuwei's defiance and condemnation, Ding Chuanxiang merely spread her hands. Little auntie didn't care. Could it be that Tian Fuwei could still eat her up? Being his sister-in-law, that's how emboldened she was. Tian Fuwei returned to table 33, but she was just about to sit down when a voice suddenly rang out. "Fuwei, finally found you." Tian Fuwei turned her head to look, then immediately frowned and said in a deep voice, "Young Master Lu, is something wrong?" The person who came was no other than Lu Open and Huang Wei Kai. The two of them had searched in a big circle and couldn't find Tian Fuwei. If Tian Fuwei hadn't stood up, they wouldn't have been able to find her. When Shiming heard Tian Fuwei's voice, he also turned his head towards the other party. Immediately after that, raised his eyebrows. "I'll go. What do you mean? Can't you see that you're having a candlelight dinner with Tian Fuwei? And do you call her Fuwei?" After holding his breath for half a day, he mustered up the courage to call out Fuwei. "But you just came out and said Fuwei? Where the hell did you crawl out from?" "I don't know what to say, but I'm not sure." Lu Open is not even look at Wen Ming glance. Enthusiastic reach out to pull Tian Fuwei. At the same time, smiling, "Fuwei, I look for your good General Assembly. I ordered a rose package over there. Want to go together to taste it?" "Wait." Wen Ming instantly stood up and blocked in front of Tian Fuwei, reached out and opened Lu Open's hand. Frowning, "What do you mean, buddy? Can't you see that I'm having dinner with Tian Fuwei? You're going to pull someone away when you come here. Aren't you too disdainful of people?" Lu Open looked towards Wen Ming. His eyes narrowed. Immediately after that, looking at Tian Fuwei, he said, "Is this your reason for refusing to eat with me? Just to eat with a guy like this?" Tian Fuwei took a deep breath and said, "Open Lu, please watch your words. What I do has nothing to do with you in any way. I can dine out with whomever I want. If there's nothing else, please leave." "Don't." Lu Open hurriedly said, "Fuwei, my feelings for you can be said to be heaven and earth, but you're a big man." Shiming directly interrupted him and said in a cold voice, "Treating me as if I don't exist, is it? Want to find trouble, is it? If you want to get beaten up, I can fulfill you now. Nima, molesting my goddess in front of me. Do you think I have no temper? There are still 3 points of fire in a clayman, let alone a living, breathing young man like me." The result, Lu Open gave him a blank stare and laughed coldly. "Vulgar man. Simply vulgar to the extreme. There is not a little bit of cultural quality in culture." Finished, looking towards Tian Fuwei, he said, "Fuwei, look at this person. Simply crude to the extreme. Unbearable to look at." Wen Ming, he didn't expect to be posed by Lu Open like this. Tian Fuwei was also speechless. When Lu Open saw Wen Ming's expression, he immediately let out a cold laugh and said, "A guy who is hardly elegant, and still dares to be with Fuwei, and doesn't sprinkle urine to see what breed of toad he is." Shiming's eyes narrowed as he said back, "Are you sure you're talking about me?" "Right. A vulgar man. A countryside village boy, only knowing brutality. In such an elegant place, we can only be elegant. Why don't we each compete in a singing contest based on our true abilities? The winner will go out with Tian Fuwei. The loser will get out of here and never pester Fuwei again." Lu Open said with a sneer on his face. Tian Fuwei hurriedly said, Lu Open, you've had enough. You're a conservatory graduate. Isn't this bullying? She was truly afraid of when Ming would agree. She knew about Shi Ming's singing ability, and describing it as miserable was a bit lacking in flavor. Just that, out of her expectation. When Ming directly shook his head and let out a cold laugh. Is this your elegance? Taking a woman as a bet? Where is the elegance? I think it's more like Sven scum. Isn't that right, scum? I have nothing to compare with a scum like you. You. Lu Open was almost furious at Shi Ming's words. Immediately after, he let out a heavy cold snort, ignored Wen Ming, and directly said to Tian Fuwei, Fuwei, in order to express my love and affection for you, I am going to dedicate a song to you on the stage of the Rose Restaurant. I hope you can feel my true heart and love for you. At the same time, Huang Weikai ran over and opened up to Lu. Open up. Get ready. Good. Lu Open nodded his head and immediately said to Tian Fuwei, Fuwei, wait for me. After saying that, directly walked towards the Rose Restaurant's big stage. Rose Restaurant is different from other hotels. All the tables are not neatly arranged, but are distributed around the central stage, including the second floor. Third floor and fifth floor are also the same. They are all distributed in a circle around, and can be seen at a glance to the stage in the center of the restaurant. This stage is the essence of the Rose Restaurant, is also the main reason why it can become the most romantic occasion in the whole linen. Because of this stage, which was the center of sight for all the patrons within the 5 floors, and the spotlights, and people often confess their love on top of this big stage. It is said that the men who confessed their love in this kind of place have never failed, and all of them succeeded without exception. Chapter 66, Don't worry. I'll take care of it. After Lu Open left, Tian Fuwei said to Wen Ming, Thank you Wen Ming. Wen Ming let out a light laugh and said, What's there to be thankful for? By the way, who is that guy? A rich second-generation guy. His family has a 5-star hotel building. He's been chasing me for a long time, but all of them have been rejected by me. It's too annoying, Tian Fuwei said. A color of exasperation surfaced on her face. She really didn't expect that Lu Open would appear here. Obviously, Lu Open came here trailing her. When Shiming heard Tian Fuwei's words, he barred his mouth and said, Don't worry, I'll help you fix him. Saying that, looked over towards the stage. There was a pianist right on the stage, who was quietly playing a beautiful piano on the stage, embellishing the Rose Restaurant with romantic colors. During the weekdays, every night there were people performing music on top of the big stage. There was piano, flute, guitar, guzheng and so on. At this time, a beautiful woman in a cheongsam with a curvy figure appeared on the big stage. Immediately after that, a spotlight hit the body of the cheongsam woman. The moment the cheongsam woman appeared, she immediately attracted the attention of many guests. Tian Fuwei also followed Wen Ming's eyes and saw the curvaceous cheongsam woman in the spotlight at a glance. Then, she looked down at herself, bit her lip, and asked Wen Ming in a low voice, Wen Ming, what do you think? This curvaceous woman on the stage, is she pretty? Wen Ming? He glanced at the woman on stage, then at Tian Fuwei, and instantly came back to his senses, hurriedly shaking his head. Not pretty, ugly, just kidding. If he answered this question incorrectly, he and Tian Fuwei could say bye-bye. And speaking of which, this woman wasn't even half a star away from Tian Fuwei, and could indeed only be described as ordinary. Although, Tian Fuwei's wasn't as big as hers and wasn't as graceful as hers, but the sweetness of Tian Fuwei's body was unrivaled. On the contrary, the shapely woman on the stage, her whole body reveals a dusty air, like a voluptuous social flower, completely not a class okay. When Tian Fuwei heard Wen Ming's words, she suddenly smiled heartily. At this time, on the big stage, the graceful woman suddenly said, Today, there is another handsome man who wants to use this stage to confess his love to the girl he desires, so please welcome the handsome man to appear below. After saying that, she stepped backward. Immediately after, Lu Open walked onto the stage. Under the spotlight, he glanced around, and with a smile on his face that he thought was very charming, he said, Tian Fuwei, how are you? Today I stand here with the help of this stage to express my heart's love for you. As the words fell, a purple beam of light was suddenly cast down from above the Rose Restaurant, shining onto the seat where Tian Fuwei and Shi Ming were. In just an instant, Tian Fuwei became the center of attention of the entire Rose Restaurant, and many of the guests present curiously turned their heads to look over, especially the men present, for the object of someone else's pursuit. Most men had an instinctive desire to explore, just like wanting to see what the bride looked like. In the next moment, surprised voices rose. This chick is so pretty. Why is there a boy next to her? I see, so it's a girlfriend snatcher. Tian Fuwei's face suddenly sank as she was caught in the light. For young men and women in love, sitting in the spotlight like this was a treat, but for her, it was a form of harassment. I don't want to eat anymore. Let's go, Tian Fuwei said, about to stand up and leave. Ming reached out and pressed her hand. Squinting his eyes, he said, "Don't be in a hurry. It's a little early to leave." Being pressed by Wen Ming's small hand, Tian Fui's pretty face blushed. Although she had also pulled Wen Ming when she came out of the library yesterday, it was only an expedient measure and she hadn't thought anything of it at the time. But now, having her hand suddenly pressed by Wen Ming, her heart suddenly thumped a little. But the originally exasperated mood eased, nodded, and then sat down. On the stage, Lu Open continued, "Tian Fui, in order to express the love I have for you in my heart, I'll use a song to show it. The name of this song is called Love for You. Love 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 love." The voice fell. Accompaniment slowly sounded. Lu Open, hand holding the microphone, sang along on the stage, "To you love love love." Opening his mouth was a high note. Hearing the people present nod their heads repeatedly. This young man sings well. At a glance, he's just invested in his feelings. It seems like this lad likes Tian Fui a lot. Nonsense. Can he not like it? Such a pretty chick. It's a pity that I was born 20 years earlier. Otherwise I'd want to try and see if I can catch up. TSK, the girl next to me is being confessed to in public. I wonder what the boy sitting next to her would do. If you're a man, you'd go up and beat him up and get arrested. Then fulfill the lad on the stage. Ha ha. Tian Fui's face became harder and harder as she listened to the comments of the people around her. Then, she twisted her head to look at Wen Ming and said, "Wen Ming, what are you going to do in this situation right now? It's not like you want to go on stage and compete with him to see who can sing better, right?" Wen Ming was surprised. "How do you know?" Tian Fui froze for a moment. Then, she directly stood up and said, "I think we'd better go." Letting Shiming sing? It was not as realistic as letting a pig go up a tree. She had heard Wen Ming sing. Although she hadn't spoken much to Wen Ming before, it was at most a nodding acquaintance. However, she had been keeping an eye on everything about Wen Ming, especially the last degree class chorus. Wen Ming's brilliant performance single-handedly brought the entire class to a crooked tune, and for a time became the man of the hour in the entire school. No matter who mentioned Wen Ming, there was a hush. Then look at Lu Open. That's a music graduate. The entire Linen University probably can't find a few better than his singing. How else would Lu Open have the courage to go on stage and sing him a confession in front of so many people? Under these circumstances, if Shiming went up, it was purely a disgrace. "If you leave this time, Lu Open will continue to harass you. And you came with me, he confessed to you in front of me. This is not giving me face, treating me like air. If I leave this time, I will be ridiculed by Lu Open for the rest of my life." Shiming looked at Tian Fui and said, "People had bullied their way to the head. How could there be a reason to leave?" This tone of voice, Wen Ming couldn't bear it. Table 36. Ding Chuanxiang frowned in confusion when she saw Wen Ming's actions. What was this kid going to do? Could it be that he was going to fight that guy on the stage for Tian Fui? TSK. It's good to be young. You can fight to the death for love. Chapter 67, Human Qin Unity. Tian Fui froze for a moment when she heard Wen Ming's words and frowned. Are you serious? Lu Open was a music major. Moreover, his family had money and had studied with quite a few bigwigs in the singing world, and although his singing skills weren't overwhelming, they were definitely above ordinary people. On the contrary, when it comes to Wen Ming, this guy, in addition to the one song that was known as a legend back then, he had never sung any other songs. As a result, now, when Ming said he wanted to go up and compete with Lu Open to sing, why is this so hard to believe? Shiming took a deep breath and didn't answer, but directly stood up and walked towards the stage. At this time, the song on the stage ended. The entire Rose dining room immediately resounded with bursts of applause. In the midst of the bursts of applause, Lu Open looked in the direction of Tian Fui and said with a smile, "Tian Fui, promise to be with me, okay? I will always be good to you. Together." The surrounding customers cajoled. Just then, Wen Ming walked onto the stage and came to Lu Open. And just when Wen Ming walked onto the stage, corner of the Rose restaurant, on one of the dining tables, a young man saw Wen Ming and immediately raised his eyebrows and said, "It's him?" This person was no other than the youth who had gotten high with Zhang Tianjun last time and then watched Zhang Tianjun get half killed by Wen Ming. Li Wenfeng. The girl sitting next to Li Wenfeng saw the rakish look on Li Wenfeng's face and a look of surprise appeared on her face. The other people present didn't know the youth's identity, but she couldn't be clearer. Someone who could make him feel interested was definitely not an ordinary person. "Brother Li, you know him?" Li Wenfeng let out a light laugh and said, "An interesting person." On the other side, on the stage, when Lu Open saw Wen Ming, the customers around him suddenly murmured in surprise, "I'll go. Isn't this guy the one sitting next to that girl? Is this going up there to fight? No way. Who dares to do a fight at the Rose restaurant? This kid isn't going to sing too, is he?" That's possible, but that young man sang so well just now. Now this young man goes up. Isn't he looking for abuse? I also think he's looking for abuse. Even if he sings well, he can't be better than that young man just now. I really think that the young man just now sang really well. Tian Fuwei looked at Wen Ming, who walked up to the big dance. Suddenly her heart warmed up and she was looking forward to when Wen Ming would do something. Wen Ming was willing to stand up for her. It made her heart quite touched. However, compared to Wen Ming's amazing singing skills, Tian Fuwei suddenly sighed. Although courage was commendable, but if one sings a magic sound out of it, Tian Fuwei didn't dare to imagine it anymore. On stage, Lu opened hammed and hawed and continued. What's the matter? You want to come up and fight me one-on-one, right? I welcome it to the core. Shiming shook his head and said, fighting or anything? I don't like it. I just want to say that your singing is really too hard to listen to. So in the future, don't disgrace yourself in front of so many people. Really, it's too disgraceful to the singing world. When Tian Fuwei heard this, the corner of her mouth twitched. This Wen Ming. She thought that when Wen Ming went on stage, he would directly announce that he was his girlfriend, not allowing Lu Kaiko to hit on her, and then let out a few harsh words to shake the stage with a few magic sounds. As a result, when did Ming just say that Lu Open sang a difficult song? The song that Lu Open sang couldn't be described as hard to hear anymore, could it? Ha ha. When Lu Open heard Wen Ming's words, he immediately laughed out loud and said, you said that my singing is hard to hear? I'm a top 3 ranked student of the Conservatory of Music, and I've won the city song competition, so you're saying that my singing is unpleasant? At the same time, the other people present also shook their heads and whispered, I thought this kid would come up and do something, but he only said that the other party's singing was difficult to hear. The top 3 in the Art Academy rankings, and he sings badly? It's really killing me with laughter. Isn't this the dead duck talking tough type? Lu Open said with a sneer on his face. What's the point of just talking with your mouth? If you have the ability to sing better than me, you can sing better than me. As long as you sing better than me, I will leave immediately. I will never bother Fu Wei again. That's what you said. Get lost, Shiming said directly. You, Lu Open blared, followed by a cold snort. I'll just stand here. I'd like to see what kind of good song you can sing. When Ming shook his head and didn't look at him anymore, but walked over to the pianist only. Please make way, Shiming said. The 40-something pianist froze for a moment and said in confusion, what? You want to use the piano? Lu Open also sneered and said, piano? Can you play it? He wasn't the only one. The other people present also raised their eyebrows, including Tian Fuwei, who frowned. If you compare to singing, you can compare to singing. Even if it's hard for you to sing, it can still be said that you have good courage. What did Shiming want with the piano? Tian Fuwei's mind was filled with doubts. Can't it be that Shiming can sing and play at the same time? Piano is not a guitar. If you practice for a month or two, you'll be able to play it in a decent way. But with the piano, without a few years of practice, it's impossible to play anything at all. It's not a problem if you can't sing well. If you add the piano sound like a broken gong, are you going to make everyone laugh to death? Tian Fuwei covered her eyes with her hands and no longer dared to continue looking. It's too embarrassing. On stage, facing the questioning of the other people around him, Wen Ming did not explain, but waved his hand to the pianist. The pianist hesitated and eventually walked off the stage. Wen Ming walked to the piano. Looking at the piano in front of him, he suddenly felt a sense of familiarity from his soul, as if it was a part of his body. Then, he took a deep breath as he gently stroked the piano keys. When his hands stroked the piano keys, countless fingerings and techniques instantly sprang up in his mind. Yet they were not disorganized, but very well organized, as if these things had been completely imprinted in his mind. This was a kind of instinct that was integrated with the soul. He placed his hands on the keys and slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, he only felt that he had instantly merged with the piano. The piano was him, and he was the piano, without distinction. The second floor of the Rose Restaurant. Inside an office, the female host, dressed in a cheongsam, was standing respectfully in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, and by her side, stood a man in his 50s wearing golden eyes. Interesting. The man with gold filigree eyes pushed his eyes up and asked the cheongsam woman next to him, you won. Your piano has also reached grade 10. Do you think this kid can play the piano? He was the owner of Rose Restaurant, named Chao Zongping. Yang Yuan was about to answer. At this moment, out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly skimmed the background of Wen Ming, the one sitting in front of the piano on the stage in the middle of the restaurant. The next moment, her face suddenly changed, and she exclaimed out in shock, how is this possible? Seeing Yang Yuejuan's reaction, Chao Zongping asked suspiciously, what's wrong? Yang Yuan didn't answer, but her eyes, which were looking at Wen Ming, were widening with disbelief, although Wen Ming's back was turned to them. But after when Wen Ming sat down and placed his hands on the keyboard, the aura emanating from his entire person instantly changed. This kind of aura that she had only seen it in the international piano master she saw a few years ago when she followed her mentor abroad for a music recital. Chapter 68 Master Performance. As one of the few grade 10 musicians in piano, Yang Yuan really knew too much about the piano. Nowadays, in this society, there are many people who can play the piano, and they can take piano classes in the first grade of elementary school, but most of them just play it. And the one who can reach the 10th grade of piano, the entire Rose restaurant, including all the customers, is estimated to be the only one. Yang Yuan. Piano grade 10 is equivalent to the 9th degree of black belt in Taekwondo. It is not something that an ordinary person can reach just by enrolling in a piano class, but above the 10th grade piano, it is not no more. Piano 10th grade, just the piano. But the piano, just a musical instrument. Above the 10th grade, there are pianists and piano masters. The so-called piano master is the kind of piano that really becomes one with the piano. To the piano master, the so-called piano grade 10 is just like a joke. This kind of person, on the surface looks ordinary, but as long as sitting in front of the piano, the whole person temperament and spirit, from the inside to the outside of the instantly with the change of a person. And that's what happened to Ximing nowadays. She had been paying attention to Wen Ming for quite some time, and she had been watching from the moment when Ming went on stage. Wen Ming gave her the feeling that he was just an ordinary young man. At most he was just good looking. After all, Yang Yuan had reached a certain age, so she wasn't really interested in this kind of fresh meat. However, when Wen Ming sat down, he suddenly exuded the kind of aura that only a piano master could have, and directly stunned her. Grand stage. Lu Open looked at Wen Ming, who was sitting in front of the piano with his eyes closed and not moving, and sneered, "Playa, why don't you play? It can't be that you simply don't know how to play, right? If you don't know how to play, get the hell out of here." The other guests around them also began to urge, "Start? You're not fooling us, are you? Young man, there are so many of us watching. If you lose your face here, you'll not only lose your face, but you might also lose your girlfriend." At table 33, Tian Fuwei directly plopped down onto the table, not daring to take another look at it at all, because she could already predict what would happen next. Just at this moment, in front of the piano in the center of the stage, Ximing suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, there was only the piano in his eyes. In his mind, there was only the feeling of being touched by Tian Fuwei's heart. Then, his fingers suddenly moved. The gentle piano sound also sounded immediately afterward. The instant the piano sounded, the noisy chatter around him instantly disappeared, and all the people stared in surprise. Although it was only a few simple notes, it felt incomparably beautiful, melodious, and elegant. It sounded as if it came from the depths of the soul. This, Lu opened his mouth wide in surprise. This kid can really play? Not right. More than just being able to play. He still knew something about music. When Ming played out the rhythm and feeling, whether it was the force or the feeling, it was even better than those who played the piano professionally. Table 33. Tian Fuwei also slowly raised her head and looked at Wen Ming on the stage in surprise. Corner of the restaurant. Li Wenfang was also staring. This guy, in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the second-floor office. Chao Zongping raised his eyebrows and said, "Ha?" He had wanted to go and ask Yang Yuan what was going on, but he simply couldn't bear to destroy the sound of the piano, only wanting his entire being to be completely immersed in it, as it were. Outside on the stage, Ximing sat in front of the black piano. His hands and 10 fingers were like 10 elves, dancing rapidly on the keys. At the same time, a song that sounded somewhat lazy, but full of doting love, slowly sounded. Lin Shui Riverside, coffee on the left bank, a cup in my hand, appreciate your beauty, a cup that leaves a lit print, flowers and roses. Who wrote the name wrong? Tian Fuwei listened to Wen Ming's song, looked at the left bank coffee on the table, as well as inside the roses, the card with the wrongly written self-name, gradually lost her mind. This song, is it for her? With the sound of Wen Ming's song, the entire Rose restaurant was silent for a moment. All the people were touched by Wen Ming's voice. Listening to this song, it was like going back to the time when they were youthful, in front of their beloved, quietly looking at him. On the big stage, Wen Ming's song continues. Smile, flying in the sky. You said, you are a little difficult to chase, trying to make me know what to do. Gifts, don't need to pick the most expensive, just the falling leaves of the champs. Wow, create a romantic date, not afraid to screw up everything. To have you is to have the whole world. Scene, listening to Wen Ming's song, all of them could not help but remember their first love, remembering the bits and pieces of being with their first love back then, ignorant but full of yearning. Thinking of this, a faint smile appeared on these people's faces. Only Ding Chuanxiang, but 2 tears crossed her face. She also had the same youth, a youth as brilliant as fireworks, but her youth, but only regret. Life, if only as first seen. At that moment, the tone of the piano rose steeply, and Wen Ming's song also followed to raise a beat. Dear, fell in love with you. From that day on, sweet very easily. Dear, falling in love with you. Love diary, memories of perfumed water, a whole bottle of dreams all with you, stirred together, listening to hear, surrounded by many guests followed by a tremor in the heart, before the eyes cannot help but emerge with the adolescence, with the beloved together with the dots and dashes, eyes gradually moist. Adolescent love is blind, the same is also defiant, is reckless. Teenagers, in order to love, can do anything, even fear of life and death. Similarly, this precious memory will become the best memory of a lifetime, and Wen Ming this song, but this memory in their hearts, completely awakened up, along with the song, little by little from the brain crossed. Tian Fuwei stared blankly at Wen Ming, who was performing on the stage to his heart's content. Everything in front of her was like a dream to her. Wen Ming could actually sing? Not only that, it was a song that none of them had ever heard before, a song written on the spot, written for her. More importantly, he could even play and sing it himself. This big boy, he has such a remarkable talent, but he's been hiding it until this moment when he suddenly reveals it? What kind of person is he? In the middle of the stage, Wen Ming was completely devoted to the piano and music. His 10 fingers quickly danced on the keys, and his song resounded throughout the Rose restaurant. Dear, falling in love with you. Love diary, memories of puffy water, a whole bottle of dreams, all with you in them, stirred together. Darling, don't be capricious, your eyes, talking about me, willing. The end of a song. Wen Ming stopped his fingers, quietly sitting there, has not recovered from that state just now. The whole outside Rose restaurant, hundreds of guests, but it was eerily quiet. At this moment, almost all of them were immersed in the music just now, as well as the beautiful memories of their own youth, unable to extricate themselves. Youth is beautiful, but also is the only. The past will never come back. Half a minute had passed. Snap! The sound of the piano's lid closing pulled the surrounding people immersed in memories back to reality. Snap! One man stood up and clapped excitedly. Immediately following, other people around them also stood up and clapped along with them. The next moment, all the customers present, all stood up and clapped wildly. Clapping, thunderous clapping and cheering resounded throughout the entire Rose restaurant, enduring for a long time. Chapter 69 Boss Chow's Olive Branch. Lu Open slipped away in ashes. At this moment, he didn't dare to stay on the stage for even a second longer. The result of the match between him and Wen Ming had already been decided without the need for a referee. From the thunderous applause after Wen Ming's performance, the result of the match was already self-evident. Music. It was never the art that came out of the mouths of those mentors on variety shows, but something that the public enjoyed. When Lu Open sang a song, other people would only say how many techniques were used, how close it was to the original, and the audience would at most give him some encouraging applause. But when Ming sang is different. His own songs, his own accompaniment, his own singing, and no matter whether it's the lyrics or the song or the playing, it's all impeccable, and it can be blended with everyone's emotions and make people sink into their memories. The scene, with roaring applause, shouts of astonishment rose and fell. It's so awesome. I was moved to tears listening to it. Master's youth. Woohoo. I was wrong. It's really too good to listen to. Piano playing is good and the songs are sung so well. It's really awesome. So touching. I want to fall in love again so badly. I've seen many concerts, but none of them can be compared to this. This is simply masterful playing. Where's the guy who sang at the beginning just now? When did he run away? Why did he stay here, waiting to be humiliated? The two of them aren't even on the same level. They're one in the sky and one on the ground. Originally, I just wanted to have a meal here, but I ended up enjoying such an awesome performance. This meal is worth it. The corner of the restaurant. Li Wenfang laughed lightly, put down the wine glass in his hand, and said with interest, this kid, he's getting more and more interesting. Second floor office. Chao Zongping followed suit and clapped his hands twice, turning his head towards Yang Yuan. Yuan, how do you feel? How do you rate it? I don't dare to evaluate. Yang Yuan took a deep breath, her face full of gravity. With my 10th grade piano level, I can't compare with him. This is a level that only a true master can have, and you can't even find 3 in the whole country, not to mention his top-notch singing level. I don't know how to describe someone who can play and sing by himself like this, and all of them are so great. I can only describe it as worship. Adoration? Chao Zongping raised his eyebrows and muttered, to be able to make someone who has reached grade 10 in piano worship, it seems that this kid is really quite good. I'll go out to meet him, outside on the stage. Amidst a round of applause, when Ming returned to Tian Fuwei's side, confession, confession, confession. The guests from all around and upstairs suddenly shouted in unison to Wen Ming. When Ming looked at Tian Fuwei, who appeared chirpy under the purple light in front of him. He suddenly felt a surge of emotion. The atmosphere has been coaxed here. If we don't confess, won't it disappoint a lot of people? When Ming summoned up his courage and said to Tian Fuwei, Fuwei, the words were not finished. Accompanied by a fragrant wind, Tian Fuwei directly stretched out her arms and directly hugged Wen Ming. When Ming's complexion was stunned, his brain was instantly on the spot. I was actively hugged by Tian Fuwei, and still in front of so many people? Shiming's entire body directly froze there. His hands stretched out and hovered behind Tian Fuwei, but to hug is not to hug is not. For a moment did not know what to do, just so awkwardly stayed outside of Tian Fuwei's body, not far away. Ding Chuanxiang saw the scene and immediately shook her head and smiled. It was the first time she realized that Wen Ming was so shy that he didn't even dare to hug. The moment Tian Fuwei hugged Wen Ming, the applause that had just stopped instantly sounded again. Good. Ha, it worked. Definitely successful. If I were that girl and someone confessed to me like this, I would definitely cry and agree directly. Who wouldn't? It's really so touching. These customers, all of them followed and coaxed. Tian Fuwei leaned on Wen Ming's shoulder and whispered in Wen Ming's ear, Wen Ming, thank you. You really moved me. This is the best song I've ever heard. After saying that, he took 2 steps back and looked at Wen Ming with a smile. Wen Ming's old face blushed, embarrassedly scratched his head and said, if you like to hear it, I will often sing it for you in the future. Put. Tian Fuwei was directly amused by Wen Ming's words, including Ding Chuanxiang. She laughed lightly and shook her head. Surname he wasn't stupid, knowing to climb up the pole. Just at this moment, bang, with a slight sound resounding in the Rose Restaurant Hall, endless rose petals suddenly drifted down from, like a rain of roses, beautifully illuminated by the light. Wow, it's so beautiful. This is a rain of roses? It has to be tens of thousands of dollars to bloom once, right? It's really so beautiful. Among the guests present, there was no lack of women. The women were all mesmerized by the scene in front of them. This was the source of the Rose Restaurant's name, Rose Petal Rain, only it was expensive and would not open under normal circumstances. And today, it was the Rose Restaurant that landed for free. At this time, the center of the stage of rose petals, the Cheongsam woman slowly walked to the top, lightly smiled and took the microphone and said, congratulations to the 2 lovers. The boss commanded to give Rose Petal Rain. Also, the boss instructed the customers present today, all consumption today, all 70% off. As the words fell, the entire Rose Restaurant instantly resounded with bursts of excited cheers. 70% off. Although it wasn't much, it wasn't small either. To be able to watch a piano singing performance and get a discount at the same time, where else would it be so good? Young man, thank you. It's kind of your treat for us. Thanks. Ha, I wish you 2 all the love in the world. When Ming's old face flushed, Tian Fuwei also lowered her head, her cheeks following suit. Just then, a middle-aged man in his 40s walked up to Wen Ming and said with a light smile, Mr. He, right? Wen Ming twisted his head and asked suspiciously, you are? Hello, I'm Chao Zongping, the owner of the Rose Restaurant. I've just been upstairs enjoying Mr. He's performance. It's really wonderful. Chao Zongping lightly smiled. So it's Boss Chao. Is there something that Boss Chao came over for? Shiming asked. Tian Fuwei also looked at Chao Zongping suspiciously. Chao Zongping smiled and said, I wonder if Mr. He is willing to become our Rose Restaurant's pianist? I'll give you $100,000 every month, and you only need to play 1 performance. Hearing Chao Zongping's words, the other guests around him all looked over. $100,000 a month and only need to play 1 session? This Chao Zongping was really wealthy. Only, when Ming was directly shaking his head. Sorry, it was just a momentary hand itch just now. If it was before, he would have begged for such a job. After all, he only needed to play 2 games a month to have $100,000. However, anymore, he was now a multimillionaire. Even if it was $100,000 a month, the amount of money he would earn in 100 years would still be less than half of what he had in his hand. It was completely unnecessary. Chao Zongping sighed and said, well, it seems like we don't have this luck, but we've already recorded Mr. He's performance just now. Can you authorize us to use it? In return, if the 2 of you come to dine at the Rose Restaurant in the future, it will all be free. Ha! When Shiming heard this, he immediately became interested. Free of charge? This is fine. It's fine. No problem. Shiming directly agreed without saying a word. Chapter 70 Bullying Zhang Dishu. Regarding what Chao Zongping had said, Wen Ming didn't care at all. What Son's broadcasting rights had no meaning to him at all. But the meaning of free was different. It meant that he could bring Tian Fuwei here for dinner anytime, and it would all be free. Now that was a tangible benefit. This was each getting what he wanted. Wen Ming got what he wanted cheap, and Chao Zongping could also use the song and the piano that Wen Ming sang and played to continue to add announcements for Rose Restaurant and increase its popularity. Thank you, Mr. He. Then I won't disturb Mr. He and your girlfriend's meal. Goodbye. After saying that, Chao Zongping waved his hand to Wen Ming and turned to leave. Wen Ming turned his head to look at Tian Fuwei and smiled. This boss Chao is really good at talking, don't you think so? Tian Fuwei. Ding Chuanxiang. Wen Ming. Tian Fuwei's reaction. Wen Ming dryly laughed and said, that's what? Eat first, and your sister-in-law also called over it, just to be able to a piece of free. Just now when he came back from the stage, he saw Ding Chuanxiang, after all, just across 2 tables, and although Ding Chuanxiang is older, but also is considered to be more absorbing among the women, whether it is the body or looks are considered to be superior, to where all can become the focus. Such a woman, when Ming wanted to not pay attention to it is impossible. Tian Fuwei's pretty face flushed and immediately said, it wasn't me who called my sister-in-law to come, it was her who secretly followed me here. I didn't know she was coming, I only found her when I stood up just now. Aha, I believe you, Shiming replied with a disbelieving face. Tian Fuwei. She stood up and called Ding Chuanxiang over as well. The first thing Ding Chuanxiang said as she walked over was, Mr. He, I didn't see that you still have 2 tricks up your sleeve? Shiming dryly coughed. Auntie is joking, just call me directly by my name. It's fine to call me Xiao Ming. I don't dare to call you Mr. He. Okay, let's call you Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming, who did you learn piano from? This playing is also too good, right? Ding Chuanxiang asked. Shiming scratched his head in embarrassment and said, just playing blindly. Then can you teach Fuwei sometime? This niece has always wanted to learn how to play the piano. It's just that her mind has always been on her studies and she hasn't found the time. Ding Chuanxiang laughed lightly. When Shiming heard this, he immediately became excited and hurriedly agreed. Okay, when do we start? Tian Fuwei was going to tutor with him. He was going to teach Tian Fuwei to practice piano. Doesn't it mean that he can be with Tian Fuwei often in the future? Thinking about this, Shiming suddenly felt that his future was full of light. You can start anytime. I have a piano at home. When you are free, you can go to my house. Ding Chuanxiang said. Good, no problem, Shiming replied. 1 hour later, the 3 finally finished the meal. When the trio was ready to leave, the boss, Chao Zongping, suddenly appeared and escorted Wen Ming towards the outside. Boss Chao is polite. We can just walk by ourselves, Wen Ming said. Chao Zongping shook his head and said, Mr. He has a natural talent, and will surely become famous in the future, so we need to make a good relationship with Mr. He first now, so that we can dip into your favor in the future. Shiming laughed and said, Boss Chao is joking. Saying that, the 4 of them came outside the Rose Restaurant. Chao Zongping waved his hand to Wen Ming and said, I'll send it here. Goodbye Mr. He, welcome to come back anytime. The door of the Rose Restaurant is always open for you. Wen Ming lightly laughed. Boss Chao is polite. Thank you for your hospitality, Boss Chao. After Chao Zongping went inside, Shiming asked Ding Chuanxiang, Auntie, do you want me to give you a ride? No need. I have a car of my own. Over there. She drove one and I drove one, Ding Chuanxiang said, pointing to the 2 cars not far away. Shiming twisted his head to take a look. Immediately after that, the corners of his mouth suddenly twitched. Nima, a big Ben and an Audi. There was money. Just now, when they were at the Rose Restaurant, Tian Fuwei seemed to have said that Ding Chuanxiang was great. According to Tian Fuwei's description, Ding Chuanxiang was a completely rich woman. Her own family conditions were good. Then when Ding Chuanxiang went to university, she started her own business as a clothing factory before she graduated. After accumulating some money, she gave up the garment factory and switched to acting as an agent for foreign luxury men's clothing. Now Ding Chuanxiang not only has a set of villas in Jiai district, there are 2 sets of real estate elsewhere. The only hobby is to speculate on the stock market. From the beginning of stock speculation to now, Ding Chuanxiang lost I do not know how much, but it has been on the stock speculation to enjoy. According to her words, speculation is not to make money, purely just for interest. Just when Ming did not expect. This rich woman is so rich, out is a big Ben and Audi. Just let Wen Ming cannot understand is, like Ding Chuanxiang so beautiful, body so good, plus so rich woman, how can there be no husband? According to reason, even if she was a bit older now, there would still be countless men who would like her. However, for this question, Wen Ming wouldn't dare to ask it indiscriminately for fear of offending someone's family. I'll leave first, you guys keep playing. Ding Chuanxiang said a word to Wen Ming and Tian Fuwei, and walked directly towards the car. As a result, Tian Fuwei also hurriedly chased after her and shouted, Auntie wait for me, let's go home together. While turning back to Wen Ming, she said, Goodbye Wen Ming. Just at this moment, two black SUVs suddenly stopped in front of them. Immediately after, 5 men came down from the vehicles, the leader of which was none other than Lu Open. At Lu Open's side, "You guys can really eat, making us wait outside for a while." Lu Open handedly tucked his hands in his pockets and said with a cold smile on his face, "Lu Open, what do you guys mean by this?" Tian Fuwei frowned and said. Lu Open smiled heatedly and said, "It has nothing to do with you. The person we're dealing with is him." After saying that, reaching out and pointing to Wen Ming, he said, "Kid, since I was a kid, I've never lost such a big man. Can you do it? What do you say about this? What should we do? What do you want to do?" Wen Ming asked with a light laugh. "Surname Lu, I'm warning you not to mess around, or the consequences are not something you can afford," Tian Fuwei said with an expressionless face. Lu Kaike heatedly smiled and said, "The person who wants to deal with you is not me, but Boss Zhang." He had wanted to find Boss Zhang to deal with Wen Ming, to take out the bad anger in his heart. After all, Wen Ming had not only spoiled his good deed and snatched his girlfriend, but also made him lose face in front of so many people. Result: as soon as he gave the other party the name of Wen Ming, the other party immediately brought people over. Have to say, this Wen Ming had offended too many people. Having said that, taking a step back, called out to one of the black SUVs, "Boss Zhang, they're here." HM, with a low voice rang out. Immediately after that, a man around 50 years old, full of pugnacity, walked out from inside the car, looking at Wen Ming with a chilling expression. "You are Wen Ming?" Wen Ming raised his eyebrows and said, "And who are you?" "Zhang Tianjun is my son. I'm Zhang Dishu from Tianhao Casino. Do you know that now?" Zhang Dishu laughed. Chapter 71, I think. You should thank me. Rose Restaurant, 2nd floor. Chao Zomping returned to his room on the 2nd floor, and Yan Yuan was standing inside wearing a casual outfit. Seeing Chao Zomping return, Yan Yuan immediately walked over and said, "Boss Chao." Chao Zomping took a deep breath and said, "This kid, Wen Ming, is really interesting. At such a young age, he has such a level of singing and piano. If he is given a stage, he will definitely be able to soar into the sky." Yan Yuan shook her head. "He's not that kind of person. Although I haven't had much contact with him, I can sense that he's not the type of person who places special importance on fame and fortune." Chao Zomping let out a light laugh and said, "It's not up to him to decide whether or not he values it. Some people's sharpness cannot be concealed. There will always be a day when he shines brightly. Hopefully," Yang Yuan said, walking to the floor-to-ceiling window and looking outside. Immediately afterward, she suddenly let out a light eep. Hearing Yan Yuejuan's voice, Chao Zomping also curiously walked over and looked downstairs. From where they were able to see the street outside the Rose Restaurant just now. At this moment, outside the Rose Restaurant, the three of them, Shimming, were being blocked in the middle by several big men in black. Upon seeing one of them, Chao Zomping narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Zhang Dishu? How did he come here?" "Zhang Dishu?" Yang Yuan was surprised. "It's that Zhang Dishu, the owner of Tianhao Casino, who claims to be black and white. Why is he stopping Mr. He? Is it possible that he has a grudge? That's not right. Look at the kid next to them. He's the one who sang at the Rose Restaurant in the beginning. It should be revenge for when he Ming stole his girlfriend and the limelight." Chao Zomping took a deep breath and said, "I'll go down and take a look." After saying that, immediately walked outside. Downstairs, when Shimming looked at Zhang Dishu in front of him, his brows furrowed. Previously, he didn't know Zhang Dishu, but he heard about him later. The black and white casino boss. Not only did he have great power in the underground world, but his mother's family also had great power in the official world. So Zhang Dishu and Lin in this territory can be said to be mixed with the wind and water. The general people simply do not dare to mess with them. This is also the last time Zhang Tianjun saw Qin Lia. Are not afraid of the reason, because there was Zhang Dishu behind him. Shimming sighed helplessly. If he didn't have to, he also really didn't want to mess with such a local snake. "Zhang Tianjuan's matter is not my hand. You can find the boss of Romoa House to adjust the surveillance. This matter has nothing to do with me. It's Heaven's dispatch," Shimming explained. It wasn't that he was a wimp, but it was better to do more than less. Zhang Dishu sneered and said, "I never believe in heavenly dispensation. If there was a heavenly dispatch, I would have already died countless times. I do not care how my son is out of the matter, but he is in front of you out of the matter. This account can only be credited to your head. What do you want to do about it? Money or life?" When Tian Fuwei heard Zhang Dishu's words, she immediately frowned. She was about to speak. At this time, Ding Chuanxiang suddenly pulled her, then motionlessly glanced at Wen Ming. Tian Fuwei pondered for 2 seconds and finally took a step back and stood behind Wen Ming. Wen Ming raised his eyebrows and asked, "What is money payment? What is life payment?" The voice fell. One of the black-clothed men stepped out and said expressionlessly, "For money, $50 million. For life, 2 legs and an arm." Shiming grinned, "I don't want to pay with money, nor do I want to pay with my life. It's not up to you," Zhang Dishu said in a deep voice. At this time, Chao Zongping suddenly walked out from inside the Rose restaurant and snorted, "Hello, Boss Zhang." When Zhang Dishu saw Chao Zongping, he sneered and said, "Boss Chao? What? You also want to get into this mess?" Shiming also looked at Chao Zongping in surprise. He really did not expect that this person, who he had only just met and only had a nodding acquaintance with, would actually take the initiative to come forward to help him. In an instant, Shiming's favor towards Chao Zongping increased greatly. At this time, Shiming's cell phone suddenly rang with a message push sound. "Ha!" When Ming frowned and took out his cell phone to take a look, followed by his eyebrows rising. It was another message push from the Tomorrow's headline system. Linen Tycoon Scandal. The son who has been raised for more than 20 years is not even his own flesh and blood. Push time, September 15th. When Ming saw this news, his first thought was that there is a lot of right and wrong in a rich family's feud. Then, only then did he click on the news details. The next moment, a news detail appeared on the cell phone screen. September 14th. Tianhao Casino boss Zhang Dishu wife Lin Xiurong derailment was exposed. Zhang Dishu even son Zhang Tianjun do paternity test overnight. The results found that Zhang Tianjun is not since the biological son. After Zhang Dishu's questioning, which learned that his wife Lin Xiurong decades has been and its first love Wang Shuangshuang maintain improper relations. Just take self as an ATM. Push time, September 15th. After reading this news, when Ming's eyes instantly narrowed, Zhang Tianjun? Zhang Dishu? This big brother had raised someone else's wife and son for decades? This news was explosive. When Ming turned his head to look at Zhang Dishu, originally looked tough lion ferocious Zhang Dishu, at this time and when Ming looks, head but suddenly appeared a grassland, above the wild horses running wild. At this time, Chao Zongping said to Zhang Dishu, "Boss Zhang, you invited over because of this kid, right?" Saying that, reaching out, he pointed to Lu Open. Lu Open smiled and said, "It's me." Chao Zongping smiled and advised, "Actually, these aren't really a big deal. It's just an ordinary singing. There's no need for this, Boss Zhang. I'm on good terms with Mr. He. Why don't you just let this matter go for my sake? I'll treat you to a nice meal." He had a good feeling about Wen Ming, so he wanted to say a few words for him. "Humph." Zhang Dishu sneered and said, "Is your face that big? Surname he wasted my son. Do you think you have the weight to ask me to let him go?" This, Chao Zongping was instantly dumbfounded. Wasted his son? Put it this way, this was a deep hatred. If this was really the case, Wen Ming would be in danger. As someone who had been in linen for years, Chao Zongping really knew Zhang Dishu too well. This guy's methods are not ordinary. If he really scrapped his son, Zhang Dishu would inevitably want to scrap back. He hurriedly said to Wen Ming, "Mr. He, you hurry up and apologize to Boss Zhang, and then you pay out as much money as Boss Zhang wants. Otherwise this matter." Wen Ming lightly laughed and shook his head. The apology and compensation are not to be discussed beforehand. After saying that, he twisted his head to look at Zhang Dishu and said with a hefty smile, "Old Zhang, I think you should thank me for this." HM? Upon hearing Wen Ming's words, all of the people present stared. "Thank you? Thank you for scrapping his son? This guy is sick, right?" Chapter 72 Slave Fruit. A group of people, all of them looked at Wen Ming like they were looking at him. "Yeah, you wasted someone's son. As a result, you don't apologize, you don't compensate, and you still want people to thank you?" Zhang Dishu narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Kid, you are impatient to live, right? Come on man, give me dry. Wait." Wen Ming reached out to stop them, then smiled and said to Zhang Dishu, "What's the hurry old Zhang? Come over here and I'll say a few words to you." Saying that, hooked his finger towards Zhang Dishu, then walked to the side. Crowd, especially Tian Fuwei and Ding Chuanshan, they looked at Wen Ming with speechless faces. They were completely confused as to what this guy wanted to do. That was Zhang Dishu. To say that it was the great villain of linen was not an exaggeration at all. Result, in the face of Zhang Dishu's threat, Wen Ming not only didn't apologize and compensate, but instead, he even hooked his finger at him and asked him to come over. This guy is also too arrogant, right? "Come here, I'll tell you something, a big secret." Shiming beckoned. Zhang Dishu pondered for 2 seconds. In the end, he couldn't help the curiosity in his heart. He was genuinely curious as to what could make Wen Ming face him and still be so confident. If Wen Ming could not give him a satisfactory answer, it would not be too late for him to deal with Wen Ming again. "Good. I'd like to see what you kid is trying to pull. If this is you playing a trick on me, I, Zhang Dishu, swear that I will let you die a very miserable death." Zhang Dishu finished speaking and directly walked towards Wen Ming, leaving a group of people looking at each other in disbelief. really went? Originally, I thought it would be a vicious battle. As a result, the two of them quietly ran to the side and exchanged pleasantries. Tian Fuwei glanced worriedly at Shi Ming and said to Ding Chuanxiang, Auntie, will Shi Ming be alright? Ding Chuanxiang shook her head and said, it's fine, although I don't know what this kid really wants to do, but judging from his expression, he should have his own plans and doesn't look like he's messing around. Let's just wait and see what happens. If something goes wrong. Tian Fuwei pondered for 2 seconds, then nodded. Alright, not far away. Zhang Dishu walked up to Wen Ming and said with a gloomy face, Kid, what do you want? Let me tell you, anyone who dares to fool me, the grass on their grave is now 2 meters high. Shiming laughed lightly and said, why would I fool you? But seriously, you should really thank me for scrapping your son. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Zhang Dishu's eyes glared and he was about to get angry. Right at this moment, Shiming suddenly said, because he is not your biological son. When Zhang Dishu heard this, he immediately looked cold and said, what did you say? Do you believe that I will kill you right now? Not to mention him. Any man who heard that his own son was not his own son would be afraid that he would go mad, especially if it was his own son who had been raised for decades. Shiming didn't care about Zhang Dishu's anger and laughed lightly. Your lover's name is Lin Xiaorong, am I right? Ha! When Zhang Dishu heard Wen Ming's words, he immediately stared. Because of his professional nature, he did not let his lover ever show her face, and very few people knew who his daughter-in-law was, let alone one who called out her name casually. Humph, Zhang Dishu said with a heavy cold snort. So what if I know what my lover's name is? What does it prove? It still won't save your life. Shiming spread his hands and said, even if you take my life, it won't change the facts. If you don't believe me, you can go to the hospital for a paternity test now. Zhang Tianjun is at the hospital. Convenient. Or, you can call Lin Xiaorong now and ask her what her relationship with Wang Shuangshuang is. If there's half a lie in my words, you can come and get me killed at any time. I definitely won't put up any resistance. When Zhang Dishu heard Wen Ming's words, a look of gravity appeared on his face for the first time, especially when he heard the name Wang Shuangshuang. His eyes instantly shrunk together. There weren't many people who could call out Lin Xiaorong's name, but he was the only one who knew of Wang Shuangshuang's existence. This Wang Shuangshuang was Lin Xiaorong's first love. Just that. How did Shiming know all this? It's hard not to. Shiming lightly laughed. It's just a phone call. Do you not want to? Or do you not dare? Zhang Dishu let out a heavy cold snort and said, good, I'll let you die with understanding. Saying that, he took out his cell phone and walked aside. When Shiming saw Zhang Dishu's operation, he immediately shook his head and smiled. Although this Zhang Dishu had a tough-talking appearance, he had already been talked to by self. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made this call at all. It must be that he also has his own suspicions in this regard, but there is just no evidence. Zhang Dishu walked to the side, holding a cell phone, but did not pull through, but lit a cigarette. Complex color standing there, a face of hesitation and struggle. After a full dozen seconds of time, only then did he pull through to Lin Xiaorong. Very quickly, the phone went through. Lin Xiaorong's familiar voice rang inside. Dishu, did you find that goddamned man? You must avenge our son. Lin Xiaorong inside the phone said with some agitation. Zhang Dishu took a deep breath and said in a deep tone, you Rong, tell me, what exactly is your relationship with Wang Shuangshuang? The tone inside the phone paused for a moment, followed by saying sharply, what relationship? What are you talking nonsense about? I only have you in my heart. Zhang Dishu said in a deep voice, I've already done a paternity test with Tianjun. How much longer do you want to hide it from me? I am sorry Dishu, not far away. Shiming looked at Zhang Dishu, who was not far away, holding the phone with a dumbfounded face, and shook his head. This is why the proverb says, the strong twisted counter is not sweet. Sweet or not, now Zhang Dishu should have the most say. At this time, when Ming's cell phone suddenly rang a message tone, take out a look. Immediately after, Shiming's complexion was delighted. The system reward had arrived. Just that. Upon seeing the content of the reward, Wen Ming suddenly frowned. Congratulations to the host for participating in tomorrow's headline news push content. The system rewards 1 slave fruit. Description, can conclude a lifelong slave contract with the person being used, and the user can be released at any time. Cautions, 1. Only effective on evil people. Note, officials and women are excluded. 2. Only effective in Linen City. 3. Requires the other party to eat it voluntarily. Looking at this reward, Wen Ming scratched his head. This tomorrow's headline system rewards were getting more and more strange. In the morning, a Rui sticker had just come, and it was also particularly standardized to take effect on men, causing Wen Ming to be confused for a while. And now a slave fruit came? He knew what slave meant. He knew the meaning of slave. To capture someone and make them his slave for his own use. But this only works on evil people? What's the point of playing? He knew the meaning of accepting officials. After all, this was the punishment of the state. It had nothing to do with him. But this woman accept. How much does it mean? Can't you accept a bad woman as a slave? This also cannot, that also cannot. I want this thing. What is the use of Wait a minute. Shimming's eyes lit up. Holland twisted his head, looking at not far away squatting on the ground, is grieving Zhang Dishu. Eyes, more and more bright. Chapter 73 Eat a fruit to suppress the shock? Looking at Zhang Dishu, Wen Ming instantly became excited. This slave fruit, isn't it customized for this goods? Wen Ming was only focused on the matter of accepting a bad woman as a slave. He completely forgot about this linen great villain in front of him. This bastard's mother's family is in the official circle. The father was in the shopping mall. This bastard was Linen's #1 big villain. Even for Linen's leading enterprises like Qinshang Group, they were completely out of sight. So it could be said that they were typical local snakes. It can be said that Zhang Dishu is the old oil man who wanders in the middle of black and white. Although he has money now, but he is alone, and lacks enough power around him, as well as the people to solve the problem. As long as we get this guy, we'll have everything. I will have everything. Thinking of this, Wen Ming licked his lips. Then he clicked in front of the reward to receive it. The next moment, a small red-colored fruit that looked like a maiden fruit appeared in Shimming's hand. Wen Ming looked at the virgin fruit in his hand and blinked. This was the slave fruit? TSK. Crystal clear. So damn tempting. I want to taste what it tastes like. But it was just a thought. After all, this kind of slave fruit is the only one in the world. So if you eat it, it's gone. This fruit, it's for Zhang Dishu to eat. The key is how to make him eat it voluntarily. This is a big problem. Is it possible to say to him, "Old Zhang, I have a slave fruit here. If you eat it, you will become my slave. Come and try it"? If that's really the case, it was estimated that Zhang Dishu would most likely explode straight away. Although Wen Ming had kung fu in his body and wasn't afraid of Zhang Dishu, the key was that such a powerful fighter would be gone in the future. Shimming frowned and pondered for a few seconds. Afterwards, a light dawned in front of his eyes. There it is. He hemmed and hawed and walked to Zhang Dishu's side. At this moment, Zhang Dishu stood in place with a sad face. "Old Zhang, how was it? I didn't lie to you, did I?" Shimming asked. Zhang Dishu took a deep breath and looked at Shimming. "How did you know about this matter? Other than you, who else knows about it?" Wen Ming spread his hands and said, "You don't have to care how I know. Now, shouldn't you be thanking me? If it wasn't for me, you probably wouldn't have known about this matter for the rest of your life." When Zhang Dishu heard this, the anger on his face surfaced once again, looking as if he hated it, as if he wanted to directly cut that Wang Shuangshuang down. Wen Ming patted his shoulder and said, "Don't be angry. Think about it from another angle. You slept with that Wang Shuangshuang's wife for decades and beat his son for decades. Wouldn't that make your heart much smoother?" Zhang Dishu scratched his head and looked at Wen Ming, then at the ground, and then at Wen Ming again, with a dumbfounded look on his face. It could still be like this? It was indeed much more comfortable in his heart if he thought so. Not only was it not sad, but it was quite exciting. However, why did it still feel like something was wrong? His wife? What about my wife? At this time, Shimming patted him on the shoulder and interrupted his train of thought. "Old Zhang, we have to look ahead in everything, right? You can't always let yourself be immersed in pain. My mom always told me, when you're sad, eat a sweet maidenhair fruit, and you'll be able to get your mood back." Said, took out a reddish and clear virgin fruit, smiled to Zhang Dishu. "So I always carry virgin fruit on my body. When I am unhappy, I will eat one. Will you also try? I don't want to see you sad like this." Zhang Dishu gratefully glanced at Wen Ming and said, "Thank you. I didn't expect that the one who would end up by my side would be you. The one who I only had a one-sided relationship with, and then the one I wanted to get killed." He was truly grateful to Wen Ming. If it wasn't for Wen Ming, he would have never known the relationship between Lin Xiurong, Zhang Tianjun, and Wang Shuangshuang for the rest of his life, and he would have been kept in the dark for the rest of his life, and would have lived amongst the ridicule of others for the rest of his life without realizing it. It turns out that the person who sleeps on his pillow thinks of another man every day and every night. The son, whom he regarded as his own everything, was also born between his pillow and that man, and had nothing to do with himself, and he was just a poor ATM machine. He picked up the virgin fruit in Wen Ming's hand and put it in his mouth and ate it. "How's the flavor?" Wen Ming said with curiosity. He wanted to eat it just now, and now that he saw Zhang Dishu eating it beautifully, he was a little bit greedy and curious about what the flavor was. "Aha!" Zhang Dishu nodded his head and said, "The flavor is not bad. A little sour, a little sweet. Master, where did you buy this holy maiden fruit? I'll go buy some as well." When Shimming heard this, his eyelids immediately jumped. "Master, this slave contract is a done deal?" Wen Ming asked tentatively. "Old Zhang, what is your nickname?" "Back to master. My nickname is Zhang Dogdan. and then when I grew up, my grandfather renamed me Zhang Dishu. Zhang Dishu replied with a respectful look, without the slightest hint of making do. It was as if what stood in front of him was his highest faith. Seeing this scene, Wen Ming couldn't help but be secretly shocked. This slave fruit was so powerful? It was just a guy he just met with. And just because he ate the slave fruit, his attitude towards him was like he had turned into a different person? Fortunately, this slave fruit could only be used on evil people, and it was only restricted to linen, and it couldn't be used on officials or women. Otherwise, this would be too perverted. Just imagine. Wen Ming took the slave fruit and ran directly to the mafia's lair, forcing the mafia's boss to eat it. Wouldn't the mafia's boss become a self-slave? Only a pity. This kind of thing, it was impossible to realize. Wen Ming shook his head inside, patted Zhang Dishu's shoulder and said, "Alright, old Zhang, do you feel any discomfort?" "No." Zhang Dishu lightly smiled and said, "I feel quite good. Never felt so comfortable like now. Originally some cold today. Now the cold are good. The blood pressure doesn't feel high anymore. The headache is gone. And the whole body is a burst of relaxation." Wen Ming, 100 cures for 100 diseases? Slave fruit has this kind of benefit? Do you want to give your cell phone a pillar of incense? So that the system can give yourself more of this slave fruit, and then open your own pharmacy? No matter what the disease is, a slave fruit can cure everything. I don't know. If the other party is not evil, the system said will not take effect. Is it only slave contract will not take effect? The effect of curing all kinds of diseases will still take effect, or all will not take effect? However, there was no slave fruit in Self's hand right now, and there was no way to do the experiment. But looking at Zhang Dishu's appearance, it seems that he is still in a really good state. Apart from the fact that he showed absolute respect for him when he called out to his master, there is no difference between him and before, just like an ordinary person. However, this master or whatever can't be shouted at random, otherwise others would still think what's wrong with it. Chapter 74, The Strange Zhang Dishu. At the entrance of the Rose Restaurant, Tian Fuwei and a group of other people, looking at the two Himing who were standing together not far away, exchanging words, all looked puzzled. Chao Zongping walked up to Tian Fuwei and asked curiously, "Ms. Tian, does Mr. he know Boss Jun?" Tian Fuwei shook her head. "I don't know either." She was also wondering. Next to her, Lu Open sneered and said, "Regardless of whether he knows each other or not, when Himing ruined Boss Zhang's son's legs, he won't be able to have a good time today. Boss Zhan will definitely not let him go." Ding Chuanxian's eyes narrowed slightly, a look of interest appearing on her face. She always felt that there was some kind of ulterior secret between Wen Ming and Zhang Dishu. Otherwise, with Zhang Dishu's temperament, I'm afraid that he would have already made a move against Wen Ming, and it was impossible that he hadn't made a move until now, but instead stood there quietly. When Tian Fuwei heard Lu Open's words, her complexion sank and she glared at her eyes. "Lu Open, if anything happens to Wen Ming, I swear that I will let you die a very miserable death." Lu Open spread his hands and said, "The one who made the move was Boss Zhang. What has it got to do with me? Even without me, Boss Zhang will definitely not let Wen Ming go." The words fell. At this time, when Ming walked back with Zhang Dishu, Lu Open immediately greeted him and said, "Boss Zhang, this kid." The words were not finished. Snap! Zhang Dishu slapped Lu Open's face and shouted coldly, "Don't be rude to Mr. he." Crowd, Zhang Open, the people present, one by one, were all dumbfounded. What had happened? Zhang Dishu smoked Lu Open, and also reprimanded Lu Open to not be rude to Wen Ming? What the hell happened? Lu Open covered his face and looked at Zhang Dishu with a dumbfounded expression. "Boss Zhang, why did you hit me? Shouldn't you be hitting that stinker? Sure Ming? Asterisk 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 asterisk. How dare you disrespect Mr. he?" Looking for death, Zhang Dishu burst out. His sandbag-sized fist directly greeted Lu Open's body. Bang bang. Ah. Thud. Help. Boom. "Boss Zhang, I don't dare anymore. I was wrong." Beside, Chao Zongping and Tian Fuwei and the others, looking at the scene in front of them, all of them were wide-eyed. Chao Zongping, in particular, even more so, his jaw almost dropped to the ground, completely stunned by this scene. Even those black-clothed men that Zhang Dishu had brought over, they all froze. Then, a group of people instantly turned their heads and looked at Wen Ming in unison. They had followed Zhang Dishu for so many years, and had often seen Zhang Dishu beat people up, but they had never directly punched someone just because they said a word that was disrespectful to someone, even if it was his mom. Zhang Dishu had never been like this, including Tian Fuwei. She also looked at Wen Ming with disbelief in her eyes. Just now, Zhang Dishu, who had been so powerful, just because he went over and said a few words to Wen Ming, when he came back again, he was so respectful to Wen Ming? He even beat up Lu Open directly because he said something about Wen Ming? What kind of ecstasy did this Wen Ming give Zhang Dishu? Bang bang bang. Zhang Dishu directly punched for 5 minutes, until Lu Open was curled up on the ground, only left to cry in pain, and only then was he considered to have stopped. Then, walked to Wen Ming's side and respectfully said, Mr. I've already taught him a lesson. If he dares to disrespect you again, give me another word and I'll get him killed. Crowd. This Zhang Dishu was so ruthless, including Lu Open, who was lying on the ground. He was scared. Wen Ming shook his head and said, don't be so impulsive. It's not a big deal. Just beat him up. Yes, Mr. He taught me a lesson. May I ask if Mr. He has any more orders? If not, I still have things I need to go back for. Zhang Dishu said. Shiming waved his hand and said, no, go back to your business. Remember what I said. Don't be impulsive. Deal with it peacefully if you can. I understand. Goodbye. After Zhang Dishu finished speaking, he greeted the black-clothed men who followed him, and then he directly got into the black SUV and left. After these people left, Chao Zomping walked over and said in surprise, Mr. What is your relationship with Zhang Dishu? He treated you this. Next to them, Tian Fuwei and the others. When they heard Chao Zomping's question, curiosity also surfaced on their faces. They were also very curious to know this question. To know, that was a famous and great villain in linen. As a result, he would be so respectful to a college student like Shiming? This was too unbelievable. Wen Ming gave a light laugh and said, it's nothing. I've done Zhang Dishu a great favor. That's why he treated me like this. When Chao Zomping heard this, a look of sudden realization appeared on his face as he nodded. No wonder. It turns out that Mr. He has such an affinity with Boss Zhang, so it seems that I was overly concerned. Tian Fuwei and Ding Chuanxiang, among others, also nodded. No wonder Zhang Dishu was like this. Just that. Ding Chuanxiang was still somewhat puzzled. Why would Zhang Dishu be angry at Wen Ming in the beginning, and then suddenly become like this? Could it be? These were just the words of Wen Ming, but in reality, this guy possessed some kind of ulterior secret? At this time, Wen Ming laughed and said, I haven't thanked Boss Chow for his righteous help. Thank you Boss Chow. In the future, if you need any help, just let me know. As long as I can help, I'll be obliged to do so. He and Chao Zomping were only one-sided friends, but Chao Zomping was able to come forward to help him when he was in danger. Such a person, worth handing over. The only thing that makes Wen Ming is a little uneasy is that this bastard's last name is Chao. Chao Zomping laughed and said, Mr. He is polite. After a few more polite words, Chao Zomping then returned to the Rose restaurant. Wen Ming looked at Tian Fuwei and said, let's go too. Alright, Tian Fuwei nodded. Then, they left the place one after another after saying goodbye to each other. With the departure of the three people, only Lu Open was left alone at the scene, lying on the ground and grunting. At this time, Li Wenfang walked out from the entrance of the Rose restaurant. He looked at the direction when He Ming disappeared, and a thoughtful look appeared on his face. Not far away, Huang Weikai felt out from somewhere, ran to the side of Lu Open, carefully helped him up, and said with concern, are you alright, brother Open? Lu Open saw Huang Weikai, immediately cursed. What the hell did you do to go? Left me alone here. Oh, Huang Weikai hurriedly explained. Brother Open, that's Boss Zhang. Boss Zhang wants to beat you up. What can I do? He just went to the restroom for a while. Then when he came back, just as soon as he wiped the corner, he saw Zhang Dishu violently beating Lu Open, scaring him so much that he hurriedly hid to the side and didn't even dare to utter a single breath. Until the people are gone, he dared to venture out. Asterisk. Lu Open angrily cursed and said, when things go wrong then rabbits run faster. What's the use of having you? He didn't finish his sentence. Suddenly saw Li Wenfang walk out from inside the Rose restaurant door, directly being frightened with a startled look, hurriedly swallowed back the following words. Then, greeted Li Wenfang with a respectful attitude. Good for Li Xiao. Chapter 75. This son is very human. Lu Open, who was screaming in agony just now, at this moment, in front of Li Wenfang, he immediately didn't even dare to breathe. Not because of anything else, just because the youth in front of him had a very powerful grandfather. His grandfather, Shang'an Group, the #1 real estate company in linen, the chairman of Shang'an Group, who is known as the king of linen land, Li Gowen, and Li Wenfang. Li Wenfang was even jokingly called linen's #1 young man, although he was the young master of a 5-star hotel, but in front of Li Wenfang, he could only stand obediently. Li Wenfang looked Lu Open up and down and said, hurry to the hospital. Thank you for young master Li's concern. Lu Open hurriedly arched his hand and said. Li Wenfang nodded and directly got into an Audi A6L on the side of the road, and then sailed away. It wasn't until after Li Wenfang left that Lu Open said with a sigh of relief, Nima, how could this guy be here? What the hell kind of day is today? Singing competition with Wen Ming, and ended up being killed by Wen Ming in seconds. Looking for Zhang Dishu's help. Seeing how Zhang Dishu hated Wen Ming, he originally thought that Zhang Dishu would waste Wen Ming and clear the obstacles in his pursuit of Tian Fuwei. Result: when Zhang Dishu saw Wen Ming, it was just like a grandson seeing his grandfather. Not only did he treat Wen Ming with respect, but he also damn well fixed him up. I thought that was the end of the matter. In the end, he ran into Li Wenfeng, the #1 young man in linen. What the hell is going on here? It's too bad for me. Brother Open, what should we do next? Huang Weikai asked. Lu Open glared at him and said, what else can I do? Go to the hospital. Huang Weikai pointed at the injuries on Lu Open's body and said, you've been beaten like this. Do you want to call the police to deal with it first? Boom. Lu Open directly party member gave Huang Weikai a melon crash and said, call the police? Are you stupid? Don't you know that the one who beat me up is Zhang Dishu? I don't want to die yet. Call the police? I'm kidding. Ordinary people call the police to deal with a fight, but Zhang Dishu is the one who beat him up. How can I call the police? Even if they do, the police will come and criticize Zhang Dishu a few times, fine him some money and be done with it. But what about me? Zhang Dishu will peel his skin off? He hasn't lived long enough. Fine. I'll send you to the hospital first. Huang Weikai helped Lu Open up and walked towards the Porsche Cayenne next to him. Lu Open walked with a limp, huffing and puffing as he walked. This time I planted such a big heel. This breath. I can't swallow it. What can you do if you can't swallow it? That kid has Boss Zhang protecting him. Huang Weikai said. Lu Open gritted his teeth and said back. Surname he is only favored by Zhang Dishu, but this favor is expendable, and it will be gone after 1 or 2 uses. I don't believe that Zhang Dishu will protect surname he forever. Let's go to the hospital first. Huang Weikai said. Afterwards, the two of them got into the Porsche Cayenne, and Huang Weikai drove the car and hurriedly ran towards the hospital. Rose Restaurant's 2nd floor. Chao Zongping retracted his sight from downstairs and muttered, I didn't expect that today. Young Master Li would even come to our restaurant for dinner. Yang Yuan nodded her head and said, well, it is said that he has recently picked up a young model, and he is in the fresh period these 2 days, so he is probably bringing us here to get some atmosphere. Chao Zongping let out a light laugh and said, in the end, he is the #1 young man in linen. This life, TSK. Yang Yuan glanced at Chao Zongping and curiously said, Boss Chao also wants to experience this? If you need it, I can contact you. With your status, Boss Chao, it shouldn't be difficult to find a young model. Come on. Chao Zongping flipped Yang Yuan a glance and said, making fun of me, right? You've worked beside me for so many years. Aren't you clear about what kind of character I have? Yang Yuan let out a light laugh and didn't say anything. Of course she was clear about it. That's why she dared to make such a joke. She had joined the Rose Restaurant since the beginning of its opening, and 7 years had passed since then. During these 7 years, she had been promoted from a pianist to the position of Rose Restaurant's general manager, second only to Chao Zongping. It was rumored that the two of them had an ambiguous relationship and were definitely having an affair, but Yang Yuan herself is clear. She and Chao Zongping have nothing between them, just a simple relationship between superior and subordinate. Chao Zongping should care about her to care for her, to take care of her to take care of her, but has never had any behavior that crosses the line. It was precisely because of this that Yang Yuan would be so dead set on following him, doing her best to work for him. Chao Zongping stroked his chin and frowned. Compared to young Master Li, I'm more concerned about that person Wen Ming. Yang Yuan was surprised. Wen Ming? Could it be that he is even more powerful than young Master Li? Can't say. Chao Zongping shook his head. At first when I saw Wen Ming, I thought that he was just unwilling to flaunt it, but now I realize that I might have been wrong. Perhaps with his status? He doesn't care to flaunt it in the slightest because it's completely unnecessary. Boss Chao has such a high opinion of him? Yang Yuan was surprised. Chao Zongping nodded his head and said, if he was merely gracious to Zhang Dishu, it would be impossible for him to make Zhang Dishu respect him so much in front of so many people. Moreover, when I look at Zhang Dishu's expression, it doesn't look like respect at all. It's more like deference. Deference from the bottom of his heart. That is to say, this Wen Ming's identity must be very scary, and Zhang Dishu knows his identity. That's why he's so respectful to him. Yang Yuan shook her head and said, but Linen didn't have such a person before? Chao Zongping let out a light laugh and said, then you say, even if it was young Master Li in front of Zhang Dishu, could he make Zhang Dishu do this? Yang Yuan froze. Definitely can't. Zhang Dishu might be afraid of the forces behind Li Wenfeng, but he definitely wouldn't be afraid of Li Wenfeng, much less treat him so respectfully. Chao Zongping took a deep breath and said, such a person. Try to make good friends. It will definitely be useful one day in the future. Send him those mitai that I have treasured. Tomorrow. Yes. Yang Yuan immediately nodded her head. On the other side, Shiming returned to the happy neighborhood and opened the locks on a dozen or so house doors, went into the basement. Then, Shiming hurriedly uncovered the floor leather and examined the ton of gold. Aha! Still there, that's a relief. Then, he lay down on his bed and sighed that life was so marvelous. Just 4 days ago, he was still a poor who was dumped by his girlfriend, an ordinary college student who would not even be looked at by anyone when he stood on the road. But now, not only did he have tens of millions of dollars, but he had also taken in the great villain of linen, Zhang Dishu, as a slave, and he had even had a candlelight dinner with Tian Fui, the one school flower of linen. Life, it's really full of wonders. Wait a minute, that's not right. Thinking of Tian Fui, Shiming suddenly remembered an important thing. I forgot to confess to Tian Fui. Chapter 76 The Price of Not Blocking Parents in the Friendship Circle. Shiming knocked his head hard. At that time, when he came down from the stage, he originally wanted to confess to Tian Fui, but Tian Fui hugged him, and then he forgot about confessing. Then he forgot about it. Shiming suddenly had the urge to go crazy. It was so hard to go on a date with a goddess, but he forgot to confess such an important thing. He deserved to be single. Forget it. I don't care. It's useless to regret it now. Speaking of which, being able to have a candlelight dinner with Tian Fui already made Wen Ming very excited. He took out his cell phone, then opened his friend's circle and sent a dynamic. Summer heat. Having you is super sweet. Thanks to you, today is a really happy day. However, he didn't dare to post Tian Fui's picture for fear that Tian Fui would get angry. He just posted a yeah gesture, and then happily took a hot shower. When she came back, found that Tian Fui had actually given her a like. One like, directly made Wen Ming happy like a 1 year and 240 months old baby. At the same time, Jia neighborhood. Ding Chuanxiang came out from the bathroom and looked at Tian Fui who was sitting on top of the sofa giggling with her cell phone and asked, "What are you laughing at, silly and I?" Tian Fui looked shocked and hurriedly covered her cell phone in her arms and said, "No, nothing." Ding Chuanxiang smiled wryly and said, "Is it chatting with Wen Ming?" "Not at all." Tian Fui immediately shook her head. Ding Chuanxiang let out a light laugh and said, "You silly niece, look at your beauty. Is your heart happy now?" "No way." Tian Fui hurriedly lowered her head. "Not yet. Look at you. Your mouth is grinning from ear to ear, and you're still saying no? But you don't have to say it. This kid Wen Ming, he plays the piano well, sings songs well, and he even knows to shoe. Such a young man, not bad. Then I'll let you have him?" Tian Fui joked. "Screw you, no big deal." Ding Chuanxiang glared at Tian Fui and said, "Just put your heart at ease. I'm not interested in this kind of young guy. Your sister-in-law can't do the thing of the old bull eating young grass. I mean you. That kid song is full of confessions to you. With your IQ, I don't believe you can't hear it." Tian Fui was speechless. Ding Chuanxiang let out a light laugh and said, "When it's time to fight, you must fight. That boy is more shy. Just now in the hotel, I watched you hugging him. His hands want to hug you but do not dare to hug the look. Sini is anxious and want to laugh. If you don't take the initiative again, you two will really be yellow." When Tian Fui heard this, a look of difficulty surfaced on her face. Seeing her expression, Ding Chuanxiang shook her head and smiled. Are you afraid? Afraid of really being with Wen Ming? In fact, this is a normal phenomenon of adolescence. Longing for love, but full of fear, do not know how to face, so one side is full of desire for love, but instinctively want to escape. But people's youth, only once, miss cannot come back. You have to seize the time to hurry up and confess. Auntie, Tian Fui embarrassedly stomped her foot in discreet anger. All right, I won't say anymore, but on your parents' side, what are you going to do? Do you want me to give them a word? Don't. Tian Fui hurriedly stopped. I have not even gotten to the bottom of the matter with Wen Ming. You mustn't talk nonsense to my parents. I understand what to do about my own matters. All right. Ding Chuanxiang waved her hand and said, "Whatever, I believe you have your own measure. All right, hurry up and take a shower." Oh. Tian Fui answered and hurriedly ran towards the bathroom. Looking at Tian Fui's graceful back, she couldn't help but shake her head and sighed. This niece, it seems to be really long big Epine Pavilion. Wen Ming did not know in the slightest what Tian Fui was chatting with Ding Chuanxiang. At this time, he was lying on his bed, cradling his cell phone and preparing for a beautiful sleep. Result, just after lying down, Mom's phone call came. "Hey, Xiaoming, did you get a girlfriend?" Mom asked with concern. No. Shiming hurriedly denied. Although he had been talking to Zhao Feier for a long time, he hadn't told his dad and mom about it though. "No?" Mom skeptical. "I see your circle of friends. Bullying your mom does not recognize words is not it? I do not know you next door and no words, but also the summer heat have you super sweet. Your mother said you must have a girlfriend. You tell mom is not true?" When Ming heard this, suddenly a cold sweat. This is a mess. Sending a friend's circle. forgetting to block the mother and father. And it's still such an important dynamic. When Ming was in a hurry, he hurriedly replied, "Mom, I'm chasing after my girlfriend, I haven't caught up yet." "Hey, our Xiao Ming is finally willing to go and nibble on cabbages? Hurry up and catch up, and bring the cabbage back to take a look at it when you're done," Mom said excitedly. "Wen Ming, what does it mean to eat cabbage? You're the world's most handsome baby son is a pig ah? People look at their own children as if they were s. Hedgehogs look at their own children as if they were light. Why do you look at your own child as if he were a pig?" However, in the face of mother and father, when Ming cannot dare to have any dissatisfaction, hurriedly returned, "Can catch up as not yet know it? If catch up then bring home to you to see ha." After a few more idle words, he hung up the phone. Immediately afterward, Shiming secretly swore that when he sends out a circle of friends again in the future, he must carve out his dad and mom to be blocked. This is finally able to sleep. Shiming threw his cell phone to the side and was ready to sleep soundly. Result: drip drip drip. The cell phone rang with 4 or 5 micro-X message notifications at once. When Ming, a burst of head big, needless to think, must be the old mom sent over the voice of urging. Since it is the mom's message, no matter what is sent, also no matter whether to listen to see, must reply or received, otherwise it is unfilial. When Ming once again took out his cell phone and unlocked the screen, the next moment, he steeply widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Asterisk asterisk asterisk asterisk." The message was not from mom, but from Qin Leah, and it wasn't even a message, but pictures, a total of 5 pictures. The first one is a body enchanting woman, standing under the shower is bathing side photo, psychedelic water mist, long hair along the water flow as if a waterfall hanging down, clean skin, a little water droplets emit a dreamy luster. The second one is a woman's back, also under the shower, naked, curves beautiful rivers and mountains like a picture, especially the 2 full moons, is moving to the extreme. The third one is a picture of a woman lying inside a bathtub, under the soap, delicate and sensual body hidden. The fourth and fifth, all of them were such photos, all of a woman taking a bath. Chapter 77, A Good Man's Life. Looking at these pictures, when Ming's eyes went straight and the cells of his entire body stirred. These pictures, almost all of them were done inside the bathroom. The angles at which these pictures were taken were awkward. There was no sign of a second person taking them. They were all selfies taken by a person with a camera or cell phone in hand. Although because of the fog and the fact that the woman's front face was not captured, but from the blurred vision, it was certain that this was definitely a big beauty. You can tell from the figure, those beautiful legs, those beautiful breasts, that beautiful ass, don't even mention it. And because of the relationship between the fog, the beauty in the photo, not only does not have the slightest sense of dirt, but also looks like a kind of illusory misty sense of beauty and art, like a goddess in a dream in general. This Qin Leah even sent him this kind of photo? Linen first iceberg beauty president, never a stranger Qin Leah, even good this bite? This and I would not be a lily, right? Even like to see this kind of picture? Whatever, these 5 pictures seem to be sets of pictures there must be, that's so righteous. Mr. Qin is a good man has peace in his life. Shiming immediately saved the pictures out of habit and replied, "Mr. Qin is great, so beautiful and nice, saved, begging for resources." The full version, send, result, just after sending it, Qin Leah's message was sent over at the same time. "Yutong, how about these photos I just took? I've spent a lot of effort to take them, adjusting the angle and posing. I've tired out my sister's arms." Wen Ming, seeing this message sent by Qin Leah, Wen Ming was directly confused. "Yutong? Whose name is Yutong? My name is Wen Ming." "Okay, and this photo, was it taken by Qin Leah? Can't it be that the woman in this photo was actually Qin Leah herself?" Thinking of this, Wen Ming instantly wide-eyed. Linen first beautiful iceberg president's wet body seduction selfie? Probably want to send this set of photos to that called Yutong to see. The result sent to his cell phone above? I didn't expect that under this woman's ice-cold appearance, she was hiding such a hot heart that she had taken so many photos of herself to share with her girlfriends. What the hell? Exciting Qin Leah? At this time, Qin Leah also sent over 3 question marks. Immediately after that, the other party withdrew a message. The other party withdrew a message. The other party withdrew a message. In the blink of an eye, along with the messages sent over by Qin Leah, including the pictures sent over, all of them were withdrawn. Then, a message was sent over. "I'm sorry Mr. I sent the wrong one just now. It was originally sent to my best friend Jin Yuatong." When Ming scratched his head, dryly laughed and said, "I thought you got the picture from the internet. Don't pay attention to what you said before the picture you sent over. In fact, I didn't look at it carefully, really." Thinking about how he had just asked Qin Leah for resources, Wen Ming felt a blush. It was too embarrassing. "Qin Leah, Mr. Let's not talk about this first. Can you delete the photo you just saved? Thanks. Wen Ming grinned. How unfortunate would it be if such a good-looking photo was deleted? Had I known, I wouldn't have told Qin Lia that I had saved it. Wouldn't it smell good to secretly keep it? However, the photo was sent to him by Qin Lia by mistake, and since Qin Lia had requested it, he couldn't treat it as if he hadn't seen it. Okay, this is going to delete it. Wen Ming directly returned. After saying that, he immediately switched out and found the photo he had just saved, and carefully looked at it twice. Not to mention, the woman inside this photo was really Qin Lia. Too good looking. Wen Ming endured the heartache. These photos all choose, and then delete, and then find the photo recycle bin. The recycle bin inside the photo also empty, and then give a screenshot of the picture to Qin Lia sent over. Then found the micro X cache. The cache also emptied a bit. Screenshot a picture to Qin Lia sent over. After that, another screenshot of the chat log was taken. The first one was Qin Lia's message, while the second one was the chat record with Wang Jianba, which was already still from the day before yesterday, letting Qin Lia know that she hadn't forwarded it to anyone else. Then there was another screenshot of the picture manager, a screenshot of the full picture inside, to prove that he had deleted it cleanly. Mr. Qin, all the photos have been deleted, the cache has also been deleted, and the recycle bin has been emptied. You can rest assured that the photos will definitely not appear again. Shiming sent a message to Qin Lia. If it was someone else, they might not be so honest and say delete. After all, this is the photo bathroom portrait of the first iceberg beauty president of Linen. Doesn't it smell good to keep it secretly? But Wen Ming was different from others. Although this guy is a bit stuffy and horny, but if he said something, he will absolutely do it and will not be shady. Qin Lia sent a pitiful emoji and said back, "Thank you, Mr. He." Wen Ming sent back a laughing emoji and said, "Mr. Qin is polite. The photo was originally something I shouldn't have looked at. Deleting it is also appropriate." Qin Lia returned a smiling emoji and said, "Mr. He is quite polite. Just now those photos, I was going to share them with one of my girlfriends, but I accidentally ended up clicking to your number, which was originally my problem, and I didn't show my face on those photos. It doesn't bother me. Wen Ming, I deleted all the photos with my heart aching for blood, and you said it's not a problem whether you delete them or not. If you had said that, I would have deleted the hell out of it, and just made a screensaver out of it. So many attractive photos. Where can I find them now? The cache is all gone. Okay? At this moment, Wen Ming really is a burst of heart like ashes. Tick. Qin Lia, Mr. He hasn't slept yet? Shimming, no. I chatted with my mom and swiped Shake Y. Qin Lia, just now I also brushed the Shake Y. Saw a video of the Rose restaurant. The back of the person playing the piano inside looks very much like you. Is it you? Wen Ming, surely not me. How can I play so good? Where is the video? Where's the video? Give me a link? Take a look and see what the effect is. At that time, I was so focused on playing that I didn't even notice what was going on. Qin Lia, the link is gone. It's just that I saw it when I was rowing, and then I rowed over. Wen Ming, well, looks like this thing can only go with the flow. However, what made Wen Ming surprised was that originally he thought that after seeing Qin Lia's nude photos, Qin Lia might feel embarrassed, but he seemed to have guessed wrong. Qin Lia over there didn't seem to particularly care. Otherwise, how could she still be chatting with them without a word? At this time, Qin Lia sent a smiling emoji and then said, "Mr. He, I remember you just said that the photos were beautiful and nice, right?" Wen Ming froze and sent back a swollen face emoji. "I should have said that the photos are indeed quite nice." After a pause of a few seconds, Qin Lia's message was sent over. "Is it sincere?" Shimming immediately replied, "Of course it's sincere. I didn't even know that the person in the photo was you just now, and I couldn't even realize it if you didn't say it. The words I said were all from the bottom of my heart." Qin Lia sent a sweaty emoji and said, "Still want to see it?" Chapter 78. There's something more powerful. When Shimming saw this, his eyes glared. "There's more to see?" He immediately sat up from the bed and hurriedly typed and sent, "Is this appropriate?" Qin Lia, after a good assembly, only returned to say, "What is not appropriate, and not never seen, and the photo photographed is not for people to see it, but it has always been me and Xiaotong to see, and never let the third person to see. You are the second audience. See, you just deleted photos deleted so painfully, can let you look at a few more, but remember to delete it after you see it." When Ming saw this, he immediately got excited and said excitedly, "This is weirdly embarrassing." Anxiously waiting ing. Finished speaking, said an expression of a kitten's eyes blearily sitting in front of the table and rubbing his hands. At this moment, Wen Ming's whole heart trembled, even more excited than when he downloaded the small video. Qin Lia was going to send him a personal treasured portrait picture. It was really too exciting. If Wang Jianba knew about this matter, he would probably drool with envy. However, this kind of thing, is the joy of the crowd is not as good as solo joy. Doesn't it smell good when you're enjoying yourself? Not long ago, when Ming's micro X will drip 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 ring, drip drip drip, 4 or 5 more photos were sent over. Just looking at the first one, both of Wen Ming's eyes almost stared out. Only see the photo, is a huge bed, the bed 2 big white legs across the bed, and then up is a brown lace panties. The photo is taken from the bottom up, while 2 snow white slender thighs at a glance. The second, wearing a white semi-transparent erotic camisole, the fabric can be seen vaguely inside. The inside is a vacuum. A look know that the inside did not wear underwear. The third, the front photo without revealing the face. No clothes, but stepped on a pair of 7 or 8 centimeters high height sky high. The body looks very tall. The body perfectly presented. The fourth picture, seems to be in a study room, naked sitting in front of the desk crossing her legs, the camera from above and below the photo, using the best angle to take the firm breasts and thighs, especially the 2 perfect mountains, but also let Wen Ming almost directly into it. The fifth photo, or the whole body without clothes, the photo of Qin Lia is looking at the mirror clamped the beautiful legs, long hair draped over the shoulders and chest, only half of the chin exposed, hand lightly holding on the left side of their own breasts, made a very seductive posture. After looking at the 5 photos, Wen Ming instantly felt his blood boiling. It was too damn exciting. The only regret is that the people inside these photos, all of them don't show their faces, only their bodies, presumably because Qin Lia is also afraid that the photos will affect her in case they are circulated. Now that the photos don't show their faces, even if they are circulated, no one will know that they are hers. After a while, Qin Lia sent over a shy expression and asked, "Have you finished reading?" Shimming said with a dry throat, "Finished. Beautiful. The body is really great." Said. He sent a dancing emoji over. Qin Lia came over with another shy emoji and said back, "It's just that there's a bit of flesh on my stomach." No. A little meat on the belly is just right. 1 portion more and 1 portion less is not good. I especially like all of your little tummy. It's very beautiful. Just right. And the proportion of the body is especially good. It's almost like art. It's just that the angle of the photo looks a bit awkward. Wen Ming returned. University inside also have oil painting class. Wen Ming also went there. At that time happened to paint a nude model. That is compared with Qin Lia. The difference has to have 100,000 80,000 miles. But the excitement to excitement. But Wen Ming is holding the appreciation of the eyes to see. Now all about openness well. This kind of portrait photo online everywhere. Cannot use vulgar eyes to see, but to use the artistic and aesthetic perspective to analyze. Qin Lia sent a sigh of relief emoji said, "The photos are all taken by myself. Do not dare to find someone else. Some are time shots. Some are taken with a selfie stick. The limitations are very large. The angle and light are not good to pinpoint. So the angle is a bit twisted. Mister, he will be able to look at it. Do not be offended." Shimming immediately said, "No, no, it's already very impressive. Not bad, not bad. Does Mr. Qin enjoy taking this kind of portrait photo?" Qin Lia sent a haha emoticon and said, "It's not bad. When you have time to take a shot, now is the time to be young. Take some more. And later when you are older, you are old and yellow. You can't take a shot if you want to take a shot." When Shimming heard this, his heart immediately stirred. Shoot when you have time. That means there's more? Wen Ming took a deep and a breath, braced himself and asked, "May I ask, if there are still such photos?" If it was 2 people facing each other, he would not have been able to ask such flirty words no matter what, but now across the cell phone. And Wen Ming has always been the type that is as flirty as a tiger on the internet and as wimpy as a dog in reality. With his cell phone in hand, he was the invincible keyboard warrior, but just sent over. He was a little apprehensive, worried about Qin Lia said he was not enough color. Just immediately after, Qin Lia's message came back. There's still, probably a few thousand more. Put. Shimming let out a light spray, almost spitting out a mouthful of old blood directly. A few thousand sheets? He returned with disbelief, accompanied by a wide-eyed expression. Qin Lia, yeah, I've been taking pictures since I was in college, accumulated little by little. So many years. Unknowingly there are so many. What? Do you still want to see them? Shimming immediately said, "Of course I do. Of course I want to." 5 exclamation points expressed his excited mood. As a man, who wouldn't want to see such photos? Thousands of photos. Shimming felt like his entire body was about to float up. At this time, Qin Lia sent over a shy expression and said, "Let's forget about it. None of them are very good. Let's talk about it later when we have time. I'm too sleepy to open my eyes. I'll go to bed first, mister." He will also have an early rest. By the way, the photos remembered to delete them. Shimming, I've taken off my pants, and you're telling me to go to sleep? Just send a photo. Just select it and send it. Can't you just send it over and go to sleep? But Qin Lia have said so. Wen Ming can't say that he won't let her sleep, can only helplessly sigh. Returned, okay, sleep first, bye. Good night, bye. After Qin Lia finished speaking, there was no echo. When Ming lay down on the bed, he only felt a pang of apathy. The inside of his brain was full of the beautiful pictures of Qin Lia just now, which couldn't be waved away no matter what. He opened his cell phone and took another look at the photo Qin Lia had just sent over. TSK. Who would have thought that the first beautiful president of Linen, that iceberg-like appearance that rejects people, seals such exquisite demonic capital? Chapter 79, The System's Hidden Package. Still want to see it again? When Ming clicked on Qin Lia's personal space, want to see her previous photos. As a result, after half a day of rummaging, all of them are some Qin Shang Group's publicity advertisements, as well as some poisonous chicken soup for the soul, and nothing else, not even a picture of her usual life. Shimming lay down again, ready to cultivate some sleep. Only, the more he lay down, the more energized he became, feeling that the entire person had become incredibly exhilarated. System, is there any way to fall asleep quickly, like a sleep package or something? Shimming asked. The next moment, Shimming saw that on the screen of his cell phone, a line suddenly appeared. Sleep package activation in progress. When Ming? I'm going. For real? The next moment, Shimming suddenly felt a fierce current that traveled from his phone to his body. Crouching. This time, he didn't have time to finish before he directly passed out. There were no words for the night. The next day, when Shimming woke up with a start, he found himself sleeping on the road in front of the neighborhood. He let out a cry of alarm and immediately ran inside the neighborhood. Wherever he passed, all the residents of the neighborhood all had a look of anger and cold laughter in their eyes. From a distance, he saw a bunch of people surrounding the entrance of his basement. Get out of the way. He peeled off the crowd and rushed into the basement, only to find that his things had long been thrown out, and inside the basement, it had long been dug up, and a ton of gold had even disappeared. After seeing this scene, Shimming's two eyes had a look, and he directly fainted. Then, once again, he suddenly woke up and anxiously looked around. Inside the room, the furniture was still there, and there was no big hole dug out in the ground. Everything just now was just a dream. So close, it was just a dream. This dream, it was really too realistic. He got out of bed, walked under the table, touched the gold inside, and stepped down. He then breathed a sigh of relief, but immediately after that, he secretly decided that the gold must be moved in the fastest time possible, although he put a dozen locks on the door lock of the basement. But in case someone quite risky, to turn over his basement? After all, money doesn't reveal itself, and now he has been exposed. Tens of millions of dollars of Bugatti parked outside. The forest is big. What birds are there? There is no guarantee that there will be no one quite go out of danger. After this period of time research, he has also been on his own choice, has a rough idea. The house is definitely to buy a villa. The building is not realistic. After all, a ton of gold. You cannot all move to the upstairs, and upstairs are basically small houses. There are not so many rooms for him to hide gold. Since it is to hide, must have a villa with a basement, and the best villa in Linen, when counting a product pavilion. It is said that this is Shingon Real Estate in Linen City development of the most successful villa district. The property inside is also the whole Linen top. Live and the people are non-wealthy, that is, not like the ordinary community is mixed. What's more, the security system inside is very good. Inside the security system did very well. Do not have to worry about the gold put there. Will be broken into, can be said to be safe a pussy. Simply cleaned up a bit, just ready to go out. The cell phone suddenly rang. Take it out and look. When Ming lightly eeped, face appeared puzzled color. How is he? The caller. Is his high school in a good relationship with a classmate? Named Ren Liqiang. Then his age older than 2 months, so always called him strong brother. When he graduated from high school, Ren Liqiang directly dropped out of school to work. The last time he met with him, or 2 years ago, when the phone was connected, when Ming asked, "What's up, brother Chang? Ha, Lao he, are you free tomorrow? A few of our high school classmates are getting together in Linen." Ren Liqiang inside the phone said excitedly. Shimming grinned. No, if you miss me, when will you come to Linen? I'll treat you to dinner. Let's both have a good natter. He had little interest in any gathering, not to mention his high school classmates who had graduated for years and had little contact, not to mention that he had something to do now. Even if he had nothing to do, he would rather lie in bed and sleep. Why bother to go to the party? Are you sure you don't want to go? Hu Hongwei is having dinner tomorrow. He wants to ask us to have dinner at the 5-star hotel. 4 hotel, Ren Liqiang asked without giving up. Not going, help me bring him a happy birthday. Shimming said back. When Ren Liqiang heard this, he let out a helpless sigh and said, alright, then tomorrow when the party is over, I'll come and find you. Let's have a good chat between the two brothers. Good, Shimming said with a light smile. He also quite missed Ren Liqiang. After all, this was his youth, the most important person in his 3-year high school career. The two then chatted casually for a couple more sentences before hanging up the phone. After that, Shiming then rushed directly towards the Yipin Pavilion. Half an hour later, Shiming arrived at the Yipin Pavilion. A product pavilion is basically belongs to linen highest grade of the neighborhood. There are high-rise area and villa area. The selling point is in the villa area. Has the largest area of green linen. There are small bridges and rivers. Villa modeling is still antique-like, rather than the bad street European style. The side of the entrance is the security room. At this time, in front of the security room, a Ferrari is parked there. Next to it stands a man and a woman are doing registration. The man's handsome small-inch head, the woman's thin waist and long legs. From the back view is a big beauty. Next to the two people, a security guard who stood there like a flagpole. Shiming had learned about One Piece Pavilion on the internet. According to the internet, as long as one was not the owner of One Piece Pavilion, one wanted to enter One Piece Pavilion to register, not to remember the license plate on the line, but the name, cell phone number, the reason for entry, etc. All to be registered to ensure that the owners living inside the community will not be disturbed. As for those who post advertisements, send out flyers and so on, it is simply impossible for such people to enter the gate of the One Pavilion. Otherwise, once you enter Ipin Pavilion, the walls, street lamps, and doorways are all plastered with advertisements for locksmiths, dating advertisements, and app advertisements. So what has become of it? These things can be found everywhere in other neighborhoods, but you will never find them in Ipin Court. Even in high-rise areas, these things do not exist. This is why people in linen say that Ipin Pavilion is the highest grade property in the whole of linen. Shiming parked his car in front of the entrance and was about to get out of the car to register as well. As a result, the railing of the gate was suddenly pulled up. Then, the security guard gave him a military salute. Shiming, what does it mean? Let go straight in, right? Seeing that the security guard had no intention of stopping him, and didn't even look at him for a second time before continuing to stand guard with his eyes leveled, when Ming scratched his head and just drove straight in. Chapter 80 Preparing to buy a house. Result, when Ming's side just went in, next to the security room, the girl with the thin waist and long legs who had been watching the boy register could not sit still. Their side honestly registered. As a result, other people went straight in? How can he go straight in without registering? We just went in and registered for half a day, and then came out and registered for another half a day here, the thin-waisted, long-legged girl said directly. The security guard glanced at her and didn't answer. The boy next to him heard the girl's words and straightened up to rush inside to take a look. Immediately after, he instantly widened his eyes and exclaimed in shock. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Unlike the thin-waisted and long-legged girl, no matter how, he was also the son of a rich family and knew much more than the girl. Today was his Zheng Kaishuan's 24th birthday. According to the agreement with his dad, when he turned 24, his dad would buy him a set of villa in Ipin Pavilion. So today he brought his girlfriend Zhang Xiaochui to see the house. Although the front of the car has gone away, but even so, can be seen at a glance what this car. Other than that, how many cars have two exhaust pipes mounted on the roof? Not to mention the blue and white look. There's only one car, Bugatti Chiron. At this time, seeing that Zhang Xiaochui was going to continue to pursue the question, Zheng Kaixian hurriedly pulled her back and said, "Alright Zhang Xiaochui, don't ask. If you're driving a Bugatti Camry, you can still go straight in," said. Zhang Xiaochui hurriedly made a wink to Zheng Xiaochui. Just kidding, driving a Bugatti can be their family to mess with? Bugatti Qilong is very powerful? Zhang Xiaochui exasperatedly said. We are still driving a Ferrari GT. Before the words were finished, Zheng Kaixian hurriedly covered her mouth and said anxiously, "My auntie, keep your voice down. Haven't you heard of Bugatti? Bugatti is not only powerful, it is quite powerful. A Bugatti Qilong can buy me this small Ferrari 30. The most expensive villa in the whole neighborhood isn't worth as much as his car." Once the other party heard Zhang Xiaochui's words, if he was looking for trouble because of it, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. Ha! Zhang Xiaochui directly stared wide-eyed, her eyes filled with disbelief. In her eyes, a $3 million Ferrari GT was already very impressive, and she had never seen a few more expensive cars in linen. As a result, the car that just passed by could buy 30 Ferrari GTs? Is it hard to believe that this car is not made of gold? Hurry up and go. Zheng Kaixian pulled Zheng Xiaochui on the go. He was afraid to stay for a while. This from the girl's mouth out of what the words of the tiger and the wolf. Zheng Xiaochui hatefully glared at Wen Ming's car, cursing, "Damn rich people." Zheng Kaixian secretly wiped a cold sweat and said, "Say less. This kind of person is not something we can afford to mess with at all. This Ipin Pavilion really does have hidden tigers and dragons. I didn't expect the owner of the Bugatti to be here as well." Shiming drove his car and slowly wandered around inside the Ipin Pavilion. It had to be said that, The difference between this place and other neighborhoods was really too big. Frankly speaking, this was the first time he came to this high-end villa neighborhood. Unlike those European-style villas in other neighborhoods, the villas inside the Yipin Pavilion were all antique-style buildings. In the current prevalence of European style, and even the rural areas are building large areas of simple European-style floors, this kind of antique-style villa in Yipin Pavilion, on the contrary, seems to be unique. Slanting eaves, carved handrails, small green tiles, gray tiles, plus a small bridge in water. This style, love love love. Soon, when Ming came to his favorite villa, he chose the first villa. All the photos basically in the internet have seen. Today over the main is to see with the internet photos have no difference. It is said that this is the most expensive house in one pavilion. I have to say, the difference is quite big. It's even prettier than the photos. It really smells good. Although the villa here cost a full $20 million. But when Ming felt that this money is worth spending. As for the heartache of money, now he has more than $35 million in his hand. Completely enough, just by looking at the outside. When Ming was already sure. This was the place. This was his future home. Bashful. As for the decorative style inside, there was absolutely no need to look at it. It was set. Afterwards, Ming directly left and headed towards the sales department. Unlike other neighborhoods, most of the neighborhood sales department is outside the neighborhood, but the sales department of Yipin Pavilion is inside the neighborhood. When Ming parked his car outside, he walked inside. Result: he had just walked in and hadn't even looked inside yet. A curious voice suddenly rang out. "Ha, little he?" Ming sought the voice and turned his head to look, followed by a sudden eyebrow raise. Wu Changlin. When he was in his junior year of college, he worked part-time at a shopping mall, and this person was the team leader inside the mall. That was his first job. At that time, because of Wen Ming was a part-time job, Wu Changlin had deliberately arranged a lot of extra work for him, making him suffer a lot. As a result, he didn't expect to. Surprisingly, he met here. However, all of this is already in the past. Wen Ming also long ago had no complaints about Wu Changlin, but rather feel that he let self gradually recognize this world. Team leader Wu, long time no see. Wen Ming greeted with a light smile. Wu Changlin let out a laugh and said, "What group leader? Now is no longer a group leader." "Oh, removed?" Wen Ming was surprised. Wu Changlin, he rolled his eyes and said, "What do you mean by removed? Is there any good words inside your mouth? I have been promoted to understand. Now you Wu brother, I have been supervisor. Today accompany our shopping mall's young master to come here to look at the house." As he was saying, a pair of young men and women just walked over. The man's inch head, the woman's thin waist and long legs, white and beautiful. These two were no one else. It was Zhang Kaishan and Zhang Xiaochui. Only, when Zhang Xiaochui saw Wen Ming, her brows gradually furrowed. This guy, why does it look and feel so familiar? Zhang Kaishan looked towards Wu Changlin and asked, "Old Wu, what are you doing?" Wu Changlin immediately smiled back. "Hello young master Zhang, this is a former part-time student of our mall, who worked at the mall for a long time. I'll say hello when I see him." Finished speaking, immediately to Wen Ming said, "Xiao He, this is our shopping mall's young master Zhang Kaishan. Don't hurry to greet young master Zhang." Wen Ming let out a light smile and said, "Hello young master Zhang, are you here to buy a house as well?" When Zhang Kaishan heard Wen Ming's words, he immediately raised his eyebrows and said, "How many meanings? Can't it be that you are also here to buy a house?" Wu Changlinman was dumbfounded and said in surprise, "Little he, what do you mean by also?" "Aha." Ming nodded his head with a light smile. "Indeed, I fancy a house and want to get my hands on it." Chapter 81 Hitting the Face. Caught off guard. Upon hearing Wen Ming's words, Wu Changlin and Zhang Kaishan all widened their eyes. "Little he, what did you just say? Ahem, you want to get your hands on the house here?" Wu Changlin asked Wen Ming in surprise as if he had heard the most incredible words in this world. Wen Ming wanted to buy the house here? What a joke! This was the first-grade pavilion, the most luxurious and expensive house in all of Linen. The houses here, any set is $1 million, and it's still a high-rise area. As for the villa area, it's even more important to have tens of millions of dollars for any one set. Wu Changlin just saw Wen Ming here, thought he was working here part-time. After all, according to the time, Wen Ming has not yet graduated. As a result, I didn't expect. This guy actually said that he wanted to buy a house here? Old he, are you sure this guy is a part-time student in our company? Zhang Kaishan sneered. Wu Changlin hurriedly explained. It's true that he was a part-time student in the past, but he was still a good student at that time. After speaking, looking towards Wen Ming, he said, "Alright, we are all old acquaintances. Who doesn't know who yet? Is it fun to pretend to be here with us?" At this time, a beautiful saleswoman came over and said to Zhang Kaishan, "Young Master Zhang, may I ask how you feel about Villa 87 just now? Zheng Kaixian shook his head and said, it feels good, but the lighting is a bit bad. It would be better if it was cheaper. While the two were chatting, Shimming looked at the beautiful saleswoman. The posture was good, quite good. Blue hip-hugging work clothes set off her delicate figure to the extreme. At this time standing in front of Zheng Kaixian, a euphemistic and intellectual look. Just a glance makes people feel in a good mood. When Ming looked at the sign on her full chest, Liang Jiaxue, I'm sorry young Master Zhang, we can't make a decision on the price. If you really want it, I can go and discuss it with the manager. The price should be able to come down a bit, but probably not too much. Liang Jiaxue said back. Zheng Kaixian sighed and said, I'll take another look. When Liang Jiaxue heard this, a look of disappointment appeared on her face. Usually when it was said like this order was basically yellow. However, professionalism still made her smile as she faced Zheng Kaixian and said, okay young Master Zhang, may I ask if there is any other help young Master Zhang needs? No, you go ahead and get busy. Zheng Kaixian waved his hand and said. Liang Jiaxue nodded her head and said, alright, if young Master Zhang needs any help or commentary, you can always find me. After saying that, turned around and was about to leave. It was just at this moment that Wu Changlin suddenly called out to her and said, Miss Liang, wait a moment. Liang Jiaxue turned back and looked at Wu Changlin in confusion, saying, Sir, is there anything I can help you with? Wu Changlin smiled and said, I don't need any help. It's just this little brother of mine. He said he also likes the houses here and wants to get his hands on a set, so ask him what kind of house he wants to buy. Said, reached out to point to Wen Ming, face emerges derisive color, waiting to see Wen Ming's joke. Let you pretend. See me dismantle you. Liang Jiaxue raised her eyebrows and also turned her head to look at Wen Ming. She had seen Wen Ming from the moment he first entered the sales department just now. However, upon seeing Wen Ming's age and then seeing Wen Ming start chatting with Wu Changlin and the others, she didn't come over to entertain him. Even a young master like Zheng Kaixian was cautious and prudent when buying a house here. Not to mention the people who chatted with Zheng Kaixian's subordinates. There was basically no possibility of buying a house. But out of professionalism, Liang Jiaxue surfaced a professional smile on her face and said to Wen Ming, may I ask if this gentleman needs any introduction? Wen Ming let out a light laugh and said, no need for introductions. Hearing Wen Ming's words, a cold smile immediately appeared on Wu Changlin's face. Sure enough, the moment he opened his mouth, he was exposed. He was about to open his mouth to sneer a couple sentences. At that moment, Shimming suddenly took out a bank card from his pocket and said, I've already seen the house. Villa number 1. Quite satisfied. Go ahead and swipe the card directly. Ha! As Wen Ming's voice fell, the professionalized smile on Liang Jiaxue's face instantly froze there. Wu Changlin steeply opened his mouth wide. Zheng Kaixian's eyes narrowed. Really want to buy it? And without even asking the price? And it's still the number 1 villa? Directly swipe the card? How can you be so arrogant? Or is it? This is also pretending? Liang Jiaxue blinked her eyes and thought that she had misheard. She coughed lightly. Her face once again revealed a trademark smile and said, this handsome man, I will first introduce you to this villa. This villa's selling price, almost in the 50 million or so, north and south. The style is designed by the famous Chinese art master Zhao Jingwang teacher. The style of the unique A. I said I've seen it, just swipe the card and go. Go staging. Shimming repeated again. The prices he had checked. A $50 million villa number 1, staged down. The down payment would be around $15 million. This amount of money. He could still afford it. As for the subsequent loan problem, after the tons of gold in his hand are disposed of, he is still afraid of not having the money to pay back the loan? Liang Jiaxue, this guy really wants to buy? He's not fooling her, right? The commotion on this side also attracted the attention of other people around. These people all looked curiously at Wen Ming. This guy, is he really here to buy a house? In all their years of real estate sales, they've never seen such an arrogant customer. There was no one else like him. Especially Liang Jiaxue, was directly stunned by Wen Ming's words, completely do not know how to take it. There is no such situation in the training. He hadn't even heard of it. At this time, sales manager Wang Jichao came over and said, hello this gentleman, let me give you a quick introduction. Villa 1 is our most expensive villa in Ipin Pavilion. If you want to buy it, you have to go through our. Shimming frowned and said, it's just buying a house. Why is it so much work? Is it because you're afraid I won't be able to afford it? He was still anxious to hurry up and finalize the matter of the house and then go and move the gold over. As a result, these people were here at Baba Baba's, really making his head spin. At this time, Wu Changlin patted Wen Ming's shoulder, and advised in a serious tone, I say Smalley, almost on the line, really want to keep pretending If you keep pretending like this, it's not going to end well if you reveal yourself later on. Mr. He. Right at this moment, A voice suddenly came from inside the passageway. The people at the scene turned their heads to look. Immediately afterward, all of these people immediately stood up straight and respectfully saluted the visitor. "Good day, young Master Li." Shiming curiously looked at the visitor, a young man in his 20s. He looked like he had a sense of cynicism. At this time, when Ming suddenly heard Zhang Kaixian introduced to the female companion beside him, "Xiao Chui, this is Linen's #1 young man, the crown prince of Sheng'an real estate, the grandson of Linen's land kings Li Guiyan, Li Wenfeng." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaochui was surprised. "Li Wenfeng? He is Li Wenfeng? Shoo, keep your voice down," Zhang Kaixian hurriedly reminded. Then, hurriedly greeted Li Wenfeng and said with a smile, "Why is young Master Li free to run here today?" Li Wenfeng glanced at him and asked suspiciously, "Who are you?" Crowd. A punch in the face that came too unexpectedly. Chapter 82 Linen's #1 young man. Seeing Zhang Kaishuan's face suffocating red, the people present wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. There was no way. In front of the crown prince of Shangxi real estate, who dared to laugh? Yiping Pavilion was only one of the properties under Shangxi Group, and there were countless other such properties under Shangxi Group, and these people present, they were just the staff of Yiping Pavilion, or people who wanted to buy a house in Yiping Pavilion. The difference in status in between was really too great. Zhang Kaixian smiled awkwardly and said, "Young Master Li, I'm Zhang Kaixian from Hualian Shopping Center. We met last time above your Shangxi Group's party." Li Wenfeng gave a nonchalant reply before walking past him. Zhang Kaixian grinned, but didn't dare to be angry with Li Wenfeng at all. Just kidding, their Hualian Mall, compared to a behemoth like Shangxi Group, it didn't even count as a fart. It was only normal that Li Wenfeng didn't recognize him. Just, the next moment, something that made the people present stare in disbelief happened. Li Wenfeng walked in front of Wen Ming, then, suddenly smiled broadly and said, "Mr. He, as soon as I heard that the Bugatti ran to our Yiping Pavilion, I knew that it was you who had come. Why didn't you notify me before coming, so that I could personally receive you?" Hiss. Hearing Li Wenfeng's words, all the people present instantly stared at Wen Ming with wide eyes, not daring to believe. Zhang Kaixian was dumbfounded. Wu Qinglin was dumbfounded. Zhang Xiaochui was dumbfounded. The salesmen were also dumbfounded. What did they see? The crown prince of Sheng'an Group had suddenly become so enthusiastic in front of Wen Ming? Who the hell is this guy? Wait a minute. Bugatti? Could this guy be the mysterious owner of the supercar Bugatti that had recently hit Linen? Ah, I remember. At this time, Zhang Xiaochui suddenly screamed. "When I saw the Bugatti enter the Yiping Pavilion just now, the person driving the car inside seemed to be him." When Zhang Kaixian beside him heard Zhang Xiaochui's words, his legs softened and he almost sat directly on the ground. He also saw that Bugatti just now. The person sitting inside the Bugatti was the kid in front of him? As for the shopping center supervisor Wu Changlin who followed behind Zhang Kaixian, the whole person was even more completely confused. What's going on? Isn't Mr. He an ordinary college student? Even when he was working part-time at the mall, he didn't even dare to say a word when he was bullied by him. What's going on here? The mysterious owner of a Bugatti? The crown prince of Sheng'an Group personally welcomes him. What the hell is this? I'm dreaming, right? What the hell is this guy? I'm not sure what I'm talking about. The more dumbfounded person is Wen Ming himself. The youth in front of him has never seen, if not just Zhang Kaixian to the side of the female companion introduction. He still do not know this youth is Sheng'an Group's prince. Just that. I don't seem to have any interactions with the crown prince of Sheng'an and the Sheng'an Group, but why does this guy seem to be very familiar with me? At this moment, Li Wenfeng asked Wen Ming, "Mr. He, are you here to buy a house?" "Right, fancying villa #1. But it seems like this manager said he can't sell it," Wen Ming said. When the manager next to him, Wang Jichao, heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched. "Nima, suing me in front of Shang and Li Dishao. If you had said earlier that you knew our family's young master, where would we have dared not to sell it to you?" "Ha ha." Li Wenfeng laughed out loud and said, "The men don't know what they're doing. Mr. He, don't take offense. Manager Wang, why don't you hurry up and make arrangements?" "Yes, I'm going to make arrangements," Wang Jichao immediately said back. "Just kidding." Li Wenfeng had given the word. How dare he not go and do it? "Right, give Mr. He a 10% discount," Li Wenfeng shouted. When the people at the scene heard Li Wenfeng's words, unbelievable colors appeared on their faces. 90% discount? Selling a house was not selling clothes. The price of Villa 1 was almost $50 million or more. What was the concept of a 90% discount? It was directly cheaper by $5 million. For an ordinary person, $5 million is basically equivalent to a lifetime's income, and it may not even be that much. As a result, now, Li Wenfeng even directly gave Wen Ming a waiver? Wang Jichao was also confused for a moment and said incredulously, "Young Master Li, this, go and do it." Just say that I arranged it. Li Wenfeng laughed and said. Hearing this, Wang Jichao, who dared to continue asking, hurriedly went to arrange it. On the other hand, Li Wenfeng looked at Wen Ming and said, Mr. The formalities will be done soon. There is a resting place inside. Mr. Go over and take a rest. And by the way, let's have a chat. Wen Ming raised his eyebrows and immediately nodded his head. Good. He was also curious to know what this Li Wenfeng really meant and why he would be like this to Self. As for what inviting a king into a jar or something, Wen Ming really wasn't worried. If a few ordinary people wanted to deal with him, he really didn't put it in his mind. It would just be a self-inflicted humiliation. As for more, he wasn't worth such a large portion, worthy of Shanghai Group's crown prince to rise up and find him in trouble. Unless the matter of 1 ton of gold leaked. But right now, apart from Wang Jianba, there was no third person who knew about it. And Wang Jianba, it was absolutely impossible for him to betray him. This was the tacit understanding and trust they had developed over the 3 years they had been friends. Mr. Please. Li Wenfeng laughed and made a gesture of invitation. Shiming nodded and followed Li Wenfeng inside. After the two left, Zheng Kaishan glared fiercely at Wu Changlin. Just now, Wu Changlin had not only asked Wen Ming to greet him and address him as young Master Zhang, but he also wanted to make a fool of Wen Ming in front of so many people. It turned out that Wen Ming was actually a big brother that even Li Wenfeng had to treat politely. When he thought of Wen Ming called him young Master Zhang with a smile on his face just now, Zheng Kaishan felt like his legs were going weak. Nima. This was simply frightening. Wu Changlin's legs shivered at the look in Zheng Kaishuan's eyes. Then, the three of them slipped outside together. Where would they dare to continue staying here? In case Wen Ming wanted to find trouble with him, they wouldn't even have a place to cry at that time. It was better to retreat. Coming outside. Sure enough, outside the sales department, there was a blue and white supercar parked, the very same Bugatti that they had just seen at the entrance of the one pavilion. Up to this point, Wen Ming's identity no longer need any doubt. The Bugatti that cost more than $80 million. Just now when Shiming said that he would just swipe his card to buy the house, they thought that Shiming was pretending. After all, it was a $50 million super mansion. But now that they saw this Bugatti, they suddenly realized that their imagination was limited by poverty. Driving an $80 million supercar. What's wrong with buying a house worth $50 million? For Wen Ming, this level of people, ing live $100 million house, there is nothing strange. June didn't know. Isn't it easy to see that people who drive cars worth $100,000 or $200,000 and live in houses worth $700,000 or $800,000 can be found everywhere? Whose house is worth more than a car? Back in the car, Zheng Kaishan then breathed a sigh of relief and said to Wu Changlin, Old Wu, are you sure that kid just now is really a part-time student at our mall?